I withdrew from a prestigious university and spent 2 years in my hometown fishing village. Once regarded as a prodigy by the villagers, I had become a pariah, detested by all. One fateful day, I discovered that I could see my fortune level and exchange it for fishing gear from a virtual screen. From that moment on, my life transformed as if on a cheat code. Chapter 1. An unconventional beginning. Which bastard stole my chicken? A son born with no rectum. Utterly despicable. Eat, eat, may you choke on it. Damn it. Can't you see I have no hands or feet? All you do is sneak around. It was my duck that scoundrel took me. You never be found by me. In a humble stone house by the sea, Zhao Qin sat despondently at the edge of his bed, staring blankly at the two women outside who were hurling insults at each other. To be a competent fisherman, one must meet two conditions: being single and having experienced a family demolition, both of which he perfectly embodied. His family hailed from an inland city, and after growing weary of freshwater fishing, he sought the thrill of sea fishing. He gathered a few fishing buddies, rented a speedboat, and was eager to experience the joys of the ocean. However, mid-journey, the winds intensified, forcing them to turn back. In a moment of imbalance, he fell overboard and plunged into the sea. Upon waking up in a daze the next morning, he pondered how he ended up in this predicament. It wasn't until he washed his face and looked in the mirror that he realized he had taken over another's body, leading him into a profound state of shock. Gazing at the dilapidated bed beneath him and the dust-laden surroundings, with cobwebs festooning the corners, he understood the dire state of this body he now inhabited. Shortly thereafter, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, revealing that he had traversed into the life of a stranger in the year 2005. Zhao Qin, age 22, had gained admission to a prestigious university at 20, but after only half a year, he dropped out following the dual blows of his mother's passing and the betrayal by his childhood betrothed. Returning home, he had become a mere shell of his former self, aimlessly drifting for 2 years, transforming from a one-slotted student into the subject of scorn. As his self-discipline eroded, he indulged in petty theft, drinking, and brawling. In a moment of despair, he contemplated whether another plunge into the sea might return him to his previous life, for the original owner of this body was undeniably cowardly. Just then, a head peeked through the door. Upon seeing him seated on the bed, it entered with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, look what I brought you." Waving a bag in triumph, the newcomer continued, "My grandma made rice dumplings today, and I brought you some." The visitor, around 18 or 19, had a dark complexion yet retained a hint of youthful innocence. He was Zhao Qin's little follower, Ahi. After losing both parents to a fishing accident when he was merely 6, he had been living with his grandmother ever since. Perhaps spurred by Ahi's arrival, the two women outside raised their voices in their quarrel, leaving one to wonder if they ever tired. Did they not grow weary? Zhao Qin, genuinely hungry, grumbled as he stuffed a rice dumpling into his mouth while casting a glance at the two women outside. They just love to make a fuss. It's only a chicken and a duck they lost. It was a courtesy for us to take from their household. Speak properly, Zhao Qin said, lightly tapping Ahi on the head, making it seem as though he were a bandit in the midst of a robbery. Brother, isn't this what you taught me before? Zhao Qin rubbed his forehead and glanced at Ahi. Do you have any money in your pocket? Brother, I had 7 yuan left yesterday. A pack of cigarettes cost 3.50, a bottle of liquor 3, and I originally had 50 cents left, but you insisted on buying a pack of peanuts, saying they would complement the drinks, and now it's all gone. All right, you may go back. If I need you, I will find you. Brother, which target are we aiming for today? How about we head to Gusan's place? He has a few goats in the back mountain. Get lost. Stealing a chicken or duck occasionally isn't a big deal, but stealing a goat means you'll end up in jail. Do you understand? Now scram. After some pushing and shoving, he managed to send Ahi away. Damn it, being useless himself was one thing, but leading others astray was another. He thought of going to the seaside for a look, only to discover he still had a rice dumpling left uneaten. Well, he would eat that first. As he sat down again, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and before he knew it, a semi-transparent LCD display appeared before him, resembling a clear tablet. Thinking it was merely a trick of the eye, he shook his head, only to find that the display remained, and with another shake, information began to appear. The screen displayed 2 values. Luck value, 0.5. Hunting merit value, 20. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Out of curiosity, he shook his head again, realizing that the displayed content remained unchanged. He tentatively touched the luck value, and a descriptive box popped up. The gains from coastal foraging and hunting can enhance the host's base luck value. The higher the luck value, the more fortunate events will occur, in addition to the base luck value. The host possesses a fluctuating luck value. The larger the number in the back, the better the host's luck for the day. Could this be a system? His hand then brushed against the hunting merit value. For every new marine or hunting species the host unlocks, depending on the rarity and value of the species corresponding, merit points will be awarded. Merit points can be used in the system store to purchase equivalent coastal foraging tools. Only tools purchased through the system will allow the host to benefit from the luck value bonus. Hurry, host, go foraging or hunting. A system store? Zhao Qin attempted to swipe the screen, and to his surprise, he found a variety of coastal foraging tools available. Sand shovels, iron spades, nets, fishing lines, huxo even. A fishing rod, his favorite. However, upon seeing the prices listed below, his mood soured immediately. A fishing rod cost a staggering 3,000 merit points. Currently, he possessed only 20 merit points. After a long perusal, he realized he could only afford a sand shovel. He recalled that only the tools from his system would enjoy the luck value bonus. Well then, he will buy a sand shovel first. He clicked on the sand shovel icon and then selected purchase. In the next instant, a brand new small shovel appeared by the door. Just as he intended to pick it up for a closer inspection, the doorway darkened. A man, nearly 30, entered, carrying a snakeskin bag over his shoulder. Zhao Qin recognized him as Zhao Ping, the original owner's elder brother, a diligent and hardworking individual who had leased a piece of land on the backmount to cultivate pomelos and loquats. During the off-season, he would take on odd jobs at the dock. He was now married and had a son and a daughter. This is 50 pounds of rice, sufficient for you this month. Let me know when it's finished, Zhao Ping stated as he set down the rice. That he glanced at Zhao Qin, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, but ultimately it dissolved into a long sigh. Did you slaughter the chickens and ducks from those two households? Noticing Zhao Qin's continued silence, he looked outside again. Then, turning his back to the door, he fished out a 50 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Qin. Do not mention this to your sister-in-law. This is the money I earned from selling 2 large crabs I caught while fishing a couple of days ago. Just be frugal. Zhao Ping turned to leave, but couldn't help but add, Qin, you are already 22 years old. As he was about to exit, he heard Zhao Qin reply from behind, I understand, brother. Zhao Ping paused, his gaze fixed on him for a long while before saying, all right then, it's good that you understand. Have I settled things with those 2 women for you? This elder brother was quite earnest. His notion of settling was merely compensation. Zhao Qin did not respond to Zhao Ping's inquiry. Instead, he clutched the 50 yuan tightly and approached the 2 women. The women were still vociferously scolding, but as they saw him approach, a hint of fear crept in. They debated whether to continue their tirade or flee home to summon their husbands. However, upon spotting Zhao Ping behind him, they slowly relaxed. How much for your chickens? Zhao Qin inquired. Of 1.30 if you're compensating, 20 will suffice. And for your ducks? Zhao Qin asked the other. 20, or if you prefer, 15 will do. Zhao Qin extended the 50 yuan towards them, stating, 50 for both of you, can we consider it settled? Certainly, they replied, taking the money and departing with smiles, relieved that their morning's efforts had not been in vain. Qin, there's no need for compensation. When your sister-in-law returns to her family, I can simply catch one from home to settle this. Raising them incurs no cost. Zhao Qin turned to look at his somewhat simple-hearted brother and replied, 50 counts as a loan I have hands to earn with. All right, you can earn after all. You are a university student, clever and capable. Chapter 2. The first tide pooling. Observing his elder brother's beaming expression as he departed, Zhao Qin contemplated that remaining in this place might not be particularly detrimental. Upon returning to his room, he resumed admiring the shovel, realizing it bore no significant distinction from an ordinary one, perhaps due to his recent purchase. The value in the luck column on the system tablet had transformed to 0.18, reflecting an increase of 13 points in luck compared to before. A man remains a boy at heart until death. Who does not relish play? Although he was a novice at tide pooling, his enthusiasm was ample. Thus, he casually procured a bucket, grasping the shovel in his right hand and the bucket in his left. He intended to venture to the beach for a try. However, after taking just a few steps outside, he retreated back into the house. At merely 22 years of age, He needed to prioritize his well-being, lest he be mistaken for a grandfather before reaching 30. Returning to his room, he first donned long sleeves and trousers, then sought out a straw hat. He wrapped a cloth around his entire face, tucking the end into the hat, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. After rummaging through his belongings for a while, he found a pair of yellowed work gloves, though he lamented the absence of sunglasses. With thoughts of these matters in mind, he finally set forth towards the seaside. As he walked, passers-by regarded him with puzzled expressions. It was likely his brother would not recognize him either. The individuals by the shore regarded tide pooling and fishing as a profession. Both men and women were deeply tanned, with no one dressing with such meticulousness. His attire not only attracted attention but also bore a slightly intimidating quality, resembling a mummy that had escaped from a pyramid. Upon reaching the beach, he encountered a group of women harvesting oysters on a rocky shore. One of them looked up and, upon seeing him, let out a startled exclamation, which not only startled the other three women but also caught Zhao Qin off guard. "Aunt Chu, are you trying to scare someone to death?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Aunt Chu tentatively inquired, "Is that you, Zhao family's second son?" Zhao Qin pulled down the cloth slightly to allow her a clearer view. "Goodness. Why are you dressed like that? Your skin is too delicate to be out in the sun. Shouldn't you be at home sleeping? What brings you to the beach?" "Sleeping is dull. I came to tide pool," Zhao Qin replied, moving westward, skirting around a large rock towards another stretch of the sea. Zhao Qin did not venture far, knowing well that the women would certainly gossip about him. Ha ha ha. He thinks he can tide pool like that, not even checking the tides. People go tide pooling at low tide, and here he is, arriving just as the tide is about to come in. Oh dear. How can a grown man admit his skin is too delicate for the sun? It's laughable. There's a saying about missing the opportunity to eat warm food. And it's just for him. How could he even have gotten into university? I bet he cheated on his exams. Aunt Chu, your daughter Nana made the right choice. She should have cut off his hopes early. If she were to marry such a person, her life would be ruined. Indeed, Aunt Chu's daughter Nana was once betrothed to Zhao Qin. Such a person is hardly desirable, like father, like son, whatever his father is like. He is bound to be the same. Previously, Wei Ping had some semblance of decency, but now that she is gone, their family is finished. Hua Ping is the mother of Zhao Qin, and upon hearing the mention of mothers and her own father, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Zhao Qin. Despite it not being the original Zhao Qin, he stepped out from behind the large stone, cleared his throat, and the few women present offered him awkward smiles. "Weren't you supposed to be at the beach? Hurry up, the tide is about to come in, and we need to head home too." Even the thick-skinned would feel a tinge of embarrassment when caught in the act of speaking ill behind someone's back. After Chu Ying finished speaking, the others echoed her sentiments, stating that it was getting late and they should return. "Aunt Chu, when I arranged the betrothal with Yin Na, your family accepted a whole load of rice from us. Now that the engagement is off, you ought to return that rice to me, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ying lost her sense of shame and scoffed. "You dare to ask for that bag of rice? I could argue that you have delayed my daughter Nana's prospects and tarnished her reputation with your previous association. Please, do refrain from mentioning the betrothal again. Have you even looked at yourself in the mirror?" Zhao Qin remained unfazed and replied with a faint smile. "Do you know why Na declared the betrothal null? Are you certain you won't be returning that load of rice?" "Return what rice? There is no such thing." Zhao Qin turned to the other women and said, "Let me share something with you. In fact, when Yin Na just started university, she was seen sneaking off into a grove with a boy, and I happened to. Zhao Qin, if you dare to tarnish my daughter's reputation, I swear I will tear your mouth apart." The other women's eyes sparkled with excitement. What splendid gossip this was. They looked at Zhao Qin with encouraging glances, urging him to continue. "Well, it's pointless to talk to you all. Perhaps I shall borrow a loudspeaker from the village committee. If old Xing refuses, I might just give him a good thrashing." He turned back to the women and added, "Don't worry, I will share all the juicy details at 6 o'clock tonight." I even followed them secretly, and oh, what a scene it was. With a couple of clicks of his tongue, he left the three women in a state of eager anticipation, while Chu Ying nearly choked on her indignation. "Zhao Qin, you, fine. I will return you a load of rice. At the latest by tonight, or I shall announce it over the loudspeaker." Zhao Qin looked at the furious Chu Ying and imitated her earlier scoff before finally bypassing the large stone, this time truly departing. "Old Chu. So it turns out that Nana has done something to wrong the Zhao family? Indeed, if that is the case, then Zhao Xiao'er is not at fault. So, did Nana start a new relationship right after entering university? What does he look like? When will she bring him home for us to see?" There is nothing of the sort. Zhao Qin is just spinning tales. You should not believe him, nor should you spread rumors. Chu shouted at the others. And the more she protested, the more convinced they became, their gazes filled with intrigue. Chu, in her fury, shed tears and hurried home with her bucket in hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin hardly thought twice about the earlier incident. On the contrary, he felt elated, as he had gained an extra load of rice, a stroke of good fortune. No matter how those women labeled him shameless, his reputation had already been tarnished beyond repair, and he was indifferent to this latest addition. Moreover, within a community, it often seems that the wicked thrive far more comfortably than the virtuous. Indeed, the tide is rising. Although he lacks knowledge of the tides, it is evident that the sea level has risen noticeably since earlier. The beachgoers have all vanished, leaving him as the sole occupant of the vast sandy expanse. However, this solitude proves futile, as there is nothing to be found. The beach stretches out barren before him, far less promising than the rocky area he had just passed, where shells clung tenaciously to the stones. In truth, for those who have never foraged along the shore, discovering marine treasures is a daunting task. In his former life, he hailed from the inland, and this body had only ventured to the sea at the tender age of 4 or 5. By the time he reached school age, he had transformed into a diligent student, which ultimately enabled him to gain admission to a prestigious national university. Having arrived, he cast a glance into his empty bucket, pondering how he might be ridiculed upon returning to the group of women. Lost in thought, he instinctively wielded his sand shovel, scraping through the damp sand beneath him, while the waves occasionally lapped at his feet. Ah, what is this? A clam. To his astonishment, he realized that, in his absent-mindedness, he had unwittingly excavated a hole in the sand before him, unearthing a clam from its depths. Chapter 3. Digging in the expansive sand on the vast beach. He dug and dug, unearthing clams of considerable size, measuring a dozen centimeters in length and as thick as an adult's thumb, indeed rather plump. Each clam bore a small section of soft flesh, which, upon the slightest touch, would detach effortlessly. He recognized this as the clam's siphon, utilized for respiration. Just as he reveled in the joy of no longer relying on the Air Force, the System S tablet reappeared before him, revealing modifications to 2 lines of data. Luck value, 118. The basic luck value had finally exceeded 0. Merit value, 20. Previously diminished to nothing after purchasing a sand shovel but unexpectedly increased by 20 upon discovering a clam. Witnessing this growth in his statistics, Zhao Qin was elated. Invigorated by newfound motivation, he continued to expand the previous pit, yet after a short while, his efforts yielded no further rewards. He was not foolish. He understood that his method was flawed. This relentless digging was not a solution. After all, he could not turn over the entire beach. Paying closer attention to the sand, he soon spotted a small hole, the size of a fingernail, and surmised that something lay beneath. He began to excavate once more. The sand in this area was relatively firm, allowing the shellfish to lie close to the surface. Before long, he had unearthed another clam, even larger than the previous one, weighing approximately 2 taels. As this clam was added to his bucket, his luck value soared to 218. It became evident that using the system's tools increased his luck value with each sea creature collected. Indeed, the more effort he exerted, the luckier he became. How delightful. However, his merit value remained at 20, unchanged. Zhao Qin deduced that only by discovering new species could he augment his merit value. At this moment, he was not in haste to seek out others, for he had spotted a cluster of breathing holes on the beach. Earning some money was paramount. Thus, he resumed his task. Crouching down, he selected the largest hole and began to dig anew, humming softly to himself. In the expanse of sand, I dig and dig, earning little money, yet it never suffices. In this modest workplace, I dig and dig, feasting on my leader's bread and my colleagues' fruits. It was exhausting. His back was already drenched in sweat, and even the cloth wrapped around his face was nearly soaked through. Yet, he preferred the heat over shedding his long sleeves. For the ultraviolet rays by the sea were no jest. They could sunburn one severely. Thirst gnawed at him. He had neglected to bring water, too preoccupied with safeguarding his skin to remember. Yet, gazing at the numerous breathing holes on the beach, he was reluctant to depart. "Brother, is that you?" A figure approached, glancing down at Zhao Qin, uncertainty lingering in their tone. It was not Zhao Qin's appearance that caused the confusion, but rather the inconceivable notion of him being here, so diligently excavating the sand. Upon seeing a he, Zhao Qin felt as though he had encountered a savior. "A he, please go back and fetch some water. I am on the verge of dehydration." "Oh, brother, it truly is you. What are you digging for? Let us return home to drink instead." Quickly, stop dawdling. Seeing that persuasion was futile, he turned back, glancing over his shoulder, pondering whether his brother had perhaps injured his mind during a drunken fall the previous night. Zhao Qin resumed his digging. His bucket was already half full, surely containing 3 to 4 jean of clams. At this moment, he had ascended a little further. Fortunately, today appeared to be a minor tide, and the seawater had only reached the level of his feet before it ceased rising. Otherwise, it would have indeed posed a problem. As he continued to dig while muttering complaints about Ah-Hei's sluggishness, he finally managed to excavate 3 more shells before Ah-Hei arrived, cradling a jug in his arms. Standing up, he realized that squatting for too long had left his waist slightly sore. He took the jug and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, letting out a comfortable sigh before shoving the jug back into Ah-Hei's hands, determined to continue working. Today, he was resolute in his goal to unearth a full bucket. "Brother, are you really okay?" "Get lost," Zhao Qin retorted with a hint of irritation. "Brother, how about I help you dig for a while?" Zhao Qin paused, contemplating whether lending his shovel to another might yield a stroke of luck. "Fine, you dig for a bit, and don't just lounge around all day." Ah-Hei accepted the shovel, casting Zhao Qin a deep glance, feeling tempted to retort to the notion of idleness. Why can't I find anything? This is clearly the king clam hole." Minutes passed, and Ah-Hei had dug a sizable pit, yet upon probing the depths, he discovered nothing. Undeterred, he switched to a more conspicuous hole, but the outcome remained disappointingly the same. Zhao Qin sighed. It seemed even the tools rewarded by the system were meant for his own use. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the system tablet displayed a new box. "Would you like to bind a tool, user?" The system detects that the host is allowing another to use the tool. Binding the tool user will grant them the same luck bonus, and the host can unbind them at any time. Zhao Qin felt a surge of joy. What a delightful prospect. Without hesitation, he opted to bind Ah-Hei, and the next moment, Ah-Hei's voice rang out in surprise. "Brother, I found something. Wow, this is quite plump." Good, keep it up. We'll sell this and have a drink tonight." "Oh, so brother is out of money, huh? All right. Let us see how much we can dig up." Upon hearing this, Ah-Hei became intrigued and eagerly selected another hole to excavate vigorously. "You dig first. I'll find another tool." "Brother, don't worry. I've got this." Zhao Qin circled to the back of a large boulder, hesitating briefly before purchasing a sand shovel from the system, depleting his newly acquired 20 merit points. Yet, he felt no regret. Nothing was more tangible to him than money at this moment. "Brother, where did you find another sand shovel?" Ah-Hei, noticing Zhao Qin returning and crouching beside him, asked curiously. "Picked it up from the stony beach over there. No time for chatter, dig faster." "Brother, you're really lucky. This shovel looks brand new. It must cost several dollars if you were to buy it, and yet you found it. Shut up and dig." "Okay." Before long, Ah-Hei tossed a clam into the bucket and remarked, "Brother, let us chat. Otherwise, it's so boring." "All right, what should we talk about? How about what university life is like?" Ah-Hei suggested softly. "University, huh? It's a place that can make you grow up quickly. So, what is the story between you and Yina?" Ah-Hei, once again filled with curiosity, dared not inquire before, knowing that such questions would earn him a beating. Today, sensing that Zhao Qin appeared more amiable, he cautiously broached the subject. "It's nothing. It's quite normal to be left behind when one lacks ambition. Ah-Hei, remember this. Money is the courage of a man. Nothing holds more significance than wealth. With money, beautiful women will flock to you, leaving you dazzled by choices. Brother, I heard a foot massage parlor has opened in town. Shall we pay it a visit someday?" Ah-Hei said with a mischievous grin. "What aspirations?" Zhao Qin was at a loss for words. It seemed this child had strayed considerably from his previous self, rendering the earlier discourse on wealth futile. "Hurry and dig. Sell what you unearth, and I shall take you to experience what it truly means to be a descendant of the dragon. Let us go for the foot massage instead. I've heard one can get hands-on, and I've never tried it. Roll on." As the two continued their banter while digging, Zhao Qin felt that working alongside someone else was, in fact, less burdensome than before. Chapter 4. The startled Zhaoping. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, they set out. And now it was nearly noon. The pot of water they had brought was completely consumed, and in the meantime, Ah-Hei not only returned to fetch another pot, but also brought a bucket with him. The new bucket was already filled to 2/3. The stretch of beach had been excavated by the two like it had been gnawed by a dog. Zhao Qin initially contemplated filling the bucket completely, but there were no more clam holes to be found in the ground. Undeterred, he opened the system tablet, where his luck value now displayed 1930. Although the additional luck value for the day had been exhausted, The base luck value remained. He pondered this, and with a light touch of his finger, the system seemed to understand his thoughts, quickly presenting a message. A higher base luck value indicates that the host is more likely to encounter valuable seafood, while the timely luck value determines the quantity the host can harvest. He understood now. It meant that with the timely luck value at 0, there would be no harvest of seafood. Ah, hey, tidy up. We are going to sell our goods. Ah, brother, why not search a bit more? Let us fill this bucket too. Zhao Qin shook his head, knowing further searching would be futile. Let us go and see how much we can sell today. Brother, I'll carry the extra. Why don't you say you'll carry both buckets? Oh, right, both. All right, enough chatter. Let us move. The two meandered toward the nearby dock, encountering people along the way, who gasped in astonishment upon seeing the contents of their buckets. Well, you two actually dug up so many razor clams. Goodness, the sun must be setting in the west for you two to still be able to find clams. Where did you dig so many? My heavens, that must be dozens of pounds of clams. Familiar faces exchanged playful jibes, while strangers merely expressed their admiration for the haul. Upon reaching the dock, they found 3 or 4 seafood purchasing points. Brother, this one. Ahe tugged at him, leading him to a shop in the middle, where an 18 or 19-year-old girl stood at the entrance. The girl was somewhat slender, standing no taller than 160 centimeters, with delicate features, albeit a bit tanned. Ah Qin, you're here. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, a smile blossomed on the girl's face. Wow, Ping Ping, you're becoming more beautiful. Zhao Qin complimented casually, causing Lin Ping to blush with a mix of shyness and joy. And me, Ping Ping, I'm here too. My brother brought me along. We found some good stuff, and I thought to sell it to your family. We can negotiate the price. Ahe chattered incessantly as if his mouth was borrowed. Just you again. Hurry and scram. If I see you loitering around my door again, I swear I'll give you a beating. Just then, Lin Ping's father peeked out from a window and, upon spotting Ahe, grabbed a stick and made his way outside, blocking his daughter's path before turning back to say, "You go back inside." Lin Ping glanced at Zhao Qin, huffed at her father, and then turned to retreat into the house. You little brat, so you think you can hang around my house every day, huh? Do you believe I want to break your legs? Get lost. With Lin Ping's father's shout, more and more people gathered around, eager to witness the commotion. Old Lin, it is all your fault that your daughter is so extraordinarily beautiful. Old Lin, what is going on? Is the new son-in-law visiting? Why do you have that stick in your hand? Nearby are the collection stations. We are all competitors, although we generally maintain amicable relations. When it comes to an opportunity to vex Lin's father, naturally, they will not let it slip by, each one making jokes. Old Lin's eyes nearly blazed with fury as he cast a menacing glance around the crowd, then raised his stick and addressed Zhao Qin and his companion. Aren't you two leaving? Zhao Qin exchanged a bewildered glance with Ahe, pondering what this fellow usually occupied himself with. Old Lin, we are merchants. If you refuse to buy, I shall seek another buyer. What nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of your petty schemes? Just as he spoke, Zhao Qin pointed to the bucket resting by his leg. Everyone had been too engrossed in the spectacle to notice it. Where did you get so many clams? Old Lin, unable to set down his stick, approached to take a closer look, then picked up one. It's quite sizable, and appears freshly dug up. Truly remarkable. Good heavens, where did you two acquire such a bounty? You didn't venture out to sea, did you? Which island did you scour? Oh, the size is impressive, and they are so plump. Ah Qin, can you really dig up clams? You didn't pilfer them from some aquaculture pond, did you? Ah Qin, Old Lin is still wielding that stick. Perhaps you ought to sell them to me at a price you can trust. They were not far apart, and Zhao Qin was somewhat of a local celebrity, previously basking in the glory of gaining university admission, only to now be marginalized after dropping out, once again becoming the topic of conversation as the other people's child. Wild or farmed, how could you possibly elude our discerning eyes? Old Luo, I would indeed wish to sell to you, but my brother insists on Old Lin's place, he said, gesturing towards the jovial Ahe behind him. Old Lin's lips twitched, yet he refrained from cursing. After all, one does not drive customers away in business, especially when the clams appeared to be of superior quality. With the coast being scoured daily, it was nearly impossible to unearth such a quantity at once. Just as Zhao Qin had mentioned, whether wild or cultivated, they received shipments daily, making it impossible for them to fail to recognize the difference. In this day and age, the odds of digging up such a large quantity of wild clams in a single day are exceedingly slim. I shall take them at 16 yuan per jin, Old Lin declared, then dragged over a basin for Zhao Qin to empty the bucket's contents. Wanting to assess the uniformity of quality, and to sift out the sand. At the dock, a multitude of individuals often congregated, carrying bags, aiding in loading vehicles, stacking goods, as well as assisting in sorting fish nets and merchandise. As long as one was diligent, there was always work to be found. Zhao Qin's elder brother, Zhao Ping, had not ventured up the mountain today. After delivering rice to Zhao Qin, he came to the dock to earn a living. Currently, it was the fishing ban period, a perfect opportunity to repair the dock. Zhao Ping, skilled in masonry, was helping to smooth the gaps between the stones with cement, earning a decent wage of 80 yuan a day. Although it was inconsistent, some days there was work, while others there were none. A Ping, a he, and the others have once again provoked old Lin's daughter. And your younger brother is about to engage in a confrontation with old Lin, wielding sticks. Shouts echoed from the dock. Those nearby caught a glimpse of the situation and called out to Zhao Ping's location. A Ping, your brother is teasing old Lin's daughter. And old Lin is about to strike him with a stick. Soon after, another voice joined in. A Ping, your brother and old Lin's daughter are planning to elope. But old Lin has intercepted them with a stick. A Ping, your brother has gotten old Lin's daughter pregnant and intends to elope with her. But old Lin has caught him. Upon hearing this last message, Zhao Ping was nearly thrown off balance and slipped down the slope, hastily tossing aside the tool in his hand and rushing upward. As he ran, anxiety coursed through him. If it were true that his brother had indeed gotten the girl pregnant, it would spell considerable trouble. Old Lin has 2 sons and would certainly oppose his younger brother marrying into their family. The thought of marriage was absurd, considering the dilapidated stone houses of a Qin. Old Lin would never consent, even if he were blind. No matter the circumstances, he could not allow his brother to suffer. With this determination, he spotted a wooden stick by the roadside and grabbed it. Heart racing with trepidation, he dashed toward the seafood collection area, only to be left utterly astounded by the scene before him. His brother had his arm around old Lin's shoulder, both of them smoking and laughing together, with old Lin's smile appearing somewhat forced, yet undeniably a smile. Chapter 5. The price is quite reasonable regarding the price of 16 yuan per jean, quoted by old Lin. Zhao Qin found himself at a loss, unaware of its fairness. At this juncture, the other purchasing stations remained silent, for any dissent would surely breed enmity. After a moment's contemplation, he extracted a cigarette and offered it to old Lin, lighting it for him before lighting one for himself. He then placed an arm around his shoulder and said, Uncle Lin, you cannot shortchange me. The cultivated razor clams are fetching around 20 yuan. Mine are purely wild. 16 yuan is rather inadequate. You see, I have my eye on your establishment, knowing Uncle Lin conducts business with utmost integrity. Could you possibly increase the price a bit? Old Lin took a puff from his cigarette, bemused by the situation. Although they were somewhat acquainted, they had never engaged deeply. Zhao Qin's familiarity took him by surprise, addressing him as uncle and rendering him slightly bashful. 18 yuan is the highest I can offer. Any more would pose a risk for me. If I cannot sell them, they become a burden. Uncle Lin, I must ask, have you received any of this size recently, especially the pure wild razor clams? Old Lin, being quite honest, shook his head. While he had acquired them, the quantity rarely exceeded 2 or 3 jean at a time. It had been ages since he encountered such a bounty. Uncle Lin, with such quality, should you take them to the seafood market, I fear they might be snatched away before you even enter. If a buyer with a taste for them happens along, the price could be dictated entirely by their whims. You know my situation. I once acted foolishly, but now I am striving to live well. Is it fair for you to undercut me like this? Old Lin chuckled at his words. You still recognize your past folly? Your silver tongue could revive the dead. Fine. Given your desire to do better, I shall accept the loss and offer you 23 yuan at most. All right, I trust you. Uncle Lin, whatever you say goes. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment and concluded that this price seemed reasonable, responding decisively. Old Lin, this lad has squeezed every bit of profit from me. It speaks so. Ah Qin, did you dig these clams yourself? Zhao Ping, overhearing nearby, inquired uncertainly, cursing the unreliable gossipers in his mind. Brother, what brings you here? Zhao Qin turned in astonishment, realizing his elder brother had arrived. I heard you dug up quite a few clams and came to take a look. I worked alongside Ahe for the entire morning and only managed to gather this little. The onlookers rolled their eyes, some feeling an urge to confront Zhao Qin. This was hardly a little. He had harvested dozens of jean in just one morning. Even if he had spent several days gathering such a quantity, he would be overjoyed. Zhao Ping was genuinely pleased now. Earlier that morning, he sensed a change in his younger brother. He initially thought it was merely his imagination, but now he realized Zhao Qin was indeed making money. Clumsily, he could only smile and repeat, Good, Good, good. Uncle Lin, let's weigh them. Wait a moment. Zhao Qin, noticing his brother's realization, selected a dozen or so plump clams from the basin and placed them into a bucket, instructing old Lin to weigh the remainder. The scale stood nearby as old Lin placed a basket on it. After peeling, he weighed the clams, which totaled 42 pounds, amounting to 1,092 yuan. Uncle Lin, I don't have any change to give you. How about we just settle on 100 yuan? Old Lin, who was unlocking the box, paused at the remark. You don't have change, but I do, he thought, yet after a moment's consideration, he decided it wasn't worth the trouble over a few coins and handed Zhao Qin 11 red notes. After confirming the amount was correct, Zhao Qin noticed a pack of cigarettes nearby, took one, and waved his hand, saying, Uncle Lin, I'm off. I'll sell you some good stuff next time. Old Lin couldn't help but chuckle. This kid certainly never took a loss. He had just given himself a cigarette and now had taken one back. Where did you get that? Zhao Ping shared about his work at the dock, mentioning it was lunchtime and he would head home to eat, returning later in the afternoon. At a nearby convenience store, Zhao Qin bought 2 packs of soft red cigarettes, priced at 6 yuan 50 each. After getting his change, he asked the owner for a plastic bag, poured the 10 or so clams he had saved into it, and handed it to his elder brother. These are quite good. Take them home for my niece and nephew. At over 20 yuan a pound, why keep them? You might as well kill a chicken, Zhao Ping replied. I don't want them. Keep them for yourself. Upon seeing the clams at the collection station, Zhao Ping had nearly spoken up but held back. As long as his brother knew how to work, it was fine for him to keep a little for himself. Now, seeing they were meant for his own enjoyment, he felt both touched and a bit pained. Take them. By the way, I won't repay you for now. Once I earn more, I'll give you a lump sum. Over the past 2 years, he owed his brother quite a bit. 10 yuan today, 50 tomorrow. His brother had secretly given him a lot. If he only repaid the 50 from the morning, it would feel a bit insufficient. Having given all he couldn't leave himself completely broke. He decided to wait until he had earned some money and then pay his brother back. There wouldn't be any need for meticulous accounting. After all, they were brothers, and they had a lifetime ahead of them. What does it matter about the money? It's only right for me to be a good brother. Zhao Qin glanced at his elder brother and handed him the clams, saying, Take these back for my niece. It's my duty as an uncle. Hearing this, Zhao Ping smiled broadly and accepted the clams without further refusal. Once his brother returned home, Zhao Qin went back to the convenience store to buy 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. It was getting late, and there wouldn't be enough time to prepare a proper lunch, so he decided to settle for a quick meal. Back in his room, Zhao Qin busied himself boiling water for the noodles, and while waiting, he took out some money, counting out 220 yuan and placing it on the table. Ahi. From now on, if you come with me to the beach, you'll get 20% of the catch. We're brothers, and we should be clear about accounts. If you think it's too little, then you can go off on your own. Ahi looked at the money on the table, momentarily stunned, and then waved his hand, saying, I don't want it. I want to be with you because I choose to, and I want to take your money. That would be shameful. Zhao Qin kicked him playfully, but Ahi nimbly dodged, chuckling. Sit down and listen to me. Seeing Zhao Qin's serious demeanor, Ahi pulled up a stool and sat across from him. You are now 19 years old, and your grandmother must be around 60 this year. Mine is 63. Indeed. She is already 63. One must contemplate how many more years she can continue. You lack parents. While my situation is scarcely better, as I have an older brother who, burdened by his own family and children, cannot be relied upon. Considering your grandmother's age, it is time to reflect on how to provide for her in her old age. Ahi, a man without wealth is destined to live a life of mediocrity. We, as brothers, possess the capability and intelligence. Why should others prosper while we languish in poverty? Henceforth, let us adopt a new approach to life, such that when the villagers see us, they will raise their thumbs in admiration, outshining everyone in our community. Although he is spirited, he is not foolish. While not all of his thoughts may resonate with him, he finds himself devoid of companionship and must follow Zhao Qin. Brother, I will heed your advice. Then quickly secure the money. Keep 20 yuan for personal use, and save 200 yuan for your grandmother, which will surely delight her. The text may involve a considerable amount of seafood from various regions. I would like to clarify that I will write about any seafood available along the domestic coast. Therefore, let us refrain from disputes. If there are those who share this passion, please join my bookshelf. I will strive to update diligently. Chapter 6. Cleaning after consuming instant noodles. Zhao Qin glanced once more at his luck value, which remained unchanged at 1930, offering no sense of fulfillment. Thus, His aspirations for an afternoon by the sea were dashed. "What are we doing this afternoon, brother?" He inquired. Zhao Qin surveyed their home, resembling a pigsty, and replied, "Let us tidy up the house this afternoon. This certainly does not resemble a place fit for human habitation. I'll stay and help you," he said, finishing the last sip of broth from his noodle cup, tossing the container outside with nonchalance. Zhao Qin was taken aback by this casual action, thinking it best to let him experience that cleaning can be more exhausting than a trip to the sea. "Fine, you may return home first. Give the money to grandmother. And while you're at it, pick some vegetables from your garden to bring back for me. This time, I won't pay you. In the future, I'll compensate you for each time you bring something. Why should I pay for what my grandmother grows?" Zhao Qin's expression turned stern. "It is not your labor. If you had cultivated them, you could generously gift them. But what gives you the right to use your grandmother's hard work to seek favors? Well, enough. Go ahead. Remember, you are growing up, and soon your grandmother will rely on you for support." "I understand, brother." This time, he seemed to genuinely absorb the lesson. He dashed out, only to kick the instant noodle cup he had discarded. "Pick it up and throw it in the trash," Zhao Qin instructed. He complied, hastily retrieving it and sprinting away. Zhao Qin found a bamboo pole and affixed a broom to it, beginning to sweep the roof and the surrounding walls. One could only commend the genetic inheritance of his parents. He and his elder brother were not short, with his brother standing around 178 meters and him approximately 182 meters tall. After completing the sweeping, he noted that he had not yet returned. Just as he was lamenting his brother's unreliability, he stealthily entered without a word and commenced sweeping the floor. "Do you not understand the order of tasks? The floor should be clean last. Now that you've swept it, you will have to do it again," Zhao Qin remarked. He merely nodded and began wiping the table with a cloth. Zhao Qin soon realized something was amiss. "What's wrong?" "Brother, my grandmother cried when she saw the 200 yuan I gave her. She laughed and wept in turn. Was I a terrible person before?" Zhao Qin smiled gently, placing the bamboo pole atop his head and patting him lightly. "You felt the pain of realization, haven't you? It's all right. I only awakened to this today. You've merely taken a little longer than me this morning. We, as brothers, will surely make something of ourselves. You will undoubtedly become a source of pride for your grandmother." "Brother, can I really? If others can, so can you. By the way, where are the vegetables I asked you to bring?" He suddenly remembered. "I forgot in the midst of my thoughts." "No worries. I'll clean up first, and then I'll help you gather them. Make sure to wipe every visible surface. I will wash the bedding." Though he lacked a washing machine, Zhao Qin was no stranger to laundry, having spent 3 years in another world as a soldier, hand-washing his own clothes. The task at hand proved to be time-consuming. While washing, I had to periodically supervise he. His attitude had improved, yet it was evident that he had little experience with labor, as many areas remained unsatisfactory. When wiping the table, he seemed only to attend to the surface, completely neglecting the undersides and the legs. At the entrance stood 2 trees, one a camphor tree, the other. The clothesline I had previously set up was still usable, so I simply hung the clothes up. Zhao Ping's wife, Xiao Rong, was not particularly beautiful, though one might describe her as having a delicate appearance. After giving birth to 2 children, her waist had thickened slightly. She was in the midst of chopping vegetables when she noticed her husband's return. "Why did you come back from the dock so late today?" Zhao Ping did not respond but merely chuckled foolishly. He must have found some money, enjoying himself so much. What was he holding in his hand? Xiao Rong took a glance at it and remarked with annoyance, "Look at you, so easily pleased. You dig up a few clams and act like you've struck gold. Wash your hands and rest. Dinner will be ready soon." "It's not from me." "Did you buy it? Tell me where you got the money. You're always wasting it. This costs more than 20 yuan a pound, and out of season 2. What on earth did you buy this for? If you really wanted some, I could go gather some oysters this afternoon when the tide goes out." As she spoke, she reached out to pinch Zhao Ping's ear. "I didn't buy it. It was a Qin who dug it." Initially, Xiao Rong's pinch was merely a gesture, but upon hearing his words, she increased her grip. "So now you're lying, are you? You might as well say it fell from the sky. Why don't you believe me? It truly is from a Qin." "Sure. I believe you when pigs fly. Go check if our daughter is awake. Our son has an exam today, and he should be back soon. It genuinely was a Qin." All right. Really, hurry up and go." Watching her husband's retreating figure, she sighed, well aware that whenever he asked her to assist Zhao Qin, she would invariably speak favorably of him. This time, however, there was a semblance of progress. He had returned with something to impress her. Glancing at the clams, still alive, she decided to wash them, planning to stir-fry them with scallions. Their daughter, just over a week old, spent most of her time sleeping. Zhao Ping entered the room to check and found her sleeping soundly, the small fan oscillating gently from a distance. He stroked the child's head, noting the absence of sweat, and stepped outside just as their son returned home with his backpack. Upon entering, he seized the large teacup on the table and took a hearty drink. "How did you do on your exam?" Their son, Zhao Junyuan, who was in 2nd grade and would advance to 3rd next year, had just taken his mathematics and Chinese exams that morning. "I should score full marks," he replied nonchalantly. Zhao Ping had only completed 3 books of study himself, so he felt powerless regarding his son's education, but fortunately, the boy was as diligent as his uncle had been in his youth, requiring little oversight in his studies. "Mom, you know I did well. You even bought clams for me," Zhao Junyuan exclaimed, reaching for the dish, only to have his mother swat his hand away. "Have you washed your hands? Go wash them first." The meal was prepared: a plate of cucumbers, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of stir-fried clams, and a bowl of seaweed soup. Once at the table, Zhao Ping picked up a large clam and offered the meat to his son. "Eat plenty." He then sucked the shell clean before discarding it onto the table. "The chickens and ducks have been caught and placed in the snakeskin bags. You shall deliver them to those 2 families this afternoon. Do not presume I am unaware of their disparaging remarks." With a sigh, Xia Rong lamented once more. "How do you know?" Zhao Ping inquired, astonished. "The 2 families cursed from early morning as they walked, deliberately lingering at my doorstep, as if to ensure we heard their grievances, lamenting about how you continue to support Akin with no end in sight, while we have 2 little ones at home and another larger one to care for. What sin have we committed?" In the midst of her words, tears began to fall. "What has happened to my uncle?" Zhao Junyuan asked with curiosity. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking, Zhao Ping chastised gently, before offering his wife a clam. He then remarked, "Akin has truly changed. Why do you not believe it? Today, this clam was indeed dug up by him, fetching over 1,000 yuan. Many at the dock witnessed it. If you doubt, you may inquire yourself. He also paid for the chickens and ducks. Otherwise, why would those families cease their uproar? I happened to pass by the dock after work, and he spotted me, selecting a dozen clams, claiming it was to nourish little Jun. Xia Rong was momentarily taken aback. The man's words seemed to carry a semblance of truth, even going so far as to suggest she verify his claims. Yet, considering Zhao Qin's nature, she found it exceedingly difficult to believe. Chapter 7. A Peach Kills 2 Scholars? In the afternoon, Zhao Ping returned to work once more. Zhao Junyuan, having completed his examinations, was already enjoying his summer break. After finishing his meal, he vanished shortly thereafter. After feeding the little daughter who had just awakened and soothing her back to sleep, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock. Xia Rong noticed the chickens and ducks still in the burlap sack. Her husband hadn't taken them to return to others. Could it be that they were truly no longer needed? Unable to contain her curiosity, she made her way to the dock's receiving station. Without needing to inquire, upon arrival, she overheard that Zhao Qin had experienced an unexpected stroke of luck that day, having dug up 2 buckets of clams and sold them for over 1,000 yuan. Goodness! All that work in a single morning amounted to what others earned in a month. Indeed, she was quite astonished. For the past 2 years, her little brother-in-law had engaged in various pursuits aside from his legitimate work. Had he truly changed? On her return from the dock, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately headed to the old residence. As she approached, she spotted a line of freshly laundered clothes hanging on the clothesline. This did not particularly surprise her. Despite her brother-in-law's shortcomings, he had never asked her for assistance in washing clothes. Yet, he wasn't particularly diligent either. Sometimes, a single garment would be worn for several days, and as she drew closer, there was a certain odor. To her astonishment, he had actually washed so many items this time. Upon reaching the entrance, she found the door closed. Calling out, she received no response. Cautiously, she pushed the door open. Everything appeared familiar, yet oddly amiss. After a moment of stillness, she realized it was due to the remarkable cleanliness of the place. Not only the floor but every visible aspect and corner sparkled with tidiness. Even the windows gleamed brightly. She felt that it was even cleaner than her own home. Eyes wide with disbelief, she thought, is this truly the abode of my disorganized brother-in-law? Who dares to break into my home and steal? Has one lost their mind? Hearing a noise, she quickly turned and forced a smile, saying, "It's me." She saw Zhao Qin carrying a basin filled with 2 cucumbers, several half-red, half-green tomatoes, and 3 eggs. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Is my brother looking for me?" In her memory, this sister-in-law was quite decent. The original owner had simply been rather inadequate. It seemed unreasonable for a 22-year-old to still rely on her elder brother. Perhaps the original owner felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but at that moment, Zhao Qin saw clearly. She truly was a rare good sister-in-law. It's nothing. I just heard from your brother that you earned over 1,000 today and brought clams for Xiaojun at noon. So I thought I'd come by to take a look. Oh, sister-in-law, this amount of money isn't enough to repay what I owe you and my brother. Please bear with me. Once I've saved up enough, I'll return it to you both. Xiaorong hastily waved her hands, saying, No, that's not the intention. Your brother and I never expected you to repay us. If you've earned money, keep it for yourself. Spend it wisely when the time comes for you to marry. If you're short on funds, your brother and I can help, but if you lack significantly, there's little we can do. She then pointed to the house and asked, Did you clean this place? Yes, and he helped me for an entire afternoon. After exchanging a few more words, Xiaorong took her leave. She had intended to suggest that if there were a shortage of vegetables, one could simply pick some from the family garden. But she held her tongue, uncertain whether Zhao Qin was merely experiencing a fleeting enthusiasm or had genuinely matured. If she were overly courteous now, it might lead to complications should Zhao Qin become overly reliant later. Zhao Qin, indifferent to her musings, was resolute that he would not take anything for free, regardless of which household it was from. Once again reclining on his bed, he activated an electric fan purchased years ago while his mother was still alive, intending to catch up on some sleep. Alas, when would his merit points allow him to exchange for a fishing rod, fishing line, and hooks? As an avid angler, he felt a familiar itch in his hands, a compelling urge to cast a line. He awoke as the sun was nearing its descent, rose to prepare a meal, and hastily cooked a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Cooking in the summer was quite the ordeal, and he was soon drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to eat, he heard commotion outside. Peeking out, he spotted the unfriendly face of Chu-Ying, accompanied by her husband, who was carrying a heavy load of rice. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, she let out a disdainful snort and departed in silence after dropping the burden. Na's father, Jianjun, was a decent man. Noticing his daughter had left, he appeared to struggle with his words, but ultimately remained silent. Uncle In, why not stay for a meal? Zhao Qin offered. No, dinner is ready at home, he replied tersely. As Zhao Qin was about to say more, Chu-Ying's voice echoed from a distance, berating. Still here embarrassing yourself? Don't dirty yourself. We are all innocent here. Hurry back home and take a bath. Jianjun sighed and turned to leave. The betrothal between their families had been arranged by their fathers, both of whom were now deceased. Returning the load of rice alleviated his spirit, even if just a little. Zhao Qin, disinterested in Chu-Ying's provocations, began to eat, but just as he lifted his bowl, he rushed over. Have you eaten? Not yet. There is still some left in the pot. We can share this dish. He waved his hand with a smile, though it was unclear whether he had eaten or not. Brother, the wife of Lai Bao and the wife of Lin Lao Er got into a fight this afternoon. I heard their clothes were torn off, but unfortunately, I didn't see it. His expression was one of regret as he spoke. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment before realizing these two women were the ones he had heard arguing earlier that morning. Wasn't the issue resolved with the 50? Why had they fought again? What happened? He asked. He laughed uncontrollably, even giving him a thumbs up. Quickly tell me, have you eaten bee droppings to be so merry? Zhao Qin teased. Brother, you're just too perceptive. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. As he spoke, he clapped the table vigorously. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Qin inquired. At the time, you asked them how much the chickens and ducks were worth. Both families, fearing you wouldn't compensate fairly, reported slightly lower values. You gave them 50, right? Lai Bao's wife took that and gave Lin's family 15. Naturally, Lin's family was unhappy, claiming their ducks were worth 30 and at the very least deserved half. Lai Bao's household insisted their chickens were worth 40, stating that 35 was already a loss. Living next door, the women already had a contentious relationship. This incident ignited their long-standing grievances, leading to a full-blown altercation. They began hurling insults, which soon escalated into a physical confrontation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin shook his head in disbelief, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He did not indulge in schadenfreude, instead returning to his meal. Brother, you are unaware that everyone is speculating this is your elaborate scheme. They reference tales of ancient times, like the story of 2 peaches leading to the demise of 3 warriors, suggesting that your academic background has endowed you with a cunning mind far superior to others. The 2 families originally intended to seek your counsel, yet they hesitated out of fear. Zhao Qin was utterly perplexed, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. He had merely paid for his meal, believing it was only fair after consuming the chicken and duck, and found himself with a mere 50 yuan, devoid of change. Which fool is spreading these rumors? I shall teach him a lesson another day. Brother, they are merely bestowing a reputation upon you. In the future, who would dare provoke us? A mere suggestion from you could incite them to turn on one another, his companion remarked. Enough. This matter was never intentional. It was purely accidental. Indeed, an accident it was. We must not allow anyone to seize upon our vulnerabilities. Zhao Qin sighed, his weariness palpable. He decided it was best to refrain from further explanations and continue to eat. Brother, did you prepare a large portion of rice? What are you doing? Have you not eaten? I have, but seeing you enjoy your meal so heartily has made me hungry again. Serve yourself then. Chapter 8. Nighttime clamming. Zhao Qin would naturally not occupy himself with lawsuits between two families. Although his prior actions of taking without permission were somewhat unscrupulous, he recognized his mistakes and compensated accordingly. The meal budget was already minimal, and he hardly consumed anything extra, leaving Zhao Qin unsatisfied. At the tender age of 22, having skipped breakfast and subsisting on a mere bucket of noodles for lunch, he had been saving his appetite for dinner. He had no intention of preparing another meal, and was too lazy to purchase instant noodles. After shooing he away, he took a shower and lay down to sleep, quickly alleviating his hunger. Having napped excessively in the afternoon, he now felt no trace of drowsiness. He pondered for a moment before retrieving his mobile phone from a box. Ever since he dropped out of school, this phone had remained unused for nearly 2 years, and he was uncertain if it would still function. It was a Nokia 1100, a gift from his mother before her passing, in celebration of his acceptance into a prestigious university. Though it had no remarkable features, its durability was commendable, serving well for calls and occasionally doubling as a makeshift weapon. He plugged it into charge for a brief moment and was pleasantly surprised to find it powered on. However, there were no social media applications like TikTok available to entertain him, and he presumed his phone number had long since lapsed without service. No matter. In a couple of days, he would earn some money and acquire a new number. Launching a game, he began playing Snake and found himself nostalgic, engrossed until the clock struck 10. Setting the phone aside to sleep, he drifted in and out of slumber, the aging fan providing insufficient airflow to ward off mosquitoes, which soon roused him with their bites. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was only 2 in the morning. He turned to his side to resume sleep. But upon rolling over, a familiar system display appeared before him. Luck value, 19328. Merit value, 0. Irritated, he dismissed the display and attempted to fall back asleep. Yet mere seconds later, he felt as if he had been resurrected, sitting bolt upright. Goodness. Luck value of 18 earned me $1,000, and now it's 28. Sleep? No way, he exclaimed, leaping out of bed and flicking on the light. Quickly shedding his shorts and tank top, he glanced at the large pendulum clock below. Satisfied with his funds, his spirits lifted further. Dressing, he relished the thought of not needing a hat or face covering at night. But then recalled the mosquitoes that had tormented him, sending a shiver down his spine. He wrapped himself up again. He tossed 2 shovels into a bucket and, carrying it, stepped outside. The weather was pleasant that night, with a moon illuminating the path ahead. Arriving at Ahe's house, he tapped lightly on the back window. A secret signal between them, careful not to disturb the elderly woman sleeping on the other side. Brother, is that you? Ahe's voice was alert despite the late hour. Boil some water. Do you have a flashlight at home? Yes, I'll grab it quickly. Before long. Ahe cautiously opened the door, and they met. Brother, didn't you say you were done with this? What's going on now? Talking big. Zhao Qin handed him the bucket, playfully rapping his knuckles on Ahe's head. You're all talk. Do you want to pursue graduate studies? Come on. Let us go clamming. Wait, are we really going clamming in the middle of the night? In order to surpass others and bring honor to your family, one must be more diligent than the rest. All right, I'll follow your lead. Shall we head to that beach we visited before? There's no rush. 1 flashlight is insufficient. A headlamp would be preferable. Let us make our way to the convenience store. Upon arriving at the store by the dock, Zhao Qin resumed his previous boisterous demeanor. Banging on the door. The village's security was decent, yet the store dared not be unattended at night. Who is there? It's late. Why are you making such a racket? Do you want me to smash your face in? Old Zhu, open the door. If you don't, I'll overturn your store. The sound of a bamboo bed creaking indicated that old Zhu was getting up. Qin? The voice called out again. Do you not know to hurry up? Old Zhu grumbled, his words indistinct, but eventually opened the door. Upon seeing the two, he remarked, petty theft is acceptable, but robbery is a crime. Don't act foolishly. Such was the village's universal belief. As long as theft did not exceed 100 yuan, it was a matter of settling debts privately. If the culprit was unknown, one simply accepted their misfortune. No one would genuinely report it to the authorities. It was too much of a hassle. Do you have headlamps? Bring me 2 headlamps. And also 2 pairs of gloves and 2 packs of soft Tower Mountain cigarettes. Can't you buy these things during the day? If I could remember during the day, why would I be knocking at your door at night? Hurry up. Besides, why sleep so much? You can rest long after death. Old Zhu, bemused, raised a hand and pointed at him. You really are quite the intellectual, speaking so eloquently. Tell me, did you orchestrate the fight between the wives of the Lai and Lin families? Get lost. Hurry up. Here are the headlamps, 25 yuan each. That's 50 for 2. 2 packs of Tower Mountain are 13, gloves 2. The total is 65, but I'll let you have it for 60. I'm afraid you'll pull a trick on me someday. As Zhao Qin handed over the money, he muttered, you really never stop yapping. I've told you that matter has nothing to do with me. After taking a few steps outside, he suddenly remembered that engaging in physical labor at such an hour would leave him hungry and exhausted. He turned back and began banging on the door again. What on earth do you want? Old Zhu lamented, feeling utterly helpless. He couldn't fight back against these two and was too afraid to scold them. Do you have any hot water at home? Please help me prepare 2 buckets of noodles. Are you my father? Old Zhu replied tersely. Did those 2 buckets of noodles come free of charge? Old Zhu remained silent. In truth, he was not that old, merely in his 30s. He had previously worked at the dock, but an accident had left him slightly lame. The compensation from the dock, combined with some savings, allowed him to open this small convenience store. It wasn't lucrative, but he managed to live comfortably. Old Zhu, your thermos needs replacing. It doesn't retain heat at all. The noodles barely cooked. He commented while eating. Old Zhu rolled his eyes. This was, in fact, thanks to the local custom of drinking tea. Otherwise, who would think to prepare hot water in the sweltering heat? 1 bucket of noodles barely filled the 2. But they truly set off with the buckets in hand. Old Zhu watched them descend the embankment before grumbling as he closed the door and returned to sleep. Upon arriving at the beach, I noticed several flashlights flickering in the distance. After inquiring, it became evident that Zhao Er indeed excavated in this very area. My mother, while gathering oysters during the day, had coincidentally encountered Zhao Er at the shore, affirming it was indeed this spot. Hearing the exchange between 2 individuals, Zhao Qin patted a he and said, let us depart. There is nothing left to unearth here. If the system were to be fortuitous, perhaps he could discover something others could not, yet that would be exceedingly difficult to elucidate. In any case, there are ample mudflats nearby. We could simply relocate to an uninhabited stretch. What a bunch of nonsense. These people are truly insufferable. This is our discovery, he exclaimed indignantly. Are you out of your mind? Look over there. There are at least 7 or 8 individuals by the lights. Can we take them on? Moreover, the sea does not belong to us. Anyone is free to come. Let us move on. It was a clear night, and it seemed that the tide had just receded, attracting numerous gatherers. It was no wonder, as the summer vacation had commenced, allowing youngsters not only to play but also to earn some pocket money. Brother, why don't we head towards the mudflat? We might just find some crabs, suggested a he. Very well, let us proceed there, Zhao Qin agreed. Chapter 9. 2 buckets. The 2 men arrived at the muddy flats to the west of the village, where the darkness enveloped them. Save for the distant glimmers of light from fishing boats working through the night, we need not venture too far. The tide will rise before long. Let us explore the vicinity, Zhao Qin suggested. This area, characterized by its muddy and sandy mix, had soft terrain that could easily swallow a careless shoe, prompting Zhao Qin to refrain from going deeper, knowing the mud would only thicken below. What shall we find? Zhao Qin inquired, handing a shovel from one of the buckets to Ahe. They bent down, each searching their side of the muddy ground. Before long, Zhao Qin's excitement grew as he discovered numerous holes beneath his feet, from which fine silt poured out like tiny blades of grass or small clumps of excrement. Brother, what have you found? He asked. There are clam holes. Let me dig a bit, Zhao Qin replied. He mistakenly assumed that these were all clam holes, unable to distinguish the various types. After a moment of digging, the shovel suddenly unearthed a soft, pinkish worm, approximately 10 centimeters long. Wow, these seaside earthworms are quite plump, Zhao Qin exclaimed, recognizing it as a familiar bait for fishing enthusiasts. Look, it's a sandworm, he said, squatting down to hold it in his hand, giving it a casual squeeze before passing it to Zhao Qin. Brother, this isn't an earthworm, it's a sandworm. Take a look. Upon receiving it, Zhao Qin marveled at how it had transformed from a soft creature resembling an earthworm to something much shorter and denser, slightly thicker than a pinky finger. You are not mistaken. This is indeed called a sea earthworm. Are we digging this up for fishing? Zhao Qin asked. That would be a waste. This is quite valuable. He replied. Hearing that it was valuable, Zhao Qin's eyes lit up. How much does it cost per pound? I've never sold it, so I'm not sure. However, I've heard it's quite pricey, likely more expensive than the clams we dug up yesterday. I've heard people say this can enhance vitality. And many wealthy individuals enjoy it, he explained. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, considering that perhaps today's fortune was tied to this small creature. What are we waiting for? It seems like there are plenty here. Let us dig. The holes were densely packed. So they decided to flip over sections of the ground without searching for individual holes. Brother, I've never tasted this before. Let us dig enough to save some for us to try, he suggested. We're both young and single. Are you not afraid you won't be able to sleep after eating it? He fell silent for a moment before quietly responding. I was thinking of saving some for my grandmother to taste. Zhao Qin chuckled. That's a good idea. Let us save a couple of pounds. Thank you, brother. Enough of the chatter. Let us work quickly. We should finish this area before dawn. Fortunately, we didn't venture too deep. The tide shouldn't reach here. The mud was sticky, making it more difficult to dig than the sandy beach from the previous day. Thankfully, having eaten instant noodles, both young men felt energetic, as hunger would not weaken them. The seaside was not only home to mosquitoes, but also to biting flies, which caused even more pain. He, dressed in shorts and a tank top, found himself swatting at his skin after only a few shovels full of dirt. Brother, you are quite clever, he remarked, a hint of irritation in his voice as he noticed Zhao Qin remained unbothered. Next time, you should do the same. A spritz of floral water before heading to the shore at night would yield even better results. Brother, how many have we dug up? I'm not sure, but it's a little more than half a bucket. Hurry up. If dawn breaks and someone sees us, they won't belong to us anymore. Indeed, Zhao Qin felt fortunate. This body was not entirely useless, as it had provided him with a decent little companion. Had he been alone, he might have dared to venture out at night. But it was rather dreary to dig by oneself. Fishermen are quite audacious. As long as there are fish, they can sit on a grave and fish all night long. Let's take a break and have a sip of water. After 2 hours of bending over, both were beginning to tire. They didn't care about the dirt beneath them. They simply plopped down and pulled out their water flasks. After resting for about 10 minutes, they resumed their labor. As dawn approached, the sandworm holes were becoming increasingly scarce. Earlier, they could catch 3 worms with every 2 shovels, but now it took more than 10 shovels to find even one. Stretching his back, he glanced around. They had turned over 1,000 square meters of land in 3 to 4 hours. Looking at the system's luck value, which had just cleared down to 1 point, he tossed aside the shovel and said to Ahe, "Stop digging. It's all gone." At that moment, the system's luck value displayed 4930. Wait a moment. How could they have only dug up 300 worms after all this time? Looking at the 2 buckets nearby, it certainly seemed to be more than 300. A gentle tap on the interface revealed a prompt. A single species can yield a maximum fixed luck value of 300 points in a single day. Damn. There's a limit. Meanwhile, the merit value displayed 50. This indicated that the system deemed the value of sandworms higher than the clams they had dug up yesterday. Apart from the sand shovel, the cheapest tool in the system was the iron shovel, which required 100 merit points. It appeared they would need to find 2 more items to unlock new tools. Brother, my back feels like it's about to break. Where does a child get a back? Zhao Qin rubbed his waist and took a few steps up to find a dry spot, then sat down once more. Not only was his back sore, but his fingers, from gripping the shovel, felt as if they could not straighten, and his entire arm was painfully fatigued. Ahe staggered over and collapsed beside him, muttering, "Damn it, money is truly hard to earn." At that moment, the sea water began to recede slowly, the sky brightening. People were heading to the tidal flats, and upon seeing the 2, they curiously approached to take a look. "Oh, what a rarity to see you 2 digging by the sea at such an hour," someone joked. The 2 were too exhausted to respond. Ordinarily, they would have exchanged a few words. "What are in those 2 buckets?" "Sandworms. You actually dug up so many sandworms right here?" At this exclamation, others nearby rushed over, exclaiming, "Good heavens, so many sandworms. How much could this be worth? Did you 2 dig these? What incredible luck you have. Clams yesterday and sandworms today." Some were pointing at the 2 buckets of sandworms, while others had already begun to dig alongside them, only to discover nothing but a few clams. Akin. Why not bring back a couple of pounds for me to enjoy a meal? My back has been bothering me lately. The speaker was Zhao Kain's cousin, Zhao Haidong. The two families had little interaction, as Zhao's family was more prosperous than his own. It was only when Zhao Kain had just been admitted to university that Zhao Haidong considered them close relatives. However, once Zhao Kain dropped out, he immediately severed ties, fearful of any association with them. Upon hearing Zhao Haidong's request for sandworms, Zhao Kain merely gestured towards the mudflat, stating, "There are plenty. You can dig for them yourself." Zhao Haidong's expression darkened, and he scoffed, muttering something about Zhao Kain merely having experienced a stroke of luck. Zhao Kain chose to ignore him. "I ask you, do you have any proper business? Why are you all hovering around me and my brother?" Ahe stood up, shooing away those who were eager to reach into the bucket for sandworms. It seemed at that moment the crowd remembered they had come to gather shellfish, and gradually dispersed. "Brother, it's just in time for the tide to recede. Should I check if I can turn over a few rock crabs? We could boil them for lunch and enjoy a drink. I'm so exhausted." Zhao Kain couldn't help but chuckle. There was a certain contradiction in those words. Too tired, yet still wanting to go crab hunting. Chapter 10. Prosperity. Ahe's original intention was to express that he was quite fatigued and needed a drink to rejuvenate. Zhao Qin naturally understood this. "I will remain still. If you wish to move, go down and take a look. If you can find 4 or 5, that will suffice. If not, return quickly so we can sell our goods." "All right, I can manage alone. You rest," Ahe replied as he stood up and descended towards the tidal flats. Zhao Qin brought 2 large buckets of sandworms closer and decided to lie down, biting on a blade of grass, which was refreshingly bitter yet invigorating. After approximately half an hour, as his eyelids grew heavy, Ahe finally returned, holding a plastic bag he had scavenged, which surprisingly contained a few stone crabs. These creatures were not particularly valuable. Their hard shells and scant meat made them less favored by locals. However, when fried in oil, they were quite appetizing with drinks. "Let us go, 1 bucket each, time to sell." Upon hearing this, Ahe regained his energy. "Brother, shall we sell to old Lin's family?" "Sure. As long as the price is fair, selling to anyone is the same." Zhao Qin inquired, "So, do you really like Linping?" Ahe shyly chuckled for once. "That girl is quite nice. You have good taste, young man. Work hard and earn money. There will definitely be opportunities." The two chatted while walking and soon arrived at the dock, where they encountered old Zhu opening his shop. He greeted them with a wide grin. "Ah, the sun has risen from the west. I thought you two were out last night under the pretense of night fishing, but it seems you truly were fishing. Old Zhu, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Should I poke you a few times?" "Please don't. I fear that after your pokes, I will lose my teeth." Old Zhu chuckled as he leaned in to peek at the buckets, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Goodness, where did you get so many sandworms? They were quite inexpensive a few years ago, but this area has become difficult to fish recently, and prices have skyrocketed. Should I reserve 2 pounds for you? Are you willing? 2 Taishan fish, a very fair price, don't you think?" Old Zhu scoffed lightly before turning back to his shop. Zhao Qin initially thought he had refused, but after a few steps, he saw old Zhu approaching with a basin. When he saw the 2 Taishan fish in the basin, Zhao Qin was momentarily stunned, realizing he had undervalued them. However, having already spoken, he could not retract his words. With nearly 100 sandworms in the basin, 2 pounds was just the right amount, leaving old Zhu grinning from ear to ear. "My goodness, how long did you two dig to gather so many?" Old Zhu marveled. "Just along the seaside. It took about 2 hours, just a casual dig." Ahe waved dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. Zhao Qin shot him a glare, thinking, "You've done all the boasting yourself," as he tucked his cigarette under his arm and silently proceeded to the purchasing point. Engaging in seafood procurement was indeed laborious. One had to rise early in the morning, and many nearshore boats returned late at night. Often working until the wee hours was not uncommon. Old Lin was having breakfast. In the vicinity of the dock, there were vendors selling buns and noodles. His breakfast consisted of a few buns paired with congee, and at this hour, the purchasing station was rather deserted. Observing the two, old Lin watched as Zhao Qin directly entered his room with the bucket, while Ahe hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. "Oh, what are you two up to? Get out." Old Lin brandished his chopsticks, intending to shoo them away. Zhao Qin set down the bucket and took a seat on a nearby stool, spotting some buns. He grasped one with his right hand and stuffed it into his mouth while pointing at the bucket with his left. Old Lin, initially poised to scold him, couldn't help but glance at the bucket his finger indicated. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Sandworms, all at the bottom? Upon noticing another bucket that Ah He had placed down, his voice rose a few octaves. 2 large buckets. Is that right? You can just pour it out and see for yourself. Old Lin, to be honest, I was thinking of taking this stuff to town to sell. It's only because Ah He said you're a good man who wouldn't undercut prices that I brought it here. Since Ah He was his little brother, he naturally felt compelled to speak a few good words on his behalf. Old Lin's face twitched as he caught sight of Ah He grinning widely, prompting a surge of disdain within him. Let us move outside. The lighting is better there. If it doesn't work, turn on the light, he said. From now on, I'll bring you the goods from my beachcombing, but you must guarantee not to disclose how much I sold them for. Old Lin retorted impatiently. With the two of you like this, who would even think about it? If you two weren't thinking about others, it would be a blessing. Besides, how much can you actually gather by the seaside? The clams from yesterday and the sandworms from today must be a stroke of luck from your ancestors. If you don't agree, then this morning, just pretend I never came. Old Lin glared at the 2 buns that had vanished from the table, his body trembling with anger. You didn't come, and my buns were whisked away by a dog. It's good to know when to be discreet. It's rare for you two to be diligent, which is a good thing. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I heard that Widow Wang has a mole on her backside. Is that something you spread? Upon hearing this, Old Lin leaped up in fury. Which scoundrel spread that nonsense? I haven't even seen it. How would I know? Shameless. Which side is it on? The right. Old Lin abruptly realized and glared at Zhao Qin. Are you just here to toy with me this early in the morning? I won't take your goods anymore. Hurry up and scram. All right. I know it was you who spread it. Let us get back to business. Old Lin scoffed. It's not my fault you steered the conversation off course. First, let us weigh how much there is. What is the price per pound? This used to be quite plentiful around here. Back when it was only a few dimes a pound. It's been many years since I've seen this much. People would occasionally dig a bit and take it home for a meal. I'm not sure what the market is like now. First, ask about the price. If it's too low, even if you agree to marry Pingping to Ah He, I'll still take it to town to sell. Ah He looked at Zhao Qin with a pained expression. Brother, my lifelong happiness. Old Lin, feeling weary, truly wanted to kick these two out. Dealing with such talkative fellows made business unbearable. He couldn't hear a single kind word. He took out his phone and dialed several numbers, seemingly all restaurant contacts. There's a restaurant in the city that said they would take as much as you had, offering 60 a pound. I'll give you 55 plus a discount. And considering the round-trip costs, making a 5 yuan profit per pound isn't unreasonable, right? Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. Had the other party quoted 60 yuan, he would have considered gouging out his own eyes for the sake of profit. At 58 yuan, however, he acquiesced, urging them to weigh the goods promptly. Old Lin felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an outward facade of feigned annoyance. You really can't leave a bit of profit for me, can you? Well, since you two have finally decided to engage in legitimate work, let us just consider it in advance for 2 impoverished souls. With that, he chuckled, pleased to have regained some ground. Old Lin, just you wait. I will eventually take. No, he corrected himself. I'll have he elope with Ping Ping. 2 buckets of sandworms weighed even more than clams. Zhao Qin retained about 4 pounds, leaving a total of 67 pounds and 4 ounces. Upon receiving the over 900 yuan handed to him by Old Lin, Zhao Qin noticed a slight tremor in his hands. In his previous life, with a bank balance in the 7 figures and 3 properties to his name, he had never felt such exhilaration at the influx of money. Chapter 11. Repayment. After receiving the money, Zhao Qin tore off 2 convenient bags from the side and divided the remaining sandworms in the bucket into 2 portions, tossing the 2 sand shovels back into the bucket. Let us go. We'll have breakfast first, then head home for a nap. He felt a twinge of regret for not having seen Lin Ping. At that moment, raindrops began to fall from the sky. The seaside was capricious, basking in sunlight one moment and shrouded in dark clouds the next. Hurry up, let us eat noodles. The two hastened to a nearby beef noodle shop. As soon as Zhao Qin sat down, he called out to the owner, 2 bowls of beef noodles, with extra beef and extra noodles. The owner chuckled without responding and began to cook the noodles. Isn't that Pingu? Zhao Qin followed his pointed finger and indeed saw his elder brother hurrying home. Big brother, over here. Zhao Ping had arrived at the dock early, but after barely half an hour, the rain had forced him to cease work. As he rushed home, he faintly heard someone calling and stopped to search for the sound, finally spotting Zhao Qin at the entrance of the noodle shop. Seeing his brother approach, Zhao Qin told the owner, add another bowl. Are you planning to go clamming? Zhao Ping inquired, glancing at the bucket and sand shovels by his feet. Feeling pleased. We just returned from the night trip. Sit down, The noodles will be ready shortly. I've eaten at home. My sister-in-law made taro porridge. You two enjoy. I'm not hungry. Before long, 3 bowls of noodles were served. Zhao Ping smiled, not hesitating to pick up a bowl and start eating. After satisfying his hunger, Zhao Qin stopped his brother from paying. $2.50 for a bowl. What a fair price. And the owner doesn't show off his knife skills. The beef slices are not translucent at all. At this moment, the sky turned to a light drizzle, and the 3 had no umbrellas, forcing them to return in the rain. Ahi, you go to my house and wait for me. Zhao Qin handed the bucket and sand shovels to Ahi, carrying only a convenient bag and a cigarette, accompanying his brother back home. It seems we won't be working today. Just stay home for lunch. I'll have your sister-in-law cook a couple of dishes, and we can drink a bit. Although Zhao Ping was the elder brother, he also bore the heart of a concerned father. Last night, upon hearing his wife unexpectedly speak well of his younger brother, he felt elated. This morning, hearing that Zhao Qin had gone clamming in the dead of night, he believed that diligence would eventually yield rewards, regardless of the harvest. Zhao Qin refrained from commenting, worried that if he returned home for a nap, he might sleep until the afternoon. Xia Rong was busy knitting. The rainy weather kept her indoors. Upon seeing the 2 enter, she greeted them. If it had been earlier, her expression might have been less pleasant, but now, despite her vigilance, it was somewhat improved. What are you carrying? Zhao Ping inquired curiously as Zhao Qin placed a bag on the small table beside him. This is sandworm, dug up at midnight. Keep some for yourself to stir fry. He then placed a cigarette he had tucked under his arm on the table. You can keep this cigarette for yourself as well. Hearing that it was sandworm, Xia Rong approached with curiosity, opening the bag with delight. Indeed, it's sandworm. I haven't seen this for years. I heard it's quite precious now. Why not sell so many? It would be a pity to eat them. I dug up plenty. This is for my brother, who works hard every day, a little supplement for him. Zhao Ping's mouth nearly stretched to his ears as he complained, we have chickens and ducks at home. You should sell them. As for this tobacco, I already have some, so take it back for yourself. Hearing that it was Zhao Kun who had given it to her husband, Xia Rong felt reluctant to refuse further. Here, keep it for yourself, Zhao Kun insisted, pulling out 2,000 yuan from his pocket. The couple beside him widened their eyes in astonishment. When had a Kun become so affluent? This is 2,000. Over the course of 2 years, my elder brother must have given me much more than this. You are my brother, so it's only right you take a little loss. This is all I can offer. No, that's for me. And your sister-in-law, we cannot accept your money. Put it away. Xia Rong anxiously inquired, a Kun, where did this money come from? I had good fortune while fishing at night and stumbled upon a sandworm den. Dug out about 70 pounds or so and sold it to old Lin. I earned this with my own hands. You can rest assured to accept it. Brother and sister-in-law are not the type to boast or show off. It's fine to tell them. The reason he refrained from letting old Lin know was that he truly did not wish for too many people to be aware of it. It could be justified if luck struck once or twice, but if it happened every time, it would be hard to explain. He even contemplated finding a purchasing point in town to sell good finds in rotation with old Lin's family. This would alleviate some concerns. Then keep it. We want to take it. Xia Rong finally relaxed, although she had no intention of accepting her younger brother-in-law's money. Zhao Kun placed the money on the table and, feeling exhausted, prepared to leave without further ado. Take it, brother. If you're not afraid I'll squander it. Give me more. Zhao Ping hesitated momentarily, but then nodded. All right, I'll help you save it with your sister-in-law. Fine, I'm off now. Come over for lunch. I'll have your sister-in-law prepare a chicken. Okay, Zhao Kun replied as he walked away, commenting that if he were to become estranged from such wonderful siblings, it would be sheer foolishness. Watching his departing figure, Zhao Ping sighed. He must have not slept all night. With that, he turned and handed the money to his wife, chuckling gleefully. It feels sweet as honey. Yet it's clear that a Kun has truly matured. As she turned to re-enter the house, she soon emerged again to head to the backyard. Zhao Ping asked, what are you doing? Preparing to kill a chicken. You promised a Kun, and he has been thinking about those chickens at home. The sooner we eat them, the sooner we can settle down. All right, I'll help you boil some water. Upon returning home, Zhao Kun found he sprawled on the table, drooling, and shook him awake. Brother, why did you take so long to come back? Zhao Kun disregarded the question, pulled out the money, handed him 800 yuan, and broke open another pack of cigarettes, dividing it into 5 bundles. Holding the money and cigarettes, he returned to sleep. Oh, I'm leaving then. Don't forget the sandworms in the bucket. Oh, brother, you should also catch up on your sleep. I'll be on my way. Zhao Kun waved his hand, lit a cigarette from Tashin, and began searching for clean clothes. After a quick shower, he lay on the bed, contemplating his situation. With only around 2,000 yuan in savings, he needed to earn money quickly. In truth, having crossed into this realm felt somewhat surreal for Zhao Kun. His current mentality resembled that of playing a game, where earning money equated to the thrill of leveling up. May fortune smile upon me tomorrow, bestowing upon me an abundance of good luck. With such thoughts, he soon fell into a slumber. At noon, he was roused from his dreams by his elder brother. With a swift motion, he turned over, and as he surveyed his surroundings, it took a moment for his mind to return to reality. "Brother, what time is it?" "It is past 1. I knew you must have had a restless night, so I asked your sister-in-law to prepare a late meal for you. Hurry up. If you're feeling drowsy, you can rest after eating." After a brief wash, he and Zhao Ping made their way to the new residence. Chapter 12. Taking my nephew to town. As Zhao Qin walked alongside his elder brother, he found himself perplexed by the throngs of people meandering about at such an unusually late hour of the day. "Ah, Qin, I heard you dug up 2 large buckets of sandworms last night. How much did you sell them for?" "They're just spouting nonsense. They can turn 2 or 3 pounds into 2 or 3 buckets. I treated my brother to an extra meal," he replied casually as they continued on their way. 2 or 3 pounds is still quite a bit. It could fetch 100 or so. Why not sell it? Why should I be the only one deprived of a meal when others can indulge? His retort left the other party momentarily speechless, extinguishing any desire to engage further. Instead, they pointed at his back and remarked to those nearby, "A second-rate fellow indeed, utterly oblivious to familial responsibilities. Alas, you can't expect much from a spoiled child." Their voices were not particularly hushed, and both brothers caught the exchange. Zhao Ping, feeling irked, contemplated stopping to retort. "Brother, let us keep moving. I'm starving." His brother's comment made Zhao Ping hesitate, ultimately deciding to press on toward home. Upon nearing the entrance, Zhao Qin heard his nephew's lamentations. "My uncle is so lazy. It's already past 1 and he is still in bed. I'm nearly starving. Is my constitution merely a magnet for scorn?" Yuan, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit. "But uncle, I'm not mistaken. You truly are lazy. Very well, your audacity has grown. In the future, don't come to me for help with your homework." Zhao Ping had completed 3 years of schooling, graduating from Xiaorong Primary School, and was now quite busy. Consequently, the 2 brothers were unable to assist the child with his studies, leaving Zhao Junyuan to seek guidance from his nearly college-educated uncle. "Humph, if I don't ask. It won't matter. I will surely outperform you in exams." "Ah, you have aspirations. If you truly achieve that, I shall gift you a bicycle." "A bicycle? I'm not interested. I see everyone riding those electric scooters now. Ambitious, fixated on 2 wheels. Uncle, with your disposition, I can't even imagine you on 3 wheels. How you speak to your uncle. Such insolence." "I see you aren't too hungry," Zhao Ping said, lightly patting his son's head in mock reproach. Once settled, Xiaorong wiped her hands and returned to the house, shortly reappearing with a bottle of wine. "You 2 can drink this. Just 1 more fried egg will suffice. Sister-in-law, the food is ample, no need to fuss. Let Yuan eat first, it's indeed quite late." Xiaorong retreated to the kitchen at the back, and Zhao Qin could not discern what she said. "I'll take care of it." As Zhao Ping opened the bottle and prepared to pour, Zhao Qin snatched it from him, filling his elder brother's glass first, then his own, raising it in a toast. "Come, let us eat. This chicken is rather plump." Zhao Ping promptly placed a large chicken leg into Zhao Qin's bowl. Zhao Qin couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing that only before the age of 10 in another time and place had he enjoyed such treatment. Now, at 22, he was still being offered a chicken leg. Of course, he couldn't just gnaw on it. And just then, Xiaorong brought out his nephew's meal, prompting him to transfer the chicken leg to Yuan's bowl. "Eat well and study hard." Xiaorong paused momentarily. Despite her occasional disdain for her brother-in-law over the past 2 years, she still invited him to join family meals during holidays, where he would devour everything without regard for others. "Why are you serving him? There is still a thigh piece here." "Brother, I can manage on my own. I'm not a stranger. Why are you still serving dishes?" "Yes, we are all family." Zhao Qin picked up a piece of chicken neck, the most exquisite part of a country chicken. He also tasted the stir-fried sandworms with chives and had to admit that it was worth its price. The flavor was incredibly fresh, delightfully crunchy, and remarkably springy. Before long, Xiaorong finished her tasks and began feeding the little girl, who was just over a year old and exceptionally well-nourished, with chubby arms that made one want to pinch them. Upon spotting his elder brother's scooter in the backyard, Zhao Qin was struck with an idea. Thus he sipped his drink slowly, primarily to keep his brother company. He finished 1 cup while his brother downed 2.5 before they finally started their meal. Hey Qin, if you don't wish to work in the fields or at the dock, consider learning a trade. Acquiring a skill will ensure you always have food to eat. With your education, you will surely learn quickly. Brother, have the fruits on the back mountain ripened yet? He wanted to steer the conversation away from the topic. A few mangoes should be ready for picking in a few days, while the loquats and pomelos won't be ready until August. After the meal, Zhao Qin would not be so sentimental as to help his sister-in-law wash the dishes. He pointed to the scooter and said, "Brother, may I borrow it this afternoon? I need to go to town. Just take it." Zhao Ping stood up, retrieved the keys from the cupboard, and placed them on the table. "Uncle, you're going to town? I want to go too." "All right then, let us go together." He hadn't drunk much, and since the ride would only take about 10 minutes, he felt no concern. After greeting his sister-in-law, he rode off with Zhao Junyuan. Xia Rong chuckled at the leftover dishes on the table, saying, "This is the first time Qin has left so much food after a meal here. He truly understands." Alas, he wouldn't let me serve him, nor did he serve himself much. I wonder if he is full. Zhao Ping lit a cigarette and took a puff. The soft tower mountain was particularly impressive, yet he couldn't bear to part with it. Zhao Qin had gifted him one. And that morning he had gone to old Zhu's place, added 10 yuan, and exchanged it for 2 peonies. Their village required crossing an arch bridge to reach the town, a bridge that had been built just over a decade ago. Zhao Qin recalled that in his childhood. They had to take a ferry to reach the town, and he had heard that several people had died during the bridge's construction. At the bridgehead, there was a game hall and a billiards room. "Uncle, the game hall. You're aiming for a prestigious university. You shouldn't indulge in such things. Just a little indulgence now and then." Zhao Qin chuckled. The boy had quite the way with words and even understood the notion of indulgence. "Wait a moment. I need to take care of some business first." He found a mobile shop, parked his scooter, and walked inside. He learned that his phone card had only been inactive for half a year, and he could renew it without changing his number. After paying and confirming that his phone had signal, he got back on his scooter. "Uncle, did you come here just to top up your phone?" "Indeed. Then can we go play games now?" "Just a moment." The so-called town was merely a provincial road flanked by a few shops. The location is in close proximity to the sea, with a dock situated not far away. He contemplated that the acquisition station should be near the dock and thus rode in that direction. Upon arrival, he discovered a row of 3 or 4 two-story buildings. As he observed the vehicles, he promptly exited. After giving Zhao Junyuan a brief reminder, he casually chose one of the establishments and entered. Inside, a woman clad in a dress was sweeping the floor, and Zhao Qin found himself directly facing her. The hem of her skirt slightly flared, revealing a glimpse of pale skin, with even the faintest outline of veins discernible, remarkably fair and ample. Zhao Qin, not being a paragon of virtue, naturally seized the opportunity to gaze a little longer. It seemed that only then did the woman notice someone was observing her at that moment. Zhao Qin diverted his gaze towards a nearby fish tank. "Are you purchasing fish? I see you're receiving goods." Zhao Qin finally discerned the woman's features, a fair, youthful face, likely of similar age to his own. "Yes, what do you have?" he inquired. "How much do sandworms cost per pound?" "That depends on their size. If they are all plump, I can offer 60 per pound." Although Zhao Qin did not appear to be a fisherman, she responded candidly. "Oh, very well, thank you. I shall come by if I have goods." As he turned to leave, the girl rushed to the entrance and remarked, "If the goods are good, the price is negotiable." She presumed Zhao Qin was merely inquiring about prices next door. "Understood. I shall sell to your establishment exclusively if I have goods," he replied with a smile. And to his surprise, a faint blush appeared on the girl's face. Indeed, the young women of this era were quite charming. Unlike a decade later, when one might encounter fairy maidens who would require a castle to be won over. Chapter 13. Sea fishing. As Zhao Qin traversed the distance from the collection point to the motorcycle, he vented his frustrations, cursing the ancestors of old Lin in a fervent tirade. How could it be that the restaurant offered a mere 60 yuan, while the collection point opened with the same figure? If he were to deliver the goods himself, surely they would haggle for 65 yuan, resulting in a 7 yuan deficit per pound, accumulating to 300 or 400 in total. "Uncle, do you have any other matters? Accompany me to the supermarket." Zhao Junyuan, initially listless, perked up at the mention of the supermarket. "Uncle, how did you know I was thirsty? Stop squirming and sit still." The boy displayed a surprising cleverness, even employing subtle hints. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Zhao Qin meticulously gathered life's necessities, perfumed water, mosquito coils, soap, and more, recognizing that his previous existence had been rather rudimentary. Given the proximity to the sea, the supermarket surprisingly stocked fishing gear. The sight of the fishing rods ignited a yearning within him, yet he ultimately restrained himself, deciding to gradually accumulate merit points to redeem later. After choosing his items, he purchased 2 bags of Su Fuji sweet cakes for Zhao Junyuan and retrieved 2 bottles of sugary beverages from the freezer before proceeding to check out. "Have you played the game?" he inquired. "You mustn't tell my parents." "Oh, so you have played after all. Has no one come to ask you for tokens?" In his school days, Zhao Qin often navigated this very realm, frequently encountering seniors seeking to take advantage. They dared not directly extort money. Rather, they would approach anyone who had purchased tokens. I once let him off easily. Zhao Qin lightly tapped the boy's head. A true gentleman must be adaptable. Conceding when outmatched is no disgrace. "Uncle, you're such a coward." Ignoring the remark, Zhao Qin knew from experience that sometimes wisdom lay in humility. The prices are outrageous. 1 yuan only yields 2 tokens. In the past, it was 4 tokens for an afternoon, with the owner wielding a broom to chase them off. He spent 2 yuan to acquire 4 tokens, ensuring each would only indulge in 2 for a taste, mindful not to lead the child astray. 2 each. "What will you play?" "Uncle, I want to play King of Fighters." "I'll tell you, my Yagami can take on 3 at once. How about we have a match?" "All right." Zhao Qin selected a monkey character while the other 2 were chosen at random. Zhao Junyuan opted for Chizuru, alongside Yagami and Iori, forming a formidable lineup from 97. "Uncle, your monkey can't fly." "Of course not. A monkey stands there to take a beating. But when you fly, I can't tell whether you're on my left or right." "Use your eyes." "I can see, but my hands can't react in time." In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Junyuan lost his first token, falling victim to Zhao Qin's monkey. "Let us play again. You can't use the monkey." "Fine." Zhao Qin pondered and chose Kyo Kusanagi, while the others were again selected at random. With a single move, he swiftly defeated the boy once more. Zhao Junyuan's face darkened, having succumbed to his uncle yet again. "Don't sulk. Here is your last token. Go play against the machine." Zhao Junyuan accepted the coin with a grin, feeling that Zhao Qin had little interest in playing any further. Having once indulged in the game of kings, he found no thrill in this endeavor. After Zhao Junyuan finished playing another coin, he inquired, "Shall we continue?" "Let us call it a day. Just a fleeting indulgence will suffice." This remark genuinely impressed Zhao Qin. The innate inclination for play is a hallmark of childhood. And considering Zhao Junyuan's tender age of 9, his self-restraint was indeed commendable. "Well, keep it up. You will undoubtedly outshine your uncle in the exams." "Absolutely. I aim to be the top scholar. I've heard it's quite a spectacle, with drums and gongs. Just imagine how your father would beam with pride." Once they mounted the motorcycle again, the duo made their way back to the village. After returning the vehicle to his elder brother, Zhao Qin carried the items back to the ancestral home. From a distance, he noticed a figure squatting near the entrance, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be Ahe. "Brother, why didn't you call me when you went to town?" "I went to procure some necessities. The motorcycle couldn't accommodate both of us." Zhao Qin opened the door, and Ahe followed him inside. The cigarettes lay on the table, and Ahe helped himself. Without hesitation, Ahe pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Brother, I have some exciting news. My uncle just acquired a new fishing boat, and sometimes he takes guests out to fish at sea. Tomorrow, there's a trip planned, and there are 2 spots available. I've already made arrangements. Let us go together." Zhao Qin's face lit up with joy. But a moment later, he recalled the system's lack of rewards, pondering that using alternative fishing gear might yield no catch, thus wasting an entire day. Money was what he needed most at this moment. If fortune smiled upon him tomorrow, he had intentions of beachcombing as well. "What time do we leave?" "If we're going, we must be at the dock by 5 o'clock. Zhao Qin considered the proposition. He could agree to it for now and gauge his luck when the time came. If luck favored him, he would beachcomb. Otherwise, they would simply enjoy the day. "But I don't have a fishing rod." "My uncle has plenty available. You needn't worry." "All right then, I'll agree for now. If it doesn't pan out, we'll see." With a decision made, Zhao Qin organized the items he purchased, intending to take a refreshing shower and catch up on sleep. "Brother, there's one more thing. Grandma invited you over for dinner tonight." "I think I'll pass. I can manage a simple meal." "You should go." Grandma received 800 yuan today and cried, saying I've finally matured. I told her it was your influence, and she insisted I bring you over tonight. "Very well. I shall come by in the evening." Hearing his agreement, Ahe stood up happily, ready to return and catch some chickens. After 2 hours of slumber, Zhao Qin awoke without needing to be called. After washing up, he wandered to old Zhu's convenience store. Akin, how much did you sell those sandworms for this morning? Didn't he sell them? I was in a foul mood and had a falling out with old Lin over the price, so in a fit of anger, I tossed them all into the sea. What he said, old Zhu wouldn't he believe even the punctuation. What is this? Did old Lin offend you? And you're taking it out on me? Cut the chatter. Give me a box of milk and 2 bottles of liquor. Is Wang Zai acceptable? Zhao Qin initially intended to dismiss the matter nonchalantly, but upon seeing the box presented by old Zhu, his disdain was palpable. Old Zhu, if you dare to peddle counterfeit goods again, I swear I will dismantle your little shop. This is nothing but a mockery of Wang Zai milk. Old Zhu forced an awkward smile, attempting to justify himself. The flavor is quite similar to Wang Zai. The key difference is the price. A box of Wang Zai costs 45 yuan, while this one is merely 35 yuan. That's absurd. You make a mere 5 yuan off a box of Wang Zai, yet with this one at 35 yuan. Your profit is at least 15 yuan. Never mind, I'll take a box of. Zhao Qin pointed towards a nearby box. Upon closer inspection, his words faltered as he read the label. Hichi Wang. Wait, there is a genuine product. I'll fetch it for you. Old Zhu genuinely feared Zhao Qin's wrath. Should Zhao Qin decide to unleash his fury, the public would undoubtedly side with him, leaving old Zhu to suffer not only a beating but also the scorn of others. I'll give you 42 yuan for a box of hichi and 25 yuan per bottle for the liquor. In total, that's 90 yuan. 80 yuan. Consider it a lesson for you, Zhao Qin retorted. Fine, fine. Encountering a shrewd dealer like you is indeed my misfortune. You have the audacity to sell counterfeit goods and still argue your case. Qin, this isn't counterfeit. It's from a legitimate manufacturer. I assure you it's safe to drink. Zhao Qin retrieved the 20 yuan in change, carrying the liquor as he departed, unwilling to endure the sight of the unscrupulous merchant any longer. Chapter 14. Setting sail. Aihe's grandmother has endured a life of hardship, having faced 3 of the 4 great sorrows: the loss of her mother in her youth, the passing of her husband in middle age, and the death of her child in her later years. Fortunately, she still has a grandson by her side. Otherwise, her spirit would undoubtedly suffer. Grandma, I have arrived, Zhao Qin greeted, naturally addressing the elderly lady as he did. Oh, the second son of the Zhao family has come. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable. Qin is here. Hurry and brew some tea, she exclaimed, noticing the items he brought. In these unremarkable times, what use is it to bring gifts? Where's the wine? Save it for tonight, if you're thirsty. Feel free to enjoy a can of this sweet drink. That must have cost quite a bit. Earning money is no easy feat, so be frugal. Understood. Is there anything you need my help with? Everything is prepared. Come, sit and enjoy some tea. The meal will be ready shortly. With that, the grandmother cheerfully skipped off to the kitchen. Brother, take a seat. I've nearly finished helping Grandma, and the food will be served soon, I said. Good. I see you're learning to assist your grandmother. You've made progress, Zhao Qin replied with a chuckle. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, they both rose to help when they saw the grandmother bringing out the dishes. Living in a rural seaside area, there was no need to rush to the market to prepare a feast. The grandmother had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, stir-fried sandworms with scallions, a plate of salt and pepper shrimp mushrooms, likely bought at the dock that afternoon, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a chicken cut in half. One half braised and the other simmered in soup. It seemed they were fated to consume chicken that day. They had just had chicken for lunch, and now again for dinner. The grandmother was especially generous, continually using serving chopsticks to offer him more dishes. Qin, did you truly earn that money while working with he? Rest assured, we dug up clams yesterday and collected a few sandworms last night. If you don't believe me, you can ask at the dock. Many people witnessed it. Of course I believe you. Why wouldn't I? The grandmother's eyes crinkled with joy, her laughter illuminating her face. Rest assured, he has grown up. He will surely honor you in the future. Just wait and enjoy your blessings, Zhao Qin added, inadvertently bringing tears to her eyes once more. Grandma, why are you crying again? Don't worry. I will learn well from my brother, and you will be able to enjoy a drink. Let me pour you some. Very well, I shall have a drink tonight. The grandmother retrieved a small handkerchief, dabbed her eyes, and smiled. Zhao Qin felt more at ease here than at his elder brother's home, though the grandmother, like his brother, had a penchant for serving dishes. After indulging in food and drink, he felt drowsy and, upon returning home, fell into a deep sleep. With a mind full of thoughts, he awoke just past 4 o'clock. Rubbing his hands together, he summoned the system panel and was greeted by the luck value, 4933. What a joke, only 3 points of luck. I suppose I might return with half a bucket of stone crabs. Well, it's good for fishing at sea. Brother, are you awake? Zhao Qin heard Ahi's voice as he opened the door, revealing Ahi holding a lunchbox. My grandmother warmed up the leftovers from last night this morning. I finished eating, and this is for you. There probably isn't any breakfast available at the dock this early. Why make the elderly rise so early? Though he spoke lightly after his morning routine. He prepared as usual, donning a hat and wrapping a cloth around his face, along with long sleeves and trousers, making Ahi feel quite warm just by looking at him. With food in hand, they decided to head to the dock first. When they arrived, it was just past 4:40. Zhao Qin consumed the meal from his lunchbox, which he hung on the door ring of Old Zhu's convenience store, intending to ask Old Zhu for a replacement should it be lost, for he had no qualms about the man selling counterfeit milk. At that moment, others began to arrive, all laden with bags and fish boxes, while the two of them remained empty-handed. Uncle, let me help you with that, Zhao Qin offered to Ahi's uncle, who seemed to be named Qian Kuan. Their eyes met briefly, and they exchanged smiles as a form of greeting. The three of them stood together as the sky gradually lightened, and the boat began to sway and set off from the dock, drifting further away from the shore. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of anxiety as he gazed at the vast sea, gripping the railing with increasing intensity. He was certain his complexion was far from favorable. Yet fortunately, the cloth he wore concealed it. Mentally coaxing himself to relax, he reminded himself that the waves were gentle today, and there was no chance of falling overboard. He shut his eyes, averting his gaze from the sea, and after about half an hour, his nerves began to settle. As the sun rose, the sunrise over the ocean was truly breathtaking, capturing his attention entirely. After nearly 2 hours of travel, they finally reached their fishing spot and began to prepare their lines. I handed him a fishing rod, pointing to the live bait tank, indicating it contained live shrimp. Once he grasped the fishing rod again, the remnants of his earlier apprehension dissipated. The deep-sea fishing rig was notably different from freshwater setups, typically employing a double hook for bottom fishing, with a bait cage tied above the hook. However, this was not yet the ultimate deep-sea setup for serious fishing. A sturdy spring circle would be added to enhance the line's elasticity. Once everything was in order, he could not resist casting his line first. Ahi, your friend is quite skilled, Qian Kuan remarked. I'm Zhao Qin. You can call me a Qin, he replied. While it was acceptable for Ahi to call him a term of endearment, he hesitated to refer to him as uncle, since he was unsure if the other party would appreciate it, so he opted for a more neutral address. After all, there's a saying, on the road, 10 may fall, 9 are managers, 1 is a boss. A Qin, fish well, let us see who breaks the ice first today. Qian Kuan encouraged. Thank you, Qianzong, he replied, feeling the need to express gratitude for borrowing the boat. He and Ahi positioned themselves on one side, while the other two stood on the opposite side, with Qian Kuan at the stern, occasionally adjusting the boat's direction. Not long after they started, Ahi's rod began to shake vigorously. Brother, I've hooked a fish, he exclaimed. Lacking an electric reel, they all used manual ones. And Ahi was struggling a bit, but the sea was calm enough that they could see fish just a few meters below the surface. Look. It seems to be a stone fish. It's quite large. Qian Kuan leaned over to take a look, his face lighting up with excitement. Brother, I've made the first catch. Haha. Ahi was practically bubbling with joy. Zhao Qin glanced over, noting that the stone fish had thick flesh and would weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds, certainly worth a decent sum. As Ahi pulled in his catch with haste, the sudden shift in water pressure caused the fish's intestines to burst forth from its rear. There was no need to release any air. This fish was doomed to perish. He simply placed it in the fish box to chill. Over the next half hour, the other 3 companions also began to reel in their catches. Qian Kuan managed to land a red-spotted fish, albeit weighing just over a pound, while the others caught catfish. However, Zhao Qin's fishing rod remained completely still. Patience is essential in fishing, yet after an hour, Ahi had already caught his second fish and began to grow restless. Retrieving his line, he discovered that both hooks had been stripped of their shrimp, leaving only the heads behind. Clearly, small fish were causing mischief. Undeterred, he replaced the shrimp once more, but after another hour, the result was the same. Brother, shall we switch spots? Seeing his frustration, Ahi felt a twinge of concern for him. The boat floated upon the sea. Despite the presence of a top-flow device, it still swayed. The position for fishing held little significance, yet there remained a notion of good fortune associated with location. Thus, they decided to exchange places. Brother, I've caught a fish. Chapter 15. Saving lives. He had just taken Zhao Qin's previous position, and it seemed that the bait had barely settled when, to his astonishment, he hooked a fish. Zhao Qin, on the other hand, was filled with vexation. At last, he comprehended that his faulty system was nothing more than a double-edged sword. Without the tools procured through the system, he likely wouldn't be able to gather even a shell of a conch. As he reeled in his fourth fish, he handed the rod to Zhao Qin, saying, "Brother, give it a try." Zhao Qin did not hesitate, eagerly taking the rod and pulling with fervor. However, just as the fish was about to breach the water's surface, it suddenly exerted a powerful force, snapping the line. "Ahi, the fish got away," he said, a hint of guilt in his voice. "Let it go. We'll just fish again," came the casual reply. At noon, as they dined on instant noodles aboard the boat, the sight of Zhao Qin lifting the cloth covering their meal elicited looks of shared dismay, and even Qian Kuan could not suppress his laughter. Qin, what mischief did you get up to last night? You must have touched something unsavory." The 5 men aboard had all taken to smoking, and after a few rounds, they became quite familiar with one another, exchanging light-hearted banter. "I think I'll take a nap this afternoon," Zhao Qin remarked, prompting another round of laughter. After their meal, everyone instinctively patted their pockets, retrieving cigarettes to light up, as the current was mild and the fish were not biting. It was nearly 1 o'clock when they gradually resumed fishing. He enjoyed a stroke of luck today, managing to reel in a 7 to 8 pound grouper in less than half an hour. Zhao Qin, feeling disheartened, decided to cease fishing altogether. After all, each cast seemed to yield only the remnants of shrimp. After an hour, they experienced a frenzied catch, but clouds began to gather ominously on the horizon, thickening as they approached. "It looks like rain. Let us head back," Qian Kuan observed, glancing at the sky while packing up his gear. It was 3 o'clock, and they would reach the dock by 5. Since fishing was not their livelihood, there was no need to toil from dawn till dusk, and everyone agreed without objection. After over an hour of travel, Zhao Qin noticed a larger boat towing a speedboat even bigger than theirs, with several people aboard the latter, likely having encountered some trouble and seeking assistance. Both vessels moved uniformly in the same direction, but soon they could not evade the rain. Although it was not torrential, the added speed of the boat transformed them into drenched figures in an instant. Zhao Qin, wearing a hat, managed to keep his eyes open, but the vessel ahead grew increasingly indistinct. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he noticed something being blown overboard from that boat. He froze momentarily, and then a chill ran down his spine. "Mr. Qian, to the left a bit. It seems someone has fallen from the boat ahead." Upon hearing this, Qian Kuan was startled and swiftly adjusted the helm in the direction Zhao Qin indicated. Looking around, Zhao Qin spotted a nearby rope. He quickly wrapped it around his waist and instructed Ahi, "If I don't surface within 2 minutes after I jump in, pull the rope." He knew he couldn't risk his life in a bid to save another. Yet the thought of standing idly by while someone was in peril weighed heavily on his conscience. Thankfully, the rain was merely falling, and the waves were not yet fierce. Feeling the moment was right, he took a deep breath and leapt into the water from the side of the boat. Due to the heavy rain, the visibility underwater was severely diminished. Fortunately, they were nearing the shore, and the depth was no more than 10 meters at most. He was unsure whether it was fate that spared his companion or if his own luck had returned at that moment. Within less than a minute of plunging into the water, he miraculously found the other person, grasping their arm and swimming upwards. He was continuously scanning the surface of the sea, while Qian Kuan kept a watchful eye on his watch, reminding him of the time. When Zhao Qin's head broke the surface, he was overjoyed and quickly pulled on the rope. Zhao Qin first hoisted the other person onto the deck before climbing aboard himself, foregoing any respite or untangling the ropes to assess the condition of the individual. The absence of movement in the chest and abdomen indicated trouble. He brushed aside the hair obscuring the person's face, revealing a pale yet delicate visage. She was a girl. Without taking the time to thoroughly examine her, he pinched her nose and commenced artificial respiration. After 2 attempts, he knelt beside her to perform chest compressions, internally urging her to awaken. After 3 cycles, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of water, her chest heaving violently. Thank goodness, she was finally saved. He managed a dry smile and collapsed onto the deck, unable to distinguish whether the dampness on his skin was from water or sweat. The girl gradually regained consciousness, sitting up and coughing incessantly, eventually looking at the unfamiliar faces around her and softly inquiring, "Where am I?" Upon noticing her drenched attire, Zhao Qin removed his shirt, draping it over her shoulders while assuring her, "It's all right. We'll reach the shore soon." "Brother, you're amazing. Do you have a cigarette?" Zhao Qin extended his hand, his fingers still trembling. What do you have? It's all soaked. The girl tightened the shirt around herself and hugged her knees in silence, likely still in shock. Brother. She's so beautiful, he whispered, glancing at the girl. As the rain began to ease, Zhao Qin took a moment to study her. It was undeniable that she was truly beautiful, her small cheeks still pale, and her large eyes cautiously darting towards the group, her long eyelashes fluttering. After a fleeting glance, he averted his gaze. Habitually, he reached for his pocket, only to find himself cursing inwardly. His phone had fallen into the water as he intended to discuss compensation with the girl, but seeing her state, he ultimately refrained from speaking. What's wrong, brother? I forgot to take my phone out. It fell into the water. After a while, a boat hurriedly approached them, and upon seeing them, the occupants urgently inquired if they had seen a girl fall overboard. Qian Kuan pointed to the deck, and the group spotted the girl sitting there. Some fainted onto the bed, while another girl burst into tears. Upon reaching the shore, Zhao Qin disregarded the girl, disembarking the boat with his shirt off, confronting the individuals there and demanding who was operating the boat earlier. They were momentarily taken aback, pointing to a young man nearby, his fellow villager. Zhao Qin recognized him as Gu Daoheng, a wealthy local with 2 fishing boats. Without a word, Zhao Qin approached him and delivered a swift kick. As he kicked the person to the ground, he unleashed a flurry of blows, exclaiming, "How could you operate the boat like that? Did you not notice someone had fallen overboard? What are your eyes for, if not to see? Just wait until I finish you off." The more he spoke, the more enraged he became, prompting him to ponder whether his alternate self in another realm had suffered a similar fate. The other party, perhaps feeling guilty or simply taken by surprise, remained unresisting, curling into a ball with their hands clasped protectively over their head. Enough, stop hitting him. It would be dreadful if you truly harmed him. At some point, Qian Kuan had disembarked and approached, pulling him away. Zhao Qin, still simmering with anger, kicked the individual twice more as he was restrained. "Thank you for today, Mr. Qian. I'm feeling a bit chilly, so I shall take my leave now." Upon returning home, he planned to indulge in a hot bath followed by a bowl of ginger soup, for fear of catching a cold. Very well. Zhao Qin strolled towards the dock, the wind sending a shiver down his spine. "Brother, wait for me. Are you not selling your fish? I will have my uncle assist with that. He won't cheat me. He'll give me the money tonight, and I shall settle with you then." "What do you mean, settle with me? Those fish are yours. Weren't we supposed to split it 80-20? My share. All of that belongs to you. Do not trouble me with this. Go to Laozhou and fetch your lunchbox. I need to hurry home before I freeze to death." Chapter 16. Gathering shells on the deserted isle. As Zhao Qin traversed the path, he found himself inwardly cursing his misfortune. What dreadful luck to rescue someone only to lose his mobile phone in the process, considering that his entire net worth amounted to a mere 2,000 yuan. Purchasing another phone would lead him straight to financial ruin. He resolved to forego buying a new phone for the time being. Upon returning home, he took a quick shower. Lacking a water heater, he boiled water himself, and afterward, prepared a bowl of noodles, treating it as his dinner. Once everything was set, he switched on the old, bulky television and randomly tuned into a channel, discovering a broadcast of the renowned drama The Emperor Wu of Han. He had a fondness for this show and soon became engrossed in it. Having watched the episode, he learned of the aging Emperor Wu visiting a village inhabited predominantly by old soldiers. Witnessing their dire living conditions, he came to the realization that further warfare was no longer feasible. After this episode concluded, he changed the channel again and stumbled upon Home with Kids, which was equally delightful, featuring the characters Xia Shui, Xia Yu, and Xia Bingbao. Before he could finish the episode, a knock resonated from outside. "Bro, are you asleep?" "It's me," came the voice of He, who was carrying several bottles of beer and 2 bags of groceries. "I bought some marinated dishes from old Zhang's place," He exclaimed, displaying his bounty. In the absence of disposable containers, and given that they belonged to the same village, one either brought their own bowls or utilized convenient bags for carrying food. The sight of the marinated dishes made Zhao Qin's mouth water. That solitary bowl of noodles from earlier had done little to satiate his hunger. He fetched 2 pairs of chopsticks from the kitchen, while he had already popped open the beer. "How much did it cost?" Zhao Qin inquired, glancing at the money he had laid on the table. "A total of 546 yuan. My uncle covered 4 yuan to make it an even number, so my share is 110 yuan, and the rest is yours," he replied. Zhao Qin took a sip of the beer, pleasantly surprised to find it still chilled. He exhaled contentedly and pointed at the money on the table, insisting, "Put it all away, or I swear I'll knock you out." Even in his financial struggles, he could not accept money from his friend. Bro, we agreed, he began. But Zhao Qin was at a loss for words and simply told him to put the money away and leave if he was going to be difficult. Seeing the seriousness in Zhao Qin's demeanor, he reluctantly tucked the money into his pocket. After indulging in a hearty meal and drink, he departed, and Zhao Qin lay down to sleep, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. He awoke around 5 o'clock and checked his system. His spirits lifting upon seeing that his luck value had improved even further, now standing at 49,329, though it had only increased by 1 point. The previous day's 28 luck points had yielded nearly 4,000 in earnings. At that moment, he returned. Bro, someone contacted my uncle this morning about going fishing at sea. He mentioned you were a good person and called to ask if we wanted to join today. Zhao Qin instinctively wanted to decline, but reconsidered. Spending too much time on the beach digging for treasures would certainly raise suspicions. Even if he managed to sell his findings in town, the frequent passers-by along the shore would surely take notice. My fishing was dismal yesterday. But I recall that not far from the fishing spot lies a deserted isle. How about I join the boat so that I'll gather shells while you go fishing? You can pick me up from the island when it's time. I too am merely casting my line aimlessly. If you wish to hunt for seafood, I shall certainly accompany you. Very well, let us proceed together. Gather your tools swiftly, for we cannot keep others waiting. Grabbing a bucket and a sand shovel, the two of us hurried towards the dock. Upon arrival, we chanced upon Mr. Qian and his companions boarding their vessel. Mr. Qian, I must trouble you once more. Yesterday, your act of bravery in the sea was no small feat. One misstep, and you could have found yourself in peril. Your kind heart compelled me to inform Ahe of your deed. Today, there remains but one fishing spot. Perhaps you and Ahe could. I plan to venture to the nearby isolated island to hunt for seafood. If you happen to see me, would you be so kind as to pause? Observing the equipment they were carrying, Mr. Qian waved his hand dismissively, saying it was a trivial matter. After nearly 2 hours at sea, upon reaching the isolated island, Mr. Qian raised his hand to check the time, stating, around 4 in the afternoon, you two shall wait for me here. A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhao Qin's face as he replied, Mr. Qian, my phone fell into the sea yesterday, and Ahe has no phone either. Furthermore, we possess no watch. Should we happen to be late, would you be able to wait for us? Rest assured, I shall cover the boat fare this time. Let that be for another occasion. This is a reward for your heroism in saving someone, Mr. Qian remarked, removing his watch from his wrist and handing it to Ahe. Use this and return it to me once you board. Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude once more as they watched the boat turn away. And then they proceeded towards the island. Your uncle is a good man. Indeed, my grandmother holds the same opinion. Each time my uncle returns home, he brings her money, whereas my other uncle only visits during the New Year, bringing 2 bottles of 8 yuan wine and nothing else. It is worth noting that Qian Kuan shares no direct relation with Ahe's grandmother, being a relative through Ahe's mother's side, making his generosity quite commendable. Do not take it to heart. Every family faces its own hardships. Perhaps your maternal family is struggling as well. Ahe opened his mouth to respond but ultimately nodded and resolutely stated, I do not require their pity. I am capable of earning my own living. Precisely. That is the spirit of a true man. Now, let us see what treasures we can uncover today. With a bucket in one hand and a sand shovel in the other, the two parted ways, intending to circle the small island along the intertidal zone. After walking for a while, Ahe's attention was drawn to a dark mass beneath a stone at the edge of the sandy shore, initially mistaking it for a fish. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, Goodness! It is a sea cucumber, and quite sizable at that, likely weighing around 2 to 3 taels. Just as he was about to pick it up with his hands, he suddenly remembered the canine system's tendencies and opted instead to use the sand shovel to retrieve it. Opening the system panel, he noticed that the merit points had increased to 140. Indeed, the previous sandworms had yielded a gain of 50 points. And now this sea cucumber added another 90. I can afford to buy a shovel now. For the moment, he set aside these thoughts, for earning was paramount. As he rounded the other side of the stone, he discovered yet another sea cucumber. Lo and behold, today is truly a day of great fortune. It seemed that luck had indeed favored him with sea cucumbers today, for he soon spotted a shadow not far off. Upon collecting it, he found it to be even larger than the previous 2. Though he was unaware of the precise price of this item, wild sea cucumbers undoubtedly represented a luxurious commodity. The act of foraging brought immense joy, and he wondered whether he had been fortunate as well, although one could engage helpers to assist in the task. Any treasures they unearthed would not contribute to his own luck or merit points. Otherwise, he could simply employ 2 laborers, each wielding a shovel, while he indulged in a leisurely slumber. Indeed, the system was merciless, offering no loopholes to exploit. As he caught sight of Ahi from a distance, over an hour had elapsed, and he had gathered around 20 sea cucumbers. "Brother, guess what I found?" Ahi exclaimed, running towards him with palpable excitement. "Sea cucumbers. Ah, you found some too, right? I collected 16, each weighing over 2 taels, all purely wild. We're going to strike it rich." Although Zhao Qin was pleased, he calculated silently in his mind. Together, they had likely amassed around 40 sea cucumbers. If each weighed 2.5 taels, that would amount to merely 10 pounds. Something didn't add up. He glanced at the system's timely luck value, 51,822. With an additional 22 points of luck, he should have been able to discover even more valuable items. Chapter 17. Treasures abound according to the data on the system panel. Zhao Qin should still be able to unearth some delightful treasures. However, after wandering around with Ahi, they failed to discover anything noteworthy. Could it be buried in the sand? With that thought, he began to search the sand once more. Moments later, he spotted a breathing hole in the sandy expanse. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He eagerly took his shovel and began to dig. Yet, to his dismay, he unearthed only a flower clam. This was something he often consumed inland, costing merely 5 or 6 yuan per pound after a decade or so. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that his merit points had increased by just 1, though his luck had also risen by 1 point. This was not what he was hoping for. "Brother, I just realized that there's a flat tidal zone in the middle of this island. There's nothing left by the sea. Shall we explore further inland?" "All right, let us go." Following Ahi, they climbed over 2 rocks and discovered that the island had a U-shaped topography, with the sides elevated and the center lower. When the tide reached its zenith, the water would overflow the rocky edges and flow into the central depression, perhaps explaining the accumulation of silt in this area. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. In the middle, there was a narrow channel, with seawater gently flowing from one side to the other. The current was quite mild, and as he stepped in, he found that the mud was interspersed with a considerable amount of gravel, making it relatively easy to traverse. "Look, brother, this bank seems to be lined with holes that resemble blue crab burrows." Ahi, evidently more knowledgeable, exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the holes and eagerly began to dig with his sand shovel. Zhao Qin observed closely, and indeed, as Ahi had pointed out, there was a hole every few steps, each slightly larger than an adult's fist. He chose one of the holes and began to excavate. Before long, he struck water. Contemplating for a moment, he reached in, bracing himself for the possibility of a painful pinch from a crab. To his surprise, the hole was not very deep, and as he probed further, he felt something slippery. This was far more alarming than encountering a pair of large pincers, prompting him to quickly retract his hand. He could not fathom what might be inside, but he was certain it was not a crab. Just as he hesitated to delve deeper, he noticed Ahi also digging in, and the next moment, he pulled out a fish resembling a freshwater bullhead. For anglers, bullheads are particularly bothersome, as they are gluttonous and disruptive. However, the creature in Ahi's hands was significantly larger, measuring nearly 20 centimeters in length. "Brother, it's a crab-eating frog. I can't believe there are crab-eating frogs here," Ahi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he tossed the creature into the bucket. He then reached back into the previous hole, muttering, "These usually come in pairs." Sure enough, in the next instant, he extracted another one, slightly smaller than the first. Having heard the term crab-eating frog, Zhao Qin had a vague understanding and, feeling less apprehensive, reached into the hole he had just dug. To his delight, he managed to pull out 2 crab-eating frogs, larger than Ahi's earlier catch. "Brother, do you think all these holes could be crab-eating frog burrows? If so, we might strike it rich." Ahi then expressed his doubts. But wait, crab-eating frogs typically inhabit brackish waters. How can there be so many on such a small island? Having spoken, he did not mind the dirt, scooping up a bit of water from the ditch to taste. To his surprise, it was fresh water. The crab-eating fish, known as the Chinese mud loach, is a prized delicacy, rich in protein and low in fat, with tender flesh and a delightful flavor, making it a favorite among seafood lovers. It typically inhabits shallow seas and brackish waters at river estuaries, which explained Ahe's earlier query. Zhao Qin also found it intriguing that a small island surrounded by the sea could possess natural freshwater. However, his lack of geographical knowledge did not concern him at the moment. He merely urged Ahe to dig faster. "Ha, brother, I've unearthed 3 from this hole. No, wait. There's one more, making a total of 4. Zhao Qin glanced over, pleased to see 2 large and 2 small ones, representing a family of 4 that Ahe had captured in one go. Alas, these 2 should have produced a few more. Enough with the banter. Conserve your strength and dig swiftly. The holes were somewhat deep, requiring several shovelfuls before their arms could reach the bottom. The 2 were racing against time, as rising tides would render any remaining holes unreachable. Since this was a spontaneous venture, they had only brought water and no food. Zhao Qin had not eaten since breakfast. By early afternoon, he contemplated giving up, seriously doubting his blood sugar levels. "Brother, I can't dig anymore. I'm so hungry." Zhao Qin was barely holding on, observing that they had already filled half a bucket, weighing at least 20 to 30 pounds. The larger ones weighed 3 to 4 taels, while the smaller ones weighed just over 1 tael. Any smaller ones were deemed unnecessary by the duo. Just as Ahe finished speaking, he looked up to find the seawater rising rapidly. "Bother, dig faster. The tide is coming in." What a loss, with so many holes still to be excavated. Despite their exhaustion, the urgency of the rising water compelled them to muster all their strength and press on. Finally, when the seawater lapped at their ankles, Zhao Qin's system panel indicated that his luck was nearly depleted. The displayed values read: luck, 7931, merit points, 201, unlocking the crab-eating fish, and granting him a reward of 60 merit points. He felt a pang of regret, realizing he could have exchanged for a shovel, as the sand spade was too small and laborious to use. Yet, he soon reconciled himself to the thought they were returning by boat, and since they hadn't brought a shovel on the way, it would be nonsensical to take a new one back. "Ahe, what time is it?" As they each carried a bucket up to higher ground, Zhao Qin inquired. Ahe glanced at his watch. "It's 2:30. We have another hour and a half. This is going to be tough." Arriving at a flat rock formation, they simultaneously set down their buckets and lay down to rest. "Brother, look at the sky. It's so blue." Ahe's light hum acknowledged the statement, though in his heart he thought it would be more delightful if a beautiful girl were beside him uttering those words. "Are you hungry? Just drink some more water. Don't fall asleep. Keep an eye on the time." His words belied the fact that his own eyes were already half closed. Before long, Ahe sat up, glancing around and said, "I can't just sit here and sleep. Brother, you rest while I see if I can gather some items, perhaps some bowls to make a plate of food." Zhao Qin remained silent, his mind suddenly drifting to the stone crab that Ahe had brought back last time. He realized he hadn't seen it when he dined at Ahe's home the previous evening. Surely, that rascal must have devoured it during lunch, unable to wait. He was asleep, merely resting his eyes, reluctant to move. Damn, earning money is truly arduous. At this moment, he echoed Ahe's sentiments. As the time seemed to draw near, he sat up and was astonished to see Ahe energetically jogging towards him. "Aren't you tired? I just had 2 raw oysters, cracked open with a sand shovel, a quick rinse in seawater, and they were simply delightful." Zhao Qin was averse to raw seafood. He recalled a time at a buffet when he learned that salmon was quite expensive, prompting him to indulge in several plates of it. He had found it particularly enjoyable, yet felt he would be missing out otherwise. That night, however, he found himself making 7 trips to the restroom, spending most of the night perched upon the toilet, thoroughly distressed. "Brother, it's about time. Shall we head towards the island and wait for the boat?" "All right. You've eaten, and you're carrying both buckets." Ahe, not one to fuss, grabbed both buckets and led the way back to where he had previously shucked the oysters, loading their finds into the containers. The 2 then made their way to the rocky outcrop where they had initially embarked for the island, waiting patiently. After a considerable while without sight of the boat, Ahe inquired, "What time is it?" 4:30. "Surely, your uncle wouldn't forget about us?" "No, he'll remember and come to fetch us even if it's late." As they conversed, a small dark figure emerged in the distance, gradually drawing closer. Chapter 18. Abundant Harvest. My goodness. I cannot believe I stumbled upon such a large sea cucumber. Qian Kun initially thought that their excursion to the island was merely for leisure, considering that even though they were far from the coastline, a small island like this would occasionally have boats arriving for harvesting. To his surprise, they had actually discovered a premium treasure. Sea cucumber? Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, the 3 bosses gathered around eagerly. This one must be completely wild. One of them exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment as he gazed at Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin could discern the man's intent to purchase for these businessmen. Money was not a constraint, but they feared that even with sufficient funds, they might end up with counterfeit goods. The empty buckets of the 2 young men indicated that they had indeed foraged on the island, making deception impossible. Qian Kun nodded, turning the boat around while explaining, "Mister, It is quite easy to distinguish between wild and farmed sea cucumbers. Firstly, their size varies. Wild ones come in all dimensions, while farmed ones tend to be more uniform. Just look at these sea cucumbers. The smaller ones weigh around an ounce, while the larger ones approach 4 ounces. Additionally, the color is a telltale sign. Wild cucumbers display uneven hues, whereas farmed ones have a consistent brown shade. Lastly, observe the spines. Wild cucumbers are subject to natural threats, resulting in thicker spines. This may not be entirely clear now, but a visit to the market will reveal the stark differences. Mr. Yi rubbed his hands together, pondering who had found the sea cucumber. It was my brother who collected it. Mr. Yi turned to Zhao Qin and inquired, "Young man, is this for sale?" "Indeed, Mr. Yi, this is wild. You can rest assured. How much can you offer per pound?" Both men turned their gaze towards Qian Kuan, who contemplated for a moment before responding. Currently, farm sea cucumbers are priced around 60 yuan per pound, and you certainly won't find one this large. The price for wild ones is likely to double. Given the size, it will be even higher. You two discuss it, or we can head to the dock to see what the purchasing station offers. Qian Kuan hesitated to specify an exact price, as he did not wish for Zhao Qin and He to incur losses. Yet he also feared that quoting too high a figure might displease Mr. Yi, especially since he hoped to cultivate repeat business. Thus, he opted for ambiguity, allowing both parties to negotiate the final price. "Young man, I have a particular fondness for this. How about I take it for 150 yuan per pound? What do you think?" Zhao Qin was taken aback. This price was quite steep. He had hoped for 100 yuan per pound, especially since this was 2005. A far cry from a decade later when prices soared to 300 or 400 yuan. "Very well, Mr. Yi, since you've spoken, I shall certainly sell it to you." Both men broke into smiles, believing they had struck a favorable deal. "Old Yi, I shall pay you a visit tomorrow for some autumn harvesting. Shall I fry a dish?" "Of course, old Lu, you are welcome to join as well. Tomorrow evening, let us enjoy a good drink together." It turned out that the 3 men aboard were friends. "Young man, may I have your phone number? Should you come across any rare finds in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I assure you, the price will be fair." Zhao Qin felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I had one previously, but it's gone now." Qian Kuan explained the situation to the others, recounting the thrilling tale of Zhao Qin saving someone, which prompted a chorus of admiration from the 3 bosses. "Akin, today my boat will dock at the town's pier, and maintenance is scheduled for tomorrow. I have a motorcycle at home. Will you ride back with Ahe? It is not far. We can simply walk back." "Thank you, Mr. Qian." The summer evenings are prolonged, and by 6:30, the visibility remains splendid, with the sun having only descended halfway in the distance. Upon reaching Mr. Qian's residence, Zhao Qin deliberately selected 4 medium-sized sea cucumbers, avoiding both the largest and the smallest. The remaining weight was 8 jin and 7 liang, totaling 1,305 yuan. "Mr. Yi, let us round it off to an even figure, shall we? Just 1,300. Mr. Qian fetched a small basin from his home to pack it and handed it to Mr. Yi, who also retrieved his bag from the car, counting out 13 red notes and presenting them to him. He reiterated, "Should you come across good goods, please have Mr. Qian contact me." "Very well." For the 4 remaining sea cucumbers, he requested a small bag from Mr. Qian, and after packing them, he handed it over, stating, "Having used the boat twice, I feel it would be inappropriate not to offer these 4 for you to enjoy." He mentioned this as a reward for yesterday's efforts. "Mr. Qian, this is not merely a transactional relationship. Should you be overly courteous, it would hinder my future request for you to take me out to sea. Besides, I found these. They were not purchased with money." Such eloquent words elicited a hearty laugh from Mr. Qian, who replied, "Akin, you are surely destined for great achievements." Mr. Lu, who was listening nearby, interjected thoughtfully, "Akin, you possess both kindness and eloquence. My company is in need of a sales director. Would you care to give it a try?" Qian Kuan's eyes brightened, while Zhao Qin was unaware of Mr. Lu's profession, but he recognized him as a prominent figure, and aligning with such a person would undoubtedly ensure a promising future. "Thank you for your kind consideration, Mr. Lu, but I am rather accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize your prospects. I am quite content as I am." Seeing him decline, Mr. Lu naturally refrained from pressing further, though Qian Kuan felt a pang of regret for him, recognizing the opportunity that had slipped away. After declining Mr. Qian's invitation to dinner, he and Ahe departed, heading towards the main road, where he made his way to the previously inquired purchasing station, conveniently located in the town, hoping to sell the crabs as well. "Brother, Over there they are selling oyster pancakes. Though a bit far, Ah-hee seemed to catch a whiff of the aroma and swallowed hard. Why don't you buy a couple for us to snack on? By the time we return, your grandmother will have finished her meal. We can purchase some marinated dishes and boil the oysters you harvested for a drink. Ah-hee agreed and dashed off in that direction, while Zhao Qin arrived at the purchasing station, only to find a man in his 30s instead of the fair young woman he had seen previously. Was this her partner? He silently cursed the old bull for courting a tender calf, but verbally inquired, "Do you buy crabs?" "Yes." Just then, a voice called from the second floor, "Brother, Mother wants you to come upstairs for dinner." The young woman he had seen earlier descended the stairs. "No rush. While someone is selling goods, I shall purchase." "Good heavens, where did all this come from?" the man exclaimed in astonishment, as Zhao Qin had already lifted the cover off the barrel. "Wildly harvested, and of considerable size." The man instinctively nodded, reaching into the barrel to verify, and indeed, it was filled to the brim. "This requires some selection, for those weighing over 2 taels. I can offer 85, while for those below 2 taels, shall we agree on a uniform price of 60? Boss, I am unaware of the market rates, but I will inquire further. If we sell at too low a price, it would merely be a one-time transaction. If the price is fair, I shall ensure that all my quality goods come to you in the future." The girl beside him glanced over and, as if recalling something, said, "You were the one who inquired about sandworms yesterday, weren't you?" The man chuckled and replied, "I am Qindong. The prices I offer are undoubtedly reasonable. Since this is our first transaction, I will add an additional 5 yuan per pound, as any more would cut into my profits." "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Shall we start selecting now?" Qindong brought over 3 plastic baskets for him to empty the crabs into. Of course, the so-called 2-tail benchmark is merely an approximate value. It is impractical to weigh each one, but as long as they are sizable, that suffices. By the way, what price can you offer for wild sea cucumbers, each weighing 2 taels? If they are indeed wild, I can provide around 130. Do you have any? I picked up 2 or 3 and gave them to an elder. Qindong nodded, stating that such finds are nearly non-existent along the coastline now. To find 2 or 3 of that size is indeed fortunate. Ah-hee walked in and asked if the sale was still ongoing. Zhao Qin replied that it was nearly finished and did not require his assistance. After selection and weighing, the larger ones totaled 21 pounds, while the smaller ones came to 17 pounds, amounting to a total of 995 yuan. The other party was quite agreeable, promptly counting out 30 red bills and did not insist on the additional 5 yuan, simply advising him to bring any quality goods without hesitation. Chapter 19. Gratitude. After receiving the money, Zhao Qin instructed Ah-hee to carry the bucket and greeted the 2 siblings before departing. Walking by the roadside, he took the oyster omelet handed to him by Ah-hee and devoured it hungrily. "Ah-hee, buy some braised dishes. We'll call a car to go back." "All right." "Will pig ears do?" "Sure. Go ahead and buy them." Zhao Qin took out 100 yuan and handed it to Ah-hee, who proceeded to a nearby intersection where several diesel tricycles were parked, equipped with canopies for transporting both passengers and goods. Although the distance was merely 3 kilometers, they negotiated a fare, and Ah-hee returned with the braised dishes. The tricycle halted at Ah-hee's doorstep, and he paid 8 yuan. As they alighted, Zhao Qin advised Ah-hee, "Go home, take a shower, and let your grandmother know before coming over." "Got it, brother." Carrying his belongings home, Zhao Qin first tucked the money beneath his pillow, then washed rice and prepared dinner, while he simply tossed the few oysters into a small pot to steam. Just as he finished his shower, Ah-hee arrived, carrying several bottles of beer. Zhao Qin retrieved the money, totaling 4,300 yuan from the day's sales. Having just given Ah-hee 100 for groceries, he counted out 850 yuan. "Put this away for your grandmother. Make sure it doesn't get lost." "I won't." "Hurry indeed. I'm starving." Having grown accustomed to this routine, Ah-hee accepted the money without hesitation and handed Zhao Qin an open bottle of beer. "Don't rush. The oysters need to steam thoroughly. I'll take them out first." They casually filled a small basin, and only then did they begin to drink and eat. Each consumed 2 bottles, and Ah-hee got up to serve rice. "Brother, what shall we do tomorrow?" "We'll decide in the morning. Just eat more. You're as thin as a stick." Ah-hee was indeed thin. The last time he sat by the door, Zhao Qin thought he resembled a monkey. However, he himself was not much better off, as he could easily pinch his waist with both hands. After dinner, Ah-hee helped tidy up, and once everything was in order, he returned home. Zhao Qin, as usual, turned on the television and lay in bed, drifting off to sleep within minutes. Early the next morning, he opened the system and glanced at his luck value, 79, 419. Neither good nor bad. Contemplating his merit points, he hesitated over purchasing a shovel, pondering its utility. It seemed redundant, overlapping with the function of a sand shovel, so he refrained from rushing into a purchase. He was in no hurry today, with his current luck value. He planned to take a nap at noon and venture out later in the afternoon when the sun was less harsh. Reluctant to cook breakfast, he decided to head to the dock for a bowl of beef noodles. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a group of individuals standing outside. "Are you Mr. Xiaoqin?" A glance at the group revealed a familiar face, the girl he had rescued 2 days prior, thus clarifying their purpose. "That's me." Noticing that they came empty-handed, Zhao Qin felt a twinge of displeasure. Although he had rescued her without expecting anything in return, their bare hands felt somewhat disrespectful. It would have been better had they not come at all. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Had you not bravely saved my sister, I would likely have been cast out by my parents upon returning home." A man, perhaps 25 or 26 years old, firmly grasped Zhao Qin's hand and shook it vigorously. Seeing the sincerity in the other person's demeanor, Zhao Qin's expression softened slightly. He gently released his grip and glanced at the girl behind him, who also wore a grateful expression. "Are you all right now? You went to the hospital the day before yesterday and received the results yesterday, right?" "Thank you." The girl blinked her large eyes and bowed to Zhao Qin after speaking. "Are you from Beijing?" Zhao Qin inquired, having had several friends from the capital before and recognizing the accent. "Yes. My name is Luo Tian, and this is my sister, Luo Xiaoi. These three are our friends. And we came here to have some fun together." "Ah, well, thank you very much. That will be all. I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian took out a business card and a card from his pocket. "This is my business card. Mr. Zhao, if you ever come to Beijing, do make sure to contact me. I will ensure you have a wonderful time." Zhao Qin accepted the card but did not examine it. Instead, he looked at the bank card, which was from the construction bank. A small note with a password was affixed to the back. "How much is on it?" Oh, 100,000. Please don't think it's too little." Is your sister's life worth only 100,000? His words rendered both siblings crimson with embarrassment. While the three friends beside them displayed a hint of indignation, Zhao Qin took Luo Tian's hand and placed the card back in his palm. "A life is worth more than money. I willingly saved her. That simply won't do. We merely wish to express our gratitude." Brother. Lai Laosan caught a lot of blue crabs last night," I shouted as he ran over. Upon approaching and seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the group, he exclaimed, "It's you? My brother kissed you the other day." "No, I mean, he saved you." His remark made Luo Xiaoi's face turn even redder, and Zhao Qin nearly kicked him. In urgent situations, one must act according to the circumstances. Artificial respiration." He shot a glare at Ahi and hurriedly clarified, hoping that his act of saving her would not be misconstrued. "I understand, but we still need to thank you," Luo Xiaoi said softly. "Just call me Zhao Qin. We are all young here. I am not accustomed to the formality of Mr. "Very well, Zhao Qin. Please do accept this money. You risked your life, and we just want to express our appreciation." Zhao Qin certainly wished to accept it, but receiving 100,000 yuan might not be the best course of action. "How about this? My phone fell into the sea when I saved your sister. You could help me buy a new one. By the way, the boat captain that day was also a great help. Perhaps you should express your gratitude to him as well. If it weren't for Qian Kuan sailing that day, we might not have been able to rescue her. This money, brother, let's just do as Zhao Qin says. We'll go buy a phone shortly." Luo Xiaoi then turned to Zhao Qin. "We don't know the captain. Could you take us to see him?" "Well, he is my aunt's husband. Let him take you," Zhao Qin said, pointing to Ahi beside him. The Luo siblings expressed their gratitude once more before planning to head into town. Zhao Qin instructed Ahi to accompany them in finding Qian Kuan, who had mentioned he would not be going out to sea that day. As the group walked away, Zhao Qin turned and gave himself a light slap on the face. Is money not enticing? Why reject? Do you truly expect the young lady to offer herself? Not to mention, she is quite beautiful, precisely my type. As he muttered to himself, he locked the door and set off for the dock to have breakfast. Qin, where are you headed? The village matriarchs had a penchant for prying into others' affairs. "I'm going to the dock for a bowl of noodles," he replied without pausing. And as he brushed past them, the old women resumed their chatter. "I heard that the clam king they dug up a few days ago netted over 1,000. I thought he had changed his ways. Believing he would change is akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. One cannot expect a scoundrel to behave. I reckon that 1,000 will be spent in no time. I heard he even had a scuffle with the Gu family lad the other day. Old Gu is adamant about revenge. A useless child, thankfully not mine. Otherwise, I would have to find time to give him a good thrashing. Zhao Qin paid no heed to their gossip. Even if he had, he found no merit in engaging in fruitless debates. The last time he had clashed with Chu Ying was solely due to her mentioning the parents of this body. Chapter 20. Working up the mountain, the dock was bustling with activity throughout the day, serving as a veritable epicenter for the swift dissemination of gossip. Qin, I heard you gave that boy from the Gu family a good thrashing. What was the reason? Inquired old Zhu from the small shop as he watched him pass by. Curiosity piqued. Nothing much, I just found him irksome, Qin replied nonchalantly. It was likely that after the altercation, he had simply walked away. And since Luo Tian and the others were not keen on publicizing the incident, the details of his act of heroism remained largely unknown. Good on you. I've been quite fed up with that Gu fellow myself, though I lacked your courage. Hearing you dealt with him brought me joy for an entire day yesterday. Old Zhu declared, his expression radiating delight. Zhao Qin paused, casting a glance at the still exuberant old Zhu. Do you have a grudge against the Gu family? He asked. Well, it's not a major issue. Our land borders theirs, and that family is quite unscrupulous. They often siphon water from my fields at night. I've confronted them a couple of times, but they refuse to acknowledge it, old Zhu explained. By taking down that Gu fellow, I suppose I've avenged you. Zhao Qin said lightly. Old Zhu chuckled, completely oblivious to Zhao Qin's subtle persuasion. If I've been avenged, surely it's not too much to ask for a bowl of noodles from you. Let us head to old Peng Lu's for some beef noodles. At that moment, the smile on old Zhu's face faltered, and he felt an urge to smack himself. He pointed a finger at Zhao Qin, but soon broke into laughter again. They locked up the shop and strolled to the noodle shop, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, extra beef and extra noodles, please. Zhao Qin ordered. You always say that, but do you think old Lu will actually give you more? Old Zhu remarked, sensing that Zhao Qin merely sought the satisfaction of speaking. However, when their bowls arrived, old Zhu distinctly noticed that Zhao Qin's portion contained more meat. His dissatisfaction was palpable. Old Lu, we see each other daily at the dock. Why does he get more than I do? Old Lu, seated nearby, lit a cigarette and chuckled. Old Zhu, that fellow visits my stall 10 times a month, while you show up once every 10 months. Who do you think deserves more? And by the way, whenever I shop at your little store, you never offer me even a dime discount for being neighbors. Zhao Qin burst into laughter, addressing old Lu. Old Zhu is just a crafty merchant. Your point is utterly valid. Hey, Qin, remember, I'm treating today. Do you believe I might just walk out in a huff? Old Zhu challenged. If you leave without paying, I'll head to your shop for a $0 purchase. What is a $0 purchase? It's a method employed by the impoverished in America. Zhao Qin elaborated on the concept of $0 purchases, leaving both men in a state of bewilderment. Wow, that sounds thrilling. I've heard life is good for Americans, but I had no idea it was this good. Free stuff. Old Lu mused. Just listen to Qin's nonsense. They have guns, and the law is merely a jest, old Zhu interjected, thinking Zhao Qin was merely spinning tales. Zhao Qin, however, was disinclined to elaborate further. Once satiated, Zhao Qin patted his pockets, indicating to old Zhu that he should settle the bill. They then ambled towards the elder brother's home. Spotting the sister-in-law seated at the entrance, knitting. Sister-in-law, where is my brother? He inquired. He went up the mountain. He checked on the mango trees yesterday and mentioned they were ready for picking. Today, he took some supplies with him. Then I shall go take a look as well. There is no need for you to worry. It won't take much time. Your brother will probably finish by midday. Noticing Zhao Qin's indifference, Xia Rong added. If you do decide to go, bring a pot of tea. Your brother forgot it when he left, especially in this sweltering heat. Accepting the kettle, he made his way towards the back mountain. The so-called back mountain is not particularly high, nor is it singular. Rather, it comprises 3 or 4 hills that belong to their village. In the past, the elderly would tend to the land while the young ventured out for work or education, leaving behind those who were too aged to climb the hills, thus granting Zhao Ping the opportunity to lease the land. At the foot of the mountain, there are several small streams with little water, yet they never run completely dry throughout the year. He paused to observe, not only spotting schools of small crucian carp, but also a few crayfish. The locals seldom consume freshwater fish, considering them to possess a muddy taste, inferior to that of ocean fish. Perhaps on a day with nothing to do, I could come here for some fishing, he mused, as he rather enjoyed crucian carp soup and crayfish. Zhao Ping primarily cultivated loquat and pomelo trees. Upon ascending the mountain, he found it took quite a while to locate his elder brother, Zhao Qin, who seldom visited. What brings you up here? Zhao Qin inquired. Just came to see how many there are, he replied, handing over the kettle. Zhao Ping accepted it with a smile, taking several hearty gulps from the spout. There are about 10 more trees. This year has seen sufficient sunlight, and it's neither too dry nor too wet. The mangoes are growing well. Though I wonder what their market price will be. The locals often say they've planted only a few trees, implying a modest quantity. Yet Zhao Ping had cultivated a little over half an acre, totaling around 20 trees. No fruit vendors coming by? Zhao Qin asked. With just a few trees. Who would bother? Observing his brother's work, Zhao Qin began to mimic him in picking the fruit. Seeing his sincere effort, Zhao Ping silently smiled, allowing him to assist. Their collaboration hastened the task, and by nearly noon, they had nearly finished picking. Zhao Qin glanced at the baskets on the ground. Estimating they had gathered around 1,000 pounds. While resting, he noticed his merit points had increased, albeit by a mere 10 points. Yet it was enough to bring him joy. However, his luck points remained unchanged, which he found peculiar. Dismissing such thoughts, he rose to help his brother. And together they began to carry the mangoes down the mountain. Zhao Ping could carry 150 pounds in one trip, but Zhao Qin dared not attempt such a feat. He aimed for around 100 pounds. After their labor, Zhao Ping had little to do, feeling utterly exhausted. What is next? Zhao Qin asked. I've called for a small truck. There is a factory in the county that processes dried mangoes. They buy them. Though I am unsure about this year's market conditions. Last year, the price was 2.6 yuan per pound, which was quite favorable. Before long, the small truck arrived. Driven by 2 men, another villager, who was a rotund man struggling to fit into the driver's seat, panting heavily as he stood there. Oh, Zhao Qin is helping to pick fruit as well, he remarked. Just trying it out, Zhao Qin replied, wishing to avoid any gossip about his past. 2 men chuckled but did not pursue the conversation further. Before they could finish loading the truck, Zhao Qin's sister-in-law arrived with lunch, bringing 2 generous bowls of rice accompanied by a hearty spread, including pickled salted fish, scrambled eggs with cucumbers, and a small bowl of seaweed and shrimp soup. The 2 individuals swiftly completed their meal and proceeded to load the goods. Brother, if you're tired, I can accompany you to sell them. I was just planning to visit the county town, one suggested. 2 men chuckled inwardly, initially believing Zhao Qin had changed his ways, only to discover he was waiting there, seemingly intent on pocketing the profits from selling mangoes. He assumed Zhao Ping would certainly refuse, and even if Zhao Ping agreed, Xiao Rong would undoubtedly decline. To his surprise, Xiao Rong was the first to speak up. All right, it will be a bit of a hassle for you. Qin, your brother will be home this afternoon, and he can tend to the vegetable garden. Seeing 2 men's astonished expression, Zhao Qin snapped, let's go, it's sweltering. As they passed by the old family home, Zhao Qin asked 2 men to stop for a moment. He dashed inside to stuff some money into his pocket and retrieve his identification card. Old Lu, how much for a trip to the county? He inquired. 50 yuan for the round trip, which is quite reasonable for our village, considering it's 30 kilometers one way. And with fuel prices soaring, I filled up yesterday at 2 yuan and 36 cents per liter. It's becoming unbearable, came the reply. Zhao Qin retorted. 2.36 per liter is unbearable? You should see prices hitting 8 or 9 yuan. Chapter 21 Minor Issues. How many kilometers is it from the county to the city? Zhao Qin inquired. Approximately 20 kilometers, came the response. Zhao Qin noticed a piece of cardboard on the windshield and picked it up. Discovering it was an old phone number belonging to Tuesday, he silently committed it to memory before placing it back. 2 men was familiar with the address, which was also the reason Zhao Ping felt assured in sending Zhao Qin. Upon arriving at the factory and locating the receiving department, they stumbled upon a heated argument. You're just a worker. The boss is my cousin. Do you believe I won't deal with you, you lowly creature? An older man in his 50s berated a young man, pointing a finger directly at him. The young man's face flickered with various hues, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Uncle, the mangoes you brought for inspection are mostly rotten. We can't accept them. Which of your eyes sees the rotten fruit? You're deliberately making things difficult for me, thinking I haven't given you a kickback. Fine, how much do you want? I'll give it to you. But do you dare take it, you wretched thing? Zhao Qin grew increasingly impatient as the vehicle ahead was also there to sell mangoes. A middle-aged man squatted beside, wiping the sweat from his brow, equally anxious. Brother, what is going on? Zhao Qin offered him a cigarette. The man, though initially reluctant, accepted the smoke and replied. The old man seems to be a relative of the boss. The mangoes he delivered are all fallen, a real scam. The buyer initially refused to accept them, but seeing the old man's uproar, they have the price. The old man is displeased, hence the quarrel. Once mangoes fall to the ground, they are generally considered overripe. While they may appear fine on the outside, they are often spoiled within. How long has this been going on? Zhao Qin asked. About half an hour. It's been a stalemate, driving me mad. Half an hour, surely the boss would intervene. Yet, in the next moment, he realized perhaps this young man was merely a scapegoat sent by the boss, who would naturally not show up. After a few more minutes of waiting, Zhao Qin, now desperate, approached Tu Min Old Tu. Do you know the name of that buyer? I don't know his name, but everyone calls him Manager Qin. Do you know what the little thug looks like? Why? Tu Min asked, puzzled. Just tell me if you know. What is there to know? He stands slouched, cigarette hanging askew, fidgeting, and lacks any decorum, just like you are now. Zhao Qin's face twitched, and he leaned closer, whispering a few words in Tu Min's ear. Is that all right? Don't offend Manager Qin. Let us give it a try, Tu Min replied. Drenched in sweat, and wishing to resolve the situation quickly, he relented and got back into the vehicle, preparing to reverse. Zhao Qin approached the middle-aged man again, whispering a few words to him as well. When he saw Tu Min park at a distance, Zhao Qin unbuttoned his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, lit a cigarette, and casually approached the two disputants. Silence, he bellowed, startling the old man into immediate compliance. Zhao Qin quickly winked at Manager Qin before placing a hand on his shoulder and inquiring, Where is your boss? Manager Qin, somewhat bewildered, glanced at Zhao Qin and then at the stout man behind him, who was fidgeting restlessly. This individual seemed somewhat familiar, often delivering goods to the factory, so he replied. The boss isn't at the factory today. Zhao Qin continued, You should inform your boss that avoiding us is not a viable solution. This factory has been established for 4 to 5 years now. When he was short on funds, he borrowed from my brother without hesitation. Now that it's time to repay, he seems to be elusive. Could it be deliberate avoidance? As he spoke, he winked at Manager Qin, who, being adept in procurement, quickly grasped that Zhao Qin was attempting to extricate himself from a predicament. Realizing this, Manager Qin forced a sycophantic smile and replied, Mr. Wang, that is not the case at all. Our boss genuinely has matters to attend to. Perhaps you could extend the deadline a few more days? The elderly man nearby, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback, his mouth agape. He had thought his nephew's factory was thriving, only to discover it was merely a fade, burdened with debts. After the initial shock, a faint glimmer of satisfaction appeared on his face, such as human nature, unpredictable and complex. Extend the deadline, you say? My brother sent me here today to take something away. I refuse to employ any tricks, yet you continue to delay. With that, he pointed toward a truckload of mangoes and instructed the stout man, Go, seize that truckload of mangoes. Consider it a fee for our visit today. This is not Boss Chi's. It belongs to me, and they haven't paid yet. The middle-aged man, now visibly frightened, leaped into the driver's seat, hastily shifting into reverse to flee. Anger flared on Zhao Qin's face as he kicked an empty basket, sending it flying. Despite the pain in his foot, he thought, So, they choose to disregard my words? He then pointed at a nearby tricycle. Before he could finish speaking, the elderly man, electrified with urgency, scrambled towards the vehicle, exclaiming, Mine. This is mine. I heard you claim to be the boss's relative, thus, taking what is yours seems justifiable. That is not right. I have no connection to the boss here, truly none. The tricycle, being hand-operated, made it difficult for the elderly man to escape as swiftly as a small truck. Little Qin, is this old man indeed a relative of your boss? Just say the word, and if so, I shall retain this cargo. At this moment, Manager Qin comprehended Zhao Qin's intentions, suppressing a laugh while feigning distress. The elderly man, sensing his hesitation, clasped his hands in apology. Manager Qin, I was just speaking nonsense. Please do not take it seriously. You are a magnanimous person. I shall not sell it. I will take it back home. Manager Qin felt a wave of exhilaration but feared the situation might unravel, so he sighed. This old man is in no way related to our boss. Please do not put him in a difficult position. That is not correct. I distinctly heard him say he was a relative of your boss. I was merely spouting nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Manager Qin positioned himself in front of the old man's vehicle, creating the impression of obstructing Zhao Qin from seizing the goods. He turned to the elderly man, urging, Hurry, start the tricycle and leave quickly. The old man let out a grunt, trembling for a while before finally inserting the crank into the hole. Summoning all his strength, he vigorously turned the handle, causing the vehicle to roar to life. He leapt into the car, ready to make a swift U-turn. Zhao Qin feigned a lunge forward, while Manager Qin pretended to block him. As they watched the old man speed away in a cloud of dust, Manager Qin could not contain his laughter, slapping Zhao Qin on the shoulder. "Brother, you truly have a way with things. In this era, the brazen fear the bold." Manager Qin, being a refined gentleman, surely finds it challenging to contend with such ruffians. This remark was eloquently put, suggesting that it was not a matter of superiority and capability, but rather that he, as an educated man, would disdain employing such underhanded tactics. Behind them, old two silently cursed. "Damn it, a fool is not frightening. What is truly daunting is a fool with an education." Zhao Qin, having gained admission to a prestigious national university, possessed both intellect and a touch of audacity. Previously, he had heard rumors that Zhao Qin had used 50 yuan to instigate a feud between the wives of Lai Lin's family. He had dismissed it as mere nonsense. Now, however, it became evident that this fellow had orchestrated the entire affair. Chapter 22. To the city. In any case, I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance. Are you also here to sell mangoes? After Manager Qin spoke, he stepped inside to fetch 2 bottles of mineral water, which he handed to the 2 individuals. Two men felt quite dejected. After dozens of deliveries to the factory since purchasing the car, this was the first time he had tasted the factory's water. Zhao Qin, feeling parched as well, took a sip after opening a bottle and then reassured, "Yes, Manager Qin, rest assured, my brother and I picked them all this morning. Not a single fallen fruit. We do not engage in unethical practices." He then urged the older 2 beside him, "Hurry and bring the car over. Let us not delay Manager Qin." The middle-aged gentleman soon arrived with his vehicle. Zhao Qin, once again, offered him a cigarette, saying, "Brother, I have some urgent business in the city. Would it be possible for me to weigh my goods first? Just a matter of a few words, young man." "You certainly know how to navigate these situations," the older man replied with a chuckle. Zhao Qin smiled as he waited for old two's vehicle to come to a stop. He then invited Manager Qin to inspect the goods, casually selecting 2 fruits to taste. Manager Qin nodded in approval. "Brother, today's market price is 273 yuan. Slightly higher than last year. However, I must thank you. For your and this gentleman's goods, I can offer 3 yuan per pound. I cannot justify any more." "That's perfectly acceptable. Please do not feel pressured," Zhao Qin replied. An additional 30 yuan amounts to a mere 300 yuan for 1,000 pounds, which he found inconsequential. However, the middle-aged gentleman was thrilled. With over 2,000 pounds in his truck, this could mean an extra 600 or 700 yuan, almost half a month's wages. He quickly pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Manager Qin, who declined, so he handed it to Zhao Qin instead, saying, "Thank you, young brother. I owe you." In Manager Qin, the weighing process was straightforward. As the factory had a platform scale, they simply drove the truck onto it, unloaded the goods, tossed the baskets back in, and weighed it again. The total came to 105 pounds, fetching 315 yuan. After Manager Qin signed the receipt, he instructed Zhao Qin to head to the finance department for payment. Once back in the vehicle, Zhao Qin said to 2 men, "Let us not return just yet. I'll add 40 yuan for the trip to the city. Are you truly considering absconding with your brother's fruit-selling money? If I accompany you, wouldn't I be an accomplice? Get lost. It's just over 3,000 yuan, not 3 million. Why would I run away? Drive faster. I hope they haven't closed yet." Old 2, who made a living driving, was more than willing to accept Zhao Qin's additional 40 yuan and immediately set off towards the provincial road leading to the city. "You're quite the cunning one. How are you so sure the old man will be frightened? In truth, those who often shout the loudest tend to be the most timid." "Ah, you wasted your opportunity to continue your education. If you had studied for a couple more years, you might have become quite astute. Do you even know how to converse? If not, just remain silent." Old 2 chuckled, taking no offense. By the time they reached the city, it was just past 3 o'clock. Zhao Qin first sought out a bank. With a total of over 100 yuan, he opened an account and deposited 600 yuan, ensuring he kept some for personal expenses. He initially intended to activate online banking but recalled his lack of a mobile phone, so he settled for an electronic payment card. This had its drawbacks, as the maximum single transaction amount was limited to 500 yuan. Once that was settled, he inquired about the location of the stock exchange and instructed old 2 to drive there. "What exactly do you plan to do? Rest assured, you won't lose a single penny. Just wait for me here, and I shall emerge within an hour at the latest." Upon arriving at the exchange, he first opened an account and checked the current price of Matai stock, which stood at approximately 10.09 yuan per share. Without hesitation, he purchased 4 lots. spending over 4,000 yuan. Is Matai's stock valuable? He recalled a friend who once said that had one invested in Matai stocks back in 2004 or 2005. The profits would have been astronomical. At that time, he had jokingly remarked to a friend that investing in real estate was the safest bet, only to be chastised as a fool. Real estate prices might have risen 2 to 3 times at best, while Matai's stock had skyrocketed by an astonishing 180 times. The present price of 10.09 yuan per share could eventually soar to over 1,800 yuan. It's utterly insane. Regrettably, his current funds were limited. Had he the means to invest several 100,000 yuan, he could simply wait for the appreciation. The reason he did not purchase more was twofold. First, the remaining funds were insufficient for an additional lot, and second, he needed the few hundred yuan left for other purposes. After concluding his business, he exited and entered his vehicle, searching for an internet CAF. Damn it. Are you ever going to finish? This is taking too long. Perhaps you should return now, and I will take the bus back later? Tu Min was momentarily taken aback. Knowing Zhao Qin's character, he doubted he would even pay the 50 yuan fare to the county. Thus, he silently continued to drive. Before long, at most half an hour later, having given Tu Min a brief reminder, he stepped into the internet CAF. After paying a 10 yuan deposit, the attendant allowed him to choose a computer, and he casually selected an available one. Upon opening the computer, he immediately searched for domain registration service providers on Baidu and began registering an online account, all under his real name, fearing that if someone wished to purchase, they might be unable to contact him. The cost of registering a domain was 35 yuan, and he decided to begin with 360. Which he successfully registered with ease, feeling a surge of joy. He then proceeded to register other domains such as JD, we, me, X, Wanda, VIP, and more. He registered a variety of names, some of which were already taken, but he felt no regret, as this endeavor felt akin to picking up money. Eventually, he received a notification of transaction failure due to insufficient balance, after which he contentedly exited the internet CAF. Can we go back now? Let's go. Drive faster, otherwise it will be dark by the time we arrive home. Tu Min rolled his eyes, now realizing the urgency. Why hadn't they acted sooner? By the way, when we get back, don't mention that we went to the city. Just say that we've been stuck in a queue due to some disturbance. With that, Zhao Qin pulled a red bill from his pocket and placed it on the dashboard, indicating that the extra 10 yuan was his to keep. Acknowledging that they had indeed wasted an entire afternoon, Tu Min grinned and replied, generous indeed. Meanwhile, at home, Zhao Ping was anxiously pacing. Had he known better, he would have never let him go. He worried about what might happen on the road. Before he could finish his thought, he slapped his own mouth and muttered a few prayers for divine protection. Xiao Rong felt a sense of urgency. Surely her younger brother-in-law would not be unreliable once more. Nevertheless, upon witnessing her partner, akin to a donkey tethered to a millstone, endlessly circling, she offered words of solace. There is likely nothing amiss. Perhaps there are simply more fruit vendors today, and they have been queuing for quite some time. Indeed. Last year, I waited for half an hour. This year, it may very well be longer. As the words left her lips, her eyes brightened suddenly upon spotting a vehicle approaching in the distance. As the car came to a halt, Zhao Ping, while unloading baskets, inquired, why the delay? The factory's prices are quite favorable this year, hence the higher number of sellers, resulting in a longer wait. Once the baskets were unloaded, Zhao Qin responded to his elder brother while gesturing for Tu Min to depart. Tu Min, also feeling famished, had no desire to linger and promptly made a U-turn to leave. Make sure to top up your phone. It would be beneficial to stay in contact for future matters. Zhao Qin merely acknowledged with a sound, deeming it unnecessary to inform his brother about the phone's low balance. Knowing his brother's temperament, revealing such information would only lead to a lengthy bout of sympathy. The couple had refrained from inquiring about the total earnings. Upon entering the house, Zhao Qin withdrew the ledger and the money in one swift motion. Altogether, we have 105 jin at 3 yuan per jin. Sister-in-law, could you please tally the amount? The price is remarkably good. There's nothing to be concerned about. Whatever you say is what it is, Zhao Ping responded with apparent delight. Xiao Rong took the money and began counting. Once she finished, she shot a glare at her husband and said, you did cover the transportation costs, right? And considering you assisted your brother today, shall we settle on a total of 200? Just give me the transportation fare. The rest, keep it. Do not mention the wages. Fearing prolonged discussion, Zhao Qin opted to leave hastily, with Zhao Ping trailing behind, insisting, If you don't give me the money, you must come over for dinner. No need. I have other matters to attend to this evening. Chapter 23 The Troublesome Girl. As the sun began to set, visibility remained decent. From a distance, Zhao Qin noticed several individuals squatting at his doorstep. Zhao Qin, what have you been up to? We've been waiting for 2 to 3 hours, exclaimed another girl, whom Luo Tian had introduced as Yufan. Miss, I am but a humble commoner, striving to earn a living, Zhao Qin replied, opening the door to let them in. Brother, I inquired with Ping Gu. He mentioned you went to the county to sell mangoes. Why are you so late? He had been keeping them company while waiting. There were many people, and I had to queue. Luo Xiaoyi handed him a box. I picked this out for you. I wonder if you will like it. Zhao Qin accepted the box, opened it, and exclaimed with delight, not bad, not bad. A Motorola V3. He was quite familiar with this model. It had been his very first mobile phone. When he received a call, it would ring out, hello, Motorola. Back in 2006, he had purchased it for over 2,000. Now it would cost at least 3 or 4,000. Thank you. I really like it. Why don't you insert your card and give it a try? Luo Xiaoyi urged. Upon unboxing, he discovered it was an ice blue, but he couldn't test it yet as he had yet to replace his SIM card. Brother, Luo bought me one too. How promising. Someone gifts you a phone, and you immediately call him brother, he thought to himself. Yet he accepted it and took a glance. It was a Samsung D508, which had been exorbitantly priced upon its release, but now it should be less than 3,000. Slightly cheaper than his V3. Returning the phone to He, Luo Xiaoyi took a large bag from Luo Tian and placed it on the table. I accidentally lost that shirt of yours at the hospital. This is to compensate. There isn't much good to be found in town. So I hope you don't mind. Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback. The girl indeed had a thoughtful side. After expressing his gratitude and putting it away, he finally asked, have you eaten? Not yet. We were about to starve while waiting for you. As they chatted, Zhao Qin turned to Luo Tian. Brother, life in the countryside is not as lavish as in the city. If you don't mind, shall we make do with a simple meal here? Sure. I'll accept your hospitality. Once they settled, Zhao Qin took some money from his pocket and handed it to He. Go check what more delicacies Old Zhang has and see if there are any seafoods at Old Lin's place. I have funds, He acknowledged swiftly, darting out. Don't forget to buy wine and drinks. Got it. By now, the sun had completely set, and Zhao Qin moved the table outside, as the space indoors was too cramped. Once the cooking commenced, it would become unbearably hot, and the smoke would be suffocating. He lit 2 coils of mosquito repellent under the table and invited everyone to sit outside. The evenings by the sea were surprisingly mild, primarily due to the refreshing sea breeze. Do you need my assistance? Luo Xiaoyi asked as she noticed him busying himself alone. No need. I'm just steaming some rice and preparing a dipping sauce for the seafood later. Is there only you at home? Luo Xiaoyi inquired, observing the shabby yet relatively clean abode. My elder brother is married, living in a house at the foot of the village. My father works away, and my mother passed away 2 years ago due to illness. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoyi spoke again. I heard from He that you are a student at Peking University. Why did you drop out? And at such a young age? Why not pursue opportunities in a big city? What is so great about big cities? As for dropping out, it's simply a lack of interest in studying. By the way, could you please take the kettle outside and serve them some water? The disposable cups are on the nearby counter. Sure, Luo Xiaoyi replied cheerfully, then took the kettle and cups and walked out. Zhao Qin secretly sighed in relief. This girl had so many questions, and he couldn't help but curse He for being so talkative. He had not returned, but Zhao Ping arrived first. Akin, is this your friend? Yes, my friend. Brother, what brings you here? Perfect timing. Stay for a drink. He has gone grocery shopping. Hearing their conversation, Luo Tian could barely comprehend, but he could guess a little from their appearances. He stood up and addressed Zhao Ping. You must be Zhao Qin's elder brother. We are friends from the capital. Zhao Ping glanced at their ages, initially thinking they were former classmates of his younger brother. He had assumed they lost contact after the dropout. But now that they were back in his hometown, he quickly welcomed them. Please, have a seat. Akin has taken a while with the mangoes. I apologize for the delay. This was perhaps the most gracious remark Zhao Ping could muster. Afterward, he hurried back home and soon returned with his wife. Akin, I'll take care of things. You go chat with your friends. By the way, I just prepared a duck for dinner. It's all cooked, and I brought some along. Just warm it up when you're ready. Sister-in-law, why are you here? What about Miao Miao? Miao Miao is Zhao Ping's youngest daughter. Ah, Yuan is watching her at home. I came to help. Hurry up and go outside. Zhao Qin no longer occupied the space, and, as he just sat down, Luo Xiaoyi surprisingly poured him a cup of water. Thank you. This is my home, so you need not fuss. Please sit down and rest. We can eat and drink while we wait for Ahe. She then turned to the elder brother, who was awkwardly standing. Elder brother, please take a seat. You all sit. I'll help your sister-in-law. Feeling uncomfortable being urged to sit, he turned to Luo Tian and asked, Brother, what made you decide to come here for leisure? Yufan has a relative in this city, so we arranged to come together. Naturally, we wanted to visit the seaside, which led to the events of the other day. After every calamity, there comes fortune. Do not dwell too much on it. As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters, Zhao Qin replied casually. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for your rescue of Yi, I would have faced severe consequences, Yufan said, raising her cup to substitute tea for wine, and Zhao Qin clinked his cup with hers. Upon closer observation, Zhao Qin seemed to discern the relationships among them. They appeared to be from well-connected families. Luo Tian and Yufan seemed to share a mutual attraction, while the other two men seemed to harbor feelings for Luo Xiaoyi. It was uncertain who captured her interest. As dusk deepened, Xiaoping returned home with a bundle of wires, connected them to a light bulb, and propped it up on a bamboo pole beside the table, illuminating the area significantly. Zhao Qin reflected on the fact that his elder brother was indeed quite intelligent, adept with his hands, quick to learn, and, most importantly, diligent. However, he was excessively honest and not particularly fond of socializing. He returned, having packed 4 or 5 varieties of marinated dishes and managed to purchase only a few shrimp and a 3-kilogram wild bass among the seafood. Brother, the truck from Old Lin and the others that sells seafood has left today. I intended to keep these for myself, so I bought them, he explained. Well, given the haste, this will have to suffice. Xiao Rong then brought out the freshly heated duck, adding to the 5 or 6 dishes already prepared. Noticing this, Zhao Qin inquired, Has Yuan eaten yet? There is food at home. He hurried back to his house to fetch a bowl, filling it with pieces of duck and selecting some marinated dishes to place inside, which he then handed to Ahi to take to his brother's house for Yuan. While Ahi was busy opening beers for everyone, he promptly set down the bottle, grabbed the bowl, and dashed away. Be careful, don't spill, Zhao Qin called after him. I want tea, Ahi replied. Luo Tian observed the two, and, to his surprise, a hint of envy crossed his face. You were truly kind to Ahi. Zhao Qin was taken aback. Was it kind to have Ahi run errands for him? Noticing his confusion, Luo Tian elaborated. When we were in town, Ahi spoke of you fondly. He mentioned that if it weren't for you, he would still be engaged in petty theft. You taught him how to earn a living and take care of his grandmother at home. Zhao Qin mused silently, realizing that perhaps he had indeed played a role in Ahi's previous mischief. Chapter 24, Nighttime Crab Digging. 2 lovely ladies. Can you indulge in a drink? I can. Please open a bottle for me. Yufan raised her hand and shot a glare at Luo Tian. I shall have a bottle as well. Luo Xiaoyi earnestly lifted her hand, resembling a schoolchild eager to answer a teacher's question. Meanwhile, one of the 2 men nearby waved his hand, declaring he abstained from alcohol. Come on, let us drink together. Zhao Qin uncorked the bottle and called out to the inner room. You all drink, don't mind us. Zhao Qin ceased his persuasion and raised his glass, stating, Let us not dwell on past events. We are fortunate to share this meal together. Cheers. Indeed. Let us toast to the serendipity of our meeting, Luo Xiaoyi echoed while lifting her bottle. Ahi returned promptly, taking a seat beside Zhao Qin, addressing everyone. Please, eat without reservation, and let us express our gratitude to Luo Go for the mobile phone. No need for formality. Zhao Qin, Ahi continued. Why not take us along when you go crab digging tonight? Luo Xiaoyi blinked her large eyes in anticipation. Yes, Zhao Qin, do take us along. We are strong enough to assist, and I have yet to catch a crab. Yufan, having nearly finished a duck wing, mischievously placed it into Luo Tian's bowl, and upon hearing Luo Xiaoyi, quickly chimed in. Zhao Qin glanced at Luo Tian, aware that he was the leader of this group. If it wouldn't be an inconvenience, we would like to tag along and observe. In truth, nighttime beachcombing can be quite arduous, with swarms of mosquitoes and horseflies. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to sleep at home? Ahi nodded, responding to Luo Xiaoyi. Sister E, the mosquitoes are particularly numerous. You'll soon be covered in bites. Perhaps it's best you don't go. We are unafraid. We merely wish to accompany you for fun and to experience the challenges of earning a living as you described. Seeing their determination, Zhao Qin nodded. After you finish eating, you should change into long sleeves and trousers at your lodging. And see if you can buy some mosquito repellent in town. Better to be prepared. Also, purchase 2 headlamps. Then let us eat swiftly. You Fan, being rather impatient. No need to rush. We can leave at 10 o'clock. It might even save us some effort if we depart later. In matters of beachcombing, he possessed far more experience than Zhao Qin, for crabs are nocturnal, emerging at night to forage. As they continued to eat and drink, it was just past 8 when, under Yu Fan's relentless urging, they concluded their meal. Luo Tian had preemptively called for 2 vehicles, which had now arrived. They agreed to rendezvous at 10 o'clock before taking their leave. Brother and sister-in-law remained inside, and upon seeing the guests depart, Xiaorong finally ventured out to tidy the table. Sister-in-law, don't rush. You and my brother haven't eaten yet. Sit down and share a drink. Zhao Qin knew his sister-in-law could manage a bit of alcohol. Once seated, he opened a bottle for each of them. Raising his glass in gratitude, thank you, sister-in-law. Without your assistance, I would have been toiling until 7 o'clock, and the feast would not have been so bountiful. Why speak of such matters among family? Qin, are they your classmates? No, I met them while beachcombing the other day. They are merely young people with whom I exchanged a few casual words, and I never anticipated they would find their way to our home today. He opted not to mention the incident of saving lives and instead fabricated a casual excuse. The tall young lady is truly beautiful. I noticed that she has been gazing at you, Xiaorong remarked with a coy smile. It must be said that these 2 brothers are quite handsome. With the Qin's looks, he could very well catch the eye of a wealthy heiress. As for those from the capital, I shan't dwell on that. Come, brother. Let us indulge ourselves. After assisting my brother and sister-in-law in finishing off the remaining bottles of beer, I rose to help my elder brother carry the table back indoors. Then took a broom to sweep the litter at the entrance. Once tidied up, and with my brother and sister-in-law having returned home, I pondered for a moment and opened the system. My current merit points stood at 211, just enough to exchange for 2 shovels. Today, I decided to redeem them all, hoping that fortune would favor me in the upcoming endeavors. After getting everything in order, I took a shower and rested for a while. Brother, I brought 100 ropes for binding crabs. Is that sufficient? He entered without knocking, noticing the lights on inside. This time, he had learned to dress appropriately in long sleeves and trousers. Are you mistaking crabs for sandworms? Digging up 101 night will surely exhaust us. There are also Luo Gu and the others. They will eat. Zhao Qin retorted, exasperated, suggesting that relying on them for hard labor was a fool's errand. When he spotted the 2 new shovels, he inquired, Brother, did you just purchase these from old Ju? No, I bought them previously in town, thinking they might come in handy. Brother, you think quite far ahead. Zhao Qin lightly tapped his head. If you can't even flatter, what use are you? Once prepared, he glanced outside, still hearing no sound of engines, and began to grow anxious. Brother, what time is it? Don't you have a mobile phone? I left it behind for fear of getting it wet. That thing is too precious. Zhao Qin smiled, recognizing that valuing one's belongings was indeed a significant improvement. Just as he was about to take out his phone, he heard what seemed to be a car approaching from a distance. Moments later, a vehicle halted at his doorstep, and Luo Tian stepped out first. We aren't late, are we? No, the timing is just right, Zhao Qin observed as they alighted. Pleased to see everyone clad in long sleeves and trousers, with the 2 young ladies even donning silk scarves around their necks. The scent of floral water wafting from a distance. I'll help you carry the buckets, said Luo Xiaoi, with Yu Fan each clutching a bucket. All right, let's go then. Brother, where are we headed? Where did Lai Bao dig last night? He shook his head. Many at the dock had inquired, yet he remained silent. It is only natural. Having stumbled upon a lucrative spot, why should one share it with others? My grandmother mentioned that blue crabs dwell at the confluence of salty and fresh waters. That day, we should dig for sandworms a bit further west, as she primarily feared for our safety in the mangroves, where snakes are prone to crawl. Zhao Qin, perhaps we should avoid the mangroves, Luo Xiaoi quickly interjected upon hearing about snakes. Zhao Qin nodded, and after walking for approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at the location he had indicated. Let's spread out and see if we can find any holes. If you do, just give a shout. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Qin and each armed with a shovel, while Luo Xiaoi followed closely behind with her bucket. As they began their search for crab holes, I found one. Amidst the cacophony of excited voices, Zhao Qin approached with curiosity. Even he, despite his simplicity, understood that this hole was unworthy of excavation. It was no larger than a ping-pong ball, and even the blue crabs would be diminutive and of little use. Sister Fan, seek a larger hole. This one is far too small, and any crabs unearthed will be even smaller. He interjected with a gentle explanation. Ah, but I found it with great difficulty, she replied. Zhao Qin's gaze fell upon a substantial rock nearby, beneath which lay a small pool of water. He extended his shovel towards it and scraped the surface, only to be met with the sudden grip of a large claw seizing the tool. Well, there truly is something here, he remarked, as he cautiously pushed the shovel further into the water. Having always harbored a fondness for outdoor pursuits, he had previously viewed numerous videos on crab hunting, aware that blue crab claws are prone to detachment, rendering them worthless once lost. When the crab finally relinquished its hold, he withdrew the shovel and called out to Ahi. At the sound of his voice, the others quickly gathered around him. Zhao Qin, have you found something? Where is it? Show me what the hole looks like. Is it large? In that moment, Zhao Qin felt as though he had stepped into a bustling marketplace, surrounded by a chorus of eager inquiries. Chapter 25. Goodness, it's like picking up money without even noticing. I stumbled upon a crab claw beneath a stone. Step aside. Ahe, let us see if we can turn this stone over, I remarked. Ahe inserted the shovel into the earth beside him and moved forward to assist. I joined him in the endeavor. Luo Tian, intrigued, positioned himself at another corner of the stone, while Zhao Qin stood in the middle. Let us avoid lifting it directly. It may fall on someone. We should gradually shift it to one side, I advised. With synchronized effort, the three of us pushed to the left, and to our delight, the stone began to budge. Come on, one more heave should do it, I encouraged. There was indeed a gap beneath the stone, and upon moving it aside, we uncovered a small pool of water, revealing no signs of the blue crabs. Zhao Qin, did you perhaps misjudge? One of the boys questioned upon seeing the empty space. No, I saw it too, a rather large claw, Luo Xiaoyi interjected, eager to defend her observation. Zhao Qin hesitated, contemplating whether to reach into the water. As a child, being pinched by a crab had been quite painful, and he had heard that the pincers of a large blue crab could crush a piece of meat, though he was uncertain of the truth in that claim. Ultimately, he steeled himself and plunged his hand into the water. He soon encountered a crab, carefully grasping its formidable claw, but the next moment, he yelped and withdrew his hand sharply. Did it pinch you? Was it painful? Zhao Qin shot an exasperated glance at the two girls, finding their inquiries rather redundant. There are two inside. It must be a pair, he surmised. Realizing he had indeed touched the pincers of one crab, while the other must have been responsible for the pinch. Brother, shall I take over? He was asked. Zhao Qin shook his head. To become a competent crab catcher, he needed to take this step himself. Thus, he crouched down again, this time employing a smarter approach. He first pressed down on one crab shell to secure it, then used his other hand to feel for the second crab shell. What is happening? Be careful. Don't get pinched again, came the admonition. Zhao Qin felt that bringing this group to the shore had been one of his gravest errors today. There was simply too much noise. In the next moment, he managed to grasp both crabs, one large and one small. The larger one was quite a struggle to hold with one hand, while the smaller one was surprisingly light. Ah, the old bull grazing on tender grass, he quipped with a sense of pride. The larger crab was undoubtedly male, likely weighing around a pound, while the smaller one was female, weighing less than half a pound, their size disparity evident and prompting his playful remark. Wow, Zhao Qin, you're amazing. Holding one in each hand, one exclaimed. Zhao Qin, that one is enormous. Can I try to catch it too? Zhao Qin looked at their excited faces and found the situation rather amusing. Hey, can you tie them up? He inquired, realizing he had prepared rope, but didn't he know how to tie it? Brother, let me do it. I can, Ahe offered, instructing Zhao Qin to set the crabs on the ground. Ahe proceeded to capture one crab in each hand, binding one while using his foot to hold the other down. Let us keep searching. We might find more. Hurry, encouraged another. Yes, we are here to assist Zhao Qin, and we cannot fall behind. Zhao Qin found it somewhat amusing, recognizing that the young people willingly accompanying him likely had the intention of helping, especially since he had treated them to a lavish dinner that evening. Let us look further beneath the stones, he suggested. Zhao Qin paused for a moment, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Although he appeared to be resting, he was actually reviewing the merit points in the system. After capturing a crab, his previously dwindling points had surged to 71. Delighted, he thought to himself that not only could he increase his merits, but he could also earn some money. He glanced over at Luo Xiaoyi and mused that life was quite pleasant with such beauty around. However, his joy was short-lived, lasting no more than half a minute before he picked up the shovel and resumed his search. Zhao Qin, come quickly. There seems to be one here. Luo Tian's excited voice echoed from nearby. Zhao Qin hurried over and discovered a small muddy pit, where Luo Tian pointed out a pair of tiny eyes peeking through the muck, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Luo Gu, you're quite perceptive. Your eyesight is exceptional, Zhao Qin complimented. Luo Tian grinned widely, gesturing to the nearby crab footprints. I noticed the prints looked like crab tracks and followed them here. Am I right? Indeed. Since you're not wearing gloves, I'll grab it, Zhao Qin replied. Wow, Luo Tian, did you find it? Yu Fan trotted over, brimming with excitement. Of course, Luo Tian declared. No way. Next time you find one, call me first. I want to catch it, Yu Fan insisted, her tone laced with urgency. Don't joke around. It's not a game if you get pinched, Zhao Qin remarked, observing the playful banter between the two with a hint of exasperation. Bro, I didn't have enough to eat tonight, but now I'm quite satisfied. What do you mean? Luo Xiaoyi asked, perplexed. I've been fed a mouthful of dog food by these two, Zhao Qin replied. What dog food? I didn't bring any, did you? Yu Fan tugged at Luo Tian, confused. Luo Xiaoyi quickly caught on and erupted into laughter. Luo Tian, slightly embarrassed, chuckled along. In this day and age, the term dog food indeed referred to actual dog sustenance, yet its broader implication was not lost on anyone, and soon everyone grasped the meaning. What are you all laughing about? Yu Fan, seemingly out of the loop, still failed to comprehend. Let us continue searching. The more we find, the more rewards of lollipops for everyone, Zhao Qin declared, tossing the crab onto the ground for Ahe to tie up, enthusiastically motivating the group. How stingy. Just lollipops? No way. I want to find one, Yu Fan retorted, perhaps too accustomed to the treats from her childhood. Gradually, they ventured westward. Zhao Qin spotted a sizable hole with distinct footprints at its entrance. Just as he was about to dig, he heard Luo Xiaoyi's voice calling from behind. Zhao Qin. Hurry. There's one running over there. Following the direction of her headlamp, he exclaimed, Wow, there really is one scuttling across. He stepped forward to secure it, summoning Ahe for assistance. A high-pitched soprano cry startled Zhao Qin. Luo Tian, Zhao Qin. I found one. I finally found one. Yu Fan shouted excitedly, hurry. It's about to escape. Even though she had previously expressed her desire to catch one, now that she had found it, her courage seemed to falter. Leaving her hopping in place, anxious, Luo Tian, closer to the action, stepped forward to mimic Zhao Qin, securing the creature and wait for Ahe to bind it. Damn it, I found one too. Another boy exclaimed from the other side, equally thrilled. Zhao Qin approached and seized the creature, bringing it to Ahe's side. As he contemplated searching again, he overheard Ahe cursing in a local dialect, exclaiming in disbelief at having managed to catch one while sitting there. Turning his gaze, he indeed spotted Ahe had also captured a crab. Zhao Qin scratched his head, opening the system panel, puzzled as his luck had not diminished at all. And they were not bound to any auxiliary tools. Why then was their fortune so abundant? However, he had no time for contemplation as two individuals simultaneously announced the sighting of a blue crab. Just as he was about to rush over, Luo Xiaoyi pointed to a small puddle beside them, indicating that it seemed to harbor two crabs. In the ensuing hour, Ahe became the busiest among them, tirelessly binding crabs without pause. These individuals were exceptionally skilled. They would scarcely take a few steps before discovering another, each one sizable. Reluctantly, Zhao Qin had no choice but to follow Ahe's lead in binding crabs. Only by working together could they keep pace. This is quite bizarre, Zhao Qin muttered under his breath as he tied the crabs. What did you say? Nothing, just hurry up and bind them. Separate the lean ones. We can take them home to make kanji and sell the fat ones. The lean ones won't fetch a good price anyway, so we might as well keep them for a delicious and sweet porridge. Chapter 26. The Yellow Crab. As the night wore on, Zhao Qin discovered that by 11:59, the day's luck value remained steadfast at 18. This could only indicate one thing: the bountiful catch was not a mere stroke of fortune, but rather a consequence of the abundant crabs present, allowing everyone to gather them with ease. Upon the stroke of midnight, he reopened the system, revealing that the new day's luck value had risen to 22, surpassing that of the previous day. As for which variety this luck pertained to, he scarcely had time to ponder. Collecting money was of paramount importance. Indeed, he was presently engaged in a monetary harvest. Before long, his bucket was filled to the brim. Brother, we can't pack it this way. The crabs at the bottom will be crushed. If only we had some snakeskin bags, and we're running low on rope as well. Zhao Qin contemplated for a moment before glancing at Luo Xiaoyi beside him. Could I borrow your phone for a moment? Sure. Zhao Qin removed his gloves and wiped his hands on his clothes. Upon receiving the phone, He realized it was also a Motorola V3, a dazzling shade of pink. This was hardly the time for admiring mobile phones. He dialed his brother's number, hoping he wasn't fast asleep at such a late hour. After several rings, his brother finally answered, his voice thick with sleep. "Hello, who is this, calling at such an hour?" "Brother, we are picking crabs on the west side of the village. And we have so many blue crabs that our buckets can hardly contain them. Please bring 2 snakeskin bags and some rope." Noticing Luo Xiaoyi occasionally licking her lips, he added, "And wake old Zhu, bring a case of mineral water along." "No, my friends from the capital are here as well, so just bring the mineral water." On the other end, Xiaoping jolted up, startling his wife beside him. "Where are you going at this hour?" Achin said the west tidal flats are teeming with blue crabs and his buckets are full. He asked me to bring snakeskin bags and rope. As he spoke, he casually slipped on a pair of pants and began gathering his belongings. "Shall I accompany you?" "No, stay home and rest. Besides, if Miao Miao wakes up, there will be no one to tend to her." After a moment's consideration, Xiao Rong agreed and lay back down. Zhao Ping prepared his items and set off at a brisk pace. The term rushing to the sea implied a race against the tides. And upon reaching old Zhu's little shop, he was greeted with a warm demeanor as he called out while opening the door. "Old Zhu, I need a case of mineral water. I'll pay you tomorrow morning." "I say, what is it with you brothers? Always coming to buy things in the middle of the night?" Zhao Ping chuckled as he hoisted the mineral water and dashed off. Arriving at the designated spot mentioned by Zhao Qin, he could hear the lively commotion from afar. "Goodness, there are so many. Haha, I feel cheated. My relatives said that tideland harvesting is exhausting with little reward. It's just gathering crabs, something anyone can do. Look, mine is enormous. It must be a top scorer." Listening to the jubilant voices around him ignited a fervor in his heart. Approaching closer, he spotted Achin and He engrossed in tying crabs together. "Achin, how many have we got?" Upon glancing at the 2 buckets, he exclaimed, "Are they all at the bottom? This must weigh 50 or 60 pounds. We can't pack it this way. The crabs underneath will be crushed." Muttering to himself, he opened a burlap sack and poured out half of 1 bucket. "Brother, you finally made it," Zhao Qin said, his hands trembling from tying crabs. "I'll take care of this. You go look for more," Zhao Ping replied, moving with a speed that surpassed even the combined efforts of himself and He. Zhao Qin, not in a rush to find crabs, first distributed a bottle of mineral water to each person. It was fortuitous to have these companions tonight. If it had just been him and He, they would only manage half a bucket by now. "Thank you. How did you know I was thirsty?" "Luo Xiao," he exclaimed joyfully, accepting the water from Zhao Qin and taking a few sips. She thought everyone must be parched by now. Zhao Qin casually handed out another bottle to each person. It seemed they had hit a peak moment. Zhao Ping and He were working tirelessly. Zhao Ping was increasingly delighted as he tied the crabs. After all, this was money. Ever since his younger brother had taken up a serious path, their fortunes had been quite favorable. Who could have anticipated such an abundance of blue crabs on the tidal flats tonight? "Brother Ping, why are there so many crabs?" He asked in confusion. "I can't explain it either, but I've heard the elders say that crabs sometimes gather in droves. They can stretch for over a kilometer at times, and thousands of pounds end up dead on the beach afterwards. I've just never seen it myself." As they continued searching, they came upon a fork in the path. Upward led to the freshwater area. Zhao Qin had an idea and said to his brother, "You keep leading them westward, and I'll head up to take a look. There might be more. If not, I'll come back." "All right, just be careful." With that, he handed Zhao Qin some rope for tying. "I'll go with you," Luo Xiaoyi said, quickening her pace to follow him. The two ascended along a small creek, and after a short while, Zhao Qin discovered a small puddle. With a swift motion of his shovel, crabs surfaced. He picked one up, rinsed it in the water, and noticed something peculiar about it. It appeared more yellow than usual. Not just the belly, but the claws too seemed to radiate a yellow hue under the light. This yellow didn't seem to be the color of the shell, but rather the meat beneath, seeping out. Strange. Could it be a sick crab? Never mind. I'll just tie it up for now. "Zhao Qin, do you come out to catch crabs every night?" "Not really. There are many ways to go crabbing. Most of the time, we do it during the day. By the way, what year are you in?" "I'm a sophomore. Also at Peking University. I'm your junior." Zhao Qin smiled ruefully. He didn't quite consider himself a part of Peking University anymore. "When are you planning to return to the capital?" "Something that happened the day before yesterday frightened my brother. I was thinking of going back the day after tomorrow, but now that it's turned to night, I suppose I should return tomorrow. Could you give me your number?" "Of course. Here, write it down." Luo Xiaoyi cheerfully took out her phone and noted Zhao Qin's number. Just as Zhao Qin was about to say something, he spotted another crab. Oddly squatting in the small puddle, he easily scooped it up with his shovel, finding it even easier to catch. Upon inspection, he realized the crabs here had mutated. And this one too was a striking yellow. Do you see any differences between this crab and the previous ones? Zhao Qin feared he was mistaken and inquired with Luo Xiaoyi. The latter leaned in, scrutinizing intently before shaking her head and stating, "There is no difference. The color." Zhao Qin reminded her, "Oh, it's a bit yellower. Ah, why are these crabs like this? Don't they like to bathe?" Zhao Qin nodded slightly, realizing he was not mistaken after all. Haha, crabs must bathe too. Zhao Qin, can I come back to play during my summer vacation next year? Of course. You are always welcome. Upon saying this, Zhao Qin suddenly realized, could this girl possibly have feelings for him? Yet, after a brief moment, he chuckled inwardly. The three great illusions of men. If a girl speaks a few more words with him, she likes him. If a girl behaves a bit intimately, she likes him. And when looking in the mirror, he thinks, I really am handsome. Setting aside these unwarranted thoughts, he recognized that women would only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. No, rather, the speed at which he digs, as earning money is paramount. Strangely enough, all he had found were these golden crabs, each one alike. In a short while, he had discovered more than 10, and upon opening the system panel, he nearly gasped in astonishment. The system had actually increased his merit points by 100, while his luck value had surprisingly diminished. He finally understood that his luck value had been invested in these golden crabs. But wait, shouldn't these also be considered blue crabs? Why was the system redundantly rewarding him with merit points? Chapter 27. Separation. Having gained an additional 100 merit points from the system, Zhao Qin, though perplexed, considered it a fortunate event. The substantial increase indicated that the yellow crabs he had collected were likely quite valuable. By the time today's luck ran out, Zhao Ping glanced at his phone and noted that it was nearly 3 o'clock. He had accumulated about 30 of these yellow crabs. Are you tired? He inquired. The young lady, quite stubborn, insisted on carrying the bucket herself, claiming she could be of assistance. Zhao Qin found it impossible to wrest it from her grasp. Sweat glistened on her brow, a few errant strands of hair playfully sticking to her cheek. All right, let us go. There is nothing more to do here. I'll carry it, he suggested. This time, she chose not to protest further as they walked side by side. Upon reaching a fork in the path, they continued westward, eventually catching up with the others after a considerable distance. During this time, the group had grown notably quieter. It was the most exhausting hour of the day. Had it not been for their desire to assist Zhao Qin, the temperaments of these young ladies and gentlemen would have likely caused them to abandon the task long ago. Qin, it seems your friends are weary. Perhaps we should let them head back while we continue for a bit longer? Zhao Ping offered, noticing his arrival. Not too bad, is it? Such valuable free labor, it would be a pity to send them away, Zhao Qin replied. Luo Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhao Ping, feeling a bit awkward, retorted, how can you say that? They are helping you, and it seems you've turned it into an obligation. Zhao Qin handed a bottle of water to Luo Xiaoyi, then took a few sips from another before addressing the group. Isn't this rather dull? How about we play a game? Great idea. What game do you have in mind? Yu Fan eagerly responded. Let us keep it simple. We'll count to 3. And whenever we reach 3, or any multiple of 3, we shall pass. If anyone makes a mistake or is slow to react, they must perform. However, if we happen to find crabs while making a mistake, they can escape punishment. So, we will not only be playing but also competing for our fines. This is multitasking at its finest. Wonderful. Let us play this. The youth, filled with enthusiasm, readily accepted the challenge. Zhao Qin began searching, calling out, let us start. In the first round, Yu Fan was caught. She exemplified the combination of inexperience and eagerness to play, yet she was astute enough to have spotted a crab earlier, and thus avoided a penalty. Next, one of the boys was caught. In a panic, he flipped over 2 stones but found no crabs and had to face the consequence. Sing a song for everyone, came the suggestion. The crowd was indifferent to the performance and clapped in encouragement. The boy sang 10,000 Reasons by Zheng Yuan, though his rendition was somewhat lackluster, likely due to fatigue as he struggled with the high notes. Zhao Qin managed to catch 2 more crabs, tossing them to the eldest among them for binding. He was puzzled, as his luck had seemingly run out today, and he shouldn't have been able to find anything. Patience, he thought. These questions can wait until we return home, and I can ponder them more thoroughly. As the turn continued with the boys, this time it was Luo Tian who faltered. Zhao Qin sensed it was deliberate. If so, it suggested a high emotional intelligence on his part, being considerate of others' feelings. He sang a rendition of Glorious Years by Huang Jiaju, which was relatively decent, though his fragmented Cantonese left much to be desired. As the game commenced, the initial drowsiness of everyone swiftly dissipated. "Yu Fan, you have once again hidden a crab." Zhao Qin looked up just in time to see Yu Fan carefully stepping on a crab and immediately called her out. "I did not." Like a child caught stealing a treat, Yu Fan hurriedly waved her hands, pressing down hard, and directly buried the crab in the mud. Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow, regretting having exposed her, thus wasting a perfectly good crab. In the next round, Yu Fan was caught again, and she had no choice but to sing a song by S.G. Persian Cat for everyone. Zhao Qin discovered another pair of crabs, and they were quite sizable. In his excitement, he forgot to count, only to be caught by the others. Upon realizing it was him, everyone seemed particularly animated. "All right, I am the karaoke king. The KTV prince. What shall I sing? I've got it. I'll sing Little." Although this song is from a female perspective, he has always cherished it. At first listen, it carried a hint of melancholy, yet upon further reflection, it revealed a touch of charm. Memories flowed like a storyteller, with a lilt of local dialect, skipping over puddles, meandering around small villages, awaiting the serendipity of encounters. Everyone fell silent, seemingly immersed in the song's ambience. As the last note faded, a lack of applause greeted him, which left him rather dissatisfied. "That was quite good, filled with emotion, and I stayed in tune." Zhao Qin, whose song is this? I've never heard it before." "I haven't either. How could I not know such a beautiful song?" Zhao Qin chuckled, a bit exasperated. "It's by Rong." He abruptly awoke to the realization that he was a reborn anomaly. Could this song not have been released this year? "Well, I can't quite remember. Who remembers the singer?" "Now, let us continue playing." Zhao Qin hastily redirected the conversation, thinking, "Damn, I need to be more careful. I almost slipped up." By around 4 o'clock, even the game failed to invigorate everyone's enthusiasm, and the crab catch dwindled. Even the older brother and he joined in the crab hunt. As dawn approached, it was time to return, for even if there were more crabs, they would soon retreat to their burrows. Zhao Qin was also quite exhausted, yet he felt it inappropriate to voice his fatigue while everyone was helping him. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively sighed in relief. Luo Tian pulled out his phone, dialing as he ascended. Zhao Qin carried a bag made of snake skin, while the older brother did the same, and he lugged 2 buckets. "Brother, how much do you think this weighs?" Zhao Qin asked wearily. "It should be over 100 Jane. My goodness, your friends are incredible tonight." Upon reaching the shore, Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude to the group, saying, "If you don't leave tonight, come over for dinner and enjoy the fruits of your labor." "No, we're heading back to the city now. We have a few matters to attend to. We should be in the capital by tomorrow." "Please do call us when you're in the capital," Luo Tian said, patting him on the shoulder. "All right, come back when you have the time. And I wish you a smooth journey." He then scanned the faces of Luo Xiaoi, Yu Fan, and the others with sincerity, saying, "It was a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to our next encounter." "So do we. You must come to the capital," Yu Fan replied cheerfully. The car has arrived, and the crowd ceased their chatter, promptly boarding. Before getting in, Luo Xiaoi gestured as if to remind him to hurry and recharge his card. He merely waved his hand in acknowledgement. "Akin, move a little closer to my side and select a few items from there first. I see quite a few red clams. It would be a loss to sell them as they are." "All right, I shall heed your advice," he replied, glancing at Ahe, who merely smiled without saying a word. The trio lifted the bag once more, just in time to see Zhao Haidong approaching, leaving them puzzled about what this uncle could be doing so early. "What are you carrying?" Zhao Haidong, initially indifferent upon recognizing Zhao Qin, became curious upon seeing the buckets and the burlap sack. Before Zhao Ping could respond, he caught sight of the crabs in the bucket. "Heavens, have you stumbled upon a blue crab's nest? Are you carrying those as well?" "We've dug up a few clams." "Uncle, you carry on with your business. We are heading back now." Zhao Qin, wishing to avoid further conversation with his uncle, urged his elder brother to hurry, muttering about being utterly exhausted. Observing this, Zhao Haidong snorted again and walked away. Chapter 28. Contacting the buyers upon entering the elder brother's home. They promptly transported all the items to the backyard. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Rong also rose from bed, astonished by the sheer volume of their haul. "What on earth happened last night? Did you raid a blue crab nest?" Initially shocked, her expression swiftly transformed into a broad smile that illuminated her entire face. Zhao Qin could not suppress a chuckle, noting that his sister-in-law's manner of speaking bore an uncanny resemblance to that of their uncle. "You 3 managed to accomplish so much in just one night. Had I known, I would have joined you," Xiao Rong remarked as she fetched stools for them. Aware that they had likely squatted all night and would suffer further if they remained crouched while sorting through their bounty, brother's friends are all lending a hand. It is impossible for just the three of us to manage all this, he chimed in, addressing Zhao Qin. His initial excitement had waned, and fatigue was now evident. It was clear that in terms of endurance, Zhao Qin and his elder brother were more formidable. Zhao Qin produced a cigarette, rolled one for each of them, and assisted in lighting it before suggesting, "Let us persevere a little longer. After we finish, we can have a meal and rest." Zhao Ping nodded. Noticing his wife was about to sit down to assist, he quickly interjected, "Don't busy yourself just yet. See if Peng Lao's door is open. Bring back a few bowls of noodles. You needn't prepare breakfast. Just of noodles, and let Miao Miao steam an egg for you." Under normal circumstances, Xiao Rong would not indulge in such extravagance. Preparing a simple porridge at home was hardly laborious. However, seeing the abundance of crabs and recognizing the trio's exhaustion after a night of toil, she turned and went inside. After retrieving some money, she asked the three, "Is 10 dumplings sufficient?" "That will suffice. Go ahead," they replied. Once Xiao Rong departed, the three resumed their labor. They expertly handled the crabs, noting that the male crabs with firmer shells were the plumpest. The red female crabs were easily distinguishable, primarily by the position of their navel. Those with a reddish hue were almost certainly ripe for harvest. In front of them lay 4 baskets, one for the fat blue crabs, one for those of moderate size, one for the red females, and the last for the underweight ones. These blue crabs were not particularly valuable, and they planned to share them for consumption later. The trio worked swiftly, and as daylight broke, the lighting proved excellent. Within about half an hour, they had sorted 2 burlap sacks and were preparing to tackle the buckets when Zhao Qin suddenly recalled something. He shifted the bucket he had previously collected and held up a crab for Zhao Ping to inspect. "Brother, I found quite a number of yellow crabs. Both male and female. They should not be red females. Take a look." Initially indifferent, Zhao Ping's interest piqued as he examined it closely, causing his cigarette to drop from his mouth in astonishment. "Butter crab?" "Yes, indeed, it's a butter crab. Qin, your luck is extraordinary. This delicacy is quite expensive." Just then, Xiao Rong entered with a basket, inquiring eagerly, "What is so valuable?" "Qin has caught a butter crab. It's not just one. There are about 30, varying in size." Upon hearing the term butter crab, Zhao Qin was equally astonished, having heard of its reputation for being quite costly. "Oh my, we've struck it rich. How did you manage to catch so many?" Xiao Rong exclaimed as she picked one up for a closer look, confirming its identity as a butter crab. In truth, the recognition of butter crabs had only emerged in recent years. Previously, they were merely regarded as ordinary blue crabs. They had gradually made their way from the port city, and upon their arrival, their price had skyrocketed. "Be cautious, for these are exceedingly valuable. We cannot afford to ruin them. Arone, please retrieve the nets from the house and prepare to sort these out. Any mishap would result in substantial loss." Xiao Rong hurried inside, and soon emerged with 3 or 4 nets in hand. Zhao Ping meticulously selected each item, keeping count, and after completing his task, he wore a lopsided grin. Altogether, there were 31, likely exceeding 20 pounds, which would fetch a handsome sum. "Brother, stop grinning and hurry up. We need to finish so we can wash our hands and eat before the noodles become soggy. Indeed, we still have a bucket to sort through. Time is of the essence." "Very well, you all go wash up and eat. I will handle the remaining bucket." Reluctantly, the trio acquiesced, their hunger undeniable. After washing their hands, Zhao Ping took 3 large bowls and placed the noodles from the convenience bag into them before untying it. Each received a bowl. And to ensure he wouldn't feel shy, he placed 2 large buns beside him, urging him to take more if needed. Initially, they were too preoccupied with their meal to converse, but once the noodles were finished and they began to enjoy the buns with soup, Zhao Ping finally inquired, "Qin, do you plan to sell to Old Lin?" Zhao Qin pondered for a moment. Old Lin was notoriously shrewd. Selling him just a few pounds might be acceptable, but parting with such a large quantity would be a loss. Moreover, even if he kept it confidential, the nearby purchasing station would likely catch wind of it, and soon the entire village would know. He was about to suggest selling in town when he interjected, "Brother, didn't he that mister? Ye say to contact him if we had good goods? He would surely be interested in these butter crabs." Zhao Qin considered this and asked Ahi, "Can you recall your uncle's number?" "I can remember. I will give it to you." "Brother, may I borrow your phone for a moment?" Zhao Ping assumed his phone was dead and did not think much of it as he handed over his device. "Ah, a Vodafone. How amusing." He dialed the number. Hello, Mr. Qian. This is Zhao Qin. I apologize for disturbing you so early. I would like to obtain Mr. Ye's phone number. Yes, I managed to procure some goods. And it is only right they express their gratitude to you. Had it not been for your assistance that day, others might not have made it in time to help. Your kindness is commendable. Mr. Qian, may I inquire about the current market price for butter crabs? Very well, thank you. What price per pound? Zhao Ping could hardly contain his curiosity once he ended the call. He mentioned that if the quality is good, it could reach around 160 to 170. Just then, Xiao Rong entered and, upon hearing this, exclaimed in delight. That means we could sell just the butter crabs for around 3,000. Who can say for certain? What if he doesn't want them? Zhao Ping rubbed his hands together, a smile on his face, yet still wary of celebrating too soon. Zhao Qin, advising patience, dialed Mr. Yi, who confirmed he would take everything Zhao Qin had caught overnight. The price was set at 180 yuan per pound. But Zhao Qin would need to deliver it to the city as Mr. Yi had no time to collect it himself. After hanging up, he called two men to inquire if she was available that day. Sure, the round trip to the city will cost 70. When are you leaving? If you have time, you can come over now. Once again, he ended the call, intending to return the phone to his brother. He reconsidered and said, Brother, may I borrow your phone again for this morning? I will return it to you afterward. Go ahead, just use it. Zhao Qin once again ventured into the backyard, glancing at the selected lean crabs, which weighed approximately 10 pounds. Brother, please reserve 2 of these lean crabs for me. The rest you may keep for your meal. Lean crabs are a delicacy and can be gifted to my sister-in-law's family. Having said this, he picked out 3 butter crabs and set them aside. What are you choosing those for? Zhao Ping inquired anxiously. They weigh 180 per pound. You aren't planning to keep them for yourselves, are you? One crab could purchase several chickens. In total, there were 3 crabs, one for a yuan, one for Miao Miao, and the last one for he to take home for his grandmother to taste. As for us, let's not indulge. They are simply too expensive, and consuming them would be a source of regret. Indeed, a yuan and Miao Miao need not keep theirs either. It's unnecessary. Xiao Rong remarked while pointing at the basket of lean crabs. All right, let us heed my suggestion. Sister-in-law, please don't resist. Brother, you should wash up and rest. Once we return from selling, we can settle the accounts. What accounts? I merely assisted. The crabs were gathered by you and your friends. My only contribution was tying them up. If you feel indebted, you may compensate me with a day's wage. Zhao Ping, wary of receiving nothing at all lest his wife complain, and apprehensive that Zhao Qin might generously overcompensate, mentioned the day's wage he earned at the dock, which was 80 yuan. In his view, having worked for 4 or 5 hours, that was quite a substantial amount. We'll discuss it upon our return. Chapter 29. A trip to the city. Upon hearing the news of a trip to the city, Ah-Hei, who had been nodding off, suddenly perked up. Brother, I want to go too. All right, you can accompany me. Bring the crabs along. We can sell the rest at the seafood market in the city. Zhao Qin then turned to his brother and sister-in-law, saying, when the car arrives, let old two wait a moment. I need to go back to shower and change clothes. It wouldn't be proper to head to the city like this. I'm covered in mud and have sweated all night. I feel rather unpleasant. As Zhao Qin and Ah-Hei departed, Xiao Rong's hand slipped to Zhao Ping's waist. What are you doing, pinching me? You're so generous. The bowls of noodles and buns from this morning cost over 10 yuan. Plus, you definitely won't be able to work today. Although she complained, there was no genuine anger in her tone. It was a pity that these crabs were not from home, but considering Zhao Qin was still single, if he could save some money, it would ease things for both him and his brother in the future, which brought her some comfort. You are quite the wife. Look how well Akun is doing now. The butter crabs are so expensive. Yet he is willing to leave a couple for his nieces and nephews without taking one for himself. Moreover, I really didn't contribute much last night. The goods were all gathered by him and his friends. I merely helped with tying them up. Indeed, it's interesting how men can mature so quickly. Just a while back, he was rather reckless, and now he seems transformed. All right, hurry up and eat your noodles. Wake up a yuan, or the buns will get cold. You go call him. I will head to the kitchen to steam an egg for Miao Miao. If she wakes up and sees her brother eating, she will surely cry. After Zhao Juyuan was called and finished washing up, the car driven by 2 men arrived. Men, have you eaten? There are still a few buns at home. Zhao Ping stepped out to offer him a cigarette. I've already eaten. Don't be shy. What is all this? Do you need a hand? Wow. Why are there so many crabs? Haha. I was busy all night. Zhao Ping, being astute, refrained from elaborating further. He intended to accompany Akun again tonight to see what they could find. Before long, Ahe arrived first. Can the three of us fit? Sure. Just lift the seat on the engine cover, and it'll be fine. Are you coming too? Yes, my brother asked me to join. As the three were conversing, they spotted Zhao Qin coming over, swaying slightly. It was that he was unsteady. Rather, his tall and slender frame gave that impression with each step. Old too. Do you recognize this address? He handed two men the address previously provided by Mr. Yi. The city isn't that large. Are there places I wouldn't know? Are you doubting my professional capabilities? After taking a glance, two men replied, Isn't it just on Changjiang Road West? Get in, the sooner we leave. The sooner we return. Akun, there are 2 bottles of water. Take them with you to drink on the way. Zhao Ping passed the 2 bottles into the car. Hey, wake up, we've arrived. Which factory is it? Two men was speechless. The last time he rode with Zhao Qin was quite entertaining, mostly due to Zhao Qin's incessant chatter. This time, however, both of them got into the car and promptly fell asleep, snoring louder than the other. Zhao Qin opened his eyes, still in a daze, and it took a while for him to fully awaken. Rubbing his face, he distinctly felt the dryness of eye discharge at the corners of his eyes. After getting out of the car, he stretched and surveyed his surroundings, pointing in a direction and saying, "Let's head that way." He instructed old Tu to drive while he walked in that direction, pulling out his phone to call General Manager Yi. The destination was a shoe factory, which appeared to be quite spacious. However, Zhao Qin did not enter. Instead, he waited at the entrance. After a short while, General Manager Yi did not emerge from within, but rather drove up from outside. He arrived sooner than expected. Zhao Qin had thought it would take at least an hour. After parking, he got out of the car with a smile, followed by a man in his 40s. Zhao Qin greeted them and handed over 2 bags containing butter crabs, saying, "General Manager Yi, take a look. These are guaranteed to be wild." The man following Yi chuckled and remarked, "Haha, as long as they are butter crabs, they must be wild. We certainly lack the technology to farm these around here." After speaking, he crouched down to inspect the crabs. General Manager Yi retrieved a basket from the car and set it aside, offering Zhao Qin an apologetic smile. "This is my cousin, Mr. Lu. He is the one who collects crabs. I know how to cook them, but I am not familiar with live ones." Zhao Qin replied, "That's only right. Given their high value, it is essential to be thorough." He felt reassured by this diligence, as it would be troublesome to address any issues after Mr. Lu had left. "Goodness, not only are they male crabs, but they are also quite sizable," Mr. Lu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire. "At 180 per pound. It may seem a bit steep, but quality fetches a good price. If one knows the value, it can be profitable." He added, "With this quality, each crab would not be less than 1,000 when sold at the port city." "Are you serious, cousin?" Mr. Lu responded, "Absolutely, they are all top-notch. And your young brother here is quite honest. None are mixed in." General Manager Yi beamed with delight and recounted how Zhao Qin had come to his aid, stating, "Not only is my young brother honest, but he also possesses a kind heart." After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Zhao Qin's feet and then at 2 men and Ahe. He instructed them to wait a moment before entering the factory. Zhao Qin assumed he was going in to fetch a scale, which he thought nothing of. However, it was not long before General Manager Yi emerged with 3 boxes, placing them beside his own car. He then informed Zhao Qin, "Let's head to the fruit shop nearby. They have an electronic scale that is reliable." Leading the way, General Manager Yi walked ahead while Zhao Qin carried the basket, following closely behind. Upon reaching the shop, the owner pointed to the electronic scale, indicating that General Manager Yi could use it freely. The total weight, including the basket, was 26 pounds. Mr. Lu stated, "My basket weighs 4 pounds exactly. No more. No less. If you doubt it, we can weigh the crabs separately." "That won't be necessary. I trust you, Mr. Lu," Zhao Qin thought to himself, estimating the weight to be accurate. "All right then, let us head to the car to get the money," Mr. Lu concluded. Zhao Qin moved the crabs into General Manager Yi's trunk and added, "General Manager Yi, you surely cannot eat all of this in one meal. You might want to leave some with Mr. Lu, as it would be a pity if they were to spoil." "Thank you for the reminder. But I assure you that I will indeed consume this entire meal," replied General Manager Yi, without hesitation. "I casually mentioned that several clients from Southeast Asia would be arriving tomorrow. Initially, I was concerned about how to host them, as I had little of substance to offer. Your assistance has truly been invaluable. What you have provided will undoubtedly impress them." Zhao Qin was taken aback, realizing that Mr. Yi was engaged in foreign trade, a lucrative endeavor in the current market. The total weight was 22 jin, amounting to 3,960 yuan. "Mr. You paid 4,000 directly and instructed me to reach out whenever I came across rare items. Once Xiaoqin confirmed the payment, he handed over 3 boxes. This is my trade. It holds little value, but we seem to share a connection. A size 43 is for you. Size 41 is for the driver. And Xiao should wear a size 40, he noted, adept at gauging shoe sizes from his daily interactions. I cannot accept this, Mr. Yi. Perhaps you could tell me the price? Xiaoqin hesitated. What, do you look down on me? Mr. Yi feigned anger. With the conversation reaching this stage, Xiaoqin could only express his gratitude and accept the gifts. Observing their agreement, Mr. Lu inquired, Qin, what do you plan to do with the crabs in the car? How fortuitous. Qin will certainly sell them, so you might as well take them off his hands. Old friend, offer a fair price. Our dealings will continue in the future. Mr. Yi, being a generous person, articulated Xiaoqin's thoughts without him needing to ask. Chapter 30. Dividing the fortune. Xiaoqin and his companions once again entered the vehicle, with Mr. Lu driving Mr. Ye's car. Just in time to transport the yellow butter crabs back to the shop's tank for cultivation. Once inside, Xiaoqin tossed a pair of shoes to Old Tuesday. Here. Keep these. I no longer need them. Take them. Rest assured, the round-trip expenses won't cost you a dime. Upon hearing this, Old Two grinned, tucking the shoes behind the seat. This trip is profitable. Not only did I earn money, but I also acquired a pair of shoes. Qin, you truly possess remarkable skills. You can converse with such a significant boss. It's nothing. A boss is still human. They need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. By the way, Old Two, I'll be using your car from now on, but you must not divulge what goods I sell or how much I earn. All right. For these shoes, not even a fortune could pry my lips loose. Xiaoqin patted his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. Damn it, I don't gain weight. Yet my digestive system works exceptionally well. Upon arriving at the seafood market, the vehicle could not enter, but Mr. Lu had likely made arrangements in advance, as someone was already waiting with the cart. After unloading the goods, Ahi, feeling drowsy, chose to remain in the vehicle, allowing Old Two to rest alongside him. As the crabs arrived at the shop, Mr. Lu promptly transferred the yellow butter crabs into a water tank. The remaining crabs were pushed to the back, as there were still customers at the front, and he could not allow them to discover the price he paid. After weighing, the red-shelled crabs totaled 63 pounds, while the remaining crabs weighed even more, amounting to 79 pounds in total. Mr. Lu, experienced in this trade, did not need to handle them. He could discern the crab's plumpness merely by their coloration. Generally, the greener the crab, the leaner it is. After casually selecting a few to examine, he expressed satisfaction. Did you pick these at home? Yes, one cannot deceive in business. Hence, I sorted out the lean ones early this morning. Mr. Lu gave a thumbs up. No wonder my cousin praises you so highly. You are indeed fair-minded. In the future, feel free to send over any quality goods, anything my cousin deems undesirable. I will gladly take. Mr. Lu, what are the current market prices? The red females are priced at 45 per pound, while the regular ones are at 30. This is the best price. If you have any doubts, there are many buyers here. Feel free to inquire. There's no need. I trust you. Let us move forward. I'll settle the payment for you. As they approached the front, they noticed several people gathered around the tank containing the yellow butter crabs. Old Lu, with such excellent goods, you didn't notify me. Hurry, catch a few for me. I'd love to taste them at noon. These individuals seem to be regulars. Pointing at the tank and asking the nearby staff for assistance. Mr. Lu was about to explain when someone from outside shouted while rushing in, "Where are they? Where are the yellow butter crabs? Oh my, they really exist. Old Lu, save me for everyone. I sincerely apologize, but these goods do not belong to me." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Xiaoqin. Young man, are they yours? What is the price? Can I buy a few? No. These crabs are no longer his either. A boss has purchased them for tomorrow's use, and they are merely being kept here for now. Please understand, next time we meet, I will certainly inform you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. It must be said that in this day and age, the number of affluent individuals with leisure time is undeniably on the rise, particularly in coastal areas, where many are indifferent to money and simply yearn for a taste of quality. After attending to their needs, Mr. Lu took out his calculator to tally the accounts, arriving at a total of 5,205. Without even rounding off the cents, he handed the full amount to Xiaoqin. With the money secured, he acknowledged that this market was bustling with activity. Upon receiving a business card from Mr. Lu, Xiaoqin expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. That year, with my hands tucked into my pockets, I was oblivious to the concept of rivals. Reflecting on this phrase, a smile suddenly broke upon my face. Now, my hands are stuffed with substantial wealth. Upon exiting the market, he was surprisingly awake, resting his feet against the windshield, smoking as he observed the passing young women. Muttering to himself, as Zhao Qin approached, he flicked away his cigarette and shifted to the center, exclaiming, "Brother, I just spotted Lai Bao." He came out from the market too. I called out to him, but he pretended not to hear and hurried away. Afterward, he gestured towards Lao Tu, who had also seen it. Indeed, it was Lai Bao. What could that lad possibly want in the city? Zhao Qin was entirely unconcerned, after all. Who isn't allowed in the city? He turned to Lao Tu and said, "Could you do me a favor? First, let us head to the bank. Then to the securities firm. Ah Qin, I've heard that's a place for stock trading. They say investing in stocks is akin to gambling. You wouldn't dabble in that, would you? Earning money isn't easy." In response to this remark, Zhao Qin replied, "I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Rest assured. I'm merely going in to meet someone regarding business." With 9205 on hand, he deposited 5,200, leaving 4,000 in his pocket, and then entered the securities trading center. To his astonishment, the price of Matai had risen, previously at 10.09 per share, it was now 10.34. He purchased 5 more shares, depleting his card's balance once again, before finally emerging just in time for lunch. They found a modest eatery where the three enjoyed a meal. After ordering, he mentally calculated that he currently held 9 shares, and at a projected growth rate of 180 times, in 17 years, they could be worth over 1.6 million. No, that was insufficient. He needed to acquire at least 50 shares more, after which he would save funds to build a house, a small villa in the village for himself. With these thoughts, his enthusiasm surged anew. The trio ordered 3 dishes and a soup, along with rice, totaling a mere 53 yuan. Such are the prices these days. What a relief. After their meal, they hurried home, where he reacquired a mobile phone SIM card in town. Upon returning to the village, he instructed Lao Tu to drive directly to his elder brother's doorstep. Hearing the car turn off at her home, Xiao Rong stepped outside to see. Discovering it was Zhao Qin returning. "It has been quite a while. Was everything smooth? Did you sell all the goods?" she inquired, then asked if they had eaten. "Sister-in-law, please don't fuss. I've already eaten. Is elder brother awake? If he isn't, please call him. Let him settle the accounts before resting." Zhao Qin then turned to 2 men and suggested, "Would you like to come in for a glass of water? I'll head back first. You all carry on. By the way, I'm taking these shoes with me." Xiao Rong went inside to summon the others, while Lin Junyuan tugged at Zhao Qin's sleeve, saying, "Uncle, could you take me to the city next time? It's a simple matter. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. I have other things to attend to." He casually approached the baby walker, gently pinching Meow Meow's chubby little cheeks, which were adorably plump. Although she had been able to walk for nearly 2 weeks, she was often left in the walker as no one was watching her closely. Qin returned and inquired about the outcome. Zhao Qin instructed his elder brother to sit down first, then pulled out 4,000 yuan. Calculating for the two, we sold a total of 9,200 yuan. That's quite a sum. Goodness, it's nearly 10,000. We earned over 9,000 in just one night, he continued, urging the others not to interrupt him. As for the division with he, I'll take 8 and he'll take 2, which amounts to 1,840 yuan. Upon hearing that he would receive such a substantial portion, a hint of reluctance flickered across Xiao Rong's face. However, since the money belonged to Qin, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Despite arriving later the previous night, the elder brother had not shirked from his duties, thus he too would receive the 1,840 yuan. "I don't need that much. Just pack it up," Ji Yuan said, extracting 3 bills from the 4,000 and pocketing them. As he stood to leave, he added, "You two can divide the rest. The extra 20 is for the morning's noodle expenses. I'm utterly exhausted and need to return to sleep." He, not one to be overly sentimental, counted out 1,800 yuan from the pile, stuffed it into his pocket, and prepared to leave as well. "Pingu, the remainder is yours. I'm quite tired and will head back now." "Wait a moment," Qin interjected. "I saved a butter crab for your mother. You didn't take it this morning. Also, bring back a few slimmer ones to cook for porridge," Zhao Ping said as he turned, retrieving a prepared net bag for him. Come over for dinner tonight with Qin," Xiao Rong cheerfully reminded him, once everyone had departed. She gazed at the money on the table, counted it, and realized there was a total of 1,900 yuan. She hesitated to put it down, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Is it appropriate for us to take this?" "Just put it away. Qin will certainly not ask for it back," Xiao Rong replied, her face bright with joy. Holding the money, She went into the inner room and shortly returned, handing a red bill to Zhao Ping. "What is this for?" he asked. "Eat something first. This afternoon, go to old Zhang's and see if he has any braised pig trotters left. Buy 2 to supplement Qin, and with the remainder, go to old Zhu's for 2 bottles of wine." Chapter 31. Not so many good things on his way home. Zhao Qin caught sight of a familiar figure, who, upon noticing him, turned away without a word and walked off. Has he not returned? It makes sense. It is summer vacation, after all. And it is quite normal for her to go back to her hometown. Not wishing to create an awkward situation, he went straight home, took a quick shower, and collapsed onto his bed. Almost as soon as his head hit the pillow, consciousness began to fade. He awoke near 7 o'clock, stretching and hearing a satisfying crack from his bones. Could it be that he is still growing? No, at 1.82 meters, he is just right. Any taller would be unnecessary, especially since he has no desire to play basketball. Feeling lazy and reluctant to cook, he suddenly remembered the system's anomaly from the previous night and opened the system to investigate. After some time, he finally understood. All items that had been unlocked or captured using the system tools could subsequently be found naturally, unaffected by the system's real-time luck values. Moreover, the higher the permanent luck value, the greater the fortune bonus it provided. In essence, for items like clams, crabs, and sea cucumbers, as long as they had been previously dug up with the system tools, they could be naturally collected again without consuming the timely luck value. No wonder he was able to find blue crabs even after his luck value had depleted. It turned out that he had unlocked the species with the timely luck value earlier. Realizing this, a thought struck him. Last night's crabs were not a result of his luck value, but likely related to the crab's own migration. Should he try his luck again tonight? Just then, he heard his brother's voice from outside. "Hey Qin, are you up? Come home for dinner." "Brother, I can make do with a simple meal at home." Zhao Qin replied. "He is already gone. Hurry up." Upon hearing that he had already left, Zhao Qin ceased his protests, donned a coat, locked the door, and followed his brother. "Your sister-in-law mentioned she saw Xiao today," Zhao Ping said in a hushed tone, although his wife had advised him not to tell Zhao Qin. He thought it best for his brother to know in advance. Otherwise, it would be awkward if they bumped into each other in the village. "I saw it. The bag of rice from the Yin family has been returned. Our families are no longer connected. At least you can think like that. Sigh. Why did you act so impulsively and drop out? Otherwise, you would be in your senior year now." Zhao Qin chose not to respond, and sensing his brother's concern, Zhao Ping shifted the topic. "Are we going to catch crabs tonight? We can head out around 10. If we find any, we'll keep them, and if not, we'll come back." "That sounds good." With that, they arrived at Zhao Ping's home. "Uncle, I've been waiting for you, and now I haven't had any dinner." "You owe me a compensation," Zhao Qin teased. "All right, just tell me what you want." "I want a new backpack. Mine has a hole in it, and my mother patched it up. It looks so ugly." "That's a small matter. Next time we go to the city, I'll buy you a nice one." "Why do you always ask your uncle for things? Why not ask your dad?" Summerong, who was serving dishes, interjected with a hint of annoyance. "My father's pockets are cleaner than my face. Asking him for something would only lead me back to you, and if I seek your assistance, you would simply argue that buying new items is wasteful. I feel quite embarrassed to carry that backpack again. In such a small matter, I have not learned anything else. Yet I have certainly mastered the art of comparison. Sister-in-law, it is quite normal for boys to seek a semblance of pride among their peers." Zhao Qin interjected. "Is a new backpack truly a matter of comparison? This nephew of mine has already shown considerable understanding. Come, sit down and eat," Zhao Ping urged. Zhao Qin took the wine bottle into his hands, poured a glass for each of the three, and called out, "Sister-in-law, since there is nothing else to do tonight, why don't you join us for a drink?" In this locality, 8 out of 10 women partake in drinking, albeit they often refrain from it in their daily lives. When guests arrive, they seldom join the table, leading to infrequent indulgence. Indeed, don't rush. After all, we are all family today. "So do sit down and share a drink," Zhao Ping added. Xiaorong smiled, wiped her hands on her apron, and said, "All right then, I shall have a glass tonight. Ever since I conceived Meow Meow, I haven't had a drink." This gathering felt markedly more relaxed than the last, as Xiaorong's perception of him had completely transformed. Zhao Ping no longer frequently served him food. The 4 of them chatted and laughed, and they managed to finish 2 bottles of wine. "Ah Qin, if you plan to go out tonight, then there is no need to return. Let us stay here and sip some tea to sober up," Xiaorong suggested. She pulled out a deck of cards, inviting the 3 to play a game of landlord to pass the time. They played purely for enjoyment, without any stakes involved. As the clock approached 9, Zhao Qin returned to fetch tools. Remembering the previous night's events, he deemed the shovel cumbersome and decided to bring along 2 sand shovels instead. To his surprise, his elder brother had prepared 2 snakeskin bags and a large bundle of rope. "Brother, we may not find anything tonight," he remarked. "Better to be prepared than caught off guard. What if we do find something and have to return for our gear?" The trio moved swiftly, reaching the previous location in about half an hour. They began their search, bending down for over 20 minutes before finally discovering one. This situation caused their brows to furrow with concern. It seemed unlikely they would encounter luck as favorable as the previous night. Zhao Ping sighed. If we were to find something every night, this stretch of mudflat could very well become a battleground. Zhao Qin, however, remained undeterred. He had anticipated the worst before arriving and pulled out cigarettes for both companions. "Well, since we're here, let us keep looking," he suggested. And neither Zhao Qin nor he objected. Being here and finding a few to bring home would be worthwhile. After searching for a while longer, he stumbled upon a red female. At this pace, the 3 could hope to gather 5 or 6 pounds tonight. Zhao Ping, surprisingly, was not disheartened. Calculating the potential yield, if they managed 5 or 6 pounds at 30 yuan each, they could each earn a tidy sum. A far lighter task than lugging bags at the docks during the day. However, the following half hour yielded no further discoveries. He, feeling disheartened, settled on a rock and lamented, "We were too busy last night to find anything, and tonight's luck seems cursed. Perhaps we should stop searching." Zhao Qin, feeling similarly discouraged, also found a stone to sit on and turned to Zhao Ping, saying, "Brother, it appears tonight's prospects are dim." Zhao Ping straightened his back and glanced at the 2 pitiful crabs in the bucket, as well as the snake skin bag he had brought, equally disheartened. "Shall we return empty-handed?" he mused. Zhao Qin took out his phone and noted the time, 11:15. Returning now would not interfere with his elder brother's affairs tomorrow. His brother would arrive home first, followed by He. Zhao Qin resided in the old house, which was situated further up the village. As he approached his doorstep, a beam of flashlight suddenly illuminated his face, blinding him momentarily. "Who is it? What a nuisance." "Zhao Qin, where have you been at this late hour?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Not turned off the flashlight. "Making a living, unlike you university students, who are the favored ones, waiting for countless companies to vie for your attention upon graduation. Are you still angry with me?" Such words. Should I feel grateful to you? Spare me the self-importance. You come here at this hour just to ask that? Perhaps you should return. I assume you wouldn't dare seek me out during the day, fearing the gossip. Walk with me. I have no time. I'm utterly exhausted. Do you not wish to know about Lu Zhongyu's current situation? Zhao Qin paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Let us go. Let us head to the seaside. It's perfect for a refreshing sea breeze." With that, Ina strode ahead. Zhao Qin lit a cigarette, waited for a moment, and then followed her toward the shore. Chapter 32. Anger. Today, the breeze by the seaside was quite pleasant. Yet the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the breakwater lingered in the air. Due to the fishing ban, there were few fishing boats at sea. Occasionally, the faint glimmer of a couple of boats could be seen, their lights indicating they were engaged in the permitted practice of longline fishing. How is Lu Zhongyu faring? Zhao Qin, feeling disinclined to walk any further, simply plopped down onto the embankment, switched off his headlamp, and set the bucket he had been carrying beside him. Having nearly forgotten it at home, "I have parted ways with Zhang Qingji." "Well, your breakup is of no concern to me. By the way, your mother returned a bag of rice to my family. I did not demand interest, and besides, I have also withdrawn from school, so strictly speaking, we can no longer be considered classmates." Zhao Qin, must you utter such callous words? Do you feel a sense of relief in my separation from Zhang Qingji? Are you pleased? Ina's voice rose in pitch. Let us talk about Lu Zhongyu instead. Zhao Qin, uninterested in engaging in an argument with her, felt it a loss to expend his emotional energy over her whims. You withdrew from school not long ago, and he did as well. I heard he retook the college entrance examination and is now studying in Shanghai. Zhao Qin fell silent, taking a moment to extract a cigarette and light it once more. Lu Zhongyu was a fine person. The two became familiar quickly as they shared a dormitory and attended classes together once Zhao Qin entered university. During that time, Zhao Qin often spent time with Ina, and when Lu Zhongyu inquired about their relationship, Zhao Qin divulged that they were childhood betrothed. Before long, however, Ina began dating Zhang Qingji without informing Zhao Qin, and occasionally invited him out. One day, Lu Zhongyu happened upon Ina and Zhang together. Out of a sense of friendship, he confronted them and revealed the childhood betrothal, creating an awkward situation. Afterward, Zhao Qin learned of this and expressed gratitude to Lu Zhongyu, clarifying matters with Yin Na and achieving an amicable separation. Not long after, while out drinking, they encountered Zhang Chengji and his friends. Zhang spoke disdainfully, claiming he had slept with Yin Na, and mockingly questioned Zhao Qin's prowess. Being of youthful bravado, Zhao Qin could hardly endure such provocations and smashed a beer bottle over the adversary's head. A scuffle ensued, and Lu Zhongyu, unwilling to stand idly by while his friend was attacked, joined the fray. That night, the altercation escalated to the police station, where the school intervened to secure their release. Shortly thereafter, the advisor summoned him for a discussion, implying that he should voluntarily withdraw from school, promising that if he took the initiative to resign and accept blame, Lu Zhongyu would only need to write a self-reflection. To avoid implicating Lu Zhongyu further, Zhao Qin made the resolute decision to withdraw. Yet he harbored a simmering anger within him, compounded by the ridicule of the villagers upon his return. Thus, he completely surrendered to a reckless lifestyle. Unexpectedly, even after his withdrawal, he continued to bring trouble to Lu Zhongyu. After finishing a cigarette, he rose, dusted off his pants, and picked up his bucket, preparing to leave. I know you are still upset with me. I do not blame you. I simply wish to convey that even if you are no longer in university, I do not hold you in contempt. Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. You intend to treat me as a backup, do you? Your gaze is quite questionable. I am merely a fisherman, and my pockets are so empty that I cannot even afford a condom. Oh, by the way, Zhang Qingji mentioned the same thing that day, asking if I couldn't buy a condom. Haha. Zhao Qin, you've gone too far. Apologize. And I shall pretend you never uttered that. Gone too far? Are you out of your mind? Just get lost and disappear from my life. Otherwise, I could utter even more hurtful words. You, Zhao Qin, do not regret this. I had intended to offer you another chance at friendship today. I am not interested. Just leave. Ina wiped away non-existent tears and fled without looking back. She had resolved not to let anger consume her, yet this person was infuriating. Zhao Qin felt disheartened. In truth, the original owner's memories had extinguished any illusions about Ina after dropping out of school, leaving behind only a sense of guilt towards his brothers. Sitting down again, he lit a cigarette and remembered he had changed phones, realizing that Lu Zhongyu's number was no longer in this device. After finishing the cigarette, his mood settled. It was not worth being affected by such a woman. Once he came to terms with it, he flicked the cigarette butt into the sea and stood once more. Noticing a bucket at his feet, he suddenly recalled that it was now nighttime. He opened the system panel and glanced at the luck value, discovering it had reached an astonishing 100137, the highest single-day luck value recorded. This revelation filled him with excitement. However, where had that luck value gone? He turned on his headlamp, contemplating heading south along the breakwater, as that area appeared to have tidal flats as well. As he shone the light indiscriminately, he noticed something on the stone pier, cautiously descending. He leaned down for a closer look. To his astonishment, it was a bitter snail. This creature, while refreshing and detoxifying, was not particularly valuable, perhaps selling for a mere $1.50 per pound, which would be considered a high price. Just as he was about to ascend, he noticed another object beside the bitter snail, oval-shaped, resembling a swollen bump as if the stone pier had been bitten by a mosquito. Using a sand shovel, he pried it up, and lo and behold, it was a sizable abalone, weighing at least 2 taels. The system notified him that his merit points had increased by 100 points, and with the 5 points gained from the bitter snail, his total now stood at 276 points. Elated, he swept the headlamp around and discovered that both sides were teeming with these creatures. He took a few more steps, and wherever the light shone, he continued to find them. This was untenable. He needed help, as it would take him until dawn to pry them all out by himself. He pulled out his phone and called a he. Hurry over. I'm at the eastern breakwater. Remember to bring water. After hanging up, he called his elder brother. Bring a jug of water and a snakeskin bag. I'm at the eastern breakwater. What have you discovered? You'll know when you arrive. Zhao Ping had just finished washing up and was lying down when he received the call. He rolled over again, filled with excitement, his voice a bit louder than intended. Waking his daughter, Xiao Rong gently patted the child, equally exhilarated, saying, "A Qin is calling. Didn't he say there was no stock tonight? I have no idea what it is. He just asked me to bring the snake skin back. He must have found something remarkable." As you arrived, the kettle was filled with herbal tea, and I had just boiled 10 eggs, anticipating your hunger upon your late return. You may take them along. Very well. You should rest with the child. Zhao Ping, as he did the previous night, dashed out the door with his belongings. Naturally, Zhao Qin would not wait for them. After hanging up the phone, he purchased a sand shovel from the system, as it proved quite effective for prying abalone, intending to use it for his older brother shortly. He, having arrived first, stood on the breakwater and inquired, "Brother, is there anything of value down there? Speak softly and come down quickly. Be cautious. A fall here is no trivial matter." He responded with a soft "oh," and halfway down, he noticed the treasures Zhao Qin had unearthed, gasping in a hushed tone. "Is that abalone?" "Indeed. Grab a bucket and shovel and start prying." When Zhao Ping arrived, he beheld the densely clustered abalone on the pillar, his tongue quivering with excitement. Without hesitation, he secured a net bag around his waist, accepted the shovel Zhao Qin handed him, and resumed the task. "Brother, how did you acquire another shovel?" "I had purchased an extra one with the intention of bringing it along for you this evening. You may not have noticed earlier. Converse while you work. Do not pause. If someone spots us at dawn, it will no longer belong to us," Zhao Ping urged as he continued to pry. Chapter 33. A bountiful harvest indeed. The act of collecting shellfish can be rather monotonous, much like the repetitive motion of prying open abalone shells. Zhao Qin and he both possess lively dispositions, and naturally, the thought of tossing even a single specimen into the bucket, which could potentially yield several tens of yuan, leaves little room for complaints. The three of them were so engrossed in their task that they scarcely had time to smoke, let alone drink water. Moreover, the pillars of the breakwater, long submerged in seawater, had developed a slippery layer of algae in certain areas, necessitating extra caution. "Qin, we ought to sell these tomorrow in the city. The prices there are significantly higher. I inquired with old Lin about the price of crabs today, and they are 5 yuan less per pound than in the city," Zhao Ping remarked, unable to suppress his craving for a cigarette. He lit one and resumed prying, continuing the conversation. "Well, we shall see. I'm concerned about using 2 men's vehicle, fearing he might spread rumors. Let them talk. We are merely engaging in legitimate shellfishing, not pilfering or robbing," he asserted, lighting a cigarette of his own as he worked. "Once or twice, it's inconsequential. However, if it becomes frequent, we will undoubtedly attract attention. When we go shellfishing next, we might find ourselves followed by a whole company. Not to mention, if we happen upon good finds, they may not be ours to claim." Zhao Ping acknowledged, nodding in agreement. "Perhaps we ought to consider a strategy. Depending on when we finish, if the haul is modest, you can ride home on your motorcycle. If it's substantial, we can use the cart, transporting it to the town. We can then find a tricycle there, ensuring our activities remain discreet. After all, abalone are quite resilient. Once sealed in a snakeskin bag, no one will be the wiser about its contents," he proposed. "Indeed, Brother Ping, that's a splendid idea," he replied. Zhao Qin concurred, expressing his approval of their plan to sell in the city without drawing attention. "Brother, look at this," he exclaimed, his face alight with surprise as he held up an abalone that was noticeably larger than any he had previously found. "Goodness, that's truly enormous. It must weigh around 4 taels," Zhao Qin exclaimed, equally astonished. The abalone he held was more than double the size of those he had previously encountered, which typically cost 6 to 7 yuan. Weave struck it rich. "This one likely weighs half a jin. A double-headed abalone, worth a fortune," Zhao Ping exclaimed, shining his flashlight on it, overwhelmed with excitement. "Quickly, let us continue digging. Once we return, we can sort through our finds to ensure we fetch a good price," Zhao Ping urged, inadvertently dropping the butt of his cigarette, which landed on his hand, burning him slightly. "Are you all right, brother?" he inquired. Quite fine. My skin is tough," he assured them. Occasionally, soft exclamations of surprise escaped the trio as they uncovered larger specimens. After digging for over 3 hours, their pace began to slow, not due to fatigue, but because the finds were becoming increasingly elusive. Zhao Qin, without even glancing at his system panel, sensed that their luck for the day was dwindling. As anticipated, 10 minutes passed without another discovery. He opened the system to check, noting the luck value had dwindled to 13,110. "Brothers, let us stop searching. It appears we've reached the end of our fortune," he declared. "It's peculiar. Just a moment ago, there were plenty, and now there isn't a single one left." Zhao Ping's voice was tinged with regret, given his previous speed. He could labor tirelessly for an entire day and night. "Brother Ping," he mused, "it seems we have gathered a bit more over there, yet it dwindles here." Abalone, being a social creature, is not surprising. With his limited knowledge of coastal foraging, Ahe offered the most reasonable explanation. "Shall we head back?" suggested Zhao Qin. Having stayed up all night 2 days prior and barely managed 6 hours of sleep yesterday, another night of toil would surely lead to premature exhaustion. Earning a living is vital, but one's health is paramount. As Xiaoping pondered and nodded in agreement, he recalled the considerable quantity of bitterness snails they had just spotted, each weighing over a pound. That last spot had quite a few sizable ones. Should we collect some? Absolutely, Brother Ping. A bag of could fetch us 1 or 200 yuan. Ahe was the first to support the idea. The allure of profit was intoxicating, and Ahe was now somewhat captivated by Zhao Qin's enthusiasm. With a 2-to-1 consensus, Zhao Qin felt inclined to relent, though he initially dismissed the idea as trivial. He considered that 1 or 200 yuan could represent several days' wages for many, thus he acquiesced. Fortunately, prior to this, he had gathered a couple of while collecting abalone alone, which he believed would yield results. After pouring all the abalone they had collected into a woven bag, Zhao Ping examined it and smiled broadly. This must weigh over 100 jin. I wonder what the market price is. It surely won't be low, Zhao Qin replied casually, handing a bucket to Ahe while taking up another himself to descend the breakwater once more. Zhao Ping secured the bag tightly, positioning it low enough for everyone to see. Before resuming his foraging, Brother, why don't you head back to fetch the cart and bring along 2 more bags? If you return now, you might wake your sister-in-law, Zhao Ping suggested. After a moment's thought, he continued, it would be perfect if I take the abalone back first. That way, your sister-in-law can sort them once she rises. And it wouldn't be good for others to see them when dawn breaks. That sounds good, but how will you carry those 2 bags? You should go get the cart first, Zhao Qin replied, not keen on lugging bags back only to return again. Brother Ping, I'll accompany you, Ahe offered eagerly. No need. You two focus on gathering the snails. I'll make an extra trip, Zhao Ping decided, hastening home, realizing it was more efficient to transport everything with the cart. Let us get to work, Zhao Qin said, commencing his collection of snails. This task was relatively simple. Unlike abalone, which required prying, snails were generally found in clusters, easily grasped with a hand. The breakwater was abundant, and they could gather a handful with little effort. By the time Zhao Ping returned with the cart, both of their buckets were nearly full, just in time to transfer the contents into the woven bag for sorting later. The size of them varied significantly. The larger ones could fetch around 2 yuan per jin, while the smaller ones were likely only worth 1 or 2. When Zhao Ping made his second return, both Zhao Qin and Ahe were beginning to feel weary. Although there was still plenty to collect, the continuous bending was indeed exhausting. You two take a break. By the way, your sister-in-law sent some eggs with me, which I neglected to eat earlier. Here, you both have some while I take a moment to rest. Zhao Qin and Ahe remained silent, obediently walking up to the embankment. Once they placed the bucket down, they directly lay down. Don't fall asleep. It's a bit chilly in the morning, and your clothes are damp from sweat. Understood, brother, Zhao Qin replied, struggling to rise. He picked up the boiled eggs set aside and handed 2 to Ahe. Have some. It will replenish your strength. Brother, how much can we earn in a night like this? Zhao Qin chuckled and said, what's wrong? Aren't you tired? Ahe sat up, receiving the eggs with a smile, and replied, I am tired, but just thinking about how we could earn in one night what others make in a month fills me with joy. Eat up. Once we're finished, let's each gather 20 pounds and head back. Hurry then, the sun is already rising. At this moment, the eastern sky began to show a hint of dawn, the visibility still quite low. However, since the remaining catch would be merely bittersweet clams, there was no concern about the villagers gossiping. Chapter 34. Unexpected situations. Zhao Qin genuinely admired his elder brother, while he and Ahe occasionally took breaks. His brother seemed like an inexhaustible machine, only pausing occasionally to straighten his back and smoke a cigarette. As dawn broke, the number of passers-by increased dramatically. Goodness, so many. Ah Ping, you're about to strike it rich. When did this happen? You've already gathered 2 bags. Erzi, go back and fetch a bucket. No, better yet, a sack. I'll start collecting. Some were still marveling at the sight, while others had already descended the embankment to begin their own foraging. After all, the sea is unclaimed, and if you can collect, so can I. Zhao Qin had little interest in but the local aunties certainly did. Gathering dozens of pounds could yield a handsome profit. Watching the growing crowd, Zhao Qin sighed, elder brother, let us head back. We've collected enough for now. Who knows, things might get rowdy. Zhao Ping surveyed the throng on the embankment and could only nod in reluctant agreement, grumbling about the early dawn. If only we had 2 or 3 more hours to gather. By now, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the cart was laden with 3.5 bags of, weighing around 200 pounds, bringing their total haul to a solid 300 pounds. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhao Qin instructed the two to return home first, as he planned to buy some food. Boss, 5 bowls of beef noodles to go. And make it extra beef and extra noodles, right? Got it. Ah, old Ping, not bad. You're quick on the uptake. After paying, he ventured next door to purchase a few large buns. Spotting old Zhu's shop open, he approached and bought a box of milk, only parting with his money after confirming its authenticity. You rascal, you were out all night. Your eyes are bloodshot. Indeed, I was out, and not just with one. Old Zhu leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, Ina is back. You wouldn't tea enough. It has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving, Zhao Qin replied, carrying the milk to old Ping Lu's house before returning to his elder brother's home. Let us eat first, and then we'll sort everything out. In the backyard of his brother's house, several large tubs were already filled with. As for the abalone, Xiaorong had risen around 4 to begin sorting. Now, she had categorized them and placed them in mesh bags. My goodness, how can there be so many? When will this ever end? Though Xiaorong complained. The corners of her eyes crinkled with delight, clearly overjoyed. When Zhao Ping returned with the second batch of abalone, she was left speechless. For a moment, she genuinely doubted whether the three brothers had ventured to the fish farm and pilfered the abalone from someone else's aquaculture. Of course, her family also lived by the sea, so she could easily distinguish between farmed and wild. The differences were evident at first glance. The color alone varied significantly. Farmed abalone often had a greenish shell, while wild ones predominantly featured black and gray hues. Additionally, the smoothness of the shell was a telltale sign. Farmed abalone tended to be smoother overall. Zhao Qin looked at the pile in the backyard, feeling a headache coming on. How long would it take to sort through all this? They would be at it until dusk. Elder brother, why don't we just sell them as they are? Sorting is such a hassle. That won't do. If we don't sort them, the collection station will only offer $1.30 per pound. But if we pick out the best ones, we can sell them for $2 each. Zhao Ping remained silent, but Xiaorong was quick to express her disagreement. There were over 300 gene of clams, and from her cursory glance, she estimated that at least half of them were large enough to sell for an additional 100 or so yuan. Akin, why don't you and Ahe head home for some rest after your meal? I will take care of this with your sister-in-law. Zhao Ping felt a pang of sympathy for him, recognizing his exhaustion. After all, he had spent nearly the entire day sleeping yesterday, while Akin had been busy in the city that morning. You really must take care of yourself and prioritize your sleep, or you will suffer in your later years. Zhao Ping chuckled, adding, everyone by the sea is young and earning money, but as they age, they face health issues. How many are truly free of ailments? Thus, it was even more crucial to cherish one's health. Turning back to Xiaorong, he suggested, sister-in-law, perhaps you could find someone at home who is free to help us for the morning? I reckon 3 people could finish in about 3 hours, and we could pay each of them 20 yuan. Xiaorong hesitated at the thought of hiring help, but conceded, realizing that 3 men who had stayed up all night could not assist further. After all, collecting the larger clams could yield an extra 100 yuan, and paying 2 helpers 40 yuan was still a worthwhile investment. Let me go home and call my grandmother. She doesn't have much to do, Ahe interjected. Xiaorong's eyes lit up at this, as it meant they could hire one less person. She then turned her attention to Zhao Zhuyuan, who was busy eating dumplings. Hurry up and finish. Once you're done, help your mother with the clams. I won tea, he pouted. It's nothing compared to taking university entrance exams. Zhao Qinqin chimed in with a laugh. Zhao Junyuan shot him an annoyed look. Uncle, you're not a good person. Then spit out the milk. Zhao Qinqin retorted. Then you should catch it in your mouth, Zhao Zhuyuan shot back, causing Zhao Qinqin to feel queasy. And he couldn't even finish the last bit of soup in his bowl. Akin, you should go home and rest a bit. I'll call you when we're finished. Zhao Ping admonished his son before turning to his brother. Elder brother, it's hot. Don't let the abalones die. Don't worry, I have a plan. You go and rest, Akin replied. Once Akin left, Zhao Ping loaded 2 large barrels onto a cart, intending to fetch seawater from the beach and then stop by the dock to collect some ice, ensuring the abalones would survive for at least 2 days. Brother, why not take a break tonight? Ahe suggested as they traveled. If we take a break now, we may not have such good fortune again, Zhao Ping replied. By the way, Ahe, how many chickens and ducks does your grandmother have? There are still 5 chickens and 6 ducks at home. If you want, I can catch one for you later, Ahe answered. Zhao Qinqin pulled out a cigarette and shared one with Ahe before saying, I'm heading to the town to catch some chicks and ducklings. Let your grandmother raise them for me. Don't worry. I'll pay you for them once they're grown. I just feel that buying from outside isn't as reassuring as home-raised ones. When it came to food, Zhao Qinqin was generous. He believed that life was about enjoying good food and drink, and if he had to skimp on that, he might as well end it all. I'll ask my grandmother. There's no need for you to buy chicks. She can find local breeds, and we don't know the right ones. Zhao Qinqin nodded in agreement as they reached the fork leading to Ahei's home. If you're going to the city today, you don't need to follow me. I can handle the selling myself. Don't worry. Brother, why don't you just give me a beating? Saying that is too hurtful. All right. I apologize for my unnecessary comments. After parting ways, Zhao Qin glanced at the distance and unexpectedly spotted 3 police officers. He also noticed a woman speaking to them, occasionally raising her hand to point in his direction. Zhao Qin recognized her as Chu Ying, the mother of Yin Na. It seemed she was aware that Zhao Qin had noticed her, as she pointed towards him once more before turning and running away. Before long, the 3 police officers approached Zhao Qin. Is there something you need? Zhao Qin stood upright. Though slightly disoriented earlier, he had not engaged in any behavior warranting police intervention. May I inquire if you're Comrade Zhao Qin? One of the officers asked. Indeed, I am, he replied. Then it is settled. We need you to accompany us for an investigation, they stated. What is this concerning? I believe I have the right to be informed, Zhao Qin asserted. One of the younger officers, appearing displeased, retorted, Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Do not attempt to mislead us. Zhao Qin, maintaining a polite demeanor, responded. I genuinely do not know what I have done. I have studied law at university, so I kindly ask you to choose your words carefully. Or I may have grounds to accuse you of defamation. His calmness was met with an unwelcome remark, which naturally irked him. Another middle-aged officer shot a disapproving glance at the younger one before smiling and saying, No need to be agitated. We would like to know if you harvested a significant number of crabs the previous night. Yes, quite a few, Zhao Qin replied, somewhat astonished, as this matter was not widely known. Moreover, crabs were not under any protective category, thus he had committed no offense. Chapter 35. Who is it? The middle-aged police officer recounted the events. 2 nights ago, a resident from the neighboring village, who was raising crabs, had just placed them in a pond for harvesting. However, by dawn yesterday, they discovered that 7 or 8 baskets of crabs, totaling over 300 pounds, had gone missing, prompting them to report the incident to the authorities. This morning, during the investigation, the police encountered a middle-aged man who, after understanding the situation, revealed that Zhao Qin had clandestinely collected a large number of crabs early yesterday morning, trying to avoid detection. The crabs had been gathered from the mudflats. The young man insisted, how could he possibly have gathered them? Come, show me one that you picked. Zhao Qin, having spent the night awake and already irritable, retorted angrily. So you're accusing me of theft, are you? Fine, I will accompany you. If I am innocent, you shall apologize to me personally. The young man replied. As long as you possess sufficient evidence, I shall apologize. The middle-aged officer, annoyed, pulled the young man aside and then spoke gently. This is considered a report. As a law-abiding citizen, you have an obligation to cooperate with us. Our vehicle is over there. We will head to the station shortly to clarify the situation. At that moment, Ahei noticed the commotion and hurried over, asking, Brother, what is happening? Concerned that they might take Ahei away as well. Zhao Qin refrained from mentioning that Ahei had been present the previous night. Instead, he coldly replied, Ahei, someone has reported that the crabs I caught the night before were stolen. If I do not return within 24 hours, call my classmates. Do not worry about anything else. With that, he turned to the middle-aged officer and said, Let us go. I haven't slept all night. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can return. The young man attempted to interject once more but was silenced by a stern look from the officer. Once in the car, Zhao Qin and the middle-aged officer sat in the back. The officer inquired, Comrade Zhao Qin, are you still studying? Which university do you attend? Zhao Qin replied. The person who reported me did not specify. Am I obligated to disclose that I am a student at Peking University? I will cooperate with your investigation. But please do not treat me as a mere suspect. At this point, Zhao Qin felt indifferent and decided to play the part of a distinguished student to ensure he would not be subjected to any form of violent law enforcement. The middle-aged officer was taken aback to learn that he was a Peking University student and inwardly chastised the young man. Zhao Qin offered only a brief response before closing his eyes to rest. The station was not far, and they arrived shortly. Upon entering the station, the first step was to record his statement, to which Zhao Qin responded to every question posed. The young man asked sternly, Why were you being secretive after catching the crabs? Zhao Qin retorted, First of all, Your choice of words is inappropriate. I was not being secretive. Secondly, would I carry the crabs on my shoulders to the village or take a stroll around town to announce that I had caught a large haul? Only a fool would do such a thing. I am a rational person. The young man was momentarily speechless, attempting to intimidate Zhao Qin to correct his attitude. But upon remembering that he was a Peking University student, his resolve dwindled. Well, even if you did not wish to be seen, your village has purchasing points. And there are also points in town. Why venture all the way to the city to sell them? Zhao Qin could only laugh in disbelief. Have you ever sold anything before? In the city, the price per pound is 5 yuan higher, and over 100 pounds can yield several hundred in profit. Why shouldn't I sell in the city? Your attitude. Fine, you may leave for now. I will continue with the recording. The middle-aged officer, unable to bear the situation any longer, dismissed the young man, allowing the statement to be completed. Upon reviewing the testimony, the officer found himself in a quandary. Ahe and Zhao Qin shared a friendship, while Zhao Ping was his brother, rendering both their testimonies unusable. Furthermore, neither had extricated themselves from suspicion. Then there were Zhao Qin's mentioned acquaintances from the capital. Should he call them over for questioning? This indeed posed a dilemma. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that Zhao Qin would not flee over a mere 100 pounds of crabs, especially since he was a college student. He decided to let Zhao Qin go home, intending to conduct further investigations on his end. Comrade Zhao Qin, you may leave, but please do not exit the city limits and remain available for our inquiries. So, I still have suspicion, do I? For now, we have only heard your side of the story. Naturally, we must verify with all parties involved. Zhao Qin, who had started to rise, sat back down, stating, I will wait here until your investigation is complete and until that young man apologizes to me. What do you intend to do? Nothing in particular. I believe this is the most impartial place, and I await a restoration of my reputation. Otherwise, if you reveal the identity of the informant, I will leave immediately. Comrade Zhao Qin, that is against regulations. We cannot disclose that. The middle-aged officer rubbed his forehead, exasperated by the situation. Zhao Qin's reluctance to leave stemmed from the fact that this matter could be easily clarified, and he wished to expedite the resolution. Additionally, he feared that these individuals might involve his older brother. While he could not prevent it, his brother's honesty would provide some reassurance. Ahe watched as Zhao Qin was taken away, muttering a few curses before returning home to fetch his phone and call Luo Tian. After hanging up, he hurried to Zhao Ping's residence. Zhao Ping, having just finished his tasks and intending to rest, was startled upon hearing that Zhao Qin had been arrested. What on earth happened? Brother said they caught a lot of crabs last night and suspect they were stolen. That's absurd. We worked all night. Xiao Rong understood the urgency and said to the anxious Zhao Ping, there won't be any issues. This will be clarified once investigated. By the way, Ahe, do you have the phone numbers of Qin's friends? Yes, I've already called them. They're in the city and said they would head to the town shortly. Zhao Ping, stop wandering around here. Push your motorcycle to the town and wait for them. Together, we can sort this out. Right. Zhao Ping replied as he pushed the motorcycle out. I'll go with you. The two departed, while Xiao Rong gazed at the pile of conchs, sighing. She suspected jealousy was at play and regretted not asking her partner who had witnessed their crab catch the day before. Two men, being the driver. Shouldn't he be so short-sighted, especially since offending Qin would yield him no benefits? The middle-aged officer, finding himself at an impasse with Zhao Qin, had no choice but to allow him to remain in the room. Brother Zhang, are we just going to let him sleep in there? I see him as nothing more than a stubborn duck. Jin Shigong, please clarify that he is merely cooperating with our investigation and as an experienced officer. I can almost ascertain the veracity of his statements based solely on his testimony. Didn't your teachers instruct you to apologize once the facts are clear? Jin Xiaogong was momentarily taken aback by this outburst. Brother Zhong had always maintained a calm demeanor and had never lost his temper before, which made him genuinely fearful. Brother Zhong, his whereabouts do indeed raise suspicion, and I am eager to. Brother Zhong let out a sigh and after a moment replied, I will investigate further in the village. Remember to order a lunchbox for Zhao Qin at noon, and by the way, you will cover the expenses. Me? Order it? Have you forgotten the oath you took upon enrolling and joining our team? Do you intend to treat every citizen as your adversary? If you continue to file reports to exchange personnel, who would want to work with you? I was wrong, Brother Zhang. Hearing his admission of fault softened Brother Zhang's expression somewhat. He gestured toward the interior. What use is it to admit your mistake to me? At that moment, 2 cars and a motorcycle drove directly into the courtyard, and Luo Tian stepped out, promptly presenting his identification. I am prepared to take full responsibility for every word I have spoken. Chapter 36. This matter is not resolved. Thank you, Lo Go. Zhao Qin sincerely expressed his gratitude to Luo Tian at the entrance. And I, Luo Shaoi raised her hand. Yes, and I. We all made it to the airport. Yufan chimed in, jumping with her small hand raised. All right, thank you all for taking the trip for my sake, Luo Tian replied. That's too formal. It's fine. We must head back to Beijing today. You all must come visit when you have the time. He patted Zhao Qin's arm. Zhao Qin, you've stayed up late again. Your eyes are bloodshot. Earning money is important, but so is your health. Luo Shaoi expressed her concern. Thank you. But I want to see you off. Wishing you all a smooth journey, Zhao Qin replied. With several witnesses, all from Beijing. Brother Zhong was certain this matter had nothing to do with Zhao Qin. Thus he ordered Jin Xiaogong to apologize. After catching up on some sleep, Zhao Qin felt much better and had lost his earlier irritation. Before the other party could apologize, he intercepted them. After all, they were in a position of authority. And there was no need to create another enemy. Sometimes, seeking immediate gratification could narrow one's path, and besides, an apology from the other party would increase fortune. Thus, he took the initiative to say, I was in the wrong earlier. I hope the two leaders can forgive me, understanding that I hadn't slept all night. After saying this, he walked over to his elder brother. Let me take you back. Zhao Qin thought about how a motorcycle couldn't accommodate 3 people when Jin Xiaogong turned around and shortly returned with the motorcycle keys. That's too much trouble. Zhao Qin feigned politeness. No trouble at all, let us go. After some consideration, Zhao Qin decided to let his brother and he ride the motorcycle back while he got on Jin Xiaogong's vehicle. Sorry for earlier. I was just caught up in solving the case. Officer Jin, if you're going to discuss that, I'll get off. My attitude was inappropriate. I mainly didn't sleep all night. I hope you understand. As the ancients said, one does not truly know another without conflict. We didn't fight. But the process of getting to know each other was quite interesting, Zhao Qin remarked. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaogong nodded and smiled. We have regulations that prevent me from disclosing the identity of informants. I understand. You need not say more. The drive was brief, and they arrived at the village in no time. Zhao Qin got off the vehicle, thanked Jin Xiaogong again, and invited him to visit when he had time off. Next time, please don't wear that uniform. It makes me uneasy. Aren't you starting school in a couple of months? Haha, please don't take offense. I was a student at Peking University, but I had to withdraw for personal reasons. Jin Xiaogong was taken aback, then raised his hand, chuckling as he pointed at Zhao Qin. All right, then it's settled. I will come to find you to hang out. I must be off now. After parting ways, Zhao Qin took out a cigarette, lit one, and strolled towards his elder brother's house, his mind racing. He could roughly guess who had reported him. It could only be his uncle. As for Chu Ying, she had merely pointed him out to the police, which hardly counted as a betrayal. If he had probed Jin Xiaogong earlier, he surely would have gleaned some information, but he swallowed his words before they could escape his lips. He would pretend he didn't know. Previously, his mind had been clouded, and he had not pondered deeply. However, now a multitude of thoughts flooded his consciousness. Early yesterday morning, while selling crabs, Ahe mentioned encountering Li Bao, who dismissively ignored him. This situation piqued his interest. There was no need to rush. First, he would digest the fruits of last night's labor before contemplating a course of action. Merely reporting Li Bao would not suffice. He had just spoken to Jin Xiaogong about it. When he arrived at his elder brother's home, the two were coincidentally returning on their motorcycle. Upon hearing the motorcycle, Xiaorong saw Zhao Qin returning and sighed in relief. Is everything all right? Everything's fine. I don't know which unscrupulous person reported a Qin for stealing crabs. If I find out who it is, I'll make sure to pay them a visit and give them a good thrashing, Zhao Ping declared fiercely. Who saw you all? Sister-in-law, how did the shellfish gathering go? Zhao Qin quickly interrupted his sister-in-law, subtly shaking his head. Xiaorong paused, realizing she must not alert her husband to the situation, for if he discovered the identity of the perpetrator, he might cause a scene at their home. When an honest person becomes enraged, their thoughts can sometimes turn extreme. We've gathered quite a bit. It's fine. All is well. The day after tomorrow is the 15th. Qin, you should buy some incense to offer at the Mazu temple. All right, sister-in-law. The three entered the house, and as Zhao Qin peeked into the backyard, he saw Zhao Junyuan looking despondent, likely frustrated from gathering shellfish all morning. Zhao Qin grinned. Just think of it as earning the most stylish pencil case. You'll be in 3rd grade soon, and I'll gift you a fountain pen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyuan's eyes lit up. Uncle, I actually think it would be better to add a meal at the new KFC in town. My classmates say it's particularly delicious. That's unhealthy, however. Indulging occasionally is acceptable. How about this? Come with me to the city today, and I'll treat you. That dish must be eaten fresh. It loses its taste when cold. Zhao Zhuyuan was about to nod in agreement when his mother smacked his head. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. Your uncle works hard for his money. If nothing else can be fulfilled, this small wish can still be granted. Achin. Your sister-in-law is right. You should go offer prayers at the Mazu temple. Your luck has been favorable lately. Do not let today's incident disrupt your good fortune. Ahe's grandmother advised. Understood, grandmother. I will need your help today. What kind of talk is that? I would be delighted to assist you. I wish there were such tasks every day, the elderly lady responded with a smile. What about the abalone? Zhao Qin inquired curiously, having not noticed it. They're in the tank. Your brother added seawater and ice to keep them alive since the weather is too hot, Xiao Rong explained, pointing to the nearby tank. Zhao Qin kicked Ahe, who was crouched down helping to gather shellfish. You should stop working. Hurry back to rest. I managed to sneak in a nap at the station. But you haven't rested at all. Indeed, go back and rest, Zhao Ping urged as well. Elderly lady, there is not much left. You should return as well. Xiao Rong insisted, grabbing Ahe's small plastic net. Ahe's grandmother did not resist, thinking of preparing some food for her grandson before he went to sleep. As it was nearing 11 o'clock, after the two left, Zhao Qin approached the edge of the pool and exclaimed, Goodness, how did this one grow so large? Who found it? He noticed a small basket containing a single abalone, which was significantly larger than any he had collected the previous night. Hee. I just went down for a short while yesterday and forgot to mention it to you all, Zhao Ping remarked, stepping closer with a look of complete satisfaction. Did you weigh it? Xiao Rong interjected. After your brother left, I had some free time and weighed it. It's 1 pound and 3 ounces. In this region of the sea, abalones are predominantly of a mixed variety, rarely growing beyond a certain size. To find one weighing 1 pound and 3 ounces was truly astonishing to Zhao Qin. Brother, can abalones in our vicinity really grow this big? I once heard in the news about someone finding an 8-pounder, but I've never seen one myself. When I was 6 or 7, I saw one that weighed 1 pound and 8 ounces. Dad said it sold for 80 yuan, which was quite a deal back then. It caused quite a stir in the village for a long time. Zhao Ping, born in 77, would have been around 6 or 7 in 83 or 84. A time when 80 yuan was indeed a considerable amount, equivalent to the salary of many for a month and a half. Seeing such a large specimen, Zhao Qin felt it would be a pity to sell it. Brother, let's not sell this one. What? With a size like this? Even if we say it's not much, it's definitely worth 500 or 600 yuan. Let us keep it for Miao Miao and a yuan to enjoy. A piece this size might never come around again in their lifetime. Selling it would be a loss. Zhao Ping was taken aback. Why does my brother always say the opposite? Eating something this large would indeed be the true loss. Chapter 37, Abalone Pearl. Zhao Qin, apprehensive that his elder brother might disapprove, hastily entered the kitchen and seized a knife, intent on separating the flesh from the shell of the abalone. Qin, you must save it for later. It would be a tremendous waste, remarked Xiao Rong, her expression reflecting a tinge of reluctance. However, considering her 2 children, it seemed justifiable to her. Let us keep it. Who knows if we'll ever come across something this size again. At least it will nourish the little ones rather than be discarded, Zhao Qin asserted, as he pressed the back of the knife against the shell to pry it open. In no time, he severed the connection to the adductor muscle, effectively separating the meat from the shell. This was not foreign to him. He had purchased and consumed abalone before, familiar with the edible parts and the inedible ones. As he meticulously extracted the innards, he felt a sharp object graze his hand. Oddly enough, the shell was already removed. Muttering to himself, he squeezed the innards, and to his astonishment, a hard, tooth-like object emerged, resembling a stone. It was a brilliant green, transitioning to a pale red at the tips. Brother, come and see what I've found, he called out, unsure of what it was. Zhao Ping, ever restless, was assisting his wife in sorting through snails when he heard the call and approached. Upon a mere glance, he exclaimed, Did you extract this from the abalone? Yes. What is it? Does this large abalone have stones? Zhao Qin queried. This is an abalone pearl. I've only heard of them before. This is my first time seeing one, Zhao Ping replied, taking the object and submerging it in water, confirming, indeed, this is how they appear. Upon hearing abalone pearl, Xiao Rong could no longer contain her curiosity and approached eagerly. Where is the pearl? Let me see. She took it from Zhao Ping. her eyes sparkling brighter than the pearl itself. Ah Ping, is this valuable? I'm not certain. But I've heard it takes thousands of abalones to yield a single pearl. It should be worth something, I suppose. Wait, brother, can pearls actually form in abalones? Aren't pearls supposed to be round? Zhao Qin interjected. Abalone pearls are irregularly shaped, so Zhao Ping replied, Qin, it's fortunate you decided to keep it. Had you sold it, who knows how much you might have lost. Hearing this, Zhao Qin felt a wave of amusement. His reluctance to sell had unexpectedly yielded a delightful surprise. The three of them took turns admiring the pearl for a while, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed quite beautiful, with vibrant colors and a smooth, mirror-like surface. Sister-in-law, if you like it, you should keep it, Zhao Qin suggested, noticing her fascination. Seeing her captivated, Zhao Qin generously offered it, recalling how she would invite him to meals during festivities. It felt right to give it to her. Xia Rong instinctively felt joy but immediately shook her head, saying, No, you should keep it. You're not married yet. You'll need to give gifts to your future partner. Store it away for that purpose. It will be practical and presentable. No, Zhao Qin began, but was interrupted by Zhao Ping, who supported his wife's idea. Yes, what your sister-in-law says makes sense. All right then. I don't feel it safe at my place. Sister-in-law, I'll leave it with you for safekeeping, and I'll ask for it later. He pondered whether to say more. If his sister-in-law cherished it, then it would be kept safe, and even if it turned out to be worth a lot, it would only fetch a few thousand at most. Akin, it will take me about half an hour to finish sorting through this, and after preparing a meal, it will take at least an hour. If you plan to head to the city to sell, you should eat first. Just lie down on a Yuan's bed for a while and refrain from running back and forth. Xiangrong then told Xiaoping, there's no need for you to rush. Hurry and get some sleep. I will return home briefly. I haven't bathed and my clothes have gone sour. After I shower, I will come over. He feared that if he returned home to sleep, he might lose track of time. It would be better to come to my brother's house to sleep after bathing. Just call out when it's time for dinner. Uncle, hurry over. I will help you wipe down the mat and turn on the fan. It's wonderfully cool for sleeping. The child is indeed teachable. Zhao Qin smiled as he returned home. After bathing, he indeed wiped down the mat. And he didn't feel hot or cold. He simply collapsed into sleep. Though he only slept for about 2 hours, he felt significantly more refreshed. Lying in bed, he called General Liu. He does not accept abalone, but he still instructed Zhao Qin to deliver the goods to the city, assuring that he would assist in finding suitable buyers at reasonable prices. After washing his face, Zhao Qin sat down to eat steamed salted fish, stir-fried shredded pork with cowpeas, stir-fried eggplant, and clam soup. The meal was both delicious and refreshing. His sister-in-law's culinary skills are truly impressive. After finishing 3 large bowls of rice, he reluctantly set down his bowl. Yuan, it's quite hot now. Are you sure you wish to accompany me? No problem. I don't mind the heat. Brother. The market price for bitter snails in the city is probably not very high either. There's about 300 pounds here. Perhaps we should just sell them in town. If it weren't for the need to use the bitter snails to camouflage the abalone, he would have considered selling them directly at the village dock. All right. Then we will sell them in town. After the meal, the two resumed their work, first stacking the bagged bitter snails onto the cart, then stuffing the net bags of abalone into the snakeskin bags, adding some ice inside, letting the water leak as it may. Xiangrong spoke sternly. But upon hearing Akin genuinely intended to take their son along, she still fetched a straw hat for him. Yuan glanced at the hat with a face full of disdain. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing that one wrong word might lead his mother to forbid him from accompanying them. Hanging a jug of water on the cart's handle, Zhao Ping set off. Nowadays, hand tractors are quite common, and while they could afford one, the limited land rendered it of little use. They walked slowly, taking nearly half an hour to reach the town. They first located a small truck to unload the abalone. Then Zhao Qin pointed out the shop where he previously sold the crab. He took a Yuan and headed towards the city. The security has improved significantly. And since Yuan is quite sensible and does not wander off, he felt comfortable bringing him along. This time, they arranged for a charter, 100 yuan for an afternoon, covering the round trip. Upon arriving at the seafood market, Zhao Qin had called General Liu in advance, who, along with another individual, was already waiting at the market entrance with a small cart. Business often hinges on personal connections. Whether one can expand depends on one's interpersonal skills. Offending those around you will certainly hinder progress. This is General Yang, specializing in shellfish. Before Zhao Qin could greet him, General Yang eagerly inquired, Are you certain they are all wild-caught? Rest assured, if I find even one farmed specimen, I shall not charge for this batch. Haha, that should not be the case. Let us unload first, and once that is done, we can assess the situation at the store. Mr. Yang chuckled softly. Old Yang, my younger brother is quite sincere. Please offer a fair price so that I am not caught in between. I have other matters to attend to. You two carry on. Chin, after the sale. Do come by my shop for a visit. With that, the connection between the two was made, and Mr. Liu felt his task was complete. It would be inappropriate for him to linger and disrupt their negotiation. Rest assured, old Liu, we shall enjoy a drink together this evening. Do not claim you lack the time. Zhao Qin also exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Liu before proceeding to unload the goods onto a small cart. He waved a yuan, beckoning him to join him inside. Upon arriving at Mr. Yang's establishment, they entered through the back door. As the abalone was extracted from the burlap sack, Mr. Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Double-headed abalone? The term several heads refers to the number of pieces per pound. 2 pieces per pound signifies double-headed abalone, and typically, the larger the specimen, the more valuable it is. In this case, the weight exceeded expectations as 2 pieces amounted to over a pound. Mr. Yang had initially intended to maintain a day of restraint, yet the elation swelling within him was impossible to conceal. With such exquisite abalone, the power of pricing lay firmly in his hands. When encountering discerning buyers, he could dictate the price as he saw fit. Chapter 38. Father at Home. The abalone was sorted into 3 categories: 2 heads, 5 heads, or fewer, and the smaller ones. Naturally, after Yang took them, he would further categorize them. The price varied depending on the weight. I shall call you Chin, as you were introduced to me by old Liu. I certainly cannot let you suffer a loss. I offer you 280 yuan for the 2 heads, 180 yuan for the 5 heads or fewer, and the remaining ones at 120 yuan. How does that sound? Zhao Qin was uncertain about the prices, but they exceeded his expectations, so he readily agreed. There were only a dozen 2-head abalones, weighing in at 3 jin. The 5 heads were slightly more, totaling 37 jin. The remaining smaller ones weighed 81.5 jin. Yesterday, the 3 of them had managed to dig up over 120 jin in 3 hours. Following Yang to the front shop, he opened the refrigerator and handed 2 bottles of cola to Zhao Qin and a yuan. To cool off, he said. Zhao Qin accepted without hesitation, and upon seeing him drink, a yuan also joined in, both of them exhaling in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yang was busy calculating the bill, muttering, 3 multiplied by 280. The sound of the calculator filled the air, and Yang handed him the bill, stating, Brother, the total comes to 18,764. Since this is our first transaction, let us round it to 18,800. It's a lucky number. In the future, feel free to bring any fine goods like conchs. Thank you, Yang, Zhao Qin replied. No, I should thank you. With this batch of goods, I can make a name for myself in the market once again. Let us settle the payment. Once the payment was finalized, they exchanged phone numbers, and Yang reminded him to watch out for theft in the market. Zhao Qin then departed the shop, placing the snakeskin bag into the net bag and tossing it into the trunk of the car, instructing the driver to head to the bank. This time, he deposited 10,000 yuan and purchased 9 shares of Matai stocks, bringing his total to 18 shares, all for less than 20,000 yuan. He imagined they could be worth over 3 million in the future, and the thought filled him with joy. Let us go. Where is Qin Jiji? Let us visit him. Hearing that Qin Jiji had not returned, the driver seemed a bit displeased. Upon arrival, Zhao Qin got out and bought 2 packs of Tashan and handed a bottle of cola to the driver, which improved the driver's mood. It was not that Zhao Qin was overly generous. Rather, he believed that one should never offend those who hold the steering wheel. In blunt terms, once in the car, one's life was in their hands. He took a yuan to buy supplies, ensuring he had everything he needed for this trip. Initially, he intended to purchase a fine pen but reconsidered, fearing it might be lost or damaged, so he opted for 2 hero pens at 32 yuan. He also bought a backpack, a pencil case, and the like. Then, they ventured into the sportswear section, where he bought 2 sets of sports attire and shoes for a yuan. For city children, these were commonplace, but in the current rural context, wearing a sports outfit along with a pair of sneakers was quite a decent ensemble. The brand chosen was Anta. Once a soldier, he had undergone 3 years of ideological education, instilling a deep sense of patriotism within him. When he came across someone criticizing the country in short videos, he would often leave a lengthy rebuttal and report them. Therefore, he would certainly not purchase items from brands like D or K. Is Qin Jiji delicious? If consumed once a year, it feels quite pleasant. If once a month, it is tolerable. But if it occurs weekly, Zhao Qin simply cannot endure it. It is rather peculiar how foreigners manage 3 meals a day. Uncle, is this chicken? It lacks any chicken flavor, and is even inferior to the braised chicken my mother makes. Zhao Junyuan expressed his disappointment, as his classmates had described it as a culinary delight. Haha. How could it compare to the free-range chickens we raise at home? Are you eating or not? Zhao Qin ordered a family bucket but only indulged in a spicy chicken wing. While Zhao Junyuan finished a burger and observed the remaining dishes on the table, let us take it home for my parents to try. All right, let us go. Take the fries, you can eat them on the way. Upon arriving in town, Zhao Qin added an extra 10 yuan, allowing his driver to take them directly to the village, and he called Ahe to gather at his elder brother's house. They reached home just before 7 o'clock, with the sky still bright. Inside, his elder brother was already awake, repairing a chair in the yard. The backrest had become loose due to prolonged use. But it was a simple fix, just drive a nail in to secure it. You keep spending money recklessly, buying so many things for a yuan. Seeing the numerous packages, Xiao Ron felt both joy and concern. I hardly spent much. I thought the sportswear was nice, so I bought a yuan 2 sets. His grandfather is the village secretary. How can we compare? Zhao Qin's face twitched at the mention of such a prominent figure. Brother, stop working for now. Let us settle the accounts. Where's Ahe? I called him over. I killed a duck and sent some pieces back for his grandmother, who helped out all morning. Xiao Rong said while sorting through Zhao Qin's purchases. Parents, this is what I saved for you to eat. Upon seeing the packed fried chicken, a yuan eagerly chimed in. Zhao Ping washed his hands, approached, opened the drawer of the spice cabinet, and took out the money, saying, The family you mentioned is quite fair. They priced the large conchs at 2 yuan and the smaller ones at 150, which is reasonable. In total, we sold 322 jin for 558 yuan. By the way, what's the market for abalone? Does the income match that of the blue crabs? Xiaorong paused, looking at Zhao Qin with hopeful anticipation. It is double just right. The selling price? Xiaorong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, we sold a total of 800 yuan. Heavens, how can it be so much? Including the conchs. Goodness, that's nearly 20,000 in one night. Xiaorong clapped her hands in excitement. Zhao Ping was equally elated. He had anticipated a good price for the abalone, but he hadn't expected it to be this high. The three of them had worked a single night and earned as much as others do in a year. Watching his younger brother nod repeatedly, it seemed that since Qin had become industrious, fortune had favored them. Since the clam harvest began, it had only been a few days, and they had already made 30 to 40,000. Even after distributing shares, they would still have over 20,000 left in hand. When our father returns and sees you like this, he will surely be delighted. Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. The figure of his father in his mind was far from that of a good parent. The phrase ambitious yet incompetent aptly encapsulated his father's life. Although he had ventured into business early on, he lacked perseverance. When his grandfather was still alive, the elders of the village frequently advised Zhao Qin not to emulate his father. Shortly after, his father established a family. With Zhao Qin's elder brother merely 2 or 3 years old and his mother expecting, his father became entangled in smuggling upon hearing of its lucrative prospects. However, he had no mentors, no capital, and could only engage in minor dealings, assisting others with goods along the coast. Ultimately, he earned nothing, and was reported and imprisoned for 3 years. Upon his release, not long after, Zhao Qin's mother became pregnant with him. Yet, his father remained restless. Having heard that one could easily profit from procuring goods from Shenzhen, he eagerly attempted to cross the border without proper documentation, mimicking those who had done so numerous times without consequence. However, on his first attempt, he was apprehended the moment he set foot in Shenzhen. After spending half a month in detention, he was deported and subsequently imprisoned for 3 additional months. In essence, Zhao Qin's father was much like himself, perpetually sidestepping genuine responsibilities, dreaming of wealth while shunning hard work, occasionally flirting with the boundaries of legality. As Zhao Qin matured, he observed that his father spent little time at home each year, returning only to lament about his unfortunate timing or ill fate. It was only 2 years prior, after the passing of Zhao Qin's mother, that he witnessed his father weeping alone at night, revealing that he was not entirely devoid of emotion. Chapter 39. The happy old lady Zhao Kun's father, Zhao Onghua, has never been a man of tranquility. As for his current whereabouts, Zhao Kun is only aware that he resides in the provincial capital. But the nature of his work, or whether he is even employed, is a mystery, even to his elder brother. Zhao Kun has an elder sister who completed high school and despite her promising academic performance, became infatuated with love during her senior year, neglecting her studies. Nevertheless, her first love blossomed into a marriage, and she now lives in a neighboring city, not close by, returning only once or twice a year. Her husband secured a teaching position, which is not highly paid but offers stability, enabling them to make ends meet. In recent years, whenever she visits, she often chastises Zhao Kun for his lack of ambition. Yet after their quarrels, she cannot help but slip 200 or 300 yuan into his pocket before leaving. Whether Zhao Anguo would be pleased with his daughter's changes remains uncertain, but it is certain that his sister would be delighted to hear of them. Zhao Kun pulled out the remaining cash from his pocket and began to count. Including the earnings from the bitter clams, his total income amounted to 19,358 yuan. Taking 60% for himself, he set aside 11,600 yuan, while his elder brother and he would each receive 3,870 yuan. Having previously saved 10,000 yuan, he extracted 1,600 yuan to pocket, and then separated the amounts for his elder brother and he, pushing his brother's share towards him. Brother, we all contributed equally last night, and you worked a bit harder, but as brothers, we must keep our accounts clear. I discovered the abalones. So I propose we stick to the previous arrangement. I take 6, and you and he take 2. Before Zhao Ping could respond, Zhao Kun turned to Xiao Rong, saying, Sister-in-law, if you find this distribution unfair, please voice your concerns. We can divide it evenly this time if you prefer. It was essential to clarify this matter, lest feelings of injustice arise later. Currently in need of money, Zhao Kun would not consider an equal split even with his elder brother. If any objections arose from his brother and sister-in-law, he would simply ensure that future calculations included a he. Why say such things? Without you, could your brother earn 5 or 6,000 in 2 days? It's your good fortune that we're benefiting from, Zhao Ping remarked. Otherwise, we would only take 10%. Indeed, Akun, let us refrain from such comments in the future. If I were to work at the dock, I would barely earn 100 in 2 days, Zhao Ping concurred, acknowledging the unnecessary nature of Zhao Kun's words. Zhao Kun was not concerned about his brother, but rather worried about his sister-in-law's thoughts. Hearing her candid response eased his apprehensions, and he smiled, saying, Such fortunate opportunities do not come every day. Who knows when the next will arise? Sister-in-law, please keep the money for now. This was already quite satisfactory. In just 2 days, his brother had earned half a year's wages. Xiao Rong happily took the money and, after speaking, turned to enter the house. That he is too unreliable. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Zhao Kun grumbled. Should I give him a call? I'll start setting the dishes on the table. Xiao Rong re-entered the kitchen in the backyard. As Zhao Kun pulled out his phone to dial, he walked in, carrying a chicken and a duck. What are you doing with those? Zhao Ping inquired. My grandmother asked me to bring these for my brother, saying it would be difficult for him to manage alone at home. It's perfect timing to deliver them here, and we can prepare them together for a meal. As Xiao Rong came over with a dish, she heard the conversation and quickly responded with courtesy. It's not easy for the old lady to raise a few chickens and ducks. I have some at home. Please take them back with you. If I take them back, my grandmother will scold me for not being able to deliver even a simple gift. Sister-in-law, you should keep them. Seeing this, Zhao Qin said to Xiao Rong, Sister-in-law, then let us leave them here. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiao Rong agreed, realizing the wisdom in his words, and placed the chickens and ducks into her own cage. Zhao Qin pushed his portion towards him, but he didn't point at it. Instead, he stuffed it into his pocket. Be careful with that. Don't drop it when you head home. Zhao Ping observed him, feeling a sense of instability. I want tea, Brother Ping. Xiao Rong then served the prepared dishes on the table, also finding a plate to hold the leftover KFC that Yuan hadn't finished, making it a part of the meal. Tonight's feast was quite sumptuous, featuring meat, snails, and shrimp. Xiao Rong smiled, saying, I was idle this afternoon while your brother was at home putting the kids to sleep. I intended to pick some oysters, but the neighboring village was selling shrimp, and I bought 2 kilograms for 9 yuan per kilogram, quite a bargain. Yuan looked at the fragrant spread before him, feeling quite disheartened. Had he known, he wouldn't have eaten that KFC. Now he wanted to indulge, but his stomach wouldn't allow it. After drinking a bottle of beer, Zhao Qin was ready to eat. Qin, remember to buy incense and a fruit platter tomorrow for the Mazu offering. I can't help you buy it. That wouldn't be sincere. After dinner, Xiao Rong reminded him. Understood, sister-in-law. I'll head back now. I'm really tired. Go on. Rest early. If your clothes are hard to wash, bring them over tomorrow morning. After all, there are plenty of clothes at home. It's just a matter of adding a couple more. Zhao Qin agreed, waving for Ahi to come along. Brother, my grandmother said she would feed the chickens and ducks more, but it's too hot right now for chicks, and they're prone to illness. If they're hard to catch, don't worry about it. We can buy them in the village later. Just don't let the old lady worry about this. By the way, go home first and give your grandmother the money, then buy a few bottles of beer to bring to my house. All right. At the intersection, Ahi dashed home. Once there, he handed the money to the old lady and was about to leave. Wait, how much is this? I don't know. I didn't count. Don't leave yet. Let us count it first. Ahi had no choice but to patiently accompany the old lady as they counted the money. After finishing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is there so much?" The old lady was equally astonished, discovering they had over 800 yuan. Call Qin and ask if there has been a mistake. Why is there so much? I'm going over soon. Why bother calling? Call now. Do it in front of me, hurry. After Ahi dialed the number and confirmed there was no error, the old lady clutched the money tightly, nearly unable to hold it. She kept murmuring thanks to Mazu, her laughter mingling with tears. Grandma, why are you crying again? Tomorrow, I'll go to the town to see if there are any chicks. If not, I'll make a trip to the hatchery. Ahi, remember to be grateful and work hard. Don't slack off just because you're following Qin. Grandma, I cannot do it, and besides, I am taking a little break. My brother won't say anything. Well, I thought you were all alone and unsupported, but now things are looking up. Also, how much have you and Qin earned? Do not boast about it everywhere. Grandma, I know my brother says to accumulate wealth quietly, and once he saves enough to build a house, he will surprise the villagers. The old lady chuckled and gently patted her arm, knowing he was just joking. Grandma, I must go. My brother needs me for something. Go on. But if you plan to go to the beach tonight, do let me know. And remember, do not wander into the mangroves. Watching Ahi run off into the distance, she held the money tightly and entered her room. After securely placing the money away, she lifted the black cloth from a nearby altar, revealing 3 spirit tablets. She retrieved 3 small incense burners from the side, lighting incense in each one while murmuring, "May our family not fight over this. There is enough for everyone. I want to let you know that Ahi has made something of himself. I hope this brings you joy, and please watch over him for his safety. I had hoped to hold my great-grandson, and once that wish is fulfilled, I would have no regrets, knowing Ahi can stand on his own. I will then join you all." Chapter 40. Scheming. After finishing his shower, Zhao Qin sat on the bed, his eyelids beginning to droop. However, troubled thoughts prevented him from lying down. He turned on the television, which was airing Chinese Paladin, a series he had watched before but had never truly grasped the plot. Only remembering that Linger was exceptionally beautiful. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Luo Xiaoi, informing him that they had arrived home. She added that her brother had issued a gag order, forbidding anyone from mentioning her fall into the sea. He chuckled and replied, expressing that he had been busy all day and was utterly exhausted. She responded promptly, advising him to rest early and not to stay up late. There was a noticeable distance between them, and it was evident that Luo Xiaoi came from a well-established family. Even if Zhao Qin were to acquire wealth in the future, he would merely be perceived as a nouveau riche in her eyes. Perhaps it had been a mere illusion before. But now he was certain that Luo Xiaoi harbored a vague fondness for him. He also acknowledged that she was indeed his type, yet the distance remained a barrier. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Over time, the slight affection born from her gratitude for saving her life would surely dissipate. Ahe arrived swiftly. Just as the brief segment of the drama concluded, he brought not only beer but also peanuts. Today, old Zhang's marinated dishes had sold out, leaving only peanuts, a rather satisfactory arrangement. Each of them opened a bottle, and after taking a sip, Zhao Qin inquired, "Ahe, you mentioned seeing Lai Bao early yesterday. Are you sure you called out to him? Did he hear you but chose not to respond? Or did he simply not hear you?" "He definitely heard me," Ahe affirmed. "As soon as I called, that guy ran even faster, as if he feared I would catch up to him." "Did he have anything in his hands?" Zhao Qin pressed. After a moment's contemplation, Ahe replied, "Yes, he was carrying a snakeskin bag, but it didn't seem heavy." Suddenly, Ahe appeared to have an epiphany, springing to his feet before slowly resuming his seat, whispering, "Brother, you suspect that Lai Bao is the one who truly stole the crabs, don't you?" Upon saying this, he slapped the table in excitement. Yes. He must be feeling guilty. Perhaps the green crabs he dug up the day before were indeed stolen. When he realized no one was paying attention the next day, his audacity grew, and he brazenly took away 7 or 8 baskets. Ahe displayed a commendable degree of intelligence, as Zhao Qin's subtle hint prompted him to analyze the situation psychologically. Brother, we should report him for causing you to enter that place so early in the morning. Zhao Qin waved his hand dismissively, aware that it would not be worthwhile for him to expose the matter. Besides, he wished to take the opportunity to annoy his cousin, Ahe, who besides us knows for certain that Lai Bao is the one responsible and would report him. Without hesitation, Ahe replied, Lin Lauer. They say a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, and in this case, the two families have turned into enemies. His eyes brightened with an idea. Brother, how about I go tell Lin Lauer? Zhao Qin, slightly exasperated, gave Ahe a light pat on the head. That would be even less effective than if I were to inform Jin Xiaogong myself. He rose from his seat and opened the drawer of his former desk, extracting an unfinished notebook from within. Carelessly, he tore out a few pages and retrieved a pen from the holder, testing it. After several attempts, only a single pencil proved functional, while the others lay broken. Does Lin Lauer know how to read? He inquired once more as he settled back down. Ahe pondered for a moment and shook his head, uncertain. Zhao Qin, contemplating, decided to call his elder brother. Zhao Ping clarified that Lin Lauer was 2 years older than his brother, had started school late, and had dropped out after the 3rd grade. In the early 1980s, local parents were not particularly invested in their children's education. Those who had the capability to learn were supported, while those who struggled were often withdrawn from school at an early age. By the 3rd grade, one could barely recognize all characters, and to claim one could write beautifully would be quite a stretch. Zhao Ping then asked if he knew why Lin Lauer was relevant. He did not elaborate, merely advising his brother to keep the matter confidential. After hanging up, Ahe felt somewhat disheartened. Whether it was his former self or this body, he had always been adept at handwriting with a hard pen. Even when he attempted to write poorly, traces of skill remained evident. He contemplated using his left hand to hold the pen, believing it would resolve the issue. Ahe had only graduated from junior high, yet he could recognize all characters. He observed Zhao Qin as he wrote. The crabs from the neighboring village were stolen by Lai Bao and Zhao Haidong, and they stole twice. The first time, it was a small quantity, so the owner did not notice. The second time, they grew bolder. Brother, what does this have to do with your cousin? Ahe asked, puzzled after Zhao Qin finished writing. Ahe, who would know about the crabs we dug up last night? Aside from Luoge and the others. There is also 2 men, and yes, your cousin ran into them. Right, he must have reported us. At this point, Ahe's face contorted with frustration. Otherwise, how about we prepare a sack tonight? Enough, don't think of anything foolish. He made me stay at the station for a few hours, so I want him to do the same. It would be amusing if Lai Bao were clever enough to implicate my cousin as well. With that thought, Ahe's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together. What if we find a way to tip off Lai Bao in advance? No, that would be too deliberate. Let us keep it as it is. Then what should we do next? Zhao Qin waved his hand for silence and wrote 2 identical pages before he finally stood up and declared, let us go smash Lin Lauer's windows. Ahe, being only 18 or 19, was at an age prone to excitement, and upon hearing this, he was instantly invigorated, grabbing a bucket and a sand shovel. Brother, didn't we say we de-rest tonight? Just carry it. If anyone sees us, we'll say we're going to the sea. Oh right. Lin Lauer's home was not far from their elder brother's residence, with the older houses located above and the newly built ones below in the village. Passing by his brother's house, they noticed the lights were already off. After a long day, everyone had gone to bed early. Taking a narrow path that wound around to the back of the house, Ahe was eager to throw. We can't stand here. Let us throw from the side of Lai Bao's house, so they can have another argument tonight. Ahe immediately gave a thumbs up and chuckled mischievously. Reaching the edge of the courtyard wall of the Lai family, Zhao Qin retrieved 3 5-yuan bills that he had prepared in advance, wrapping them in paper along with a small pebble and securing the bundle with a string. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Why are you throwing money? Needless to say, if it were merely a piece of white paper, I fear that Lin Air would overlook it. However, if it is money wrapped in paper, anyone would be inclined to pick it up and take a glance. Ahe sighed. Brother, you truly are a master of strategy. It's a pity to waste 15 yuan, though. Why not come back another day and steal a duck from Lin Air's house? That plan is feasible. After all, we have turned over a new leaf, and they would probably think twice before coming to insult us at our doorstep again. 15 yuan is still money. Lin Air would surely feel the pinch. Well, stealing a duck would balance things out. Ahe, on the count of 3, let us throw together. You toss 3 pebbles, while I hurl these 3 bills over, and then we run. There's a slope over there. We can assess the situation once we reach it. Brother, don't rush. I'll toss 2 more from the wall of Lin Air's house towards the Lai family. Zhao Qin gave a thumbs up, appreciating the cunning of his companion. As the two acted in unison, Zhao Qin heard the sound of shattering glass, seemingly coming from the direction of the Lai household. Ahi's aim was indeed precise. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qin dashed away alongside Ahi, the sound of the Lai family's wife's curses echoing behind them. Chapter 41. Purchasing incense and candles, the two individuals hurriedly descended the slope, their faces adorned with expressions of exhilaration. Peering ahead, they noticed the lights of two households illuminating the night, one flickering after the other. Which audacious fool dares to shatter the glass of my home? The voice of the wife from the Lai family resonated, immediately receiving a retort. Which harbinger of doom thoughtlessly tossed stones at my abode during the night? Scolded the wife of Lin Lair. Upon hearing the latter's words, Lai's wife became even more incensed, her voice rising to a fervent pitch. You shameless wretch. A thief crying thief. Too cowardly to provoke during the day, resorting to underhanded tactics at night. You despicable scoundrel. Her words were unmistakably directed at Lin Lair's household. And naturally, Lin Lair's wife was indignant, remarking, a son born without an anus. No, some families cannot even bear sons. This remark struck a nerve with Lai's wife, who had only 2 daughters. The two women continued their vehement exchange, unperturbed by the possibility of disturbing others, their voices resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. Zhao Qin observed the two families hurling insults across the wall of separation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ahi, let us forego stealing the ducks from Lin Lair's family. Brother. Why so? Lai's family deserves their fate, yet Lin Lair has been disturbed by our actions this late at night. That 15 yuan shall be considered our fee for the labor. Brother, your reasoning is flawed. We have provided Lin Lair with an opportunity for vengeance. He owes us a banquet. Upon reflection, Zhao Qin realized the validity of this perspective. Eventually, the commotion from Lin Lair's household subsided first, seemingly realizing the content of the note. Shortly thereafter, they extinguished their lights. Lai's wife, however, continued her tirade for several more minutes. Feeling the solitary act of cursing lacked excitement, before finally retreating. Brother, let us depart. The spectacle has concluded. The two men carried their buckets, making a detour through the muddy shores before returning home. Once back, they refreshed themselves with a shower. Zhao Qin, utterly fatigued, had spent the day dozing intermittently at the office and during his journey to and from the city. He resolved that, regardless of the fortune that the next day might bring, he would indulge in a restful slumber until awakening naturally. One may earn a living, yet without health. What good is it? Seemingly resolved in his thoughts, he enjoyed a particularly deep sleep, not rousing until 8:30 the following morning. After washing up and checking the system panel, he discovered his luck value stood at 14,115, with a mere 5 in real-time luck, indicating a lack of promising prospects. Thus, he decided to take a day off. He set off toward the dock, intending to enjoy a bowl of noodles at old Ping Lu's establishment. As he ambled along, passers-by inevitably whispered behind him, as was customary. Some remarked on his incapacity to walk properly, while others condemned him as a spendthrift. In any case, not a single kind word was uttered. Zhao Qin, however, found amusement in their chatter, not out of peculiarity, but rather as confirmation that his efforts at discretion had been quite successful. Thus far, no one was aware of the wealth he had accumulated during this period. Ah Qin, why the tardiness today? Old Zhu, seated at the entrance, spotted him from a distance, greeting him as he approached. Just waking up, seeking a bit of sustenance. Zhao Qin replied casually, not lingering. I heard you were apprehended yesterday. What transpired? The police were perplexed by the questions, knowing I had attended university. So they drove over to enlist my assistance. You're full of nonsense. Zhao Qin no longer paid attention to old Zhu and made his way to old Lu's house, where he enjoyed a bowl of noodles. As he was about to leave, old Lu sighed and remarked, if you wish to have noodles, do not come for the next week. I must go to the city to care for the old man. What has happened to him? Zhao Qin inquired. Yesterday, my brother took him for a checkup, but the results have yet to come back. Nevertheless, the doctor indicated it is likely lung cancer. Zhao Qin, not particularly adept at offering consolation, could only advise him to remain at ease before departing. He then wandered to his elder brother's home, where he did not find his sister-in-law but encountered a Yuan at the doorway with Meow Meow. He approached and playfully teased Meow Meow, who giggled with delight. Where are your parents? Upon seeing him, a Yuan appeared as if he had encountered a savior. My father is busy with the fruit trees on the mountain, and my mother has gone to the sea. Uncle, if you have a moment, could you help me look after Meow Meow? What are you thinking? You should take care of your own sister. I came to borrow the motorcycle. Are you going to town again? Zhao Qin remained silent, pushing the motorcycle out from the backyard, starting it up, and riding away. Upon entering the supermarket, he sought out the fragrance section and subsequently purchased a box of pastries before proceeding to the checkout. Upon seeing the cashier, he was taken aback. Was this not the very girl from the collection station? It's you. Please offer incense tomorrow for the Mazu festival. She evidently recognized him as well. Oh yes. Are you working here? This supermarket is owned by my family. Today, the regular cashier has personal matters to attend to, so I'm filling in for the day. By the way, your elder brother was selling conchs at the store yesterday, right? Why didn't you go? Without waiting for Zhao Qin's response, the girl continued. My name is Qin Shui. What is yours? Zhao Qin. I had matters to attend to yesterday, so I asked my brother to sell instead. He marveled inwardly at the girl's family affluence. Managing a supermarket of nearly 1,000 square meters would undoubtedly require substantial investment. That will be 16 yuan in total. Zhao Qin retrieved his wallet to pay, but just as he was about to leave, Qin Shui called out to him. She opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of beverage, and handed it to him. This is for you. Since you are offering incense for the Mazu festival, I cannot provide a discount. But please take this drink. It's quite warm today. The girl was rather considerate. No need. I can pay for it. Just take it. It's not a big deal. In the future, if you have seafood, feel free to send it to my family. My brother has his own channels for selling. So the purchase price won't be much different from the market. Does this girl know that he intends to sell good products in the city? Noticing his confusion, Qin Shui smiled and explained, I saw you unloading 2 bags onto the small truck yesterday. I was watching from not far away. Then why did you ask me why I didn't go yesterday? Zhao Qin felt slightly annoyed, sensing that the girl was teasing him. I was merely inquiring if you would tell the truth. Indeed, you were quite the trickster. Zhao Qin remained silent, observing the watermelons being sold at the entrance. He approached and casually tapped one, asking, Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe? Of course, my father personally selected the goods. I ask you again. Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe? Zhao Qin repeated, shaking his leg and laughing afterward, while Qin Shui appeared perplexed. Rest assured, they are guaranteed to be ripe. If they are not, you can return them. Although the distance was not far, making a round trip would still consume quite a bit of time. In that case, let us exchange phone numbers. Should you find yourself in need of assistance upon returning, do not hesitate to call me. Whenever you pass through the town, I shall acknowledge your visit. Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the other party retrieve a mobile phone, their delicate fingers poised above the keypad in anticipation of his number, he hesitated briefly before divulging it. Moments later, his own phone chimed within his pocket. Here is my number. Please save it. In the future, should you have an abundance of seafood that proves difficult to transport, I can arrange for my brother to collect it. Very well, thank you. The watermelon cost a total of over 7 yuan, and Qin Shui collected the full amount. He then boarded the vehicle, seeking out another vendor specializing in meat, where he purchased a selection of ribs and other cuts. For lunch, he planned to make a rib soup, adding some kelp for flavor. Any leftover broth would serve as a base for noodles in the evening, thereby addressing both meals for the day. He was reluctant to impose on his elder brother's hospitality on a daily basis. The excess ribs and meat would be shared between the two families, with a portion going to his brother's household and another to Ahi's. Chapter 42. Is the typhoon coming? Upon returning home and parking the motorcycle, Zhao's sister-in-law was already back, preparing a meal. If you need me to buy meat, just let me know what you'd like, she said. Xiao Rong, noticing the meat and ribs, expressed her discontent. I went to the town to fetch Xiang, and seeing the pork was particularly fatty today, I casually bought a few pounds. Has my brother not returned yet? He should be back soon. Zhao Qin replied while glancing at his phone, noticing it was nearly 11. He retrieved a knife from the kitchen, slicing a watermelon in half. One portion larger than the other. Sister-in-law, you keep the bigger half. I'll come by this afternoon for the smaller piece and borrow your refrigerator to chill it. Are you not having lunch at home? She inquired. No need. Ahe's grandmother has insisted several times that I eat over there. Upon hearing that they were going to Ahe's home for a meal, Xiao Rong ceased her attempts to persuade him to stay. He carried the remaining meat back home and called Ahe, requesting him to come over. If he delivered it personally, the old lady would surely insist he stay for dinner. After washing the ribs, Zhao Qin realized that since the meat was fresh and hadn't been frozen, there was no need to blanch it. He simply added some ginger and saw it in the pot before adding water to boil. Brother, what are you cooking? It smells amazing, Ahe exclaimed as he entered, immediately detecting the enticing aroma of meat. Here are some meat and bones for you to take back for your grandmother. She should simmer the bones for broth. Elderly folks need plenty of calcium. Ahe responded with a slight hum, somewhat puzzled. Brother, why is there no news from Lin Air? Did you stake out his house this morning? Zhao Qin queried. I merely wandered about, and as it turns out, Lin Air had gone to work at the dock early this morning. Did he not see that letter last night? Enough chatter. Just take the meat back and stop bothering me. If he didn't see it, then so be it. If the meat isn't finished, have your grandmother store it in my elder brother's fridge. It will surely spoil overnight in this oppressive heat. As Ahe left with the meat, he recalled something. Brother, aren't we going to the sea today? Let us take a break today, recuperate our energy for tomorrow's visit to Mazu. We will go after paying our respects. Once Ahe departed, Zhao Qin began washing the rice to cook. In a short span, his tank top was already drenched with sweat. Just as he contemplated cursing the weather, a sudden clap of thunder startled him, leading him to silently repent for his earlier thoughts. Standing at the doorway, he noticed dark clouds gathering outside. In no time, the sky grew ominously dim, suggesting a heavy downpour was imminent. As he hurried to retrieve the clothes drying outside, raindrops began to fall, sparse yet notably large, splattering against the ground and quickly forming wet patches that evaporated before his eyes. Another drop fell, and before the previous one could be absorbed by the earth, the rain intensified. According to the village elders, rain that falls during a scorching day is considered toxic and should not be allowed to touch one. Regardless, Zhao Qin would not stand outside in a torrential downpour, though he did worry for his elder brother's safety. He pulled out his phone to call, and it turned out his brother had just arrived home. Seeing the impending rain, he had hurried down from the mountain, and as soon as he stepped inside, the downpour commenced. The ribs were nearly done, and Zhao Qin quickly washed some seaweed, chopped it roughly, and tossed it into the pot. Sitting on a stool, he awaited the soup's readiness while delving into the system. Previously, he had encountered an overwhelming array of coastal foraging tools, and though he had not explored thoroughly, the sight of a fishing rod had ignited his excitement. Continuing to sift through the options, he discovered an abundance of additional equipment: drag nets, gill nets, encircling nets, and various fish-attracting lights. However, the required merit points for these were exorbitantly high, often ranging from 5 to 10,000 points. Upon spotting the crab trap, he realized it was within his means to purchase. Each trap required only 30 merit points. He contemplated acquiring several, envisioning placing them in the mangroves at low tide and retrieving them every couple of days. While he could not expect to catch large fish, crabs and shrimps might be a possibility. He meticulously planned his next steps. Relying solely on a shovel or sand scoop yielded a monotonous catch, which was counterproductive to enhancing his merit points. Moreover, it was exhausting, overly dependent on the system's luck factor. With crab traps in hand, even with subpar luck, he could still frequently catch species the system had developed, ensuring a steady income. Diversification was imperative, otherwise, profits would be painfully slow, which was of utmost importance. However, his current merit points were only sufficient to acquire a few traps, rendering the endeavor somewhat futile. He decided to be patient, intending to save up for a larger quantity. Should anyone inquire, he would simply claim he purchased them in town. If suspicion arose, he could always return with a few dozen traps, combining them with the system's offerings. Subconsciously scrolling backward through the panel, he stumbled upon an entirely new section: aquaculture. It featured chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and fish. A gentle tap revealed an explanatory box indicating that not only could cultivating various species and quantities enhance his luck, but it could also significantly boost his merit points. Elated, he reveled in this newfound opportunity. Yet, his joy was short-lived as the system informed him that the species he had unlocked were too few. Thus the aquaculture panel remained inaccessible. Alas, he would have to proceed slowly. Hearing the rice cooker signal its readiness, he decisively exited the system and began his meal. He brought the pot directly to the table, serving himself a bowl of rice to accompany the soup. After dining, he washed the dishes, noting that there was still a substantial amount of food left, eliminating the need to prepare noodles for dinner. A simple stir-fry with an egg would suffice. Outside, the rain showed no signs of abating, as if someone had punctured a hole in the heavens, causing torrents to pour down. The wind seemed to intensify as well. Zhao Qin closed the door and lay on his bed, digesting while watching television, a rule against watching TV during thunderstorms he had never adhered to. Perhaps due to his youth, his sleep quality was sound, and soon he drifted off again. The window, not securely fastened, was blown open by the wind with a loud bang, startling him awake. He rose to close the window and opened the door to find that while the rain had lessened, the wind had grown increasingly fierce. By nightfall, the wind finally subsided, He donned an umbrella and sauntered over to his elder brother's house, feeling the tedium of solitude. He, too, likely weary of being cooped up all day, had heard he was at Zhao Ping's place and had come over. Last night, he was unsure what had possessed Lai Bao and Lin Lao Er, even past 10 o'clock. They had resumed their bickering. Sighing, he recounted the previous night's events to Xiaorong, who emerged victorious in the argument. Zhao Qin inquired with a smile. In a quarrel, there are no winners, he replied. However, this morning, the men from both families nearly came to blows again. It truly is a misfortune. Zhao Qin glanced at Zhao Ping and remarked, Elder brother, this wind feels rather ominous. The weather forecast indicated a typhoon yesterday, and today escas leave me uncertain of its passage. If another surge arrives, the fruits on the mountain will surely be lost. Zhao Ping, too, was engulfed by a wave of concern. Natural disasters are beyond anyone's control. Let us not dwell too much on our worries. At worst, we shall work diligently in the latter half of the year and recoup our losses from the sea. Zhao Ping nodded, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. For a farmer, witnessing the harvest season approach only to be thwarted by calamity is a sorrowful plight. Qin, we must rise early tomorrow. It is imperative that we do not delay our visit to the temple, Summer Rong reminded earnestly. Zhao Qin acquiesced, offering further words of comfort to his elder brother. Seeing Zhao Ping's mood lift slightly, he finally returned home with He. Brother, this morning, my grandmother managed to catch 30 chicks and 20 ducklings. She mentioned that if they are raised well, we shall have young roosters to feast upon by year's end. Young roosters are delightful. Each weighs about 1.5 pounds, and when cooked, even the bones can be tenderly savored. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter at around 4 in the morning. Zhao Qin rose to wash up, taking the opportunity to enjoy a refreshing shower and don a clean set of clothes. Once prepared, he took a bamboo basket filled with incense and an assortment of delicacies he had arranged, and made his way to the Mazu temple. Mazu, the goddess of the sea, was originally constructed by the seaside in the early 1980s and has since undergone continuous renovations. Funded at times by the village collectively or by affluent merchants who held reverence for her. Given that it was a significant day, many flocked to offer their prayers, with some elderly villagers arriving as early as dawn. As Zhao Qin approached, he coincidentally spotted he and his grandmother emerging with a basket. After exchanging pleasantries, the elderly lady invited him for breakfast at their home before departing. Upon entering the temple grounds, he encountered a dozen incense burners available for worship. However, villagers typically first entered the main hall to pay their respects to Mazu before stepping out to light incense at each burner. Yet, entry required waiting in line, and there were still several individuals ahead of him. Efficiency could see him through the doors in 3 to 5 minutes, but on a slower day, it might stretch to over 10 minutes. Perhaps it was his guilty conscience or insatiable desires that made the wait seem longer. Fortunately, the sun was not yet shining, and the temperature was bearable. Before him stood a petite elderly lady, the mother of old Zhang, the vendor of marinated delicacies. After her entry, she remained motionless for a full 10 minutes, prompting Zhao Qin to contemplate calling for assistance. Finally, she emerged with her empty basket, only to pause at the entrance and murmur a few words before departing. At last, it was Zhao Qin's turn to enter, being there to pay his respects. He approached with sincerity. He placed the pastries on a nearby offering table, as it was customary for every household to bring something. Thus they could not all be laid before Mazu. A wooden stand was provided for the offerings, and typically, once the worship was concluded, old Zhang, a village elder who tended the temple, would distribute the pastries to the village's seniors, leaving the younger folks without. Having arranged his platter, he knelt on the mat and bowed 3 times in reverence. Rising, he retrieved 3 incense sticks, lighting them carefully with the candle beside him. It is essential to handle the lit incense properly. One must not extinguish the flame with their breath. Instead, one can either move the incense gently to extinguish the fire or fan it out with their hand. Holding the incense upright, he offered a deep bow towards the divine presence of Mazu, and upon completing his homage, he inserted each stick into the incense burner, ensuring they stood straight and were spaced no more than an inch apart, signifying his heartfelt devotion. After this ritual, he knelt once again to perform a gesture of respect and begin his silent wishes. Mazu, as a true deity of Taoism, cannot be approached with the same reverence one might offer to Buddha. Such confusion would undermine the sincerity of his prayers. O Mazu, in your presence, I dare not seek wealth. You are compassionate. Please bless my family with safety and peace. At this moment, 2 unruly children unexpectedly dashed in from outside, interrupting his solemn invocation with their playful antics by the offering table. Frustrated, he rose to shoo them away, lamenting the disruption in this sacred space. As soon as he stood up, he noticed one of the larger tables swaying, causing several plates and dishes to teeter precariously. Seeing the children nearby, Zhao Qin gasped and stepped forward, instinctively positioning himself as a shield for the child. However, in the next moment, the entire structure toppled over, crashing down upon him with considerable weight, pinning him beneath the altar of the Mazu statue, nearly rendering him breathless. That was not even the worst of it. A plate fortuitously struck his forehead, eliciting tears that almost spilled from his eyes. The two children were terrified, frozen in place, while onlookers outside heard the commotion and rushed in to assist. As they began to lift the table, Zhao Qin felt his consciousness slipping away, pondering whether Mazu was aware of his reincarnation. Otherwise, why would a calamity befall him just after he had wished for safety? When he awoke again, Zhao Qin found himself lying in the town hospital, flanked by Zhao Ping and Xia Rong at his bedside. Zhao Ping was muttering anxiously. Didn't the doctor say it was nothing serious? Why has you woken up yet? Brother, what is happening? Zhao Qin finally spoke, having recognized his surroundings. Upon seeing him awake, Zhao Ping and Xia Rong's faces lit up with joy. Zhao Ping hurriedly inquired, Qin, where do you feel unwell? Xia Rong dashed out to summon a doctor, and shortly after, a doctor in his 50s entered, asking Zhao Qin a series of questions, where it hurt, if he felt dizzy, and whether he felt nauseous. He then advised Zhao Qin to be cautious while getting out of bed and to attempt a few steps. After observing him, the doctor remarked, it seems there is nothing to worry about. If you're still concerned, you can go to the county for an x-ray. The town lacks the necessary facilities. No need. I'm fine. Just struck on the head by a plate, Zhao Qin replied. The doctor couldn't help but chuckle. Your sincerity is commendable. I've never encountered someone who fainted while praying to Mazu. With that, he departed. Just as Zhao Qin was about to speak, he burst in hurriedly, visibly relieved to see Zhao Qin unharmed. Brother, how are you? I rushed over as soon as I heard. I'm fine. Who told you? Old Zhang was disciplining the children at home. That is how I found out. The one who knocked over the table at the Mazu temple was his second child, and the other was from the local purchase station. Now everyone outside is saying you shielded the Mazu statue from disaster. Zhao Qin reflected on this and realized it was indeed true. Had it not been for him, the top of that high platform would have surely struck the Mazu statue. This thought filled him with a sense of pride. In truth, he only relayed the favorable gossip. There were also women discussing that Zhao Qin had committed many wrongs, prompting Mazu to intervene personally as a form of punishment. Brother, I'm fine now. Let us go home. Shouldn't we get checked in the county? I assure you, I'm all right. Let us go. The town clinic was quite basic, and after Zhao Ping settled the bill, they were free to leave without any cumbersome formalities. Let us call for a tricycle, Zhao Ping suggested, as he would typically never consider such an expense if it were not for Zhao Qin. Once they boarded the tricycle, they returned home in a short while. During noon, I casually prepared a couple of dishes to satisfy my hunger. Upon arriving home, Xia Rong busied herself immediately. Zhao Qin recounted in detail to his elder brother Ahe everything that had transpired at the Mazu temple. Upon learning that he had been struck while attempting to rescue a child from the Yu family, Ahe uttered a curse in disbelief. It's nothing. I took the hit for the Mazu statue, so I have no regrets. Indeed, Mazu will surely bless you, Xia Rong chimed in. Having overheard Zhao Qin's words as she entered the main hall, she felt a pang of guilt, as it was her suggestion that had led Akin to visit the temple today. After the meal, Zhao Ping decided to head up the mountain, and Zhao Qin insisted on accompanying him. Unable to refuse, Zhao Ping had no choice but to take him along. Remembering there were supplies in the small ravine they had passed earlier, he dashed back home to fetch a bucket and a shovel. Ahe, curious about his intentions, decided to follow suit. Just as they retrieved their belongings, a police car drove past their doorstep. Brother, it's heading down to the village, Ahe exclaimed with surprise. Let us hurry and see. Chapter 44. The fresh river delicacies. Upon noticing the police car pass by, Zhao Qin hurriedly ran down the village with Ahe, spotting the vehicle parked at the doorstep of the Lai Bao family from a distance. As they approached, they could hear the terrified voice of Lai Bao's wife exclaiming, On what grounds are you arresting my husband? You cannot take him away. Despite her fear, she refrained from berating the officers. Zhao Qin and his companions kept their distance, standing at the entrance of his elder brother's house, where Zhao Ping was also waiting for the two. What is this all about? Xia Rong inquired, perplexed. Who knows? What has happened this year? They are arresting people indiscriminately. Just the other day it was a Qin, and now it's Lai Bao. Zhao Ping scratched his head in confusion. Who knows why Lai Bao is involved? My uncle is innocent. Father, do not conflate the matters. Zhao Zhuyuan surprisingly retorted against his father. Right, right, Zhao Ping instinctively nodded, but quickly realized and shot a glare at Zhao Zhuyuan, saying, You are everywhere. Do you dare to contradict me? A Yuan is not wrong. Why are you scolding him? Seeing her son being reprimanded, Xiao Rong could no longer hold her tongue. What is all this bickering? We are merely spectators. By the way, sister-in-law, with all this commotion at the Lai Bao household. Why haven't we seen Lin Lao Er's family join in? Lin Lao Er left early this morning with his wife and children, claiming there was some festive occasion at his father-in-law's home. Zhao Qin replied, realizing Lin Lao Er was quite astute. He had boldly announced his departure early in the day, remaining in the town until noon to avoid suspicion. Why are they driving further down? Zhao Ping asked, curious, as he observed the police vehicle not turning back after loading Lai Bao, but continuing onward. Oh, that appears to be the residence of our great-uncle, he remarked, taking a few steps towards that direction, followed closely by A He, and then Xiao Rong, while only Zhao Qin and Zhao Junyuan remained stationary. Zhao Qin lit a cigarette, and Zhao Junyuan whispered, Uncle, this must be related to you, right? What do you mean? Zhao Qin queried. My father said that day you brought back crabs. Only fourth grandfather witnessed it, and now he has been arrested, which must certainly be linked to you. Enough. Do not slander the innocent. Every statement must be substantiated with evidence, Zhao Qin admonished. It truly is you. Do not worry, uncle. I shall keep my lips sealed. Zhao Zhuyuan shot a displeased glance at the boy, realizing how cunning he had become. After some time, the police car departed, and the trio returned. A Qin. It is rumored that this incident is related to the stolen crabs from the neighboring village, and that our great-uncle had instructed Lai Bao, Zhao Ping remarked, clicking his tongue. I had a feeling the person who reported a Qin last time was indeed our great-uncle, clearly attempting to pin the blame on him. If it weren't for a Qin's friends from the capital, this matter would be much more difficult to clarify, Xiao Rong said with a laugh. Feeling emboldened now that Zhao Haidong had been apprehended, knowing her husband would not stir up trouble again. Sigh, why must relatives behave this way? Zhao Ping lamented with a sigh. You consider them family, but they do not regard you as such. Enough, do not press your warm face against their cold rear. Xiao Rong bluntly replied. The way you speak, my dear brother, sister-in-law has not spoken incorrectly. In any case, let us keep our distance from that family in the future. You are a steadfast person. Do not let their foulness taint your heart. Zhao Ping pondered for a moment and nodded. He retrieved a carrying pole and a shovel from home. Come, let us ascend the mountain. This matter is beyond our control. The three made their way upward, and the wind grew stronger with each step. Brother, didn't they say the typhoon has passed? Zhao Kun remarked. I heard on the news today that the typhoon hasn't truly arrived yet. It is expected either tonight or early tomorrow morning. Alas, the Pomelos are doing all right. But the Loquats are in trouble. Zhao Kun, unable to offer consolation, arrived at a small ditch they had previously visited. Due to yesterday's heavy rain, the water level had risen significantly, and it was quite murky. Brother, I shall not go any further. I will stay here with A He to prepare a dish. If you want fish, simply buy one from Old Lin's purchasing station. The fish here have a muddy taste and are not palatable. You carry on with your work. Zhao Ping, hearing this, refrained from persuading him and continued his ascent with his belongings. Zhao Kun and A He followed the ditch upward. After advancing about 50 or 60 meters, Zhao Kun glanced to the side and said, A He, let us dig here and redirect the ditch. Brother, how shall we proceed? We will dig open this embankment. The soil will perfectly fill the ditch. The ditch was only 50 or 60 centimeters wide, and with 2 shovels. They swiftly redirected the water. On the other side lay a piece of barren land where no one's property would be at risk of flooding. In recent years, labor migration had surged, leading to an increase in uncultivated land. Many plots were left fallow, and even if offered for free to others, they remained untouched. When it came time to pay agricultural taxes, everyone would simply spend a little money to buy grain, as land was scarce and the cost minimal. Rice was merely 0.7 yuan per gene, and with the expenses of seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and taxes, farming yielded little surplus. In his previous life, Zhao Kun's hometown was similar. With the cancellation of agricultural taxes the following year, farming subsidies gradually increased, prompting more people to cultivate the land. After they finished their task, they had barely sat for a while when Zhao Ping descended. Brother, how is it up there? It is manageable for now. Not many fruits have fallen. It all depends on the typhoon in the next couple of days. I do not have high hopes for the fruits. I just hope the trees remain standing. Aren't you returning? You may head back first. Zhao Ping contemplated, realizing there was no urgent matter awaiting him, so he sat aside, curious about what they might catch. After approximately half an hour, the water had been sufficiently controlled. Zhao Kun even heard the sound of fish splashing. He dug a small pit downstream and used a bucket to siphon off the last remaining water. A kun, there's a grass carp here, weighing 2 or 3 g. Zhao Ping became excited. After all, what man does not relish the act of catching fish and shrimp, even if he did not particularly enjoy eating fish? The thrill of the catch was undeniable, and upon seeing a sizable fish, he could not help but exclaim in delight. Zhao Kun instructed a he to move downwards while he approached from upstream, and together they gathered the fish. There were indeed an abundance of crucian carp and little shrimp, along with several eels, some burrowing into the mud while others lay in the remaining water of the small pit. In just half an hour, they had caught nearly a bucketful of shrimp, weighing around 30 g. The grass carp numbered merely 2, collectively weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. He had caught 7 or 8 eels, each exceeding 3 ounces. He showed no interest in those smaller than that. The remainder consisted of crucian carp, which were indeed plentiful. After finishing their work, they headed home. He advised the he not to catch any more, as they would not be able to consume them all, thus avoiding waste. This quantity sufficed. The trio then began to tidy up and make their way back, with Zhao Ping voluntarily lifting the bucket of crucian carp. A chin. This must weigh 30 to 40 pounds. How can we possibly finish it? No worries, we can marinate it into dried fish. Dried crucian carp is quite delectable. Zhao Ping found it somewhat incomprehensible, pondering what was so enjoyable about something filled with bones. Upon arriving home, Zhao Qin retrieved 2 large basins and poured out the fish and shrimp separately. The household well right at the entrance made fetching water quite convenient. Ahi, please head to town and purchase some supplies. We are lacking essential ingredients at home. I will write down what you need to buy. All right, brother. After sending Ahi off, Zhao Qin began to process the lobsters. Due to their abundance, he decided to indulge himself by keeping only the tails, which would also facilitate quicker cleaning. While he was engrossed in his task, he was surprised to see that his elder brother's family of 4 had arrived, with Xiaorong wielding a kitchen knife and cutting board. Chapter 45. The typhoon has indeed arrived. 2 wild grass carps were grilled at night, while the remaining crucian carps were pickled and laid out to dry, to be served later with a touch of chili sauce, making for a delightful meal. After completing the preparations, I intended to invite my elder brother and the others for dinner. However, seeing their disinterest, including Zhaoju and Yuan's, I decided against it. Zhao Qin also refrained from pressing them to stay, instead asking Xiaorong to take a few eels back to cook for a Yuan and Miao Miao. Locals do not kill eels, believing their blood to possess beneficial properties, which Zhao Qin had never quite acquired a taste for. Alas, for those by the sea, river delicacies often lack appeal. Nonetheless, I would relish them all myself. In the evening, I prepared a small basin of garlic lobster and a basin of spicy lobster. Since my elder brother and the others were not dining with us, only 1 grass carp was cooked, while the rest were salted for later. The spicy dish was quite delectable. Ahi, drenched in sweat, found it impossible to stop eating. With 3 lobsters and a beer, the 2 of us indulged heartily. After having tasted genuine wild sea bass, the grass carp, be it in soup or flesh, was undeniably lacking. He barely touched the small plate of braised fish. Fortunately, Zhao Qin had fried half of it, sprinkling some chili powder and pepper salt, which made it pleasantly crispy. Once we finished our meal and tidied up, he returned home. After Zhao Qin took a shower and lay down, he remembered to check the system for today's luck value. To his relief, it was merely 11 points in real-time luck. Had it been significantly higher, he would have been filled with regret. However, he was delighted to find that the river delicacies he had caught not only increased his permanent luck value by 300, but also raised his merit points by nearly 100, totaling 325 points now. He contemplated purchasing 10 traps but decided to save up a bit more. Thinking ahead, if he bought traps without a boat, it would pose a dilemma. Perhaps he should ask his elder brother if there were any second-hand boats available. Even a wooden one would suffice, as he only needed it to set and retrieve traps along the mangrove edges. Yes, he would have his brother inquire tomorrow. Lost in thought, he soon drifted to sleep. In the middle of the night, he was awakened once more by the wind outside, which lashed raindrops against the window, producing a rhythmic patter. He intended to turn on the bedside lamp only to discover a power outage. Never mind, the house had not collapsed, so he resumed his slumber. However, shortly thereafter, he found himself staring at the ceiling, genuinely concerned it might be torn away. This was his first true experience of a typhoon. Although the original owner's memories included it, they were not firsthand. Though the door was secured, it still trembled slightly from the wind, and the windows creaked ominously. Sleep was out of the question. With a swift motion, he rolled over, feeling that being outside might be safer than staying indoors. Pulling out his phone, he glanced at the time. It was past midnight. His curiosity piqued. He opened the system and was taken aback by today's real-time luck value. He swallowed hard. 172, 172. 72 points, a historic high. The last time it was merely in the 30s, which had earned him nearly 20,000. With such a sum today, he could easily reach 40,000. In this moment of exhilaration, the ferocity of the typhoon seemed less daunting. Regaining his composure, he cleared his merit points in the system and purchased 10 traps. Once again, 2 snakeskin bags were procured to secure the fishing nets before he ventured outside to gauge the strength of the wind. The wind was fierce, yet not so overwhelming as to lift a person off the ground. He deemed it manageable. All he needed to do was cast the nets into the sea and await their retrieval come morning. Just as he was contemplating his departure, a distant flashlight flickered towards him, and moments later, a figure approached. "Aqn, why is your door ajar? What are you up to?" It was Zhoping, unable to rest at home due to the tumultuous winds. He oscillated between worrying about the fruit trees on the mountain and his concern for Zhoqn. After all, the old house had seen better days. And as Zhoqn feared, he too was apprehensive that the roof might be torn off, potentially endangering Zhoqn with falling tiles. After much deliberation, he resolved to come and check on him. "Brother, I previously purchased 10 fishing nets. Old Geo mentioned that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I thought to lower the nets into the sea and collect them after the typhoon passes tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhoping wore a look of incredulity. He refrained from inquiring about old Geo's identity and finally remarked, "That's not wise. The waves at the shore are over 10 meters high. You could easily lose them to the surf." "It's fine. I'll be cautious, Aqn. Even if you manage to cast them into the sea with such waves, you won't be able to find them the next day." Zhoqn contemplated this and realized the validity of his brother's words. He had been overly optimistic. With such ferocious winds, who could predict where the nets might drift? Seeing him set the nets down, Zhoping sighed in relief, saying, "Grab a change of clothes and come back home with me. Cuddle up with the UN tonight. Don't linger here." Zhoqn, being one who heeded advice, gathered a set of clothes in a convenient bag, but still decided to carry the 2 snakeskin bags with him. "Why are you bringing those?" "I'll check in the morning. If the wind subsides, I'll cast the nets. If the winds remain fierce, then it's not worth it." With that, Zhoping ceased his nagging, accepting the bags as Zhoqn locked the door. "Brother, could you lend me a hand?" The door had aged, sporting a latch with interlocking rings that made it difficult for Zhoqn to secure both halves alone. With his brother's assistance, they managed to fasten the latch, quickly inserting the lock with a click. Bending down, he tucked the key behind a brick at the bottom of the door. As he turned to speak to his brother, the wind rushed at him, rendering him speechless. Upon arriving at Zhoping's home, Xiering, alerted by the noise, donned her clothing and was relieved to see the 2 enter. "There is still hot water in the thermos. You both should wash up quickly to avoid catching a cold." She turned to retreat to her room, soon returning with a fresh towel for Zhoqn. While washing, Zhoqn suddenly recalled that water heaters had become widespread. Perhaps he would earn some money soon to install one for his brother, leaving the old house for later consideration until he built a new home. After bathing and changing, Zhoqn entered Yuan's room, finding the young man peacefully asleep despite the raging typhoon. Perhaps it was the comfort of being with his brother that brought him a sense of security, as he soon drifted off into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, as Zhoqn slept soundly, he suddenly awoke, clutching his groin and sitting upright, ready to curse aloud, only to realize the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, Yuan inadvertently kicked his little brother in his sleep, a sensation so uncomfortable that he took several minutes to recover. Feeling somewhat better, he decided to rise from his slumber. With a hint of irritation, he playfully slapped the boy on the backside, only for the lad to scratch himself and promptly return to his dreams. Checking his phone, he noted the time, just past 5 o'clock. Typically, at this hour, dawn would have already broken, yet visibility remained quite low. Zhao Ping and his wife were still asleep, while Zhao Qin cautiously navigated through the small courtyard to open the back door. He felt the wind. It was still strong, but considerably milder than the previous night. The raindrops that fell upon him were no longer as painful, and he could finally open his eyes. "Why are you up so early?" Zhao Ping inquired as he stepped out to relieve himself, noticing Zhao Qin entering the courtyard. "Brother, let us go to the seaside. With such strong winds last night, I'm certain many sea treasures have been washed ashore." Chapter 46, once again contracting the beach upon hearing Zhao Qin express a desire to visit the seaside. Zhao Ping once more urged, "Ah Qin, do not be deceived by the diminished winds. The waves along the shore remain formidable. Today, let us remain at home instead." A wave of melancholy washed over him, recalling how his younger brother was once lethargic, resolutely preferring sleep over any exertion. This transformation into an overly industrious individual was not entirely beneficial. Venturing to the beach in such strong winds posed significant dangers. "Brother, let us not be adversarial to the waves. We can merely observe from a distance where the waves cannot reach. Caution will keep us safe." Zhao Ping continued to shake his head. "Ah Qin, please heed my counsel this time. Do not go anywhere. Brother, after last night's storm, I fear the fruit trees on the mountain have been stripped bare, leading to a substantial loss in income. The market for pomelos had been lackluster in recent years, fetching no more than 70 to 80 cents per pound, while loquats, in contrast, saw a steady rise in value." The mention of the mountain's fruit darkened Zhao Ping's countenance with bitterness. Zhao Qin did not intend to cause his brother distress. He continued, "Brother, we must find a way to recuperate our losses. Moreover, I warded off misfortune from the Mazu statue yesterday morning. Last night, I dreamt of gathering ample seafood today. Otherwise, I would not have been compelled to set out at the break of dawn. You have witnessed my recent streak of good fortune. It cannot be mere coincidence. Once we arrive at the beach, we may discover a bountiful harvest of seafood, merely requiring us to bend down and gather it." He did not insist on dragging his brother along, yet he understood that if Zhao Ping opposed the idea, he would never be permitted to go. Hearing this, Zhao Ping's resolve began to waver. Luck was indeed an unpredictable entity. "Then let us go and take a look, but we must stay away from the water's edge." "Exactly, we shall just take a look." Upon awakening, Xiaorong learned of their intent to visit the beach and immediately interposed her objections. The two brothers had to assure her they would keep a safe distance from the waves before she reluctantly acquiesced. "Why are you bringing the fish trap?" Zhao Ping inquired, puzzled as he noticed his brother preparing to carry it. "I'll find a high spot to drop it, and once the typhoon passes, we can retrieve it. If it is lost, then so be it. It was purchased with money." "Very well, brother, let us depart." To avoid further admonitions from his elder brother, Zhao Qin hoisted the fish trap onto his back and pushed Zhao Ping out the door. Once outside, Zhao Ping took the trap from him and carried it on his own back. Zhao Qin seized the opportunity to retrieve his phone and sent a message to He, requesting him to come to their ancestral home and bring buckets and a sand shovel, just in case they needed to dig. Although the sky had brightened, the persistent rain limited visibility. "Which direction shall we go?" Zhao Ping asked, tilting his head. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment. The muddy flats were certainly off limits, and the breakwater was likely to be overwhelmed by high waves. Thus, they decided to head to the beach where they had first dug for clams. It was flat and posed the least risk. As they made their way down the path, He soon caught up with them, carrying the requested items. He had refrained from informing his grandmother that they were going to gather seafood, merely stating he was visiting Zhao Qin's house. "Brother, how can we gather seafood with such high waves? We're merely here to see if any seafood has been washed ashore. If not, we shall return. Currently, it is the fishing ban period, and with the persistent winds today, even the most diligent fishermen generally refrain from venturing out. Only Zhao Ping and He remain." Listening to Zhao Qin's persuasive talk, as they approached the coastal area, Zhao Qin noticed that the rocky shore, where the elderly ladies often harvested oysters, was now submerged by the sea, with only a few large stones peeking through, their dark surfaces glistening. The waves crashed against them, producing a thunderous sound that propelled the water even higher. The sea had lost its serene and peaceful demeanor, transforming into a tempestuous force. The once azure waters now murky and yellow. The path that previously allowed them to navigate beneath was no longer passable, though a small trail remained slightly higher up. As the three of them followed this path and reached a higher point, Zhao Qin suggested, "Brother, let us drop the gill net down and cast it around." This seemed foolish. While they could indeed cast it, it would likely be lost. Zhao Qin hesitated momentarily, but resolutely declared, "Brother, it's all stones down there. It will definitely get caught. Once the typhoon has passed, we can retrieve the gill net." Zhao Ping chuckled in disbelief, thinking it unlikely they would find anything, let alone be able to recover it later. Nevertheless, He had unwavering faith in Zhao Qin, and the two began to unload the gill net, tossing one into the sea without a second thought. "Go ahead, young ones," reckless as ever, Zhao Ping muttered, choosing to walk away, preferring not to witness the folly. The winds had calmed slightly, yet conversation still required proximity. At a distance of 2 or 3 meters, words were lost. Just as they finished casting the gill net, they spotted Zhao Ping waving from a distance, one hand clutching something dark, his mouth moving as if shouting. They quickened their pace, arriving at the sandy stretch where they had previously dug for clams, only to find Zhao Ping already gathering his treasures. As they approached, they saw Zhao Ping had already grasped several items, tossing them into a woven bag. "Goodness, more sea cucumbers," he exclaimed. "Have you found these before?" Zhao Ping, unable to suppress a grin, inquired. They had indeed collected some during their last outing near the freshwater island, but had not brought any home, leaving Zhao Ping unaware of the find. "Just a little. Stop chattering and hurry up." Zhao Qin, now exhilarated, noted the frequency of the sea cucumbers, each found every few steps. At this pace, they could easily amass a significant haul. He selected a few and observed that they were smaller than those from the island, mostly weighing around 1 to 2 pounds. "How much did you sell them for last time? They should fetch a higher price than sandworms. We struck it rich," Zhao Ping remarked, glancing at the distant Mazu temple, pondering if perhaps Mazu had indeed manifested her spirit, knowing that Qin had averted disaster on her behalf, thus bestowing her blessings. Yet, in the next moment, he bent down to continue collecting, grateful for heeding a Qin's advice to come. Had they waited for the typhoon to cease entirely, even if the entire beach were filled with these treasures, they would have missed out. Is it possible to sell for more than abalone? Abalone sells for nearly 20,000. If we can sell for another 20,000 this time, coupled with the previous earnings from the seashore, we would have recouped the losses from the fruit on the mountain. The more I ponder, the more exhilarated I become, and my smile broadens. "Brother, how did you know there would be goods by the seaside today?" He excitedly inquired while gathering. "Mazu revealed it to me in a dream," Zhao Qin casually responded. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon a sizable conch, conical in shape like an ordinary shell, but distinguished by its long, hard tail. He recognized it as a rare species known as the trumpet shell, or scientifically, the fragrant shell. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was indeed meaty and quite large, at least a pound. He raised it before Zhao Ping, exclaiming, "Brother, look, a trumpet shell." Zhao Ping glanced over, equally thrilled. "Goodness, it's massive." These creatures typically reside in deeper, muddy seabeds, rarely found by the shore. It must be the result of a typhoon, bringing them ashore. Chapter 47. The frenzy of foraging. I too managed to collect one. Moments later, Ahe joyfully brandished a conch. As they began to retreat, Zhao Qin looked up and noticed Ahe had waded into water that reached his calves, while a towering wave approached ominously from the distance, prompting him to roar in alarm. Ahe, obediently, clutched the conch and made his way back to the shore. Halfway there, a wave still crashed against him, but thanks to the beach's gentle slope, the wave was significantly diminished by the time it reached him, albeit it drenched him from head to toe and caused him to stagger slightly. "Do not venture further," Zhao Ping admonished sharply, and Ahe wiped the water from his face, responding affirmatively. Zhao Qin contemplated quietly, realizing he had underestimated the situation. A rope would have been beneficial, allowing them to tether together so that if one fell to the waves, the others could swiftly pull them back. However, gazing at the treasures upon the beach, he found it impossible to part from them. "Look at this," Zhao Ping exclaimed, raising a large sea cucumber triumphantly, its weight likely half a kilogram. Zhao Qin did not quite catch what his elder brother had said, but the joy on his face and the cucumber in his hand allowed him to surmise its significance. None of the trio lit a cigarette, not due to forgetfulness, but rather because the fierce wind and drizzling rain had likely rendered their cigarettes completely soggy. "You were reckless." Old Zhang, the vendor of marinated dishes, lived not far from here. Early that morning, he discovered several ducks had escaped, and, braving the wind, he set out to search for them. Upon reaching a higher vantage point, he spotted 3 figures by the sea and approached them. Having called out several times to no avail due to the howling wind, he cautiously made his way to the shore. Just as he spoke, he caught sight of Zhao Qin tossing a dark object into a bucket, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What the hell? It's a sea cucumber." With that, he tossed aside the stick he had been holding and bent down to collect it as well. "Old Zhang, lunch is on me," Zhao Qin said, a hint of annoyance in his voice at the unexpected intrusion. All right, take whatever you want, just hurry up." Old Zhang seemed even more excited than Zhao Qin. Lacking a container of his own, he repeatedly placed the sea cucumbers he gathered onto the higher sand. Zhao Ping, noticing this, handed him a snakeskin bag. "Brother, how many bags did you bring?" Aside from the 2 bags for traps, Zhao Qin had seen Zhao Ping take out a bag before their arrival, originally thinking it was only 1. To his surprise, he now produced 3 or 4. Didn't he expect to be so well prepared? Zhao Qin mused, feeling a twinge of envy. Zhao Ping chuckled awkwardly, choosing silence as he continued foraging. In truth, there were plenty of oysters, clams, and large moon snails to be found. But Zhao Qin and Ahe were only interested in the larger conch varieties. Zhao Qin's bucket was now full, containing both sea cucumbers and conchs, with 4 or 5 sizable conchs among them. As he transferred the contents of his bucket into the snakeskin bag, he glanced at the system panel. His merit points had risen to 125, likely thanks to the conchs and sea cucumbers collected. Meanwhile, his real-time luck value had decreased from 72 to 68. A mere 4 points lost. There was still great potential ahead. The sea cucumber has grown to such a size solely due to the forces of nature. Thus, no matter how many one collects, it does not deplete their fortune. Coincidentally, Ahe's bucket was also full, and as he came up to offload his catch, Zhao Qin lent a hand to hold the opening of the snakeskin bag. With 2 buckets emptied, the 2 paid no heed to rest and plunged back into the fray. Old Zhang, seeing that they were 3 while he was alone, felt an overwhelming envy. However, he was at a loss. When he had ventured out to seek ducks, it had been drizzling, and he had not brought his phone. Now, even if he wished to inform his family, he could not, and the thought of returning to fetch someone was unthinkable. What if he missed the bounty by the sea? It was better to remain and gather more himself. With old Zhang's participation, Zhao Qin and the others shed their previous lethargy, fearing that old Zhang might outdo them in collection, thus becoming even more industrious. "Brother, do you have any water?" Ahe licked his lips. For even though they were by the water's edge, who dared drink the sea? Zhao Qin smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this detail. The waves were still sizable, though the rain had ceased. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, wrapped in a plastic bag. He unwrapped it and dialed the landline at his elder brother's home. "Sister-in-law, we're at the eastern beach of the village. Bring a jug of water quickly. Take that small path up," he nearly shouted, fearing the wind would drown out his voice. As for what his sister-in-law replied, he heard not a word. Old Zhang cast an envious glance at his phone. Zhao Qin, fully aware of his thoughts, decisively said, "No borrowing, don't even think about it." "I was even thinking of borrowing." Old Zhang chuckled awkwardly. "Trusting you is a folly." He considered that too many people must not know, lest there be no share left for them. He hoped for his sister-in-law's arrival, thinking that with one more person, they could gather even more. If old Zhang discovered them, it was only a matter of time before others did too. Zhao Ping was the most capable. In nearly 2 hours, he had nearly filled a snakeskin bag all by himself. His method of gathering was different from Zhao Qin and Ahe's. He picked up whatever he saw, unlike the 2 who only selected the finer, more expensive finds. "Brother, look what I found," Ahe exclaimed, raising a large conch. Zhao Qin looked over to see Ahe holding a conch larger than his own head, its surface a rich brown yellow, resembling a ripe papaya. "Wow, what a massive coconut shell. It must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. Zhao Ping exclaimed joyfully. "Ahe, don't show off. Hurry and gather more, or old Zhang will collect it all," Zhao Qin urged. Upon hearing this, old Zhang felt as if he had been force-fed bitter herbs. "Damn, you 3, and I am alone. How could you say such a thing?" He decided against arguing. If Zhao Qin took notice and devised a scheme, he would be in trouble. Indeed, many people in the village held a similar impression of Zhao Qin, resentful yet wary of offending him. The previous discord between the Lai and Lin families had been attributed to him, and while some had initially doubted it, once 2 men spread word of his antics at the mango factory, a consensus formed. It was best to avoid crossing this individual. Zhao Qin, oblivious to old Zhang's musings, would surely have retorted, "Why should I care?" On the way, Xia Rong complained about the blustery weather, lamenting the unnecessary commotion, oblivious to the danger of being swept away by the waves. However, as she approached, her surprise mounted upon witnessing them collecting items from the shore and tossing them into a bucket. Could it be sea cucumbers? Zhao Ping straightened up with a hearty laugh, acknowledging her presence before promptly resuming his task. Upon seeing his sister-in-law, Zhao Qin eagerly seized the water bottle and took a hearty swig, not wishing to share the vessel with others. Only after quenching his thirst did he pass it to Ahe. The moment Xia Rong released the water bottle, she bent down, muttering in surprise at the sight of old Zhang's presence. Old Zhang felt rather disheartened, as the village's well-meaning individual. He pondered why everyone seemed to regard him with disfavor at that moment. Chapter 48. The crowded beach. After advancing over 200 meters further, Xiaorong had no choice but to remain behind, as he needed to watch over the two large snakeskin bags filled with goods. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin and the others continued onward, collecting items as they traversed the beach, which stretched at least 2 kilometers. This stretch of sand had already extended beyond the village's boundaries. However, the sentiment remained that the sea belonged to everyone, allowing anyone to gather what they could. Occasionally, tourists were scolded by locals who claimed the beach was theirs, but such assertions would not deter local residents. As they ventured eastward, the quartet discovered that the bounty was dwindling. Zhao Qin began to gather assorted shells, as the effort required was minimal, yet it could still contribute to their accolades. Ahead, a massive rock jutted out from the shore, obstructing the beach. The expressions of disappointment were unmistakable on their faces, as this rock not only blocked their path but also curtailed their opportunities for profit. Brother, you stay here and continue collecting. Ahi and I will climb up to see if there's another route around the rock, Zhao Qin suggested, preparing to ascend and find a way past the obstruction. Just then, Lao Zhang interjected, "Let us head back." Upon receiving puzzled glances from the trio, Lao Zhang sighed and explained, "Unbeknownst to us, we've arrived at Jinzhong village. I have been here before, and beyond that rock lies steep cliffs where one cannot find footing." Hearing this, disappointment deepened on their faces. Yet they held trust in Lao Zhang's words. Zhao Qin glanced at his phone. Having left around 6 in the morning, it was now nearly 2 in the afternoon. Time seemed to awaken his physical needs, and the hunger from skipping breakfast suddenly struck him. "Brother, I'm hungry," Ahi remarked, patting his stomach. Zhao Qin turned to Xiaoping, "Brother, let us head back. Sister-in-law is here, and Yuan and Miao Miao are at home without food." Though Xiaoping displayed a hint of regret, he nodded in agreement. Zhao Qin then looked back at Lao Zhang, who had managed to fill nearly a bag on his own. Like Xiaoping, he picked up everything he found, and it was clear he had amassed at least 20 to 30 pounds of sea cucumbers. "Huh, I've made a small fortune following you," Lao Zhang chuckled, noticing Zhao Qin's gaze on his bag. "2 pig trotters, a pair of ears, right, Lao Zhang? And let us add a pig's heart," Zhao Qin remarked. And Lao Zhang generously agreed. Despite his usual stinginess, Lao Zhang recognized that he was indeed benefiting from the efforts of Zhao Qin and his brothers. Had it not been for their labor on the beach, he would never have ventured to this area. His long-standing business dealings, along with Zhao Qin and Ahi's frequent weighing of vegetables, could be seen as a way of giving back to loyal customers. From a distance, Zhao Qin spotted a crowd gathered around Xiaorong, who appeared flustered, attempting to reclaim the sea goods from their hands while muttering something. He noticed a woman stuffing 2 sea cucumbers into her trousers. He then realized that Ahe's grandmother had also arrived, assisting Xiaorong in fending off their hands. "How dare you attempt such blatant theft?" Upon reaching them, he shouted vehemently. This outburst seemed to awaken everyone from their greed, prompting them to reluctantly release the seafood they had clutched, sheepishly claiming they were merely looking. Some uttered ungracious remarks, complaining about the absurdity of not being able to even look at the haul they had collected. "Even if we merely look, it won't cost you a thing. How stingy," they quipped. "If you wish to see, look at your own." Ahe, more ferocious than Zhao Qin, hurled curses while brandishing a sand shovel from the bucket, causing the crowd to hastily retreat. They had merely stumbled upon good fortune. What was so remarkable about that? Such miserly behavior wouldn't lead to wealth. Zhao Qin observed the woman who spoke, frustrated. She was also a villager, married to Zhong Yongping, a seafarer known for his honesty. Yet, her reputation was far from favorable, as she was known to take advantage of others and had supposedly questionable ties with the village's old bachelor, Old Liu. Rumors even suggested that her children were not Zhong Yongping's. After uttering her remark, the woman attempted to leave, but Zhao Qin blocked her path. "Wait a moment. Hand over the 2 sea cucumbers from your pocket." The woman was taken aback but defiantly retorted, "Who took your sea cucumbers? Don't slander me. Sister-in-law, come check." I saw her stuff 2 into her pocket from afar. Xiaorong, already brimming with anger, moved forward without hesitation, but even faster was Ahe's grandmother, who swiftly seized the woman's arm. "You're hitting people, bullying us. The Zhao family is using their numbers to intimidate." The woman, upon seeing this, unexpectedly plopped down onto the beach, throwing sand about in a fit. Everyone gathered around to watch. At that moment, no one offered assistance. Even old Zhang's wife, who had come in search of her husband, was delighted to find her own bounty. Xiaorong was at a loss, but Ahei's grandmother, despite being 63, was nimble. She bent down and pinned the woman to the sand, searching her person. Seeing this, Xiaorong rushed to assist. Before long, they uncovered 5 sea cucumbers from the woman's belongings. Shout again, and I'll call the police. These people will testify, and you'll spend a few days in detention. Zhao Qin yelled anew at her incessant cursing. Indeed, we can attest to that, old Zhang's wife chimed in. Faced with this, the woman had no choice but to rise and hurriedly make her way back to the village, declaring that the matter was not over. Zhao Qin's gaze swept across the others, who promptly patted their pockets in self-defense. It's not as if we can't collect, while we were watching you. It's likely we could have gathered a few ourselves. Though we've already picked some, the waves continue to crash. The waves were indeed vigorous. Let me make it clear, if you encounter any trouble, don't pin it on us. I suggest you all return home and rest well. His words seemed to resonate with the crowd, prompting them to disperse, while they treated the latter part of Zhao Qin's statement as mere background noise. The thoughts of those surrounding us are perplexing, Ahei remarked with a hint of annoyance, as he gathered a bit more from the barrel to place in the bag, resulting in exactly 3 bags. Brother, Ahei and I will keep watch here. You and sister-in-law should return first. Take the cart up the hill. Sister-in-law can prepare some food, and you can bring the dishes directly to old Shang's house. He won tea mind. He then turned to the elderly woman, saying, Granny, you need tea cook for lunch. Join us at my brother's for a meal, and lend a hand in gathering the goods. All right, I will help you collect. She agreed. Seeing the arrangements made clearly, Zhao Ping seized his chatter and headed home with the cart. In no time, more villagers began to flock towards this area. Zhao Qin was correct. While it wasn't as easy to gather as before, one could still occasionally stumble upon a few treasures. If one were to collect a pound of sea cucumbers, it could fetch a sum of 100 or so, equivalent to over a day's labor for others. In the brief moment while brother returned to push the cart, the entire beach had already become bustling with people. Chapter 49. Opening the conch. Zhao Qin opened the system panel, and to his astonishment, the bounty he had gathered throughout the morning had consumed less than 20 points of real-time luck value. He still had 53 points remaining, indicating that, up to this point in the day, he had yet to discover the true system-designated item. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he pondered what that designated item could be. Observing the throngs of people on the beach, he surmised that even if he did spot something, it was unlikely he could claim it before they did. At that moment, the wind seemed to have calmed somewhat, and Zhao Qin could occasionally hear their exclamations, as if they had stumbled upon something valuable. He watched them with a scoff, disdainful of their naive excitement. When Zhao Ping had arrived, he had thoughtfully brought a pack of cigarettes. The two lit one and took a deep drag, savoring the relief after several hours of restraint. The 3 of them took turns lifting the 3 snakeskin bags onto the vehicle before hurrying home. Upon their return, Zhao Qin and Ahei felt too fatigued to move, while Zhao Ping encouraged them to rest, taking the initiative to carry all the bags to the backyard. At that moment, he felt a sense of security. These treasures were now his. Mio must be starving, Zhao Qin remarked, noticing his sister-in-law bustling about. The little one is asleep. A Yuan saw we weren't back and made a steamed egg to feed her, came the reply. Zhao Qin chuckled at the sight of a Yuan squatting in the backyard, watching their father sort through the seafood. Oh, look at you, becoming quite accomplished. Cooking steamed eggs now. After a brief respite, they brought a small stool to the backyard to assist with the sorting. As they emptied the 3 large bags, the heap of seafood resembled a small mountain, and a smile returned to Zhao Qin's face. His efforts in the morning had proven fruitful. We should select 2 sizes of sea cucumbers. The size likely impacts the price, Zhao Ping suggested. No need for you to toil. I can handle it. You should go wash up and change your clothes before returning, the elderly lady said, all the while continuing her work without pause. Zhao Qin glanced at his damp clothes and realized this was not feasible. He turned to Ahei and said, let us head back for a quick shower and change. The trip was swift, taking only about 10 minutes for a round trip. Once back, Zhao Qin resumed his assistance and inquired, elder brother, does anyone have a large scale? Old Zhang's family has one. I borrowed it when I went to fetch the dishes. Can you believe it? Old Zhang collected 27 pounds of sea cucumbers. He must have taken them to the pier by now. That should net him 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, Zhao Ping recounted with excitement. When I went to get the marinated dishes, it was a breeze. His wife, who is usually stingy, surprisingly let me take more this time. Xiaorong busily moved about, her ears attuned to the conversation in the backyard. Upon hearing Zhao Qin's inquiry about the scale, she chimed in. That scoundrel old Zhang thinks he's losing out every time he asks for a meal of marinated dishes. He muttered a curse under his breath. Forget him. He gathered it himself, so sharing his dishes is just being considerate. No need to speak ill of him behind his back. The elderly lady gently tapped he on the head in admonishment. In truth, noodles would be prepared faster, but in their household, rice was the staple food. Thus, when hunger struck, it felt unsatisfying to eat noodles. Zhao Qin picked up the largest conch he had found, weighing it in his hand. This one is mine, he said, weighing it in his hand. It's quite hefty. Do you think it might contain a pearl? Zhao Ping shook his head, stating that there was nothing within. He then pointed to a large coconut snail that he had picked up, mentioning that someone had reportedly found a pearl within, known as the Meilu pearl, which was quite valuable yet exceedingly rare. Shall we open it to take a look? He suggested. If you want to open it, go ahead, Zhao Kun replied, momentarily taken aback by his brother's unexpected eagerness, as he had not mentioned keeping it to sell. The flesh was rather tough and not worth much. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Zhao Ping awkwardly explained the reason Zhao Kun wanted to open it was that he was uncertain where the remaining luck of the day might lie. Perhaps it was nestled within the snail's pearl. Uncle, could you give me the shell after you open it? Yuan inquired upon hearing about the snail opening. Harboring a desire for the shell, particularly the resonant one, though he dared not voice it. It's a simple matter. I don't know how to open it. Once I'm done, I'll have your father assist, Zhao Ping replied. He then stood up, procuring a piece of iron wire from the edge of the yard, twisting it several times, and using its sharp tip to hook the exposed snail flesh. He bent the other end into a hook, suspending it from a post on the wall. Is this sufficient? Zhao Kun asked in astonishment. It's a bit slow, but it's the most efficient method. The snail flesh will gradually extricate itself from the shell, and the shell will remain intact, Zhao Ping explained as he resumed sorting. Once dinner is ready, I sauteed some vegetables and made a soup. Let's eat first, as I presume you are quite famished. Rising to wash his hands, he realized he hadn't eaten since morning. Let us start with a bowl of soup to moisten our palates, have some vegetables, but don't rush into the rice. It could lead to choking. The elderly woman instructed them not to serve themselves rice. Heeding her advice, they each took a bowl of soup and enjoyed a pig's trotter while sipping. Zhao Kun consumed 3 bowls of rice, yet still felt unsatisfied. However, he refrained from taking more rice, opting instead for a bit more soup, sipping it slowly. Kun, are you planning to sell these in the city? He asked. Zhao Kun instinctively nodded but soon realized it seemed unnecessary. Not only would the journey to the city be cumbersome, but previously he had been apprehensive about being seen and discussed by others. This time, however, it seemed the entire village was already aware of their find, leaving little to conceal. I'll make a call to inquire, he said. He first contacted Mr. Liu, who collected crabs in the city, wishing to know the current market for sea cucumbers. After a brief wait, Mr. Liu returned his call with the information. He then dialed Chen Shui's number, which rang twice before she answered. Zhao Kun, you aren't buying unripe melons, are you? Her voice was laced with playful mirth. No. I gathered quite a lot of sea cucumbers today. I wanted to ask if your brother is interested in buying them. Isn't there a typhoon approaching? You all are still out at sea? How much do you have? She inquired. Over 100 jin, all wild, with sizes ranging from 1 to 2 liang. Chen Shui asked him to hold on, and soon there was a flurry of footsteps as she rushed downstairs. He heard her excitedly calling for her brother, and shortly after, Chen Dong's voice came through the receiver. Brother, do you really have more than 100 jin? It should be. I'm sorting them now. And there are still plenty of resonant snails. What price should I expect? Chen Dong was contemplating the quotation when Chen Shui, standing beside him, quietly reminded him that Zhao Qin had connections in the city. After a brief moment of reflection, he proposed a remarkably reasonable price. The price is acceptable, Mr. Chen. Might I trouble you to collect it from my location? I only have a cart, and it will take over half an hour to transport it. After ending the call, Zhao Qin met the curious gazes of those around him and said with a smile, they will come to collect it around 4 this afternoon. In truth, everyone was eager to inquire about the price per pound but hesitated, fearing it might seem overly eager. Soon, they completed the selection process. First, weighing the goods on a large scale. There were not many items over 2 taels this time, totaling only 51 jin and 6 taels. Under 2 taels, however, there were 103 jin and 3 taels. The conch shells amounted to 33 jin, while the number of sea oysters was significant, totaling 79 jin and a half. Additionally, there were over 40 jin of miscellaneous items. After nearly 6 hours of work, the 3 of them had gathered around 300 jin of goods. Yet, Zhao Qin remained troubled. pondering where his luck truly lay today. The coconut shell had already been opened, leaving nothing but the flesh of the shell. What a headache. Chapter 50. News from Jin Xiaogong. After the goods were sorted, Zhao Qin felt somewhat drowsy. Although he had not stayed up late the previous night, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of today as fortune, preventing him from sleeping soundly. Rising early at around 5 o'clock, he glanced at the clock on his elder brother's incense cabinet, realizing it was nearly 4. He figured Qindong would soon arrive to collect the goods, so he could hardly afford to sleep. He took out a cigarette and lit it to invigorate himself. Xiaorong occasionally stood at the door, peering out and muttering about the delay. "Akin, do they know our village? Perhaps your elder brother should go to the town to greet them?" she suggested anxiously after standing at the door for the 3rd time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping immediately agreed and stood up to fetch his motorcycle. Zhao Qin, however, grasped his brother's arm and urged him to sit back down. "Sister-in-law, they must know the village. Even if they don't know where we live, they can always ask." "Is that a motorcycle coming?" Xiaorong exclaimed, spotting a motorbike approaching from a distance. Her excitement mingled with uncertainty. Before long, the motorcycle indeed stopped at their doorstep. But instead of Qindong, it was Jin Xiaogong who arrived. "Ah, Officer Jin, what brings you here? Please come in." Zhao Qin greeted him with a smile as he rose to welcome his guest. Jin Xiaogong chuckled and replied, "Didn't you say I could come by any time? I'm on a day off today and heading to my aunt's for dinner tonight. I just happened to pass through your village, so I thought I would stop by to see you." He indicated his attire, saying, "I'm sensible enough not to wear my uniform. I was just joking. You're welcome in whatever you wear. Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea." Jin Xiaogong waved his hand dismissively, signaling Zhao Qin to refrain from fussing. They then moved to the backyard after Zhao Qin gestured in that direction. "Officer, is there something you need to discuss?" Zhao Qin inquired. "Please, just call me Xiaogong or Agon. You can address me as Akin. We are about the same age, so let us not bother with formalities," Jin Xiaogong replied. Zhao Qin shrugged, lighting a cigarette, but Jin Xiaogong politely declined. "Akin, you are aware that yesterday we apprehended Lai Yue and Zhao Haidong from your village, correct?" Jin Xiaogong asked. Zhao Qin nodded, knowing that Lai Yue was notorious for his overpopulation issues. When fines were imposed, he had no money to pay. So the village had taken a bag of grain from his home, earning him the nickname Liabao. Now that the matter is clearer, it's not a breach of conduct to inform you that the one who reported you was Zhao Haidong. I never expected him to be so brazen as to cry thief, Jin Xiaogong informed him. Zhao Qin was momentarily bewildered. He had written to report Zhao Haidong simply to annoy him, but Jin Xiaogong's tone suggested there was indeed an issue at hand. "Zhao Haidong is my cousin. How could he be involved?" Zhao Qin queried, perplexed. Zhao Haidong vehemently denied any involvement, yet Lai Yue insisted that he had discovered the neighboring village, Qintang, selling crabs through information provided by Zhao Haidong, and they had agreed to split the profits after the sale. What are the specifics of this situation now? Zhao Qin pondered, still unsure whether his cousin was genuinely involved or if Lai Yue was merely trying to shift blame. If his cousin was indeed implicated, then Zhao Qin's report would have inadvertently hit the mark. According to Lai Yue, he had stolen a total of over 100 jin. Yet the original owner adamantly claimed that 260 jin of crabs were missing. I surmised that the owner might have exaggerated the weight of the lost items, fearing we would not take the matter seriously. However, there is no means to verify such claims, especially since both parties are not entirely blameless. Is compensating the other's loss sufficient? Zhao Qin inquired. It's not that simple. Each of them must compensate for the 260 jin of goods and face a fine of at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, perhaps a 3-day detention. As a reminder for them, came the response. However, this is merely a preliminary intention, as our office has the jurisdiction to impose fines only up to 500 yuan. Thus, the director intends to escalate the matter to a higher authority. Zhao Qin understood and refrained from disclosing any specific regulations. I truly just passed by this time, intending to update you on the situation. The previous incident was indeed a result of my impatience. For now, please refrain from spreading it, as it has not been finalized yet. Rest assured, he concluded. After discussing the matter, Jin Xiaogong prepared to leave, but Zhao Qin, noticing the seafood in the bucket, asked him to wait. He found a convenient bag and filled it with about 10 jin of sea snails. He hesitated to give anything more expensive, fearing it might impose pressure on the recipient. What is this? I cannot accept it, Jin Xiaodong protested. Your family is gathering for dinner tonight. This will make a fine addition to the meal. Let it be known that I am not giving this to you because of your status. I do so because we are brothers and friends. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaodong smiled and nodded. All right, since it's from a brother, I shall accept it. After seeing him off at the door and watching his motorcycle disappear into the distance, he returned inside. Brother, do you think the Lai family has news? He inquired with a hint of joy on his face, while Xiao Rong and Zhao Ping also looked on with curiosity. Yes, it seems they are indeed responsible. Lai has already admitted it. Now it's a matter of how to handle it, he replied vaguely. I knew that family was devoid of integrity, which led to your unnecessary trip to the office, Xiao Rong remarked. Zhao Ping, however, sighed several times, lamenting how a good life could have been maintained without such greed. Is this Zhao Qin's home? A voice called from the entrance, and as the question was posed, Zhao Qin, who had just risen, was greeted with a smile. I am late. Not at all. I appreciate you making the journey. This is my elder brother's house. The visitor was Chen Dong, who had arrived unnoticed due to the commotion outside. Before they could enter the backyard to inspect the goods, another person stepped through the door. Zhao Qin. I came along with my brother to visit. Has the watermelon ripened yet? It has, not only ripe but also very sweet. Next time, I will help promote it in front of your supermarket. Please, have a seat. Chen Shui giggled at Zhao Qin's playful banter. Upon seeing the incoming young lady, and noticing her familiarity with Qin, Xiao Rong's eyes brightened as he scrutinized her. Standing around 165 meters tall, she had a delicate appearance and fair skin, quite rare for a girl from the seaside, and her figure was pleasingly ample with no airs about her. She exuded grace. You must be a friend of Zhao Qin. Please come in and sit. Chen Shui glanced at Zhao Qin, seemingly inquiring about the identity of the speaker. This is my sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. My family runs a collection station in the town, and the conch that this brother brought last time was sourced from our place, she added, pointing to Zhao Ping. Seeing the other party's warm demeanor, Xiao Rong felt even more elated and stepped forward to grasp Chen Shui's arm, encouraging her to take a seat. Meanwhile, Chen Dong sensed an underlying discord but could not quite pinpoint the issue. Just then, Zhao Qin tugged at him to inspect the goods, successfully diverting his attention. My goodness, is there really this much? Chen Dong exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly upon surveying the merchandise. He first glanced at the sea cucumbers, casually selecting 2 from the basket, weighing them in his hands. Have we made our selection? We're also making rough estimates here, but rest assured, among the 1-pound specimens, there will certainly be several weighing 2 pounds. As for the 2-pound ones, while I won't claim there aren't any weighing 1 pound, they are indeed exceedingly rare. This is not our first business transaction. You were meticulous in selecting the conch last time, so I trust you. As he spoke, Chen Dong's gaze shifted with delight towards the conch, recognizing the vast price disparity. Smaller ones might fetch only 40 to 50 yuan per pound. Yet a 2-pound specimen would command at least 180 yuan or more. Chapter 51. Chen Dong was quite satisfied. After inspecting the goods, he turned to Zhao Qin and remarked, Brother, you truly have an excellent selection. Could you share what goods you brought back from the city last time? Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, deciding that there was no need for secrecy. He revealed, I brought back some abalone, around 30 pounds for the larger ones, and the rest were smaller. Altogether, it must be less than 200 pounds. Chen Dong's eyes nearly bulged in surprise. What? Over 30 pounds for the larger ones? After a brief pause, he expressed regret. Rest assured, my sources are even better than those in the market. As long as the quality is good, we can negotiate the price in the future. Let's settle today's transaction first, and I will call you when I have more quality goods. Sounds good. Chen Dong retrieved an electronic scale from his vehicle. As soon as they entered the house, Zhao Ping promptly took the scale and moved it to the backyard. You can choose the sea cucumbers as you wish, Chen Dong said, gesturing towards the conch. Divide them into 3 categories, under 1 pound, 1 to 2 pounds, and over 2 pounds. Zhao Ping nodded and began sorting. It was a straightforward task, with only about 40 pieces in total. After weighing the sea cucumbers, Zhao Qin found that the weights were quite consistent with his previous measurements, which relieved him. He had been worried that Chen Dong might adjust the prices during weighing. Once every item was weighed, Chen Shui recorded the weights, confirming each with Zhao Qin. Aside from the sea snails, which he had given some to Jin Xiaogong, there were no significant discrepancies. We might as well keep the miscellaneous items for ourselves. They are inexpensive, Chen Dong remarked as he inspected the last basket of goods, which contained several varieties, mostly lower-priced items. The scallops were the exception, priced a bit higher, while the mussels, though sizable, were quite cheap, making it difficult for him to calculate a total. All right, we will keep those, Zhao Qin agreed. Next came the accounting. Xia Rong and the others had been anxiously waiting, as Zhao Qin had yet to announce the prices. They all strained to hear Chen Dong declare the unit prices. For sea cucumbers over 2 taels, the price is 135 yuan per pound, which certainly does not match the price paid by Mr. Yi previously, but it's still reasonable. For those under 2 taels, it's 80 yuan per pound. The prices for conch are 180, 155 yuan for the 3 categories, and sea snails are quite cheap at 9 yuan per pound. Chen Shui took a calculator from the vehicle and after some calculations, announced the total price to be 19,013 yuan. Zhao Qin voluntarily suggested rounding it down. Chen Dong opened the pouch tied at his waist and pulled out 2 stacks of cash, handing 1 stack to Zhao Qin. He then took out 1,000 yuan from the other stack and passed the remainder to him. Brother, you and he helped load the goods onto Mr. Chen's vehicle. Don't worry about the baskets. We can pick them up another day in town. As they began moving the goods, Zhao Qin started counting the money. Outside, some villagers, noticing them carrying goods, engaged in conversation, realizing that Chen Dong was the purchaser. Upon inquiring about the prices, Chen Dong quoted the sea cucumber prices 10 yuan lower than before, which excited the villagers, as it was still higher than what they received at the village dock. Don't leave. We've gathered some too. There will surely be more shortly. Zhao Qin squinted slightly, momentarily forgetting the matter at hand. He was free to sell his catch wherever he pleased, yet leading the villagers to have Chen Dong take them would inevitably sour relations with the local collection stations. After all, cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. Apologies, but we only accept bulk shipments. I cannot take anything under 200 pounds. You have a dock in your village. Let them handle it, Chen Dong stated, unexpectedly setting a threshold and refusing to accept the villagers' small quantities. Of course, if someone from the village brought goods to the town, he would oblige, but to seize the villagers' meager offerings would be utterly unscrupulous. Oh, why do you collect like this? We have a substantial amount, came the protest. I find it troublesome, my apologies. With that, he glanced at Zhao Qin, confirming that the monetary matters were settled, and prepared to return to town. Chen Shui waved at Zhao Qin before sliding into the passenger seat, watching as the vehicle turned away, allowing the group to finally head home. The villagers peered out from their doorways, chuckling. Ah Ping, you truly hit the jackpot this time. Uncle Luo, care to come in for a drink? Ah, just a stroke of good fortune, I suppose. It must be that Ah Qin helped Ma Zhu avert disaster yesterday. Truly a blessing. Not today, I still need to check the beach. Old Luo grumbled as he walked, lamenting why he had not been the one struck yesterday. Upon finishing his sales, Zhao Qin suddenly remembered that sea cucumbers are a prized delicacy. Why hadn't he thought to keep a few? Even if he had no desire to consume them himself. He still had 2 youngsters to consider. However, the thought of joining the villagers at the beach to scavenge was unappealing, after all. He had likely gathered more than the entire village combined. Ah Qin, how did you come to know that girl? As soon as he sat down, his sister-in-law pounced with questions. I sold goods at her house a couple of times. Oh, and her family owns the supermarket in town. I ran into her again when I was buying incense and pastries. Upon hearing this, Xia Rong swallowed her words, a tinge of regret crossing her features. She hadn't anticipated the girl came from such a well-off family. Given Ah Qin's current circumstances, their backgrounds were mismatched, and it was unlikely they would be pleased to marry her off. Oh, if only Ah Qin hadn't dropped out. Being a graduate of Peking University would make him a suitable match for anyone. Zhao Qin remained oblivious to his sister-in-law's musings as he retrieved the money, beginning to count. The 2 shares amounted to 3,800 yuan. He turned to the elderly lady, reiterating what he had previously discussed with his brother and sister-in-law. Grandma, every time we go out to sea, I take the lead. I don't want a single cent from Ah He's solo trips. If you feel that a 2-share split is unfair, we can just go our separate ways in the future. Why speak of such things? Though I am old, my eyesight is still sharp. If you don't take him along, he wouldn't gather a single thing. You 2 get along well. You must look after him. I feel indebted to you. She replied. Then let us not argue about who benefits more. We'll stick to our previous arrangement. Zhao Qin stated, first pushing 3,800 yuan toward Ah He, who didn't even glance at it before pushing it directly to the elderly lady. He then presented another portion to Xia Rong. The prospect of sharing brought joy to all, and Xiao Ping's delight was evident, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Finally, they could offset the losses incurred from the fruit trees. If the damage to the trees was minimal, they would indeed reap substantial rewards. In my heart, I felt a sense of relief that I had not stopped at Qin in the morning. Otherwise, how could I have earned this more than 3,000? Madam, Why not dine with us again tonight? We have leftovers from lunch, and those snails can easily be boiled into 2 plates. Xiaorong turned and went back to the room to fetch the money, soon re-emerging to speak. No, we can't dine here every meal. Your provisions do not materialize from thin air. We must return home, for there are chickens and ducks to tend to. As they saw the two depart, it felt as though the household had truly become family. Wow, uncle, you've made quite a fortune today, Zhao Qin remarked. All right. I will bring you a gift the next time I visit the city. As she spoke, she pulled out 500 yuan from her hand and offered it to her sister-in-law. What is this for? Xiaorong questioned. You also labored by the seaside for 3 or 4 hours today, and I cannot accept this since it is your wages. Enough of this nonsense. Just pack it away. 3,000 is already quite ample, Xiaorong insisted, adamant in her refusal. Zhao Ping continuously blocked her hand, urging her to take it back. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Qin handed it to a yuan, saying, "This is your tuition for the next semester. Uncle has taken care of it for you." Chapter 52. Kindling a fire at elder brother's house, Zhao Qin handed some money to a yuan and, lifting his leg, prepared to depart. As he walked away, he addressed Xiaorong, saying, "Sister-in-law, I won't be cooking tonight. I shall dine here instead." "All right, you go back and rest. I'll have your brother come to fetch you," she replied. Zhao Qin suggested a phone call would suffice. And then he made his way to old Zhu's small shop by the dock. It seemed that he was left with only a pack of cigarettes at home, and he needed to purchase another pack to keep on hand. Upon arriving at the small shop, he found the doors surprisingly locked. Old Zhu had become quite erratic. Instead of conducting business, he grumbled and headed home. A moment later, Zhao Qin realized that old Zhu was likely at the beach. Selling goods incurs a cost, but the treasures gathered from the sands require no expenditure at all. At this moment, the wind had lessened considerably, and it seemed that by tonight it would cease entirely. Returning home, he first checked that the tiles on the roof remained intact against the fierce winds, and he did not find any leaks inside. Lying back on his bed, his mind wandered to the question of where his stroke of luck might land today. The dog system offered no hints, requiring him to guess everything on his own. Exhausted, he soon fell into a deep slumber. After about an hour, he awoke to find it was already 7 o'clock, not having received a call from his elder brother. He surmised that his brother intended for him to enjoy a bit more rest. After freshening up, he planned to head over. Just as he was finishing his grooming, he rushed in. Brother, the beach was bustling this afternoon. I heard there were several fights." "Why was that?" Zhao Qin, unable to resist the allure of gossip, inquired with curiosity. "They were fighting over goods. I heard that a grouper weighing over 10 pounds was washed ashore, and 3 families scrambled for it, which led to a brawl. There was also another scuffle over cocks. Nobody got hurt, did they?" He shook his head, explaining it was just the women fighting. At most, there was some shoving, hair-pulling, and slapping. As long as no one was harmed, that's good. Even if someone had been injured, it wouldn't concern me in the slightest. I'm heading to my brother's house for dinner. Would you like to join me? I've already eaten. My grandmother and I just got home a little while ago, and Pingo brought over a considerable amount of cocks. Those things are quite tedious to eat." Zhao Qin lightly tapped He on the head in mild annoyance. Having something to eat is already fortunate enough. Please tell your grandmother that keeping too much money at home is unsafe. She should go to town and deposit some." Having just returned, he had expended considerable effort to conceal over 10,000 yuan, ultimately wrapping it in a plastic bag and hiding it in the rice jar. In this day and age, over 10,000 yuan represents the annual salary of many who live frugally. It is certainly no trivial sum. My grandmother mentioned the same thing this afternoon. She plans to go first thing tomorrow. Even though he claimed to have eaten, he still followed Zhao Qin to Zhao Ping's house. "I was just about to have your elder brother give you a call," Xiaorong exclaimed with a smile upon seeing him enter. Noticing he had also arrived, she invited him to sit down. The dishes had yet to be served, but she placed a bottle of wine on the table. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Ping emerged from the backyard, saying, "The weather is too hot. The conchs won't keep well. I thought I'd take the meat out and store it in the refrigerator so we can enjoy a few more meals." Zhao Qin lamented that his elder brother was the most earnest type of person. If he were to venture out for work, regardless of which factory he entered, the boss would undoubtedly appreciate him for his diligence and conscientiousness. Who wouldn't favor such a character? After sitting down, he remarked to Zhao Qin, "Your sister-in-law and I have discussed it. It's not ideal for you to be alone at home and struggle with cooking. Henceforth, you may dine here." Xiaorong, who was serving dishes, interjected, "We are family after all. It's merely a matter of additional chopsticks." Zhao Qin, who was truly disinclined to cook, proposed. I will contribute 200 yuan for food each month. There is no need to prepare special dishes. We can continue eating what we usually do. If I crave something, I will buy it, and sister-in-law can assist in the preparation. As Xia Rong began to respond, Zhao Ping interrupted, stating, let us proceed as Qin suggested. For this month, we want to collect any fees for the next couple of days. We'll start counting from July. Zhao Qin retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, expressing his gratitude to his sister-in-law. Were it not for Xia Rong's agreement, Zhao Ping would not have been able to make this decision. His sister-in-law was indeed very understanding, as managing an extra person's meals was no simple task. Zhao Ping took the money back and handed it to Xia Rong, saying, take it. If you refuse, Qin won't come over. It's good for siblings to keep clear accounts. Clear accounts? Zhao Qin retorted, isn't Qin the one taking care of you and helping you prosper these days? Sister-in-law, my brother is far more capable than I or he. Without my elder brother, our harvest would have decreased by 40%. Xia Rong smiled at the mutual support between the brothers and gestured towards the table. You two continue eating and drinking. There are still 2 dishes on the way. Uncle, as soon as you left, my money was taken by my mother. She fears you might lose it. And then you'd have the tuition fees without a means to spend it. If you need anything, just tell your uncle. But I warn you, if you do not apply yourself to your studies, you shall have nothing. I'm certain I can surpass you. Zhao Ping chuckled, giving his son a gentle pat on the head. Once you manage to get into Jing University like your uncle, then you may boast. But he seemed to have forgotten that he had already dined, and without hesitation, grabbed the wine bottle to pour for everyone. The 3 of them sipped and chatted. Brother, I see the wind has calmed significantly. The tide should return to normal tonight. Zhao Ping initially nodded, but then shook his head. The wind should die down by evening. Yet I suspect the beachgoers will remain restless tonight. I just want to check again. I had hoped to gather a few things to eat, but during my visit, there were several people either arguing or fighting. I think we should avoid that commotion tonight. Had it not been for the significant income earlier in the day, Zhao Ping would not have uttered such words. Now that he had seen more, he felt somewhat disdainful of fighting over a few small catches. I even discarded 10 traps earlier. Once the tide recedes a bit tonight, I intend to search for them. If I can find them, there should certainly be some bounty inside. Upon mentioning the traps, a look of concern crossed Zhao Ping's face. He regretted the decision to discard them, especially considering the immense waves. However, he promptly agreed, acknowledging that finding even one would be beneficial. Before long, Xia Rong brought the dishes to the table, wiped her hands, and smiled at everyone, saying, Meow Meow is still asleep, so there's no need to feed her. I'll have a drink as well. Immediately, he poured another glass of wine. After finishing his meal, Yuan retreated to his room to do his homework. This lad is truly commendable. He never requires prompting for tasks like summer assignments. He knows when to play and when to study. Zhao Qin pondered, perhaps he should look for a 3rd-grade workbook soon, allowing this boy to get a head start on some 3rd-grade concepts. Sometimes, a slight lead can create a significant gap. In any case, they wouldn't be heading out to collect the traps until after 9, so there was no rush for the 4 of them. Qin, Xia Rong continued, I heard that the old Fu family's land foundation is for sale. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but it's only about 40 meters from my home. You've saved quite a bit. Why not consider purchasing that foundation? Xia Rong's suggestion was quite tactful. It wasn't that she wasn't interested, but rather that even if she were, the previous Zhao Qin was akin to a lump of mud that couldn't be propped up. Yes, perhaps tomorrow your sister-in-law can inquire about it. I estimate it would be around 20 to 30,000 yuan, which isn't too much. If you think that's small, you could always build 2 stories. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping became quite animated. Brother, sister-in-law, you needn't worry about the house. I have my own plans. Chapter 53. Collecting the fish traps. A few days prior, Zhao Qin had contemplated joining forces with He's family, as the daily chore of cooking had become quite tedious. Preparing 2 dishes often resulted in leftovers, while a single dish felt monotonous and detrimental to nutritional balance. Now that his elder brother had broached the subject, he readily agreed. Refusing would have led to complications with He, and his sister-in-law might have felt estranged. As for the prospect of purchasing land to build a house, he indeed had his own plans rather than using it as an excuse. He intended to save a bit more to eventually acquire a larger plot, as he had promised to construct a villa, which he was determined to fulfill. After their meal, as the 3 prepared to set out, Xia Rong inquired, Shall I boil some eggs for you? You may get hungry later. No need. We're just going to collect the fish traps and we'll be back shortly, Zhao Ping replied. Yet he still took 3 snakeskin bags with him, 2 for the traps and 1 for any potential catch. Zhao Qin had forgotten to bring a headlamp, so he hurried back to fetch 3. His home now boasted several lamps, having purchased 2 himself, and during a previous outing with Luo Tian to catch crabs. They had each acquired 1, which he had later passed on to him. With the 3 lamps in hand, each donned 1 and proceeded toward the beach. The wind was akin to the usual breeze, and the trio, each with a cigarette, spotted beams of light shooting into the sky from a distance. Are there really that many people? He remarked, observing the glowing lights. Only Zhao Qin has the luck to insist on coming out early today. Had it not been for the morning-esque groundwork, I would have wagered that your sister-in-law and I might have been down at the beach competing with others. As they conversed, they continued toward the shore, opting not to take the upper path this time. They had no intention of visiting that particular beach, but instead followed the route where the older women had been gathering oysters. At this moment, the tide had indeed receded. Although the water level remained higher than before, the rocky tidal flats were now fully exposed. Brother, we'll likely need to wade in, Zhao Ping noted. Without needing Zhao Qin's reminder, he was already aware. Fortunately, the waves were smaller now. Otherwise, entering the water could have been perilous. I'll take the lead. You both follow closely and make sure to step firmly. The distance to the location of the fish traps was approximately 200 meters, all of which required wading through water. Let us line up. I'll take the deepest part. He can stay near the edge, and you take the middle. The traps might have been pushed this way by the waves, Zhao Qin suggested. Zhao Qin, in his naivety, hadn't considered marking the traps with a buoy. Given the early morning waves, even a lead weight might have proven useless. Zhao Ping pondered this and agreed. It was uncertain where the traps might be located. They decided to feel their way eastward, and if they found nothing, they would search westward afterward. Oh, what are you 3 up to? A villager happened to pass by and, noticing the 3 lights, grew curious. At night, the glow made it difficult to discern faces, so he had no idea who was beneath. However, upon speaking, the trio recognized the voice of old Luo, their neighbor next to Zhao Qin's family home, who had intended to intercept Shen Dong's vehicle earlier that afternoon. Uncle Luo, it's us, Zhao Ping called out. Qin tossed a few traps in this morning, and I told him he should have listened to me. Now that the waves have calmed down, we've come to look for them. Traps thrown in early this morning? The morning breeze was so strong that throwing anything seemed futile, and now, where could one find it? Although Lao Luo expressed such sentiments, he did not depart. Instead, he perched himself upon a stone, lighting a cigarette as he observed the others search. After all, there was little to scavenge on the beach, and he had intended to return home, feeling no urgency at that moment. Perhaps those 3 young lads might indeed stumble upon a few treasures, piquing his curiosity about their potential discoveries. Zhao Qin, however, was not keen on Lao Luo's presence, but found himself powerless to usher him away. Brother, I think I found something, he exclaimed with excitement. In a moment of elation, Zhao Qin forgot he was standing in the rocky shallows. And as he reached out into the water, he ventured into deeper territory, where the water lapped at his thighs and concealed stones lurked beneath. In an unfortunate misstep, his knee collided with a rock. Damn it, he cursed, plunging headlong into the sea. Zhao Ping, startled, rushed toward him. Zhao Qin managed to push himself up, urgently calling out for them not to approach, insisting that he could endure the pain alone without risking their safety. The sharp sting in his knee nearly made him lose his composure, and he rubbed it gently, silently cursing his clumsiness. What happened? Zhao Ping inquired, his tone laced with reproach. I got a bit too excited and kicked a rock, but I'm fine. Just be careful. Let us switch positions. You take the center, and I'll move to your side. We can discuss it later and check on Ahi's situation with the trap. Ahi remained silent, feeling his way to the trap only to find it stuck. He knew he could not use brute force to pull it up, as damaging the trap would be unfortunate, especially if it contained any catch that would simply plummet back into the ocean. Thus, he cautiously inched toward one end, intending to retrieve it bit by bit. Zhao Ping arrived shortly after, and, having grasped the trap as well, shared Ahi's thoughts, seeking the other end. By the time Zhao Qin approached, the 2 had already dislodged the trap from where it had been caught. Each took hold of an end. Ahi's side was slightly lower, while Zhao Ping elevated his end, beginning to shake the trap vigorously, pulling in sections as they went. Typically, marine traps are longer than freshwater ones. Each of the traps Zhao Qin had acquired measured 9 meters, with steel rings sized at 35 centimeters by 50 centimeters, a common model for such devices. Wow! He exclaimed as the 3 headlamps illuminated the trap, revealing its contents to some degree. Zhao Qin quickly cleared his throat, interrupting Ahi before he could elaborate further. Did you find something? Is there any catch? From a distance, Lao Luo, hearing the exclamation, switched on his flashlight. Though it was difficult to discern anything from several meters away, let alone see the contents clearly. Just a few crabs, nothing special, Zhao Qin shouted back, quickly attempting to temper the excitement. He glanced at He and Zhao Ping, who also seemed to grasp the situation, opting for a quieter approach to their fortune. After all, it was primarily rock crabs. He, place the trap over on that rock. We'll continue our search, Zhao Qin instructed. He nodded, laboriously lifting the trap and placing it atop the stone. The trap itself was not heavy, but the catch within certainly was. Qin, we're short on snakeskin bags. He remarked. Zhao Ping felt a mixture of joy and annoyance as he muttered softly, let us search. Perhaps this is the only one we can find. He shot a disgruntled glance at his brother, irritated by his nonsensical chatter so soon after their arrival, and said, spit twice for good measure. Zhao Qin, realizing with a sense of resignation that his elder brother was indeed serious, complied and spat twice. Zhao Ping went on to murmur a few more words about how the bad omens seemed to prevail over the good ones. It was a matter of fact. Those living by the sea were truly superstitious, or perhaps it was more accurate to describe it as a custom or belief. Much like one would refrain from mentioning car accidents in the presence of a driver, they held on to their rituals. Is your knee all right? It doesn't hurt anymore. All right. You take the middle path while I venture deeper. If we find one, there will surely be another. Chapter 54. Why only 10 traps? The trio continued their search. Given that there were only the 3 of them, they could not spread too far apart, maintaining a distance of approximately 15 meters. Thus, they needed to advance while also scanning the area around them, significantly slowing their pace. It was estimated that it would take them at least over an hour to locate the previously deployed traps. This time, Zhao Qin was fortunate. He encountered the second trap. He instructed He to continue searching while he called for his elder brother's assistance. The two cautiously worked to free the snagged area before they could shake the trap free. Upon seeing the contents within, Zhao Ping could hardly conceal his smile. Judging by the yields from the first 2 traps, he felt that the total from all 10 would not be less than what they had gathered in the morning. Brother, have you noticed? The sea cucumbers in this trap are evidently larger, he remarked. Indeed. The conchs also appear to be bigger, Zhao Ping concurred, recalling that the first trap had contained 3 conchs, each weighing about a pound. Within this one, there were 2, with one weighing at least a pound and 7 ounces. Zhao Qin weighed the contents, and combined with the weight of the trap itself, it must have been around 40 to 50 pounds. A single snakeskin bag could hold at most 2 traps, and their elder brother had brought 3 bags, which seemed insufficient. Brother, I found another one. Ahi's voice brought them joy once again. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment and suggested, brother, why don't we see if sister-in-law has time to bring over the cart? It would be great if she could also keep an eye on the traps we've collected. Otherwise, with us 3 so far apart, I truly feel uneasy. Right. But I didn't bring my phone. Did you bring yours? Zhao Ping exclaimed suddenly, slapping his thigh. Did you bring it? Quickly take it out. It's probably been submerged. Look at how careless you are, dropping it into the sea. Wasn't that phone new? It must have cost 2 or 3,000. Zhao Qin shot a glance at his elder brother, thinking to himself that he was indeed quite unreliable. I secured it with 2 layers of plastic bags. So it should be fine. I'll move the trap ashore first. Brother, you go help Ahi with that trap. The 2 brothers divided their tasks. Zhao Qin carried the trap towards the shore, which was about 30 to 40 meters away. The shallow water offered little buoyancy, making the trap quite heavy to carry. Once ashore, he fumbled with the plastic bags for quite a while before dialing the landline at his brother's home. At that moment, at home, Xia Rong had just finished feeding the little one and giving him a bath. Upon hearing the landline ring, she instinctively felt a surge of joy. She hurried into the living room, cradling the child, and answered the phone, asking, is it a Qin? Do you need something? Sister-in-law, can you step away for a moment? Of course. You want me to come over, right? What good stuff have you found? Where are you? Xia Rong's voice could not hide her excitement. If she was being called over, it surely meant they had discovered something valuable and in abundance. Sister-in-law, I'm uneasy leaving Meow Meow at home with a Yuan tonight. Could you go to Ahi's place and bring the old lady over? She doesn't need to do anything. Just rest at home and keep an eye on the child. Bring the cart from home and also a pot of water. To the rocky beach where we're gathering oysters. All right. No need for the old lady. I'll just lock the door. The back wall is too low. And you still have the money you collected today at home, right? Upon hearing these words, Xia Rong was taken aback. Today, she had encountered many people, and she couldn't help but think that someone might be harboring ill intentions towards them. After all, there were certainly numerous individuals like Lai Bao who would steal even a couple of 100 pounds of crabs. She thought to herself that Achin was more meticulous. So she hung up the phone and pulled a Yuan out of the room. Look after your sister. Grandma, he will be coming over soon. Don't be afraid at home. I'm going to the sea. Zhao Jun Yuan was still in a daze, but upon hearing this, his eyes brightened. Mother, did Uncle discover something good again? I've grown up now, and the waves aren't too strong tonight. Can I go and help too? And what about your sister? You can let Grandma he take her to bed. Xia Rong considered that the old lady was also someone who valued cleanliness, so it should be all right. Fine. You wait for me at home. I'll go fetch the old lady. Just as she was about to run, a Yuan grabbed her again. Mother, I can run fast. Let me go? Give me the flashlight. He feared that his mother might deceive him and he would disappear without a trace. The old lady arrived promptly, also running. And upon reaching the house, she was still panting heavily. Old lady, I apologize for troubling you at this late hour. Why apologize? Did you discover something good again? The old lady asked with surprise. Earlier, when a Yuan went to call her, he hadn't explained clearly. But she had heard that Xia Rong was going to the sea and needed her help to look after the house. Well, Achin called and asked me to push the cart over. I was worried about leaving the children at home alone, which is why I invited you here. Oh. Then it must be something good. My goodness, Achin is truly fortunate. Hurry, you should go quickly. Do you need to bring water? Xia Rong had already pushed the cart when she suddenly smacked her forehead, having forgotten about that. She instructed a Yuan to take the water jug, and the two hurried towards the seaside. At the seaside, Zhao Qin hung up the phone, secured his mobile device in his pocket, and then went back into the water. He first moved the fish trap that he had thrown stones at earlier, placing it safely on the shore. What do you have? Let me see. Lao Luo, observing from above, felt something was amiss with the three brothers. He would have believed it if it were just a ping alone. But he couldn't trust Achin and He, who never spoke a truthful word. Out of curiosity, he decided to circle around and head down to the beach. My heavens, it's all sea cucumbers and conch, as well as big blue crabs. Goodness, this is going to be a fortune. This one trap must weigh dozens of pounds. Uncle Luo, this matter must not be publicized. I'll keep my lips sealed. You needn't worry. Wow, how did you gather so much? Achin, you truly have a sharp mind. While others are busy fighting by the sea, you thought of setting traps. Zhao Qin fumbled in his pocket. Oh no. I just fell and my phone is fine, but my cigarettes are all wet. Uncle Luo, can I have a smoke? I don't smoke. No, I meant for you to give me one. All of mine are soaked. Lao Luo let out a soft sigh and finally pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. I'll repay you with a pack tomorrow. Why mention that? In the future, just bring me along when you find good stuff. Today, old Zhang made quite a profit tagging along with you three. Zhao Qin chuckled and laughed lightly, just as Zhao Ping brought up the third trap he had found. Indeed, how can there be so many? This is truly a windfall. One person could toil for an entire month and hardly earn this much. A Ping, how many did you release? Zhao Ping is there, grinning foolishly, saying just 10. After uttering this, he laments, why only 10 traps? We should have purchased dozens more. Upon hearing this, Lao Luo and Zhao Qin exchanged exasperated glances. Lao Luo was frustrated with Zhao Ping's thoughtless remark. His family had gathered a considerable amount today, yet it was all of little value. Likely worth less than 1/5 of a single trap. Zhao Qin, meanwhile, recalled the disappointed gaze of his elder brother when he cast the traps early in the morning, which reflected his discontent throughout the day, embodying the spirit of one who ignores the wisdom of elders. Is it a Ping? This stretch of mud is level enough. The cart can be pushed down directly. Xia Rong called out as she noticed the lights. Sister-in-law, it's here. Xia Rong quickened her pace noticeably, while a Yuan had already dashed ahead. Wow, uncle, there are so many sea cucumbers and large conchs. Keep your voice down. No one thinks you're mute. As Xia Rong approached and beheld the harvest in the net, she initially intended to maintain her composure, but her smile was utterly uncontainable. Sister-in-law, I'll leave my phone with you. You and a Yuan can keep an eye on the net while I continue searching. Uncle, I'll help you look. Stay up on the shore. There are many rocks below, and it's no trifling matter. Achin, should we let a Yuan? Sister-in-law, you shouldn't go into the water either. The three of us will search. Chapter 55 Surprise. Zhao Qin descended into the water once more, and the group formed a cohesive line, gradually advancing forward. The fourth trap was discovered by the eldest brother. Though it contained fewer goods, it housed a sizable sea eel, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. The larger the eel, the more delectable it is, especially the flesh around the belly. Zhao Qin mused that this one would certainly not be sold. He would either steam it with fermented black beans or braise it directly. After searching for nearly half an hour, they finally located the fifth trap, discovered by Zhao Ping. Perhaps due to his previous lackluster haul, upon finding this net, he actually called Zhao Qin over to help retrieve it. "Your luck is quite good. This net holds more than the previous ones," he exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. "Brother, you take it up. I will continue searching," Zhao Qin replied. "All right." Zhao Qin heard the astonished voices of his sister-in-law and a yuan from the shore, while old Luo sat to the side, sulking as he smoked a cigarette, enjoying the view but feeling frustrated as none of the catches were his own. Not long after, Zhao Qin stumbled upon the sixth trap, as reliable as ever. And this one too yielded a considerable bounty. The trio continued their search for an extended period, until they reached the area where he had previously cast their traps, where they found two more, both plentiful. However, they could not locate the remaining two no matter how hard they searched. "Brother, how many more do we need?" He asked, disappointment tinging his voice. "Two," Zhao Ping responded, his urgency palpable as the tide began to rise, the waves growing larger. The water was now at his waist. "Brother, if we can't find them, we might as well wait until tomorrow's low tide to try our luck again. After all, they are only snails and sea cucumbers. Leaving them in the net overnight won't kill them," suggested Zhao Qin. Yet, Zhao Ping remained unwilling to concede. Losing even one could mean 1,000 or two lost. And with old Luo watching, what if they left and someone else stumbled upon them in the night? "Why don't you both head up first? I'll take another look," Zhao Qin offered. "The water is rising quickly," but he trailed off, suddenly feeling something beneath his feet. Unsure, he plunged his head underwater and felt around. Emerging triumphantly, he exclaimed, "Brother, I found one. Fantastic. Another one." Zhao Ping could hardly contain his exhilaration, rushing through the water to assist him, his right fist pumping triumphantly against his chest. However, the last trap eluded them despite their efforts. The water level continued to rise, and as night fell, the sea breeze intensified, making further searching impossible. "Let us head ashore. I'll return first thing in the morning to check," Zhao Ping reluctantly conceded. Meanwhile, on the shore, old Luo grew increasingly anxious as he gazed at the sea bounty, realizing that the longer he stared, the more restless he would become that night. He ultimately decided to head home. As Zhao Qin waded toward the shore, he opened the system panel, only to pause mid-step. Today's real-time luck value was an astonishing 47 points, and it was only 11:40. A night shift was imminent. Cursing inwardly, he lamented that today might go to waste. In truth, today he has already reaped considerable rewards. However, upon reviewing the consumption of the system's luck points, it appears that most were expended in the acquisition of cocks. The sea cucumbers this time seemed to be a natural occurrence. Typhoons can indeed bring in such quantities, and coupled with his permanent luck point enhancement, it is no wonder he gathered so many. Since he had previously unlocked the sea cucumbers, he did not squander any real-time luck points this time. Yet, where have the remaining 47 luck points dissipated? "Ah Qin, why are you dazed?" Zhao Ping, who had been at the deepest part earlier, was now ascending to catch up with him. Noticing him standing still, he inquired, "It's nothing, brother. Just taking a break. If you want to rest, then go up and do so. Staying in the water for too long is not advisable." Zhao Qin sighed inwardly, realizing it was likely a waste of time. Following his brother upwards, the water had receded to about calf height. He turned back to glance once more at the still murky sea. Just then, a wave surged in from the distance, about half a meter high. By the time it reached his standing position, it would diminish considerably. "What are you staring at now?" Zhao Ping urged as he noticed him halting again. At that moment, he had already seated himself on the shore, lighting incense. "Nothing." His sentence trailed off as he seemed to catch a glimpse of a yellow reflection. "Am I seeing things?" He remained still, waiting for the next wave to arrive. After a while, he was certain it was not an illusion. Indeed, a yellow hue was rising and falling with the waves. He couldn't help but step further into the water. "Ah Qin, come back. Why are you moving towards the center again?" Zhao Ping called out, realizing that Zhao Qin had ignored him. Having previously settled down to rest, he rose again and waded into the water, approaching Zhao Qin. Following the direction illuminated by Zhao Qin's headlamp, he too spotted the yellow tint. "Ah Qin, have you discerned what it is?" "No, it resembles a fish. I think it looks like one too. Perhaps we should advance a little further." As Zhao Ping spoke, he made a step forward. But this time Zhao Qin held him back. The water had now risen to their thighs, and venturing further posed a danger. "Brother, don't rush. We just need to wait for the wave to come. Zhao Ping hesitated, his face revealing a mixture of anxiety and excitement, occasionally glancing back to see if anyone was approaching, as if fearing someone might come to claim his catch. Finally, after several waves, the silhouette of the fish was now tantalizingly close, appearing and disappearing with the ebb and flow of the water. The two brothers could no longer contain their impatience and simultaneously stepped forward. Zhao Qin, quick-witted, seized the moment when the fish re-emerged and dove into the water, grasping it firmly. It was large. He embraced it with both hands, and as he felt no struggle, he brought it to the surface. With his eyes still closed, he whispered, "Brother, I've caught it. Let us head to the shore." "Yes, hurry back. Hold it tight. Don't let it escape. It's dead. No worries." Zhao Qin freed one hand to wipe the water from his face and began to make his way back to the shore. In a span of merely a few dozen meters, Zhao Qin experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to traversing the farthest corners of the earth. Upon finally reaching the shore, Zhao Ping was already clutching a snakeskin bag in his hand. The two of them, without pausing to examine their catch, swiftly placed the fish into the bag. It was at this moment that Zhao Qin realized the fish was not entirely lifeless. Its fins were still gently fluttering. "What have you discovered?" asked Xiaorong, noticing the two in a hushed and secretive manner as she hurried over to take a glance. "Let's discuss this later," Zhao Ping replied, carelessly leaving the bag unsealed. He carefully transferred the fish onto the cart and began to pull it away. "Brother, did you catch a fish?" he queried, unable to see clearly. "Yes," came the reply. "What kind of fish?" "It looks rather sizable," Xiaorong exclaimed with excitement, although she couldn't discern the species. The size and weight Zhao Ping was holding were unmistakable. "I'm not sure. I didn't get a good look either. My older brother probably saw it clearly," Zhao Qin responded. Not because he couldn't see, but rather due to his reluctance to make a definitive claim. He had seen various sea fish in videos, but many of them bore a striking resemblance to one another, and he feared he might be mistaken, leading to a fleeting moment of joy. "I couldn't see it well either. Let's hurry and head home to talk about it," Zhao Ping said, his words trembling with anticipation. If it was indeed what he hoped it to be, given its size, he could hardly bear to contemplate it. However, upon turning around, he discovered that Zhao Qin had once again ventured into the sea. Chapter 56. The astonished crowd as Zhao Ping observed him wading further into the sea. He presumed that another treasure had been discovered. He hastily abandoned his cart and approached, inquiring, "What are you up to now?" "My brother, when I just lifted the fish, it seemed I kicked something in the net," Zhao Qin replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping quickened his pace through the water, an excited tone lacing his voice. "Are you certain? Why didn't you call me earlier?" Regrettably, the only disappointment for Zhao Ping this evening was that he had not located the final net. The prospect of finding it now filled him with joy. "Indeed, it should be so. I was too thrilled about catching the fish to realize I had kicked the net and forgot to summon you for confirmation." The net had collapsed into a small bundle, nestled against a large rock, which was why it had gone unnoticed until now. Soon, Zhao Qin stumbled upon it again, this time confirming it was indeed his net. He carefully untangled the caught sections before retrieving it. "Here, let me take that," Zhao Ping said, snatching it away before Zhao Qin could release his grip. Once ashore, Zhao Ping unloaded the bag of fish and placed the net on top, ensuring not to crush the fish. He did not linger, hastening his steps towards home. "Brother, let us take a detour and enter through the backyard." Heeding the advice, Zhao Ping avoided the main road, pushing the cart up a slope towards the dock, where a path led to their backyard, likely deserted at this hour. Though it was late, it was anticipated that many would remain awake along the shore, scavenging for seafood. "A yuan and I'll head home first to open the door for you," Xiaorong announced, pulling a yuan along the main road towards their residence. As Zhao Qin walked, he opened the system panel, and indeed, his luck had reset completely. It appeared fortune had been bestowed upon the large fish he had caught earlier. "Well, what's wrong, brother?" He inquired, startled by Zhao Qin's exclamation, while Zhao Ping turned to glance at him. "Nothing. I almost tripped again. Be careful. If you're too weary, just sit on the cart." "No need for that, brother." Zhao Qin's astonishment stemmed from the spike in his merit points on the system panel. Previously, he had only a little over 200 points, and now it soared to 1305. The increase was undoubtedly due to the new items in the net, while the large fish alone had contributed a remarkable 1,000 points of luck, filling him with delight. "I could purchase dozens of nets with this. No. Tomorrow I must ask my brother if there are any old boats for sale. It doesn't matter if they're a bit worn, as long as they float along the shore." Upon reaching the backyard, they found a yuan waiting at the back door, and smoke was beginning to rise from the chimney, indicating that Xia Rong was cooking. After this busy night, they were indeed hungry. "The child is asleep. I'll handle the cooking," came a he-esque voice even before they entered, seemingly engaged in a culinary contest with Xia Rong. Hearing the commotion, they both approached the back door, one wielding a kitchen knife, the other a fire poker. "Did anyone see us?" The three individuals shook their heads in unison, disregarding whether the other two had noticed, and began to move the fishing nets to the backyard. "Eldest brother, hold on a moment. Let us set up the light in the backyard first. The previous lamp's illumination has diminished. We should toil a bit through the night to sort the catch," Zhao Ping replied as he entered the house to fetch the extension cord. "Be careful with the water on your hands," Xia Rong cautioned anxiously. With 10 fishing nets and a snakeskin bag, they swiftly completed unloading in just a few minutes, though the backyard door was narrow, necessitating the empty cart to navigate to the front. "Brother, allow me," he offered, but quickly dashed inside to grab a cigarette from the table, lighting it before dragging the empty cart away. Zhao Kun casually closed the back door and approached the snakeskin bag. The busiest among them were still Ahi's grandmother and Xia Rong, who, while cooking, couldn't resist stepping forward to take a glance. "How could you catch so many? It seems as busy as this morning," Ahi's grandmother mused, reaching out to shake a fishing net, only to remember she was cooking and return to the kitchen with the spatula in hand. When Zhao Ping set up a 100-watt bulb and turned it on, he joined Zhao Kun's side. The brothers exchanged a glance. "Ah Kun, your luck is not as good as mine. Be cautious when pouring them out. Don't damage the scales," Zhao Kun chuckled. If he had any doubts before, the sudden surge in their system's merit points left him nearly certain. Carefully, he poured the fish out. Under the light, the golden hue was almost blinding. Zhao Kun had always believed his favorite color was pink, but now, yellow seemed to captivate him as well. He noticed his elder brother's breathing had noticeably quickened. "Eldest brother, is it?" Zhao Ping did not respond, but hurried back inside for a cigarette, handing one to Zhao Kun before lighting them both. After taking a couple of deep puffs, Zhao Ping squatted down, first inspecting the tail fin before gently unfolding the pectoral fin near the head, ensuring it could reach the fish's eyes, even completely covering them. After a thorough examination, his hand gently caressed the golden scales as he confirmed, "Wild yellow croaker, not farmed." In truth, both men feared getting too excited too soon. They were almost certain, but worried about misidentifying it as a spring fish. As for its wild nature, there was no doubt. Who would raise a yellow croaker to such a size? My heavens, what is this? When Xia Rong could no longer resist and stepped out to look, he found the two brothers stealthily squatting and smoking. As he approached, he noticed the golden fish lying on the ground. This exclamation prompted the elderly woman to join them, finally plating a dish, pouring a ladle of water into the pot before rushing into the yard. At a glance, she gasped, "Such a large yellow croaker. Elderly lady, is it a yellow croaker?" Xia Rong had recognized it too, but feared it was merely an illusion. "Indeed, it is a yellow croaker. This must weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. Xia Rong, astonished, could barely speak, eventually exclaiming, "I have never seen one so large. How much could this be worth?" "Don't mention it. I have never seen one either. Only heard tales of someone catching one over 30 pounds. The elderly woman's voice trembled with excitement. Though the two were astonished, they kept their voices low, fearful of being overheard. If word got out, the threshold of their home would surely be trampled by villagers in the dead of night. "What on earth is this?" He remarked as he approached, entering through the front door and gasping at the sight of the fish. "Keep your voice down. Oh, is this a yellow croaker? It should be, right?" "What do you mean should be? Pingu, is this not it?" "Enough, Arong. Let's continue cooking. Achin, it's hot, and by the time we reach the dock, we probably won't find any ice. Leaving it overnight will spoil it. You need to come up with a plan." The elderly woman, having experienced much in her life, was the first to regain her composure, reminding everyone with a single phrase. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Zhao Ping rose to search for a scale while saying, "Achin, see if you can contact someone to purchase it. If you can't reach anyone, we'll have to head to the city tonight. The seafood market opens at 2 or 3. The phone is with me." Xia Rong emerged again, handing the mobile phone still in a convenience bag to Zhao Qin. Chapter 57. An exciting and busy night. Zhao Qin tore open the bag and retrieved his phone. He hesitated as he scrolled through his contacts, pondering whom to reach out to. Should he contact Mr. Yi? It was the middle of the night, after all, and the value of the fish was undoubtedly significant. Would it be too extravagant for someone of Mr. Ye's stature to indulge in such a luxury? Mr. Liu and Mr. Yang were in the city, likely resting at this hour. One was collecting snails while the other was gathering crabs. Asking them would involve unnecessary complications and could potentially disturb their peace, leaving them rather displeased. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping and he had weighed the catch, 19, for pounds. Goodness, that must be worth a fortune. Zhao Ping fell silent when it came to discussing the price, as he was uncertain of the exact amount. Given the current market, a pound of wild yellow croaker was likely over 200 yuan, but anything over 2 pounds could exceed 400 yuan per pound. He had no idea how much this particular fish could fetch. Zhao Qin decided to contact Chen Dong to see what he thought. He only had Chen Shui's number, and, after dialing, waited a while before she answered, her voice laced with a hint of drowsiness. "Hello, who is this? Apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour." Upon hearing his voice, there was a brief pause on the other end before she recognized him. "Yao Qin? It's the middle of the night. Why are you still awake?" Zhao Qin almost responded with a playful remark about missing her, but they were not that familiar, so he refrained. Instead, he stated plainly, "I caught a large yellow croaker, 19, for pounds. I just wanted to check if you accept such a catch. If not, I will head to the city." "What weight? Is it 9 for pounds?" she inquired. "No, it's 19 for pounds." "Well, that's quite substantial. Please hold on. I'll have my brother call you back in 5 minutes at the latest." After hanging up, Chen Shui swiftly got out of bed and crossed the living room to knock on her brother's door. Moments later, she heard her sister-in-law ask who it was. "Sister-in-law? Wake my brother. Someone wants to sell fish. Coming. Who is it?" This time, it was Chen Dong's voice. A short while later, he emerged, asking, "Who is calling at this hour? What do they have?" "It's Zhao Qin. He might not have your number. He mentioned he caught a large yellow croaker. When can he deliver it?" "Not yet, brother. He said it weighs 19 for pounds. If you don't take it, he'll deliver it to the city tonight. Likely due to a lack of preservation at home." "How much? Is it really 19 for pounds?" After confirming, he prepared to head downstairs but glanced at his attire and hurried back to change. "Brother, do you want it? If so, call him back and tell him not to take it to the city." Yes, we can't let it go." Chen Dong rushed out, instructing his sister to dial the number. As he grasped the phone, he heard Zhao Qin pick up and quickly said, "I'll take that fish. We can discuss the price. Stay home. I'll be there in about half an hour." Upon hearing Zhao Qin's agreement, Chen Dong beamed with joy, hung up, and rushed to change his clothes. Grabbing his car keys, he dashed out the door. In truth, Chen Shui wished to accompany her elder brother. Yet the late hour rendered her hesitant to voice her desire. With a soft huff, she returned to her room and reclined on her bed, contemplating sending a message to Zhao Qin. "Zhao Qin, my brother has already set off. You truly are impressive. How did you manage to catch such a large one?" "Thank you. I am quite busy at the moment, but we can chat when I have some time." Upon receiving Zhao Qin's reply, she huffed again and began to toss and turn on her bed, eventually lamenting, "Humph, a phone call woke me up, leaving me unable to sleep. And now you won't even chat with me." After Zhao Qin set down his phone, he relayed the situation regarding Chen Dong's request. Why not have him come a bit later? The catch in the net hasn't been sorted yet. Earlier, everyone had been caught up in their merriment, neglecting to pay attention to the goods in the net. Now, upon hearing that the buyer was on his way, Zhao Ping grew anxious. "Brother, the catch in the net is not a concern. It can wait until tomorrow. We can have Chen run another errand then. He will certainly be pleased to collect good goods." At that moment, the elder matriarch addressed the three. "Dinner is ready. You all should eat first. Arong and I will handle the sorting of the catch." Yes, let us eat first. We must all be hungry." Xiaorong, having completed her tasks in the kitchen, cast a satisfied glance at the large yellow croaker. "Brother, let's eat. You all go ahead. I will empty the net first to make it easier for your sister-in-law to sort through." Zhao Qin and Ahi rose to assist in emptying the net, and in no time, they had finished. Without concern for their soiled state, the three washed their hands briefly, filled their bowls with rice, added some vegetables, and seated themselves in the backyard, dining while observing the others sorting. Yuan, a clever little one, was truly exhausted, and upon seeing their return, washed up and promptly went to bed, fully aware that displaying excessive excitement would undoubtedly lead to his mother catching him trying to divide the goods. Once Zhao Qin finished his meal, he recalled that it was already late and opened the system panel to check his luck for the day, noting only 2 points. Undeterred, he felt the day had yielded satisfactory results, and with no plans to go to sea tomorrow, he looked forward to a day of rest. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he retrieved the house keys and said to Ahi, "Go home and fetch a change of clean clothes. Also, please bring me a set." Zhao Ping paid little mind to his words. All three were in need of a change, and with the buyer yet to arrive, he could not send the others home to rest just yet. He took the keys and departed, only to turn back at the door to call out, "Brother, I see car headlights. Someone is likely arriving." Zhao Qin stepped outside and noticed the approaching headlights drawing nearer, soon halting at their doorstep. "The yellow croaker, is it fresh?" Chen Dong leapt from the vehicle, eagerly inquiring, regretting not having asked for clarification during the drive. "It was still alive when caught. It's only been about an hour," Zhao Qin assured him. That's good. That's good." As they entered the backyard, Chen Dong beheld the mountain of seafood and exclaimed, "Goodness, how is there so much? You didn't mention this over the phone. Mr. Chen, there's no rush. We can sort it out tonight, and you can make another trip tomorrow. I'm just concerned that the yellow croaker may not remain fresh." "Indeed, it is 9 caddies and 4 tails, correct?" "Certainly, it is 19 caddies and 4 tails." "You did bring the scales, didn't you?" Chen Dong turned to Zhao Ping and smiled, saying, "Brother, could you assist me by unloading the scales from the vehicle? I would like to inspect the goods first." The two were of similar age, with Chen Dong being a couple of years senior. "Where are the fish?" Zhao Qin led Chen Dong to a corner and lifted the snakeskin bag covering the fish. Although the large yellow croaker was dead, it could easily change color. Generally speaking, the more vibrant the yellow, the better the quality. Today, the seawater was murky, so when freshly caught, it appeared like a gleaming chunk of gold. Zhao Ping was concerned that the intense light would cause the large yellow croaker to fade, so he covered it back up after everyone had finished inspecting. "Is this indeed 9 caddies and 4 tails?" "Yes, it is 19 caddies and 4 tails. We have weighed it." The two stared at each other, both utterly bewildered. Chapter 58. Difficult to price. After a considerable moment, the two finally realized that something had gone amiss and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You mean 19 Jin and 4 Liang, right?" "Yes, I may not have articulated it clearly, causing a misunderstanding over the phone. 19 Jin and 4 Liang. Goodness, how enormous. My family has been in the fish business for 15 years, and I've never encountered such a large yellow croaker. Just a glance at it feels like a worthwhile experience." Zhao Qin found his exaggerated remarks amusing. "Oh, that's not sufficient. We need to devise a way to sell it at a premium price. It's a win-win situation. TSK, with your luck. Just picking it up by the seaside is equivalent to what an entire deep-sea vessel earns in a day, if not more. Today does seem to be particularly fortuitous." After Zhao Qin finished speaking, he assisted in lifting the fish onto the electronic scale, which registered a total of 9.75 kilograms, slightly more than their previous measurement. "Good heavens, is it truly that heavy? If we take this to the city, the entire seafood market will surely be in an uproar. Perhaps even the television stations will come to interview you. Mr. Chun, I prefer to keep a low profile. This fish, aside from my family, not a soul in the village knows about it. If you decide to take it, please refrain from publicizing my name." Chen Dong paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are indeed a man of substance. Only a fool would seek fame without tangible benefits." Ah, what a profound statement. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter once more. As the two continued their light-hearted banter, the 3 bystanders grew increasingly anxious, urging them to address the matter at hand. "How much per Jin?" After weighing the fish, Chen Dong crouched down to inspect it again. Following a method similar to Zhao Ping's, he gently pressed the fish's body to check for firmness, then opened the gills for a quick inspection, finding the gill filaments a vibrant red. In truth, Chen Dong had been helping his family in the fish trade since his teenage years, so he could easily discern freshness. The value of this particular fish warranted his meticulous attention. Once satisfied, he retrieved a foam box from his vehicle. "Do we have any red plastic bags at home?" "Yes. Let me find some." One bag would undoubtedly be insufficient, so Zhao Ping searched for several, tearing them open to securely wrap the fish before placing it in the foam box, carefully surrounding it with ice packs. Once they finished their task, Chen Dong remarked, "Ah Qin, I want to hide it from you. I genuinely find it challenging to determine a price. The largest fish I've previously acquired weighed over 5 Jin, but it had some damaged scales. Last year, I offered a price of 720 yuan per Jin, and this is the first time I've seen one of this size. How does this sound? I'll take the fish for now. Tomorrow morning, you can come by, and I'll reach out to a few clients to see what price they offer. I'll take a small cut." "What percentage?" 5%. Does that work?" Chen Dong considered that this fish could sell for at least 20,000, meaning 5% equated to 1,000 yuan. A modest return for a few calls in the evening. Although the profit was somewhat limited, the word of this fish would likely attract more clients in the future. indirectly advertising his acquisition business. All right, then I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Chin. It is only natural for everyone to prosper. As for this pile, you may choose from it first. If convenient tomorrow morning, you can bring it along when you come over. If not, we can collect it after noon. I appreciate you making this trip so late, Mr. Chun. After agreeing, Zhao Ping assisted in loading the fish onto the vehicle, unable to resist asking, Mr. Chun, as an expert, could you enlighten us on the minimum selling price? If it is below 20,000 yuan, I will accept it. This is my guaranteed price for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's mouth widened in astonishment. Goodness, that would mean a profit of 20,000 yuan for a single fish. However, Zhao Qin remained unimpressed, noting that it only amounted to 1,000 yuan per jane. Given its size, old Qin would surely guarantee it. After bidding farewell to Qindong, Zhao Ping relayed his words to the others, which invigorated their selection process. Goodness, with the goods we are sorting today, won't we rake in 50 to 60,000 yuan? Summer Rong exclaimed in surprise. The elderly lady nodded repeatedly, turning to Zhao Qin. It's fortunate for a Qin. He is merely riding on his coattails. Indeed. Thanks to a Qin, Zhao Qin replied. Grandma, sister-in-law, it takes a village to support a hero. My luck is decent. But without the help of my elder brother and he, I wouldn't have managed this much. Even splitting a few thousand yuan in a day, if you shout out. The villagers would kneel and beg you to take them along, the elderly lady remarked. Grandma, that large yellow croaker was spotted by me. But had it not been for my brother and he beside me, another person might have led me astray and thrown me into the sea. Indeed, it is reassuring to have brothers by one's side. In these times, there are plenty of individuals willing to risk their lives for money. The elderly lady resonated with this sentiment. Having lived through the chaotic earlier years, particularly in the 1980s, when the collective farms were disbanded, she recalled how larger boats would rob smaller ones at sea, sometimes throwing people overboard, for in the ocean, death went unnoticed. Noticing he holding clothes, Summer Rong suddenly realized, you all should bathe first and change out of those dirty clothes. Wearing them too closely could lead to illness. Zhao Qin glanced at himself. His clothes had long dried, and he shook his head. Let us distribute the goods first. After that, I'll take my elder brother and he to the bathhouse in town. Showering at home is of little use. What is the point of spending that money? Zhao Ping grumbled. Brother, listen to me. Soaking in the bath will help expel the cold from our bodies. Otherwise, in a few years, we might all suffer from rheumatism. Summer Rong was aware of the bathhouse in town and had heard whispers of its unsavory aspects. She hesitated to let the three go. But considering they had soaked for several hours, a bath would indeed be beneficial. Although the quantity was substantial, the sizes were significant, particularly the conch, the smallest weighing about 5 to 6 liang. The 5 of them completed the sorting in just over an hour. Once finished, Zhao Ping insisted on weighing the items. The sea cucumbers weighed a hefty 71 jin, significantly more than during the day, but the smaller ones barely exceeded 70 jin. The conch also surpassed the daytime count, with over 40 jin of those weighing more than a jin. Let us go, brother, pack a change of clothes. We're heading to town. I ventured to gather some seawater to cultivate these. If not, perhaps you should accompany Ahi. I have heard that the situation there is rather chaotic, and you too must refrain from involvement. Zhao Qin surveyed the sorted goods and decided to call Chen Shui again. Let us take the goods along. It would be a minor inconvenience for General Chen, considering we have already intruded once, and he stands to benefit as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rong, who initially opposed the idea of the men going, eagerly nodded in agreement, saying, yes, yes. Let us transport the goods overnight. Otherwise, delivering them tomorrow will surely attract the village's attention, and who knows how many will succumb to envy. Zhao Ping also found this notion agreeable and ceased his objections. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Qin was on the phone to return indoors and prepare a change of clothes, Xiao Rong followed closely, immediately wrapping one arm around his waist, warning him, I must caution you against any reckless behavior. Come now, you know my character all too well, he replied. It is precisely because I am aware that I express my concern. I fear you may fall under the spell of those individuals, forsaking even your home. Why not wait for my return and inspect my arsenal? Zhao Ping whispered closely into his partner's ear. What virtue indeed? Chapter 59, Brother. You must not engage in mischief. Zhao Qin dialed Shen Shui's number, and the girl was on the verge of madness. The previous phone call had kept her awake for quite some time, and when her elder brother returned home, the entire family was roused from their slumber, all descending to marvel at the large yellow fish. She felt indifferent about it, unlike her father and brother, who sat there smoking and occasionally chuckling to themselves. Just as she finally began to feel drowsy and was on the brink of sleep, her phone rang again. This time, she glanced at the caller ID. Zhao Qin. Are you doing this on purpose? You owe me my sleep. Accompany you to sleep? Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback by her boldness. My apologies. I'll treat you to dinner another day. He then recounted the events, and Chen Shui instructed him to hold on for a moment. A short while later, she said, I've informed my brother. He wants you to bring it over now, as he has tea gone to bed yet. After hanging up, Chen Shui set her phone down and began to wave her small fist in excitement, reflecting on how Zhao Qin had kept her up all night. Suddenly, she found her words could be interpreted in a different way and couldn't help but laugh heartily. On the other end, Zhao Qin ended the call and informed his elder brother that it was time to collect, as his brother was about to leave with the cart. Zhao Qin had a sudden realization. He approached the bag containing sea cucumbers, selecting the largest ones and picking out 10, one for each adult and an extra for the children. Let us sell them instead, Zhao Ping mused, initially contemplating gathering a few for a beach feast. But seeing Zhao Qin's intent to keep them, he hesitated, unwilling to part with them. We earn money to enjoy better food and clothing. Brother, don't be so reluctant. After selecting the best, he handed them to his sister-in-law to place in the water tank for tomorrow's feast, then followed his brother as they pushed the cart onto the main road. Return early. Xiaorong couldn't help but remind them as they reached the main road. Zhao Qin turned to the elderly woman and said, Grandma, you should head back and rest. We will be quite late. He can take a nap at my house. All right, I shall return now, the elderly lady replied, following behind the cart until they reached the fork by the old residence, where she turned to go home. The three men each lit a cigarette, the smoke flickering in and out, casting an eerie glow from afar. Qin, don't you think the typhoon isn't all bad? Zhao Ping remarked, pulling the cart as they walked in a line, with Zhao Qin and Ahi flanking him, assisting with a push on the inclined paths. Brother, everything has its duality. Some can view matters with objectivity, leading to a more relaxed existence, while others fixate solely on the negative aspects and find life burdensome. Brother, I don't quite understand. Your bird brain doesn't need to comprehend. Zhao Ping grasped the essence of Qin's words, realizing he was being advised not to dwell on the fruit trees on the mountain. As they chatted and laughed, the journey felt effortless. Upon reaching the purchasing station, they spotted the light still shining at Qindong's shop from a distance. Arriving at the entrance, Qindong, upon hearing their approach, opened the door with a smile. You arrived rather quickly. Sorry to trouble you at such a late hour, Zhao Ping said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Compared to you bending over at the seaside, I have it much easier. It's all for the sake of earning a living, and a little effort is only to be expected. Mr. Chun, let us weigh it first, settle the account for tomorrow. Qindong certainly had no objections. The three of them helped with the weighing. The sea cucumbers totaled 147 pounds across two specifications. The conch weighed 53 pounds and 4 ounces. The blue crabs were just over 20 pounds, and the oysters tipped the scales at over 61 pounds. Naturally, the catch from the crab traps included more than just these items. There were also some shrimp and scallops, albeit in modest quantities, which Zhao Qin decided to keep for himself. Just after they finished weighing, Chen Shui descended from the upper floor. Haven't you all finished yet? She inquired. I apologize for disturbing your peaceful dreams tonight. I shall treat you to dinner another day. You know, that is not very sincere, Chen Shui replied, unable to suppress a laugh. It's all right. You called me, which shows you trust my family. Mr. Chen, would it be possible to leave this card at your doorstep? Zhao Qin asked. Aren't you heading back now? He waved the convenience bag in his hand. After soaking in the seawater for so long, I plan to unwind at the bathhouse for a while. Qindong's eyes brightened at this, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Qin. Understanding the implication, Zhao Qin extended an invitation. Donggo, why not join me? Don't worry, it's my treat as a gesture of gratitude for your help throughout the night. I must honor this favor to my younger brother. Qindong began his performance, feigning difficulty in accepting the invitation, to the point where Zhao Qin almost urged him to decline. Well, how can I let you pay? You have your connections in the city, and you've entrusted me with the goods. You left the price of that large yellow croaker unnegotiated, so in light of this trust, it should be I who treats you. Clearing his throat, he turned to Chen Shui. Sister, you should head back upstairs to rest. Please inform your sister-in-law that I am entertaining clients. I'm uncertain if there's a buffet, but I might invite a few friends for drinks. Chen Shui looked at the two with suspicion. She was no fool. Brother, I'll tell sister-in-law that you're off to engage in mischief. Sister, that's not accurate. We are merely going for a bath. You ought to know that prolonged exposure to seawater, as per traditional Chinese medicine, invites dampness into the body. If it lingers too long, one might suffer from rheumatism, which is the mildest of ailments. Just look at those old fishermen. They are always in pain. And on rainy days, they can hardly get out of bed. It's simply a matter of caution. Zhao Qin rambled on, and Chun Dong nodded vigorously in agreement. With a hint of blush, Chen Shui retorted, I can't even be sure if you're trustworthy. I'll sleep now. But brother, you must not lead them astray. Especially him, who is already quite mischievous. She pointed a finger at Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin replied, Mademoiselle, could you be more explicit? Where have you seen me being unruly? Chen Shui smirked and turned to ascend the stairs. Qin Dong gave Zhao Qin a thumbs up. Brother, you certainly have a way with words. Dong Ge. Do you need to bring any clothes? Zhao Qin inquired. I've already bathed and changed before you arrived. Let us go. Zhao Ping felt somewhat bewildered. You've already bathed and changed your clothes. Why do you still wish to accompany us to the bathhouse? Upon reaching the outer room, Chen Dong handed each of the three a cigarette. Zhao Qin accepted it, lit it, and casually inquired, which floor? Oh, my brother, you are quite knowledgeable. Haven't you been to the town's bathhouse? Pray tell, where do you usually wash, and how is the service? In human interactions, one must not become too familiar. For the less admirable sides of individuals are bound to surface, as exemplified now. Upon hearing Zhao Qin's question about the floor, Chen Dong immediately embraced him as a confidant, ready to delve into discussions of regional disparities. I haven't been. I've merely heard. Understood. We're all just relaying what others have said, Zhao Qin replied. The two engaged in fervent conversation while Zhao Ping and He listened, utterly perplexed. What on earth were they discussing? Was it merely about taking a bath? Chapter 60. The informal foot bath. Although merely a bathhouse, this establishment at the dock is the largest in the vicinity, frequented by numerous travelers and many ocean-going vessels that dock here. Sailors, often away for 1 to 2 months, long to indulge in a soothing bath upon their return, making this bathhouse not only spacious but also elegantly appointed. Is this a bathhouse? Zhao Ping and He exclaimed almost in unison upon entering the hall. Ah Kun, it must be quite expensive here, right? Otherwise, Zhao Ping speculated, observing the lavish decor and the bowing attendants at the entrance, assuming it would not come at a modest price. Fear not, brother, it's quite affordable, merely the price of a sea cucumber, replied Zhao Kun with a reassuring grin. Qin Dong, who was changing into slippers nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at his comparison of the bathing fee to that of a sea cucumber, a remark that showcased his youthful, genuine fisherman spirit. Zhao Ping shot a disapproving glance at Zhao Kun, noting that a sea cucumber costs several tens of yuan, hardly a trivial sum. Once the four had changed their footwear, each took a token and proceeded to the men's bathing area, where they opened their lockers and disrobed, immersing themselves in the pristine waters of the pool. As it was the dead of night, they enjoyed their soak in splendid solitude. Isn't this delightful, brother? Zhao Kun teased. Observing Zhao Ping reclined comfortably in the bath, legs spread and head resting on the ledge, emitting contented sighs. Indeed, it surpasses a shower at home. But it is rather pricey, Zhao Ping responded. Brother, what is the purpose of earning money if not to enjoy it? Hoarding wealth is the mark of a miser. As men, we must treat ourselves well, Zhao Kun praised Chen Dong, who nodded in agreement. After soaking for about half an hour, Zhao Kun called for a scrub, while Zhao Ping and He, perhaps feeling shy, declined to join. Once they were finished, Zhao Ping contemplated heading home, considering whether there might be late-night snacks available upstairs. Particularly since they were included in the bath ticket, why not indulge? Upon hearing that no additional payment was required, Zhao Ping decided to accompany them to the second floor. Despite having dined earlier, the excitement of the evening, coupled with the bath, had whetted their appetites. Each indulged in a bottle of beer, which they paid for themselves, as it was rather costly within the establishment. Brother, let us not head back just yet. The third floor has a communal lounge where we can rest until dawn. We can return with Dong Ge to check on things, Zhao Kun suggested. Does that require money? Zhao Ping inquired, feeling a twinge of awkwardness at the thought of finances being his immediate concern. Upon reaching the third floor, the four of them found a row of reclining chairs and settled down. Zhao Kun summoned a server to bring them 4 cups of green tea. Brother, shall we take a stroll on the 4th floor? Chen Dong urged as he settled into his chair, well aware that Zhao Ping would likely decline, and thus only called on Zhao Kun, who appeared younger. Chen Dong, what is there on the 4th floor? He inquired with curiosity. A foot washing area. Upon hearing this, He's eyes brightened. He had longed for a foot bath during his recent days, having heard tales of its comfort, claiming that one felt light as a feather after. not to mention the delightful pampering involved. I shall pass. Donggu, feel free to go on your own. I am too fatigued, he declared, and Chen Dong felt a bit hesitant to venture alone. Donggu, don't worry, we'll rest together in the hall tonight. The three of us can vouch for you. All right, you all rest. I shall go for a massage and return shortly. My lower back has been quite uncomfortable these past 2 days. After Chen Dong departed, Zhao Qin scoffed inwardly, speculating that the massage would likely exacerbate his discomfort. However, he genuinely wished to avoid the situation, so he closed his eyes, intending to sleep. Suddenly, he was nudged. Brother, I want to wash my feet too. Another day. I will take you to a proper place. Here, they don't even touch your feet. Then where do they touch? Where else? They move upwards along your pant leg. Really? Zhao Ping, intrigued, tilted his body to inquire. I've never been, so I cannot attest to its truth, but judging by Chen Dong's urgency, it hardly seemed like a foot wash. Now, let us sleep. We must be cautious not to catch anything. Zhao Ping felt reassured by this statement. He, however, thought about exploring the 4th floor, but without Zhao Qin's consent, he dared not. Well, when my brother has time, I'll ask him to take me to a legitimate place. Before long, the trio fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Zhao Qin noticed it was already past 8 o'clock. He turned to glance at his companions and discovered Chen Dong lying beside him, prompting him to rouse them all. Upon learning the time, Zhao Ping grew anxious. My sister-in-law must be worried sick. I intended to call her early. Checking his phone, he found 5 missed calls, which only heightened his alarm. He realized he would need to offer a lengthy explanation upon returning. Zhao Qin, understanding his brother's state of mind, led the 4 out of the lounge and dialed his brother's home number. Sister-in-law, I took a shower last night, and there was a buffet at the bathhouse. Mr. Chen insisted on sharing a drink with us. I didn't wish to return in the night. I was genuinely concerned about my brother returning alone. Rest assured, my brother won't involve himself in any dubious matters. Everything is above board. Brother? Oh, he just woke up. Let me pass the phone to him. After saying this, she handed the phone to Zhao Ping, who exchanged a few words before hanging up, chuckling softly as he returned the phone to Zhao Qin. Let us go wash up. Breakfast is available here. We'll eat before heading out, Chen Dong declared as he led the way downstairs. After finishing breakfast, as they exited, Chen Dong insisted on covering the bill. Zhao Qin was aware that one of the brothers would inevitably be pushed forward to take the blame when it came time to explain to Chen Dong's wife. It was inconsequential. Occasionally, it was perfectly normal for friends to smooth over such matters. Brother, if you don't mind staying. I've already contacted a couple of people last night. I'll make a few more calls, and you can come to my house for tea while we wait. They should arrive before noon. Zhao Qin looked at Zhao Ping, who waved his hand dismissively. You and I stay here. I want to be of any help. Returning now allows me to check on the fruit in the mountains. I was too busy yesterday. All right, then brother will return, and I'll stay. What about you? He? Zhao Qin turned his gaze towards him. Brother, I wish to visit my aunt. Understanding he meant the Qian Kuan family, Zhao Qin nodded. Then don't go empty-handed. Just so happens that Mr. Dong has settled the accounts for the goods he received. Take a few sea cucumbers and a conch with you. If I bring gifts, my aunt will scold me. You rascal, it's time to grow up. She'll scold you out of habit, but she will be pleased at heart. Trust me. Upon arriving at the acquisition station, one could see Chen Shui wrinkling her small nose, casting a skeptical gaze upon the 4 individuals. Sister, who offended you this early in the morning? She huffed. What mischief did you engage in last night? Do you wish to know? Came the reply. I have no interest in your tales. It must have been something nefarious. A shower, a buffet, and then sleep. Tell me, which of these can be deemed as wrongdoing? Chen Dong scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting so early? Has father returned yet? His family owned a supermarket, and the old man had gone out during the night to procure fruits and vegetables. He had just finished his meal and was catching up on sleep. Zhao Ping pushed his cart away, while Zhao Qin selected 6 sea cucumbers and a somewhat larger conch from the previous night's goods to weigh, instructing he to carry them away. Chen Dong invited Zhao Qin to take a seat and began to brew some tea. Just as he savored his first cup, Chen Shui descended the stairs once more. 2 fruits in hand. Here, for you. Oh, has the custard apple come into season? Chen Dong accepted one, pressing on the stem before pulling the central string. Take it. Noticing that Zhao Qin did not reach for it, Chen Shui promptly placed it into his hands. Chapter 61. Sealed bid auction. The so-called cherimoya is a local term. Its scientific name is Annona squamosa, also known as the custard apple. Currently, it is not cultivated on the mainland and is predominantly imported from Taiwan. Thus its price is quite steep. Zhao Qin felt embarrassed to ask for it, yet once it was handed to him by Chen Shui, he could hardly refuse. Qin, what are your plans moving forward? Relying solely on luck while collecting on the beach is rather precarious, and the income is inconsistent, Qin Dong remarked. Noticing that Zhao Qin was not indulging in the fruit and placing his own aside to engage in idle chatter. I lack a solid foundation, but I have recently experienced a stroke of good fortune and made some profit. I intend to acquire a boat, not overly extravagant, sufficient for setting traps along the shore. I'll take it slow, Zhao Qin responded. Qin Dong nodded, recognizing that their conversation was merely casual, and he had no authority to offer Zhao Qin any advice. As they conversed, customers began to enter, purchasing seafood. Although most of their seafood was destined for the city or other locations, they also catered to retail sales. A customer inquired about a wild sea bass, a local favorite due to its delectable taste and reasonable price of merely 32 yuan per kilogram. Gradually, more individuals arrived to sell and buy goods, and business was decent. When someone asked about sea cucumbers, Qin Dong quoted 115 yuan for those weighing less than 2 taels, prompting the buyer to hesitate before ultimately weighing a kilogram. Qin, don't be misled by my seemingly high prices. I bear the risk as well. If it dies, it is worth nothing, and I face losses, Qin Dong explained, wary that Zhao Qin might accuse him of being unscrupulous. Especially since he had only charged 80 yuan per kilogram for Zhao Qin's catch weighing under 2 taels. This kilogram yielded a substantial profit of 35 yuan. Zhao Qin was indifferent. Profit is profit, regardless of the recipient, as long as he felt he had not suffered a loss. He could hardly catch and retail his own goods. It wouldn't even cover labor costs. Brother Dong, when the others arrive, what do you plan to do? Zhao Qin inquired. Simply put, we will engage in bidding. This opportunity is rare. I will sell to whoever offers the highest price, Qin Dong replied. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment before voicing his thoughts. Brother Dong, such a method could sour relations. If we keep raising our bids against each other, it might lead to animosity. Eventually, they may not resent one another, but will blame you for being greedy. Then, what do you suggest? Qin Dong contemplated Zhao Qin's perspective, realizing he had been somewhat presumptuous and had not considered the implications. Let us employ a sealed bid. We can establish a minimum price and openly inform everyone that we will not sell below this price. Then, we allow them to submit their offers, providing an opportunity to choose the highest bid. While it may appear there is no competition, the uncertainty increases. Those genuinely uninterested in the money may end up bidding even higher than in an open auction. This way, if no one raises the price, we maintain amicable relations. And since the prices are voluntarily submitted, any regret over high bids is not our concern. This approach is excellent, Qin. Your mind works swiftly, Qin Dong acknowledged, realizing the merit in this strategy. It was unfortunate that many were unfamiliar with the bidding process. They had only seen paddle auctions on television and had rarely encountered a sealed bid. Just as the two finalized their discussion, a voice from outside called out while entering. Is there a large yellow croaker? Confirming it's 9. For Jean, Mr. Wu, you have arrived early, Qin Dong replied. Amidst laughter, a yellow croaker weighing over 9 Jean emerged. Had I not arrived earlier, I might have missed even the sight of it. Qin Dong refrained from clarifying the weight discrepancy. Instead, he led the guests into the cold storage for their own inspection. As the foam box was lifted, one of the visitors exclaimed in astonishment, such a sizable fish. This cannot merely be over 9 Jean, can it? The actual weight was revealed to be 19 Jean and 4 taels. I might not have communicated clearly last night. You must have misheard, he added. My goodness, nearly 20 Jean. Where did such a magnificent specimen come from? Qin Dong turned to Zhao Qin, who stood at the entrance of the cold storage, only to see him shake his head. He then smiled and explained, I acquired it from an old fisherman last night. And since we have a long-standing relationship, I haven't paid yet. I am merely awaiting the esteemed bosses to assist me with pricing. Several? Wu, the first to arrive, interjected. You are being rather inconsiderate. Xiaochun, I arrived first and I claim this fish. The surprise on Wu's face dissipated, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. Wu, please understand. My modest business relies heavily on your support. I cannot conceal this fish. If I sell it to you, the others will surely berate me at the door. You wouldn't want to witness that, would you? Wu raised a finger in admonition, unable to contain his amusement at Qin Dong's brazen demeanor. It's cold inside. Shall we step out for some tea? Wu suggested, waving his hand. He squatted down to examine the fish, and after a moment remarked, This is purely wild. Not one that escaped from a cage. It is exceptionally fresh. A fish weighing around 5 Jean would be at least 8 years old. This one is nearing 20 years, if not more. Even if it hadn't been caught, it would likely have perished from old age. The yellow croaker is known for its slow growth. Distributed across most coastal areas of our country, and its lifespan can vary considerably. Wu emphasized its wild nature, noting that there exists a semi-wild variety, which escapes from cages and survives in natural habitats for a few years. However, its quality differs from that of truly wild specimens, though it surpasses that of fish raised solely in cages. While they conversed, another individual entered, inquiring about the yellow croaker. Upon seeing the fish, he could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, what a colossal specimen!" Zhao Qin recognized the dialect as Cantonese, due to staggered notifications and varying distances. All parties did not arrive until 11:30. "Gentlemen, as noon approaches, allow me to arrange a light lunch." Before Qin could finish, several voices interjected simultaneously. "Xiao Chun, let us establish the rules first. You summoned us here for a bidding, did you not? Let us commence." Wu addressed the others. "Gentlemen, please show some restraint. I have my heart set on this fish. Coincidentally, I need to present it to an important friend. Kindly yield, I implore you." The gentlemen exchanged glances, realizing that they had all come with intent and would not easily relent based on mere words. Their gazes then shifted to Qin. "Gentlemen, harmony fosters prosperity. That is my perspective." Qin articulated his thoughts, and the others found it agreeable. Zhao Qin assisted by distributing paper and pins to each boss, and they dispersed to contemplate their bids while observing each other's expressions. Just a moment ago, I believed that a hidden bid would be more advantageous, as the competition would be less fierce among a few individuals. It was only then that I realized the folly of my thinking. This approach is truly deceptive. The uncertainty of how much others might bid, combined with having only a single opportunity, means that if I underbid, I would lose my share of the catch. What appears to be a simple task of entering a number left several of us pondering for over 20 minutes. Zhao Qin was on the verge of urging us to proceed when Qin finally collected everyone's slips. As Qin unfolded them, Zhao Qin found it inappropriate to lean in too closely, but judging by Qin expression, it seemed the bids were satisfactory. I am grateful to the esteemed participants for their support. Today, this prized catch has found its rightful owner. Enough chatter, please reveal whose bid is the highest. Mr. Wu expressed his dissatisfaction. Chapter 62. Striking it rich at the urging of General Manager Wu. Qin flashed a smile and promptly replied, "Apologies, General Manager Wu. I filled it out incorrectly. I shall redo it." Upon hearing the initial words, Wu immediately realized he had underquoted and quickly interjected, "No, we agreed on one round." Indeed, everyone only has one opportunity," chimed in the others. One person's withdrawal would only enhance the chances for the remaining participants, prompting them to vehemently oppose Wu's actions. "General Manager Wu, let us treat this as a game. You must adhere to the rules," they insisted. "That's nonsense. I have complied. Yet you expect me to procure a hefty yellow croaker weighing over 10 jin, Wu retorted. Qin could only offer an awkward smile, acknowledging that such a substantial catch was indeed a matter of fate. After all, he had never encountered one of such size before, and who knew when he might again. Wu was merely venting his frustrations, aware that the prize was not his to claim. He remained, eager to witness the outcome. "Ladies and gentlemen, this fish has been secured by General Manager Feng for the price of 50,888 yuan. Ah, that's me. Ha. The Guangdong businessman erupted with joy, his excitement palpable. The expressions of the others darkened, inwardly cursing the Guangdong fellow for his wealth, particularly when it came to indulgences such as food. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin was elated. Having anticipated a bid exceeding 30,000, though never daring to imagine it surpassing 50,000, such extravagance was astonishing. After the initial excitement faded, Qin noticed the displeased expressions of several bosses preparing to leave. "Gentlemen, do stay for a meal," he proposed. "Humph, a meal? Not a chance, I'm heading home. This trip has been a waste of time, utterly frustrating." Qin positioned himself at the door, blocking their exit, and with hands clasped in a gesture of respect. He said, "Gentlemen, I must admit I have been somewhat inconsiderate this time, but I had no choice. I accepted goods from others and must assist in securing a fair price for them. Your presence here is a favor to me, and if I allow you to leave empty-handed, it would reflect poorly on my character. Please, just wait a moment." Upon finishing his words, Qin tore open a convenience bag from the wall and instructed Zhao Qin, "Qin, pack the sea cucumbers, selecting the larger ones, 10 per bag." Zhao Qin silently marveled, Dong not only spoke eloquently but also executed matters with finesse. Regardless of the earlier discontent, no one could find fault with him now. Instead, perceiving him as generous, the two swiftly filled the bags, and Dong handed one to General Manager Wu, saying, "Calm down. These are all wild-caught and fresh. Please take some home to taste." "How can I accept this? These goods are quite valuable. Perhaps I should contribute," one of the gentlemen began. "Gentlemen, please don't embarrass me. My business is modest, and I cannot compare with esteemed leaders like yourselves, but I can certainly treat you to some seafood." "Very well. I shall accept this gift, but please weigh out another 10 jin for me to take home for a gathering," one of the bosses suggested. The others quickly echoed their agreement, each requesting 10 or 8 jin. This time, Dong made no objections, offering them at the standard market price. He assisted in loading their goods into their vehicles, settling the accounts, and ensuring everyone was comfortably on their way. As they departed, the group exchanged promises to keep in touch for any future treasures, to which Dong readily acquiesced. Zhao Qin had never engaged in business. Yet, judging by Dong's demeanor, it was evident that he was not a person who coveted petty gains. He truly deserved to prosper. Ultimately, it was General Feng who meticulously settled the accounts. Not only did Dong select 10 sea cucumbers for the other party, but he also chose a similarly sized conch. "Oh, I have a share too." Dong chuckled. "Everyone has a share, except for you. What sort of person would I be otherwise?" General Feng laughed heartily. Patting him on the shoulder, "I'll come by for a drink another day. Today, I must fly with this fish." "Take care," he replied. Once they bid farewell to everyone, the two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. "Brother Dong, you are indeed remarkable." Zhao Qin sincerely gave him a thumbs up. "Your idea is excellent. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to conclude things without offending someone." Meanwhile, Chen Shui poked her head out and asked, "Brother, did you sell it?" "Yes." Shortly after, Chen Shui descended the stairs with a middle-aged man, who bore a striking resemblance to Dong, clearly a father-son duo. "How much did you sell it for?" the man inquired, nodding in acknowledgement at Zhao Qin. 888 yuan. "Oh, that is quite substantial. General Feng took it, right?" "Dad, let us discuss that later. I need to settle the accounts with the Qin first." The man responded with a casual hum. Turning to Zhao Qin, "You look somewhat familiar. Is your father named Zhao Anghua?" "Oh, you know my dad?" Zhao Qin was taken aback, unaware that their fathers were acquainted. "Haha, indeed. When you got into university, I even dined at your home. Perhaps you didn't notice, Beijing University, our town as first." Upon hearing Beijing University, both Dong and Chen Shui exclaimed in unison. The current reputation of Beijing University is not as poor as it would be in later years. At that time, it was still regarded as a beacon of aspiration by many. "I withdrew from school for various reasons, uncle. How did you and my father meet?" "How else? Many years ago, we went out to sea together at night." Zhao Qin suddenly understood. It seemed Chen's father had also been involved in smuggling. Perhaps he was clever or had simply ceased those activities early, unlike his own father, who had ended up entangled in a sewing machine due to his choices. "Why did you drop out? It's so hard to get in. What a pity." Dong lamented for him. Chen's father assumed it was due to the death of his mother and his father's instability and financial struggles, thus adding, "If you have the ability, you can succeed in anything. Even working the sea can yield great profits." "Dad, why didn't I know our families were acquainted?" Chen Shui's voice had a hint of playful reproach. Chen's father looked at her indulgently and replied, "We haven't been in touch much, but we can certainly connect more in the future." Zhao Qin smiled and nodded, proceeding to settle the accounts with Dong. The larger sea cucumbers weighed 69 jin, while the smaller ones were 76. The large sea cucumber took off 10 jin, which those bosses took, and previously he also took a few. "You shouldn't bear the cost for those. It's my fault. Let us just go with what I said, Brother Dong. No need to complicate matters." Dong scratched his head. "I've done the good deed, yet you're paying for it." Fine, we'll do it your way." During the night, a total of 124 items were delivered, which is over 2,000 more than what was sold yesterday afternoon. The large yellow croaker amounted to 888 units, with Dong taking a cut of 544. In total, Zhao Qin was set to receive 468 units, but Dong rounded it up to 500. Zhao Qin did not hesitate. After counting the money, he prepared to leave. Qin, you can ride the motorcycle home. And if you have time in the next couple of days, just bring it back," Dong remarked as he cleared his wallet to hand over the cash. Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude, collected the money, and took the key that Dong offered before riding off on the motorcycle. He did not return home, but instead went to the supermarket, where he purchased 2 bottles of fine Luzhou Laojiao, 2 packs of dried longan, and 2 bags of cooked seeds. He then visited a tea vendor and spent 300 on a pound of premium tea. Upon returning to the collection station, Dong had already gone upstairs for a nap, leaving only Shui to tend to the shop. "This is for Uncle Chen. I'll take my leave now," Zhao Qin said as he set down his purchases and once again mounted his motorcycle, despite Shui's attempts to call him back. The high price of the large yellow croaker was largely thanks to Dong. After all that effort, the profit was just over 2,000. Zhao Qin felt it inappropriate to offer a direct discount, but since Chen's father was acquainted with his own, it seemed fitting to present a small token of appreciation. Chapter 63. A joyful family in the morning. Zhao Ping ventured up the mountain, returning with a heart full of delight. The fruit trees had weathered the storm remarkably well. The pomelos suffered nearly no damage, while the loquats experienced a loss of only 70%, leaving 30% intact, far exceeding his expectations. At that moment, he and his wife were in the backyard, picking snail meat. The previous day's catch yielded an abundance of miscellaneous snails, which held little market value, making them perfect for personal consumption. Xiaorong occasionally glanced towards the town, wondering when their son, Qin, would return. "Surely he must be back soon," Zhao Ping remarked, as he skillfully extracted a piece of snail meat and placed it into a small basin beside him. Just then, their son entered, his countenance marred by discontent. "What's wrong? Did you not perform well on your exam?" Zhao Ping furrowed his brow. "You always boast about your abilities. Your uncle would score perfect marks on essays. And even with compositions, he rarely faltered." Recognizing that his son had come home with his report card, Zhao Ping could deduce from a Yuan's demeanor that the results were not favorable. This time, a Yuan remained silent, sulking in a corner, observing his distress. Xiaorong couldn't help but offer words of comfort. "You may have stumbled this time, but strive harder next time." "What was your score?" "Mathematics was 100. But I wasn't meticulous with my Chinese exam. There was a question I knew, but I filled in the wrong answer and lost a point. So I ended up with only 99, a Yuan mumbled, his head bowed in disappointment. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside, though they paid it no mind. Shortly after, Zhao Qin walked in, noticing a Yuan's forlorn expression. "What's the matter? You look like you've been struck by frost," he inquired. "I didn't score 100 in Chinese. I lost a point," a Yuan replied. "Let this be a lesson learned. Past failures are but stepping stones to success. We must glean wisdom from them without allowing one setback to dampen our spirits. When your uncle visits the city next time, I will ensure he brings back some additional review materials for you," Zhao Qin encouraged. As he uttered these words, Zhao Qin felt an urge to chastise himself. Indeed, he had once been an exemplary student, but that was not his current reality. He had once been a lackluster learner, having never even glimpsed a perfect score throughout 12 years of schooling. While others adorned their walls with accolades, his home remained devoid of such honors. Upon seeing him return, both Xiaorong and Zhao Ping's faces lit up with joy. However, they refrained from interrupting the exchange between Zhao Qin and their son. A Yuan regarded Zhao Qin as an idol, viewing him as a benchmark to surpass. Thus, Zhao Qin's words carried more weight than 100 of his parents' remarks, prompting a Yuan to cease his lamentations. "Here, take this, but save a portion for your sister," Zhao Qin said, producing a cherimoya from his pocket that he had previously withheld from eating. A Yuan grimaced, muttering, "It's not as good as the jujubes." Yet, upon seeing Zhao Qin extend the fruit, his expression shifted, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Delicious. I love it. Where did you acquire this cherimoya?" Zhao Ping inquired, eyeing the fruit. Zhao Qin offered an explanation and then turned to Xiaorong. "Sister-in-law, is their lunch prepared?" "Yes, indeed. Why didn't you mention you hadn't eaten yet?" "The dishes are ready. I'll heat them up for you," she replied as she busied herself, seeing his sister-in-law attend to the meal. Zhao Qin took out his phone and called a he, inviting him over. "How much did you sell?" Zhao Ping could no longer restrain himself and finally asked the question. Just then, Xiaorong, who had just entered the kitchen, perked up her ears upon hearing this. Zhao Qin chuckled, amused at how long he thought his elder brother could endure. It seemed that this temperament required some cultivation. "You can distribute 13,800 yuan. Such a considerable sum." Zhao Ping's eyes widened in astonishment, and he began to calculate the total sales. Before he could finish his calculations, Xiaorong leaned in excitedly and exclaimed, "Did we sell a total of 69,000 yuan? How much did that large yellow croaker sell for?" "A boss from Guangdong took it for 50,888 yuan. How could it be worth so much? I thought it would fetch at most 25,000 yuan. Goodness, that's double. Zhao Qin sniffed the air and, with a wry smile, remarked, "Sister-in-law, I smell something burning." "Oh dear, my dish." Xiaorong quickly withdrew her head. "No need for your help. Just relax outside." When Zhao Qin attempted to sit down to pick shells, Zhao Ping gestured for him to take a seat in the living room instead. As soon as they arrived in the living room, the home phone rang. Zhao Ping, busy with something, called out for Zhao Qin to answer it. "Hello, who is this?" "Elder brother, it's me, Mei." The voice of Zhao Qin's elder sister came through the receiver. "It's Qin, your brother. What brings you to call at this hour?" Upon hearing his voice, there was a brief pause on the line before she began to scold him. "You've gone to cause trouble at your brother's house again, haven't you? Why are you so inconsiderate?" Lowering her voice slightly, she continued, "Your brother may not mind. But surely your sister-in-law is unhappy. Do you derive joy from instigating discord between them? Qin, dinner is ready. Just have a bit to tide you over. I'll be killing a chicken for dinner." Just then, sister-in-law brought the dishes to the table. "Sister-in-law, it's for you to take. It's my sister." She placed the plate down, wiped her hands on her apron, picked up the phone, and cheerfully said, "Mei, why are you calling at this hour?" "It's nothing. We are all family. Qin is entitled to his meal, especially since he contributed to the food expenses." Even if Zhao Qin couldn't hear the conversation, he could certainly sense that his elder sister was criticizing him. He chose not to interject. After all, mealtime was of utmost importance. Once they finished eating, and with Yi still absent, Zhao Qin rose to brew himself a cup of tea. Just then, a Yuan walked out, cradling Meow Meow in his arms. "My niece is so heavy, I can barely hold her." Although Zhao Qin had never had children before, he didn't dislike them. In fact, he found them quite endearing. He took Meow Meow into his embrace, but the little girl squirmed, expressing her desire to be set down. "Stay still, little uncle will play with you." In the next moment, the little girl burst into tears, prompting Zhao Qin to reluctantly set her down. He watched her stumble away and found himself following closely behind, bending down to protect her with his hands. "You smell fishy. Perhaps she isn't used to it." Indeed, as Zhao Ping had suggested, Meow Meow ran up to her biological father, sniffed him, and then scampered off. "What on earth is he doing?" Just as Zhao Qin voiced his concern, he and the elderly lady entered the room in quick succession. "By the way, let us not cook tonight. I just came to tell you that dinner will be at my house." The elderly lady, eager to dispel any misunderstanding that she had come to hastily claim her share of the profits, promptly stated her purpose upon entering. "No trouble at all. This evening, I plan to slaughter a chicken, and you can accompany he. I have already taken care of the chickens at home. Fearing there wouldn't be enough to eat with too many people, I decided to kill two. Thus, this matter is settled." Zhao Qin remained uninvolved in the tussle between the two women. As long as there was food to eat in the evening, that sufficed. "Elder brother, wash your hands. Let us first settle the accounts." As Zhao Ping rose to wash his hands, he chuckled lightly a couple of times. Seated around the table, Zhao Qin retrieved 2 bundles of cash from his bag and placed them before his elder brother and he, followed by another bundle to begin counting. "Brother, this bundle is mine. You surely won't miscalculate, will you? Why is there so much?" "The total amounts to 69,500 yuan. I used the spare change for gifts. So each person receives 13,800 yuan, and one should tally their own funds accurately," Zhao Qin stated, placing the counted 3,800 yuan before he, and then another 3,800 yuan before his elder brother, leaving himself with over 41,000 yuan. When he pushed the money towards the elderly lady, her hand trembled slightly, seemingly hesitant to accept. "Grandma, please take it. Find time to deposit it. Keeping it at home isn't safe." Upon receiving Zhao Qin's reminder, the elderly lady finally reacted, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes, yes." "Shall we go deposit it now?" Zhao Ping suggested, considering the considerable sum left at home without a safe. It was imperative to have someone guard it. Zhao Qin was truly reluctant to run errands, having only slept 4 hours the previous night. Yet no one felt secure leaving such money at home, himself included. "Elder brother, I'll give you my card. Depositing money doesn't require the account holder to be present. You can help me deposit it, and if the bank won't allow it, you can deposit it into your own account and transfer it back to me later." "All right, he, come with me." "That works perfectly. You can ride the motorcycle to return it to Mr. Chen." Chapter 64. The matter of purchasing a boat. Zhao Qin invited he to accompany him home, clutching his bank card. "Oh, Qin, how much did you sell the seafood you collected yesterday morning?" "Qin, Aren't we going to the sea today? Achin, is there any seafood today? Take me along. Zhao Qin observed the faces of those he encountered on the road. He had never seen so many smiling expressions before. People were courteous, and he felt compelled to reciprocate. Not much sold, only a bit over 3,000. I'm too exhausted today to go out. Indeed, I heard from Lao Luo that you all stayed up late last night checking the traps. Lao Luo mentioned that each trap was bursting with sea cucumbers and conchs. Did you manage to sell it? Don't listen to Uncle Luo's nonsense. The first catch was decent, but the rest were all empty. We still haven't found 2 of the traps. Really? 2 are missing? Zhao Qin grunted in response and ceased conversing with the group, meandering home. As he distanced himself, their demeanor shifted abruptly. What a stroke of luck. Look how smug he is. The heavens must be blind to let such a person prosper. He must be under the protection of Mazu for helping ward off disasters. I've noticed Achin has changed quite a bit lately. At least he's not causing trouble anymore. Haven't you seen how his sister-in-law treats him now? Why am I not blessed with such fortune? Is that kid speaking the truth? Are 2 traps really unaccounted for? The group fell silent, quickly seeking excuses to depart. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin entrusted the money to Ahe, cautioning him against flaunting it publicly. After Ahe left, he took a bath and collapsed into bed. He dreamt, perhaps a spring dream, where he grappled with a mysterious figure, unable to discern their face. Just as he was about to unveil their veil, he was startled awake. Brother, ha bah ha. I can guess what everyone in the village is up to now. Zhao Qin felt an urge to reprimand the boy, but he found it difficult to rise, as he sensed a stirring in his lower abdomen. Ahe, what time is it? It's 6:30. My grandmother asked me to come and call you for dinner and said you need not bring anything. What did you just say? Zhao Qin, feeling more composed, got out of bed to wash his face. Oh, you distracted me, nearly made me forget. Brother, it was so amusing. You mentioned 2 traps were still missing this afternoon, right? Ha ha ha, they believed it. Now there are dozens of people scouring the mudflats over there. Zhao Qin paused, scratching his head. Lao Luo should know about this. Lao Luo was the most eager. We spent a long time searching for the last 2 traps last night, and he left before we could find them. He believes it more than anyone. Ahe, isn't it wrong for me to lie like this? Ahe scoffed, brother. Don't worry about them. If they weren't so greedy, they would help us find the traps. Come on, I want to tell my sister-in-law about this. She will surely find it amusing. Zhao Qin locked the door, and the 2 walked side by side to Ahe's home. Ahe is here. Come in and sit. Your brother and sister-in-law arrived early, insisting on helping, which left me with nothing to do. Perfect timing. You could use a break. The wrinkles on the old lady's face crinkled into a smile, and these past few days, she truly grasped the adage that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Before long, the dishes were served, and the old lady first used a ladle to transfer 2 chicken legs from the soup into 2 small bowls, remarking, I added little salt, just right for the children. She then served 2 chicken legs from the braised chicken to Zhao Qin and Zhao Ping, and placed a piece of chicken liver onto Xiaorong's plate. Granny, if you keep serving, we might just leave, Zhao Qin exclaimed, unable to bear the serving any longer, preferring to eat freely. All right, everyone serve themselves. Zhao Qin transferred a chicken leg from his bowl to Ahe's and then poured himself a bowl of soup to drink. He filled everyone's cups with wine and, upon noticing the chicken legs in his bowl, chuckled and promptly began to gnaw on one. You certainly are not shy, the old lady remarked, smiling at his greedy demeanor. Oh, is this eel the one we caught in the trap last night? Zhao Qin asked, spotting the fermented black bean steamed eel nearby, and he pinched a section from the middle and popped it into his mouth. The eel contained numerous small bones, making it unsuitable for children, yet the flesh on the back was slightly dry, while the belly was rich in collagen, delightfully sticky to the teeth. Your sister-in-law prepared it all, saying we should have it for dinner, so she brought it over. After a few toasts, he recounted their escapades of fishing in the water, causing Xiaorong to burst into laughter first. Several people even came to my house, subtly inquiring, and I just played along, saying there were 2 that we couldn't find. Zhao Ping, being honest, couldn't help but chuckle along as the conversation grew lively. Ah Ping, I heard that old Fu's land is up for sale? The old lady inquired, her gaze sweeping over the couple. Zhao Ping and Xiaorong exchanged glances, and it was Xiaorong who spoke first. Granny, to be honest, I was considering having Achin purchase that land. Zhao Qin quickly waved his hand. Looking at the old lady, you want to buy that land? He is nearly 20 now. I live here without concern, but I must make plans for his future. The money I had was enough, and I didn't dare to think about it. However, having been fortunate to be around you, I've managed to save a bit these days. But if you have your eye on that piece, I'll look for other places. Feel free to negotiate with old Fu. Owning property is certainly beneficial. And what about you? I was hoping to save a bit more. To see if I could buy a place in town. He didn't speak the full truth, after all. Claiming he wanted to build a villa might shock his elder brother. Indeed, Achin will surely become a city dweller in the future. Should I go negotiate for that land? Go ahead, but old Fu is quite shrewd. It would be best to find someone articulate. I think a he-s uncle would be excellent. Zhao Qin was referring to Qian Kuan, a businessman who would certainly ensure he wouldn't suffer any losses. I believe you are the most suitable. You are far more eloquent than the rest. Was the old lady praising herself or criticizing? Yet, seeing the smiles all around. And knowing he was his own brother, he readily agreed. All right, you engage first, and I will be present when it's time to discuss the price. Upon hearing his agreement, the elderly lady proactively raised her glass, prompting Zhao Qin to hastily do the same, lightly tapping the bottom of her cup. After finishing the wine, he suddenly recalled his earlier intentions and turned to Zhao Ping. Brother, I wish to purchase some fish traps. In the future, I can set them while gathering seafood. Both my sister-in-law and I can assist, and since the fruit isn't ready for harvest yet, if you procure the materials, we can help you craft them, which would save you a good 20 to 30%. Brother, you needn't worry about your sister-in-law and me managing the traps. I am contemplating buying a boat. Even if it's a bit worn, as long as it functions, it will suffice. Buying a boat. Everyone, including he, was taken aback. But soon their expressions softened into smiles, recognizing that acquiring a boat is a form of asset, a positive endeavor. Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf, Zhao Ping began. But he was interrupted by Xiaorong. Achin, if you truly wish to buy a boat, it would be wiser to invest in a new one. With an old boat, you cannot ascertain its history, whether it has encountered misfortune or fortune, and they often require repairs, which can accumulate considerable expenses over the year. Zhao Qin considered her words thoughtfully. His sister-in-law had a point. However, after a moment of reflection, he shook his head. Sister-in-law, a typical 12-meter fishing vessel, along with the necessary equipment, costs at least 130 to 40,000. I cannot afford that sum at present. I do not intend to rush into things. I prefer to start with a modest, older boat that can last me 6 months to a year, even if I have to dismantle it for scrap metal later. The loss will be minimal. Achin's reasoning was sound. Being young, it is prudent to tread carefully and build steadily. Both the elderly lady and Zhao Ping, appreciating Zhao Qin's perspective, nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Luo Xiaoyi's call regarding the matter of the boat. Zhao Ping and the old lady both agreed to assist in making the necessary connections, after which they resumed their conversation about the ongoing dispute involving Lai Bao. In the afternoon, while Zhao Ping was depositing money, he encountered the wife of Lai Bao and his cousin. The two had just exited the station and immediately began to quarrel at the entrance. Had it not been for the intervention of the police, it is likely that the two would have engaged in a physical altercation right there in town. What is going on? Zhao Qin inquired curiously. Although Jin Xiaogong had provided some insights, he merely speculated without detailing the specific penalties. It was rumored that they had compensated for the cost of crabs, and each had been fined 2,000. Xiaorong chimed in, noting that the village was so small that it was impossible for anyone not to be aware of the commotion once the two women returned and resumed their argument. They deserve it. It's their own doing. We are good people, simply trying to live peacefully. The old lady's words caused Zhao Qin to blush slightly, as he realized that his own conduct had not been much better. After a night of heavy drinking, he collapsed onto his bed, turned on the television to lull himself to sleep, when suddenly his phone, resting nearby, rang. Modern smartphones are indeed remarkable, even after a night of not being charged. They functioned perfectly the next day, and after 2 nights, they still hold up remarkably well. Zhao Qin, are you out at sea? It was a call from Luo Xiaoyi. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Zhao Qin was not as aloof as he had been previously. He replied, Sister, there's a typhoon here. Even the cows are being blown into the sky. I'm currently helping the villagers look for their cattle. Oh really? Are you still going out in this weather? Aren't you afraid of being blown away yourself? Zhao Qin was suddenly reminded of a humorous anecdote. A female reporter, while interviewing in the mountains, encountered an old man and asked, Grandpa, do you have any unforgettable experiences in your life? The old man lit a cigarette and replied, 1 year. Old Zhang's donkey went missing. Over 20 of us searched for it for 3 days and nights until we finally found it in a cave. Unfortunately, there was a strong wind and heavy snow that day, so we had to stay in the cave. That night, feeling lonely, we took turns with the donkey. It was quite exhilarating. The female reporter felt uncomfortable and asked, "Was there anything happier?" The old man took a puff and said, "1 year, old Wang's wife went missing. More than 20 of us searched for her for 3 days and nights until we found her in a cave as well. It was unfortunate that the weather was just as bad, but we set up a tent inside the cave. That night, feeling lonely, we had our way with old Wang's wife. Now that was even better." As the female reporter grew increasingly uneasy, she attempted to change the subject, asking, "What has been the scariest experience of your life?" Upon hearing this, the old man dropped his cigarette, trembling as he replied, "Yes, 1 year I lost." Recalling this joke, Zhao Qin laughed heartily, though he had no way to share it with Luo Xiaoyi. "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just watching a comedy on TV." "Zhao Qin, why don't you buy a computer? Then you could do video calls on QQ. Sister, I'm unwell, so I can't purchase a computer." "Oh, what illness do you have? Is it serious? Why not come to the capital? The medical resources here are much better." Zhao Qin could hardly contain his laughter. This girl was even more naive than Chen Shui. At least Chen Shui was aware of the hidden intricacies of the bathhouse, while it seemed this girl was blissfully ignorant. "My condition manifests intermittently, sometimes severely and at other times hardly at all. For instance, while lying at home, I feel fine. But as soon as I step into a restaurant or a large shopping center, it invariably flares up, often quite intensely. What ailment is this? A poverty-induced affliction." Luo Xiaoyi paused for a moment before bursting into a melodious laugh, and after a brief interlude, she playfully complained, "Yet you still refuse the money my brother offered you." "I fear that material possessions may tarnish our pure friendship," he replied. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoyi said, "Zhao Qin, could you sing that sea-catching song from that night again? I would be delighted, but it will cost you 10 yuan per song, no exceptions." "All right, you sing first. And when we meet next time, I will pay you, with interest included." "I shall sing then." "One moment." It seemed Luo Xiaoyi was on the balcony. After her brief statement, she returned indoors and urged, "You may begin now." Zhao Qin did not put much effort into it. He merely lay on his bed, placing his phone beside his ear, and softly began to hum. Upon finishing, Luo Xiaoyi was not satisfied and requested another rendition. "Just one more. And I promise I will grant you a small favor the next time we meet." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin perked up and promptly hummed it once more. "Zhao Qin, I have something to attend to, so I will hang up now. By the way, are you going to catch crabs tomorrow night?" "Perhaps," he replied. "Oh. Then I will message you tomorrow evening. If you are busy, no need to respond. However, staying up late is not healthy. You should try to be productive during the day." The girl seemed to feel she had spoken too much, so she decisively ended the call. Zhao Qin paid no mind and continued watching television, flipping through channels until he finally found a drama titled Prince Turns into Frog. The name alone failed to pique his interest. He would rather watch advertisements. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyi, having hung up, remained lost in thought. "All right, young lady, who has bewitched you? It's time to snap out of it," remarked a slightly older girl beside her, waving her hand in front of Luo Xiaoyi's eyes. "Ijia, you're being ridiculous. By the way, what do you think of this song?" Observing Luo Xiaoyi's eager expression, Miaoyi displayed a conflicted demeanor. "It's passable, I suppose. I receive at least 100 or 80 songs like this each year, and I typically wouldn't include them. However, since it's recommended by our esteemed Miss Luo, I shall reluctantly consider it. Please don't overthink it. Just know that I find it delightful," Luo Xiaoyi interjected. "So who is this person?" Miaoyi inquired with a curious glint in her eye. "Just an ordinary friend I met at the beach. He taught me, yes. He taught me how to catch crabs. Ijia, let me tell you, I've become quite adept at it. You must first pin down the shell." Noticing the girl's deliberate change of subject, Miaoyi rolled her eyes. "All right, enough of the pretense. Anyone can see the glow on your face. The song is indeed wonderful. That's not mere flattery, it truly is excellent. Please inquire with your friend about how much he is willing to pay for the rights. Typically, what is the fee for a song?" Luo Xiaoyi inquired cautiously. "For novice songwriters, the fee usually ranges from 3,000 to 8,000, while established lyricists and composers can command between 30,000 to 50,000, came the reply. "Is it truly that low?" "My dear, we are facing considerable risks. If the market does not respond favorably, I stand to lose everything. You are aware of the rampant piracy these days. Producing an album often results in a financial loss, with the potential for only reputation gains, if any at all. In that case, let us settle on 50,000 for him. I fear he may become suspicious if the amount is higher. Rest assured, The amount you choose to offer is entirely your prerogative. I shall cover the difference. Why not simply give him the money outright? Ah, you do not understand. Although he may appear unkempt and casual, he is quite principled. He will not accept money that is not rightfully his. As you wish, but he must be assured that the rights belong to him. Chapter 66. Now it's truly indefinable when Zhao Qin awoke. The dawn had just begun to break, revealing that the television had been left on throughout the night. After turning it off, he stepped outside to feel the refreshing morning breeze. Following his morning routine, he settled down to check his luck for the day. Yesterday's fortune was dismal, and today was not much better, only a mere 9 points. He estimated that even if he went clam digging, he would barely earn a couple of hundred yuan. Zhao Qin had become quite familiar with the system's mechanics. A 10-point luck rating did not simply triple the price of seafood. Generally, a higher luck value indicated a significantly increased yield. After washing up, he headed to his elder brother's house for breakfast. Zhao Qin aimed to bolster his physique, but the noodle shop owned by Ping Lao Lu was closed. He hesitated to buy buns for his sister-in-law, fearing she might adopt the same practice and impose an additional burden, especially given the modest living allowance of just 200 yuan a month. Upon arriving at his brother's house, he was pleasantly surprised to find several large meat buns on the dining table. A Yuan was already devouring one, while Xia Rong scolded him. Your uncle isn't here yet, and you've started eating. It's fine. I'm just sampling it for my uncle. Who knows, it might be poisoned, A Yuan retorted. Xia Rong raised her hand in mock anger, but upon hearing this, she swiftly delivered a light smack to Yuan's head. Don't hit my head, sister-in-law. Uncle, you're the best, A Yuan exclaimed, his face lighting up at Zhao Qin's entrance. Using a stick on the backside, one T break the meat. Hitting the head might make him foolish for life, Zhao Qin joked. Uncle, I'm grateful to your entire family. Oh wait, that would include my parents and myself. Wouldn't it? Ignoring A Yuan's vivid inner monologue, Zhao Ping emerged from the backyard upon hearing Zhao Qin's arrival. The family breakfast consisted of rice soup and large buns. Qin, is everything all right with you today? Zhao Ping inquired. What's wrong, big brother? If you're not going clam digging, I'll take your sister-in-law to gather some oysters. If you are going, I'll accompany you, leaving your sister-in-law to manage on her own. With so much conch meat from yesterday, we have enough to last several days. Why do we need oysters? Xia Rong interjected while clearing the table. May loves oysters, and your brother has been thinking about it since early morning. My sister is coming back? Weren't you informed during the call yesterday? She said she would return the day after tomorrow, and your brother-in-law has time off as well, so they can come back together. Hearing that his elder sister was returning brought Zhao Qin considerable joy, not merely to share his changes with her, but out of a genuine affection for familial bonds. Although his physical body had transformed, the memories of his sister's care lingered in his mind, enveloping him in warmth. All right, I'll join you in a bit. A Yuan felt dejected. With his parents away, he was confined to the house to watch over his sister. After tidying up, Zhao Qin returned home to fetch a bucket and sand shovel, just in case they might come in handy, especially with his 9 luck points. The sun was shining today, so he wrapped his head in cloth and donned a straw hat, perfectly prepared. The villagers had grown accustomed to his appearance, even if only his eyes were visible. They recognized him without fail. Ah, Qin, are you off to the seaside again? Well, I have nothing to do but wander along the shore. Perhaps I might unearth a few clams, he muttered to himself as he walked. However, in the next moment, the other party rushed back home to fetch a bucket, trailing closely behind him. Auntie, why are you following me? This path belongs to the village, and it isn't named Zhao, so if you walk, I shall walk too. Zhao Qin found this reasoning quite valid. Perhaps she, like him, was in pursuit of oysters, and thus, he refrained from further comment. After merely a few steps, another voice called out, Qin, why are you out at this hour? I've been waiting since dawn. This individual was even less reserved, leaving their bucket beside them and promptly joining him. Before they even reached the beach, over 20 women had gathered behind him. If it weren't for their lack of a uniform, he might have thought a marching group had spontaneously formed. I'm merely going to gather oysters. Why are you all following me? Qin, if you can bring old Zhang fortune, why can't you do the same for us? Old Zhang had mentioned that he could collect numerous sea cucumbers and conchs, all thanks to you. Indeed, old Luo said that just by tossing out a few traps, you could outdo a whole season of labor. Qin, I'm related to your family. It's only fair that you take us along instead of just outsiders. Zhao Qin was momentarily speechless. Fine, he thought. Once they reached the place and found nothing, they would likely cease their following. With that mindset, he arrived at the tidal flats, specifically the rocky area he had visited before. His elder brother and sister-in-law had already arrived, their faces lit with excitement as they worked. When Zhao Ping looked up to light a cigarette, he spotted Zhao Qi and was about to call out, only to realize a large entourage was trailing behind him, which immediately furrowed his brow. "Brother, hand me an oyster hook." The oyster hook resembled a small axe, one side being a hammer while the other was sharp-edged. One side was flat like a screwdriver, and the other featured a pointed hook, making it remarkably convenient for opening oysters. "Why so many people?" Before Zhao Qin could respond, and Annie shrieked, "My goodness, why are there so many conchs?" Every rock was teeming with them, densely packed. "I told you, following Qin is a sure bet. He is blessed by Mazu, and there will always be seafood wherever he goes. Oh heavens, I must call my spouse at home to come and gather these." Dozens of Annies clustered in a small area, and the scene was reminiscent of a flash mob or a square dance. Their chatter was incessant, as if silence would incur a grave loss. The two brothers exchanged glances. Zhao Qin could clearly see the resentment in his brother's eyes. What was initially just him and his wife collecting now had multiplied, and with friends being summoned, it was likely that soon there would be no space left to stand. Zhao Qin felt equally vexed. He had no inkling this area would yield such an abundance of conchs, and now he found himself at a loss for words. The thought of going seaside only to be followed by a troop of Annies made his heart ache like he had swallowed a bitter herb. "Brother, where did all these conchs come from?" "How would I know? Yesterday afternoon, they spent half the day here with traps and found nothing. How did the rocks become filled overnight? What is going on here? Why are so many people following?" Alas, fame is burdensome. It is not without reason that Lao Zhang and Lao Luo flaunted themselves, and now, the moment I carry the bucket, they all trail behind. What are you two brothers discussing? The precious clams have already been collected by others. Xia Rong, observing the sudden influx of people, felt a surge of anxiety. To her surprise, she found the two brothers merely standing there, dazed. "Sister-in-law, don't snatch it away. After all, the three of us have probably only gathered a mere couple of hundred yuan. Let us change our location and hunt for oysters instead." Watching the crowd vying for the clams, Xia Rong felt a pang of sympathy. However, upon hearing Zhao Qin mention that after all this effort, they might only earn a couple of hundred yuan, she quickly realized the futility of the endeavor. Indeed, what was there to compete for with such a paltry sum? It can only be said that in recent days, Zhao Qin has not only elevated his own perspective but has unknowingly influenced his family as well. Chapter 67. Disgusted Zhao Qin felt utterly speechless. He had initially thought that these people would merely follow along, and once they reached the mudflat with no goods in sight, they would naturally disperse. However, to his astonishment, they stumbled upon a treasure trove of bitter clams. After changing locations, they discovered an abundance of the mollusks. Just as Zhao Ping and Xia Rong were reveling in their luck, Zhao Qin sensed an impending misfortune. Sure enough, before long, a throng of people had tracked him down and began to pursue him. "Goodness, there are so many bitter clams here," one exclaimed. "Qin, your luck is unparalleled. Wherever you go, there are treasures to be found. Perhaps you should consult Mazu and ask for some sea cucumbers or something. After all, these bitter clams are not particularly valuable. Honestly, it's a blessing to find anything at all, yet you dare to be picky?" Zhao Qin thought, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. "Is there no end to your antics? Brother, it seems today is not suitable for beachcombing." Zhao Ping, observing the swarm of people resembling locusts, nodded in agreement, visibly disheartened. "Very well, let us return. I need to tend to the fruit trees on the mountain." Xia Rong trailed behind, muttering incessantly. Zhao Qin could not discern her words, but suspected she was cursing the crowd. Upon returning to shore, his phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket and unfastened the convenience bag, a good habit he had cultivated. Whenever he went to sea, he would secure his phone in a bag. He had contemplated using a rope to tether it to his belt, but ultimately found it unsightly. The call was from Jin Xiaogong. "Hey Qin, did you get into a fight the day before yesterday?" "Absolutely not," Zhao Qin replied, momentarily taken aback. The previous morning, he had been busy selling goods. And the day before that, he was foraging for sea cucumbers. There had been no time for conflict. Here's the situation. Yesterday, Brother Zhong was off, and a relative visited. One of them claimed to be from your village and alleged that she was bullied, specifically naming you. She accused you not only of assault but of stealing her sea cucumbers. When Brother Zhong returned to work today, he intended to send me to the village to investigate. Given the previous incident, I thought I would call you first. Zhao Qin quickly deduced who the accuser was. It must be the wife of old Zhong. She had attempted to pilfer sea cucumbers from his home and had been caught in the act. To his surprise, she had now turned the tables on him. Had it not been for the presence of witnesses from the police station last time, and Brother Zhong knowing he was a student from Peking University. He would likely have found himself summoned by the police once more. Hey Gong, I recommend you conduct an inquiry. Simply ask the villagers. Everyone knows what transpired the day before yesterday. Your hearsay is merely one perspective. Are you certain you didn't hit her? Rest assured. I did not lay a finger on her. Although there was a minor altercation, numerous villagers were present who can confirm my account. Very well then, if there are complaints. We must look into it. What is going on? Zhao Ping, who had been trailing him by a couple of steps, inquired as soon as the call ended. Nothing. Let us head home, brother. Upon arriving home, they encountered He and his grandmother. Brother, my grandma has something to discuss with you. We thought you were at Ping Ji's place. Why didn't you invite me to join you in beachcombing? I didn't expect much in terms of bounty today. I was hoping to catch some oysters since my sister is coming back and she loves to eat them. Zhao Qin offered an explanation, ensuring He didn't feel abandoned. Just as I was about to inquire about the old lady's purpose, I heard He's serious question. Brother, how many traps did we throw out the day before yesterday? 10. Why? No, that's incorrect. Did you perhaps buy 11? Or did the kind-hearted shopkeeper gift you one unbeknownst to you? Zhao Qin shook his head, suddenly realizing that someone indeed found a trap yesterday afternoon. He nodded vigorously. Yes, the wife of the Zhang family came across one. And I heard it was filled with plenty of goods. Zhao Qin was taken aback. Goodness, what a coincidence. Why is it always that woman? As for how she managed to find a trap, it's likely that the waves washed one from elsewhere to her location. An idea struck Zhao Qin. Since the other party was no saint and dared to falsely accuse him, he decided to turn the tables. With a snap of his leg, he exclaimed, We're missing 2, so the one she found must be ours. How shameless can she be to take it home? She helped us find it. And we should be grateful. Let's give her half of the seafood. But why should she keep it all, taking our catch? His words immediately resonated with the old lady and Xiao Rong, who quickly took off running. You two stay back. Let us women handle the argument. Exactly, you stay home. No matter what, the old lady and I will get our net back. Zhao Qin admired the old lady's swift response, quicker than his own sister-in-law's. And she understood immediately, moving with great speed. Big brother, why are you just standing there? Come along, if it turns into a fight. It'll be the old lady and sister-in-law who suffer. Zhao Ping finally snapped to attention and followed suit. A Yuan, hearing that family members had returned, felt a surge of joy. He was about to present his sister to their parents as a good deed, hoping to go out and enjoy himself. Only to find that his parents had slipped away again. Not a reliable one among them. They don't take care of their own, yet expect me to. Naturally, no one paid him any mind. At the Zhong family's doorstep, Zhao Qin observed the old lady and sister-in-law pointing and scolding the Zhong family's wife. In no time, a crowd gathered, predominantly composed of older men, while most women had gone to the beach to collect shellfish. Return our traps, you thieving wretch. You've stolen from us. The old lady, usually gentle, unexpectedly displayed fierce tenacity, berating loudly while stomping her foot towards the Zhong family's wife. Nonsense. I found that trap by the sea. What I collect is rightfully mine. You are the one spouting nonsense. You've got your head up your backside. Every word you utter is filth. We are all fishermen. Everyone knows that nets and traps belong to whoever set them. Only you, with your dark heart, would stoop to theft. Xiao Rong chimed in to support her. This elicited a wave of agreement from those present. This was a fishing village, where livelihoods depended on the sea, and the greatest fear was having their nets stolen or their buoys maliciously cut, sinking to the depths and becoming lost. This statement holds truth. The sea's bounty may be fair game, but the tools of fishing belong to their rightful owners. Where's the Zhang family? The actions of your family lack integrity. After accepting the fishing nets from others, you fell silent. Upon witnessing the nearby residents rallying in support of the Zhao family, the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family became quite displeased. What business is it of yours? Have you nothing better to do? If you come to my home, be gone. Once she unleashed her verbal barrage, the surrounding crowd grew increasingly irate, with quick-tongued individuals retaliating, escalating the situation further. Do not seek trouble where none exists. I assure you. My family has connections. Believe me when I say I could summon the authorities to apprehend all of you. Now, leave at once. Upon hearing her words, the crowd's frustration intensified. We are right here. If you possess the courage, summon them. You have the audacity to claim righteousness after taking what is not yours. Where is Zhong? Hurry and manage your wife. The elderly woman seized the opportunity to reiterate her demands regarding the fishing nets. And what of the seafood within? That must be returned to us as well. What nonsense. Which of you witnessed me taking anything? I did not take a single item. At that moment, a police car with its sirens blaring approached, causing many to gasp in astonishment. Could it be that the Zhang family truly wields such influence? The daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, however, wore a triumphant expression and declared to the crowd, "Do not think my husband is the only one who can be easily bullied. As I mentioned, my family has powerful connections." Chapter 68. A minor punishment. Before long, Jin Xiaogong and a similarly youthful companion descended from their vehicle, approaching the crowd with expressions of confusion. Zhang Yongping indeed turned out to be a distant relative of brother Zhang from the station, sharing a familial bond within 5 generations. Yesterday, brother Zhang hosted a celebration for the full moon of his child, which attracted numerous relatives, perhaps due to infrequent interactions. Zhang's wife had only just learned of her familial connection to a policeman, akin to acquiring a prestigious endorsement, and thus embellished the tale without regard for the occasion. Today, brother Zhang was on duty and felt it inappropriate to remain indifferent, as he could not allow his kin to be wronged. However, he was also aware that women often tend to exaggerate situations, coupled with the fact that the accused was Zhao Qin. He realized the truth might not align with the claims being made. To avoid any conflict of interest, he refrained from directly participating in the investigation, delegating the task to Jin Xiaogong and his team. Upon arriving in the village, Jin Xiaogong noticed an unusual stillness. Every household seemed deserted. After circling the village, he discovered the source of the commotion. Everyone had gathered in one place. As he approached the crowd, he spotted Zhao Qin standing not far away. Almost instinctively, they both shook their heads, signaling each other to refrain from greetings, and with a shared understanding, they exchanged a smile before diverting their gaze. "Officer, these people have come to my doorstep to steal. You must apprehend them," a woman pleaded. "Please, do not rush. I must ascertain the situation first," Jin Xiaogong replied, gently prying free from the woman's grasp on his arm. "Just ask me. They are taking advantage of our family's small presence in the village to bully us. They even assaulted me the morning before last. Ma'am, I must request that you do not obstruct our investigation." "Oh dear, I am merely cooperating with you. Don't you know how to speak? My husband is a close cousin of your officer Zhang." Jin Xiaogong felt somewhat speechless, while the young man beside him impatiently interjected, "Then bring your husband out as well. I need to understand the situation." Jin Xiaogong addressed the gathered crowd. "We will handle this according to the law, relying solely on evidence rather than familial ties. I wish to inquire about the incident that occurred on the beach the morning before last. Specifically, was there a confrontation involving a person named Zhao Qin and another named Pang Yuxiu? Did such an event transpire? Under normal circumstances, individuals might hesitate to voice accusations in front of the Zhang family, but Pang Yuxiu's recent actions had thoroughly incensed them, and they were ready to vent their frustrations." Several voices rose in unison, recounting the events of the previous day. It was she who cried foul first. She was caught stealing sea cucumbers from Ah Qin's home. Exactly. Ah Qin is educated and chose not to stoop to her level, yet she turned the tables and accused him. "Officer, we speak the truth. We are all willing to testify." Jin Xiaogong turned his gaze to Pang Yuxiu, who immediately leaped up in indignation. "They are lying. I did not steal anything. I was assaulted. Zhao Qin is the one at fault." Jin Xiaogong swiftly silenced the ensuing uproar, inquiring about the circumstances of their gathering. Upon listening to the entire exchange, his brow furrowed in concern. "Pang Yuxiu, did you happen to stumble upon a fish trap?" "No. I hope you speak the truth. We will verify it. Surely, if you found it, someone must have witnessed it at the time." I did find one, but I cannot prove it belongs to Zhao Qin. It undoubtedly belongs to a Qin. We witnessed a Qin placing it there." "Indeed, a Qin mentioned losing 2 traps. You should return the one you found." "Just returning the trap is sufficient. There is at least several thousand worth of seafood inside." "Officer, please inquire whom she sold it to. A simple check at the collection station will reveal everything." Upon hearing their assertions, Pang Yuxiu began to feel a creeping dread, not of being apprehended, but of the potential revelation of how much was sold, making her feel as if they were about to carve a piece from her very flesh. She sank to the ground, weeping and rolling in despair. At this point, the situation had become quite clear. Jin Xiaodong summoned Zhang Yongping, who had been hiding in the house, to negotiate a resolution. "Comrade Zhao Qin, although Pang Yuxiu has slandered you, she has not inflicted any substantial harm. I propose that she apologize to you shortly." Zhao Qin responded graciously, "Let us proceed as the officer suggests." Next came the matter of the fish trap's ownership, which necessarily included the question of how much seafood was contained within it. Zhao Qin turned to Zhang Yongping, silently lamenting. He felt no pressure facing Pang Yuxiu. for he did not consider himself a virtuous person and presumed Pang Yuxiu was no better, leaving him devoid of guilt. Yet, old Zhong was genuinely an honest man. His life marred by marrying such a woman. As the saying goes, one knows their own circumstances. If one finds their life satisfactory, even infidelity may seem inconsequential. And outsiders have no right to judge. Achin, I apologize on behalf of my wife. Given our shared community, we must coexist amicably. I will also return the money for the fish trap and seafood. Brother Zhong, I accept the trap, but regarding the seafood, I have heard it was sold for quite a sum. That is not true. Allow me to finish. I am aware they have likely exaggerated. In truth, your wife indeed helped me find the trap, and to say I want none of the seafood would be an affront to the effort she expended. I do not wish to inquire about the specifics. How about you compensate my family with 2 chickens and 2 ducks, and we shall consider the matter settled. Jin Xiaogong turned his gaze to Zhong Yongping and said, it would be best if I could mediate this matter effectively. Do you find this request reasonable? Quite reasonable. Perhaps they should add another bird, considering the seafood was indeed worth quite a bit. Very well, you can decide. We will take action now, given your wife's disposition. It would be prudent to apprehend her on site. Who knows what she might feed the chickens and ducks? If we were to bring them home, I might not dare to consume them. Zhao Qin would certainly accept a few chickens and ducks as a minor punishment for Pang Yuxiu's earlier transgressions. All right. I will go and catch them now. Once the fishing season opens, I will venture out to the deep sea and bring you some exquisite seafood upon my return. Very well. I extend my gratitude in advance, Brother Zhong. It was said that 3 chickens and 3 ducks were to be seized as compensation for Zhao Qin. Pang Yuxiu once again raised her voice, though this time with noticeably less intensity, refraining from stopping her husband from taking action. She was more apprehensive about escalating the situation, fearing that the police, adhering strictly to their duties, might delve into the investigation of how much the seafood had been sold for. Meanwhile, the surrounding villagers commented on Zhao Qin's generosity, suggesting that if it were them, they would insist on reclaiming the money from the seafood sold from the net. Zhao Qin chuckled lightly, offering cigarettes to the crowd. After finishing 1 pack, he procured more from the pockets of his brother and Ahe, expressing gratitude for their candidness. There was no need for formality. They were all from the same village, after all, which made it only fitting. Akin, if we find another net and sell the seafood, shall we give you some chickens and ducks as well? Certainly, he replied, but I suspect we may not find it. Let us not dwell on it too much, as prolonged exposure to seawater can be quite uncomfortable. Zhao Qin engaged in casual conversation for a few moments, observing as Ahe and his brother collected the chickens and ducks from Zhong Yongping before he called for the elderly lady and his sister-in-law to head home. With so many people around, he preferred not to walk too closely with Jin Xiaogong, deciding to thank him with a phone call once they returned home. Even if Zhong's wife chose not to report him for the assault, he would still act on the incident of the stolen sea cucumbers, relishing the opportunity to vex his adversary. Chapter 69. A glimmer of hope for the ship on this day. The women of the village, with the exception of Pang Yuxiu, were filled with joy. Some gathered dozens of pounds, while others collected 100 or 200 pounds of bitter snails. Regardless of the amount, they could expect to earn a considerable sum, ranging from several dozen to over 100. At the dock, laborers carried bundles and toiled all day for merely 60 yuan. Zhao Ping earned 80 yuan, not because of luck, but due to his skill as a craftsman, while the unskilled workers made only 40 to 50. Such abundant harvests further solidified their desire to follow Zhao Qin for a chance at prosperity, with thoughts of shadowing him the next day. Wherever Zhao Qin went, they would follow. Unbeknownst to Zhao Qin, this plan would surely vex him if he were aware. Upon returning from the Zhong family, Zhao Qin looked at the chickens and ducks and said to his sister-in-law, "Let us keep 2 for ourselves. The rest can be taken back by grandma to be slaughtered. Whatever I want, you can keep for me." Zhao Qin dreaded complicated matters, preferring to leave the distribution to his sister-in-law with a simple reminder. He shifted the topic, asking, "Grandma, you mentioned you needed to discuss something with me. What is it?" "Oh dear, my memory is slipping. If you hadn't asked, I would have forgotten. You know the Schweff family, right? They own a 12-meter iron boat, which I believe they purchased around 92 or 93. After over a decade of use, their son, now a chef in the provincial capital, can no longer manage it alone. They initially considered renting it out, but due to its age, no one is willing to rent it, leading them to contemplate selling it. After all, a boat depreciates the longer it sits idle. I thought the price might be reasonable, especially if you only wish to use it for placing traps by the sea." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin's face brightened with excitement. He was astonished by his grandmother's efficiency, They had only discussed it the previous night, and here she was, already gathering information by morning. You must be referring to Shui Zheng's family? He inquired. Yes, their younger son seems to go by that name. Zhao Qin recalled that Shui Zheng was a classmate of his in this life, a small-statured boy who had developed slowly. Often teased for not having matured by the end of junior high. To avoid mockery, he would sneak off to the restroom, concealing himself from others. However, they had lost touch after junior high, with Zhao Qin advancing to high school, while he heard Shui Zheng enrolled in a vocational school. Thank you, Grandma. Should I go speak with him this afternoon? Don't rush into this. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious position. Let me handle it. I will spread the word and inform the old Shui family that you are interested in purchasing an old boat, prompting them to approach us first for negotiation. Zhao Qin gave his grandmother a thumbs up, acknowledging her cunning. Grandma, you truly are astute. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Qin playfully tapped his head, teasing. Do you not know how to speak? If not, then remain silent. The elderly lady shot him a glare, retorting that Zhao Qin had not struck hard enough. Grandma, I am your true grandson. The family shared laughter, easily dismissing the earlier troubles concerning Peng Yuxiu. When the elderly lady returned home, she and Xiao Rong debated for quite a while before she ultimately accepted the chickens and ducks. She realized that when the time came for slaughtering, she could simply invite Zhao Qin over for a meal. In the afternoon, Zhao Qin intended to stroll along the beach, hoping to utilize his 9 points of luck to discover something valuable. Even if he didn't sell it, it would be delightful to have a little extra for dinner. As it turned out, just as in the morning, he would attract a throng of followers as long as his destination was the beach. Bored at home, he took the motorcycle keys from his brother, contemplating a trip to the town to inquire about obtaining a boat operator's license. For he truly had no idea how to go about it. After all, even by the seaside, one must not navigate without a license. Zhao Qin firmly believed that money and connections could facilitate matters. Though he was somewhat reluctant to part with his funds, he opted to seek assistance. Arriving at Chundong's acquisition station, he found Chen's father tending the shop. Upon seeing him, Chen's father launched into a tirade of complaints. If you're going to bring me wine and tea, just bring it along. Why spend so much on such fine gifts? Zhao Qin replied, Uncle Chun. Ordinarily, I wouldn't be so generous, but I've made a bit with Dong Ji's help. Chen's father paused, then burst into hearty laughter. You speak quite candidly, my boy. So, what brings you here today? Uncle Chen, it's not practical for me to always be scavenging by the beach. I was thinking of getting a boat to set some traps and do some line fishing, but I lack the necessary license. I wanted to ask Dong Gu if it's difficult to obtain one. Chen's father waved his hand dismissively. You should ask him. But he wouldn't know much about it either. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared he would need to consult Qian Kuan next. If that didn't work, perhaps he could ask Jin Xiaogong. Just as he was pondering this, Chen's father pulled out his phone and made a call. Sheng, I have a nephew who needs to get a boat license. Could you advise him on the process? Quit your nonsense. He is not the type to be impressed with a degree from Beijing University. I'm serious. Take this matter seriously. And I'll have him reach out to you in the next few days. Zhao Qin felt elated, realizing that Chen's father had downplayed the utility of consulting Chun Dong merely to elevate his own stature. After hanging up, Chen's father informed him, You can't get the license in our town. It has to be done through the County Maritime Bureau. I'll give you the number. Just mention that I sent you. Bring a couple of bottles of wine, nothing too extravagant. Thank you so much, Uncle Chun, Zhao Qin expressed gratefully. There is no need for thanks, it's just a phone call. Your father is still in the provincial capital, right? That old rascal loves to roam. Make sure to see if he returns for the Mid-Autumn Festival. If he does, tell him to come here for a drink. It was easy for him to say. But Zhao Qin understood that he would need to reciprocate the favor, a notion well understood in his mind, especially since he had just given a gift the day before. Just wait. Once I secure the license, I'll bring an appropriate gift to show my gratitude. After chatting a bit longer with Uncle Chun, he expressed his thanks again and took his leave. As he stepped outside and mounted his motorcycle, ready to depart, he noticed a car parked nearby. Assuming it belonged to someone purchasing seafood, he paid it no mind, until a moment later when the window rolled down, revealing Qian Kuan's head. Qin. What brings you here? Mr. Qian, have you just returned from outside? I went to the county for a bit of business. He mentioned that the sea cucumbers and conchs you brought last time were taught to him by you. It seems he has chosen his companions wisely. He wanted to take them himself. Since our harvest is shared, he felt awkward about it, so I merely offered some advice. Good. It seems he has matured considerably since before. By the way, we're going out to sea early tomorrow, with myself. That makes 3. Would you like to join us? Zhao Qin's mind began to stir with possibilities. After all, if she were by the seaside, regardless of the system's luck value, she would surely attract a throng of admirers. Accompanying Qian Kuan on his maritime venture would alleviate any pressure. As for tomorrow's luck value, it mattered little. Should fortune smile upon her, a bountiful harvest awaited. If not, she could venture to the previous solitary island to gather oysters, a delicacy her elder sister adored. "Mr. Qian, may I bring along 2 companions?" she inquired. "What would the fare for the boat be? If it's complimentary, we can forego this discussion." "Haha, very well. I shall charge a modest fee, merely to cover fuel costs. Each of you may contribute 50 yuan, totaling 100 for the 3 of you. I shall waive Ahi's share." "Thank you, Mr. Qian. There's no need to be so formal," she replied. "Let us meet at the village dock at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The boat will not wait for latecomers." With the arrangements settled, Zhao Qin noted the time was still early. She then purchased several pounds of meat and ribs before cycling back home. Chapter 70. Inviting elder brother to set sail together. Upon returning home, the elder brother ascended the mountain to inspect the fruits. While Zhao Qin faced a torrent of complaints from his sister-in-law regarding the meat he had purchased, he, choosing not to engage in explanations, remained silent. "Uncle, is my mother rather bothersome?" a yuan inquired in a hushed tone after Xiaorong departed. It is unwise to speak ill of others behind their backs, especially one's own mother. "Ah, I am aware you think this way. Uncle, you have also become rather insincere. What is the matter? Are you itching for a scolding today?" Upon seeing a yuan raise his hand, he chuckled and dashed toward the backyard, calling out, "Mother, I want sweet and sour ribs for dinner. Then you shall assist with the vegetables. My uncle is also idle. I will call him to help." Zhao Qin smiled, greeted his sister-in-law, and returned to the old residence. Passing by Ahi's home, he called out, and after a moment, the elderly lady emerged. "Grandma, where's Ahi? He mentioned going out to catch oysters this afternoon. I am busy tending to the vegetable garden. What does he need to do? When he returns, tell him to gather at the dock by 5 tomorrow morning." "Oh, so you are setting sail to the sea?" The elderly lady's quick wit was commendable, and she continued, "Indeed, in this village, people are rather envious. Once one finds fortune, everyone else wishes to follow suit. How can they accompany you to the open sea?" "Grandma, that is precisely my thought. I shall take my leave now. Will you join us for dinner tonight?" "No need, Grandma. My sister-in-law has already prepared the meal." Upon returning home, he found himself with little to occupy his time. He contemplated the idea of purchasing a computer, thinking it would be pleasant to play World of Warcraft during moments of boredom. However, he soon remembered the ship he needed to buy, pondering the expenses involved, and the necessity of building his own house, which would be a significant financial burden. He concluded that this was not the time for indulgence. He had barely settled in when his elder brother called, inviting him over for dinner. On his way to his brother's house, he encountered villagers carrying snakeskin bags filled with conch shells, all wearing radiant smiles. They paused to exchange pleasantries with him, a stark contrast to the disdain he had previously experienced. At his brother's home, the dishes were already laid out on the table. He stopped his brother from pouring him a drink, explaining that since he had not gone out to sea today, he did not need alcohol to dispel the humidity from his body. Abstaining was wiser. "Elder brother, we shall set sail together tomorrow morning." Zhao Ping paused in surprise. "What do you mean by setting sail? With whose boat?" Zhao Qin recounted the invitation from Qian Kuan to venture out to sea. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Ping replied, "Perhaps I shall refrain from going. The boat fare is 50 yuan, nearly a day's wage. I will cover the boat fare, elder brother. I believe that after the storm 2 days ago, we can find plenty of goods along the coast. The small island I discovered earlier should have even more. And since it is uninhabited, no one has been there these past few days." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's eyes lit up, and he grinned. "Then I shall join you to see for myself tomorrow morning." With their plans settled, Zhao Ping, mindful of an early start, finished his drink without refilling it and began to eat. The locals have an intriguing way of drinking, often serving their meals alongside their beverages. Unlike Zhao Qin's hometown, where drinking and dining were strictly separate activities, Zhao Qin has now come to terms with his daily fortune, no longer feeling the urge to check it at odd hours. At 4:30, he turned in bed, arose, and opened the system to discover a rather impressive fortune score of 33 points. After a brief wash-up and organizing his gear, he placed his sand shovel into a bucket, hoisted 2 buckets, and carried 2 iron shovels as he set out. Who knows what treasures the island might hold today? Thus, he brought all his tools along, confident that his elder brother would not forget the snakeskin bag. Just as he secured the door, he spotted Ahi rushing towards him. What's the rush? Chased by a dog? No, my grandmother insisted I have breakfast before leaving, so I was worried you might leave early, he replied, taking the iron shovel from Zhaoqin. Brother, yesterday I collected 2 to 3 pounds of oysters, enough for Mei Jie when she returns. Zhaoqin replied, I don't consider you an outsider, so no need for formality. When my brother-in-law comes, you're welcome to join us for dinner. All right. He then pulled out 4 eggs from his pocket, saying, my grandmother was worried you wouldn't have breakfast, so she asked me to bring these. He took the bucket, allowing him to peel and eat as they walked. After finishing the 4 eggs, he took a sip from the water bottle. It was decent enough to feel somewhat satiated. The farm-fresh eggs, though smaller in size, were delightful in taste. Especially when boiled, one could easily discern their superiority over hormone-laden eggs. Upon arriving at the dock, Zhaoqin's elder brother was also carrying a bucket filled with a water bottle and several snakeskin bags. Seeing him approach, Zhao Ping handed Zhaoqin a bag of boiled eggs, saying, you should eat a couple to tide you over. The rest we'll have for lunch. Your sister-in-law was worried we'd go hungry and made them fresh this morning. I just had some from Ahi, so I'll save these for lunch. Having a woman at home is crucial, Zhaoqin mused, reflecting on how if he weren't partnered with his brother and sister-in-law, he'd have to cook after returning late from the shore, making life quite burdensome. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Qian Kuan's boat arrived, and once aboard, they exchanged introductions. Qin, are you still going to gather shellfish today instead of fishing with us? Qian Kuan inquired, noticing their fishing gear. The mere mention of fishing stirred a longing in Zhaoqin. He had contemplated purchasing a fishing rod from the system the previous night but ultimately resisted. Quality resources should be allocated wisely, and with over 1,000 merit points remaining in the system, he intended to invest them in fish traps for a more reliable return. We should stick to gathering shellfish. My fishing skills wouldn't yield any results. Haha. See fishing isn't that difficult, but gathering shellfish is also a good choice. Last time, we found sea cucumbers. Zhaoqin glanced at Zhao Ping, asking, brother, you're not prone to seasickness, are you? Have you forgotten that I used to work on large ships? Zhaoqin then recalled that prior to his brother's marriage, he had been a sailor on ocean-going vessels. But after marrying, their mother forbade him from going far, leading him to work at home instead. Today, the boat was manned by 2 young individuals. Although Qian Kuan had previously mentioned that he was merely renting the fishing spots and not the boat itself, and that he intended to bring along more people, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction upon the arrival of 3 additional companions. Zhaoqin pulled out 2 cigarettes and engaged in casual conversation. Finding common ground with the young men, and their initial displeasure quickly dissipated. Qin, how was the harvest by the sea? One inquired. It was just about average. Picking up some shells and such, he replied. No fish. Came the follow-up question. Generally, fish are hard to spot, he answered. Upon hearing the absence of fish, the interest of the 2 young men noticeably waned. Zhaoqin not only kept the conversation flowing with the 2 youths, but also exchanged a few words with Qian Kuan, feeling at ease with everyone. In contrast, Zhao Ping and he remained relatively silent, observing the lively interaction. He admired Zhaoqin's ability to engage with anyone. Feeling somewhat hesitant to initiate conversation with individuals who appeared to belong to a significantly different social stratum, Zhao Ping, wearing a smile, understood that once his brother found his footing, he would undoubtedly surpass him in success. Upon reaching a rocky outcrop on the isolated island, they agreed on a time with Qian Kuan, and the 3 disembarked from the vessel. Brother, should we first explore those crab holes or gather some shells along the shore? Zhaoqin inquired. After glancing at the tide, he shook his head. I estimate it will take another couple of hours for the water to recede. At present, that stretch of mudflats is likely still submerged. Let's start by collecting along the beach. Chapter 71. The Blessing of Whales. The tide rises and falls twice a day, with each low point separated by a span of 12 hours. The specific times vary depending on the day, typically following a 15-day cycle, thus altering the tidal moments each day, with the next day's low tide occurring over 40 minutes later than the previous evening. Today, the ebb tide is expected around 8:30. And since the tidal flats are relatively high, they should be exposed unless it is high tide. Zhaoqin has been observing these patterns in recent days, acquiring a fundamental understanding. Shall I take one side then? He asked, holding a bucket. Zhaoqin placed 2 shovels on a flat rock, deeming them unnecessary for the moment. After all, with no one else on the island, the possibility of supernatural occurrences seemed remote, alleviating his concerns about losing them. He nodded at Ahi and turned to his elder brother, inquiring, will you join me, or go with Ahi? Either way is fine. I'll follow you, came the reply. The three then split into two groups, wandering along the beach. After a few steps, Zhao Ping furrowed his brow. Ah Qin, it seems there is nothing valuable here. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of disappointment as well. He had anticipated this deserted island would resemble the beach near his home, teeming with sea cucumbers and conchs, yet found nothing. However, reflecting on it, those creatures were alive, and with the typhoon having ceased the previous afternoon, they likely had ample time to return to the ocean. Ah Qin, look. Zhao Ping's voice brimmed with excitement as he pointed to the sky. Zhao Qin glanced upward and noticed a multitude of seabirds gathering in the direction his brother indicated. Not fully grasping the significance, he asked, "Brother, are we catching seabirds? They have wings. Without tools, it would be difficult. Catch seabirds? No. When seabirds gather, it typically signifies that there is something below. They might be circling the island. Let us go see," Zhao Ping replied, already striding towards the flock. Zhao Qin hesitated, surprised by this insight, yet followed, trusting his brother's extensive experience with coastal foraging. Turning a corner, Zhao Qin found his brother standing motionless, staring at the distant beach. Curiosity piqued, he approached only to exclaim, "What on earth? Who is the scoundrel that tossed so many plastic bags onto the beach?" Zhao Ping, still in a state of astonishment, couldn't he help but chuckle at his brother's remark. From a distance, the scattered items did indeed resemble white bags dancing gently in the wind. "Those are octopuses," Zhao Ping clarified. "Are they valuable?" Zhao Qin inquired. Zhao Ping shook his head and resumed his pace. Zhao Qin trailed behind, unsure if the gesture signified ignorance or a lack of worth. Upon nearing the beach, Zhao Ping bent down to begin collecting, exclaiming excitedly, "These are small-legged octopuses. We've struck gold." Zhao Qin, observing the octopuses that appeared to weigh no more than 2 or 3 tails, expressed his disdain. "Brother, these are far too small. What do you know? This small-legged variety is naturally this size. The best ones weigh about 1 or 2 tails, just perfect for a single bite. They're worth significantly more than the red or black varieties." "How much do they cost per pound?" "The smaller ones sell individually. I've heard they can fetch 5 yuan each, while the larger ones are priced by weight, typically over 30 yuan. "That's not overly expensive," Zhao Qin remarked. Zhao Ping chuckled, acknowledging that although they were not as valuable as sea cucumbers and conchs, the fact that they could gather such treasures was indeed a blessing from Mazu. "Isn't it the blessing of the typhoon?" Zhao Kun interjected. "Nonsense. The typhoon brings calamity, while it is Mazu's protection that delivers these marine delicacies to us. Hurry up and collect them. Speak quickly, but do not cease your hands." Naturally, Zhao Kun had no genuine qualms. Each piece he collected was worth 5 yuan. A delightful prospect. "Damn it, these seagulls are infuriating. They've snatched away my money. Hurry up, or they will devour everything." Unconsciously, the two hastened their movements. And soon Zhao Kun witnessed several items being carried off by the seagulls, while a few others began their retreat towards the sea. "Brother, do octopuses also dwell in groups?" he queried. "I've never heard of that, and at this time of year, such long-legged octopuses shouldn't be near the shallows. The tide hasn't receded that much either, which is quite peculiar." As Zhao Kun turned his head, he suddenly spotted a column of water erupting from the distance, followed by a fleeting glimpse of a black dorsal fin. "Brother, I believe I just saw a whale spouting." Zhao Ping glanced in the direction Zhao Kun indicated and realized. It must be a small sperm whale, the natural enemy of octopuses. It must have driven them ashore. Our luck is truly remarkable to witness this. Although Zhao Kun was not knowledgeable about these matters, he smiled and waved towards the direction of the earlier spout, exclaiming, "Thank you." To his surprise, 2 more columns of water shot up in response, further delighting him. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's get back to collecting," Zhao Ping said, bemused by his brother's childishness. "Brother, why are you using foul language? I seldom heard you say such things before. In this desolate place, it's just the 3 of us. No one will overhear. Besides, it's you and he who often curse with abandon," Zhao Ping retorted. Zhao Kun was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had been unjustly implicated. To be honest, uttering a curse occasionally feels rather liberating. Indeed, it's acceptable to swear, provided you know your audience. Otherwise, it might backfire. You are still a university student. You should try to curb your language. I see you converse normally with Qin and the others. So why do you change when you were with Lao Zhu and his crew? Zhao Kun glanced over and noticed that his brother's speed in collecting was astonishingly quicker than his own, even though he had been single for over 20 years. At that moment, Zhao Ping's bucket was already half full while his own barely had a layer at the bottom, prompting him to quicken his pace. Lao Zhu and his crowd swear even more than I do. If I were to engage them in polite conversation, I would surely come off worse. Moreover, someone once said that while swearing makes the mouth filthy, swallowing it dirties the heart. So though my words may be coarse, my heart remains pure. Zhao Ping paused, astonished, and after a moment remarked, "Is there such a saying? Ha ha ha, you can consider that as mere nonsense." The two brothers laughed and chatted, and as Zhao Kun stretched his back, he noticed a he in the distance, also bending down to collect. Just then, he raised his head and noticed Zhao Qin gazing at him, smiling as he waved his hand. He promptly lit a cigarette and resumed his task. "Brother, could this thing crush us?" In truth, octopuses sometimes exhibit a resilience even greater than that of crabs, yet they cannot be away from water for too long. Soon, we will transfer it into a snakeskin bag and find a puddle to keep it alive, and when we depart, we shall take it with us. At that moment, the number of birds circling overhead increased, seemingly enraged by Zhao Qin and his companions for pilfering their sustenance. Some audacious seagulls even dared to swoop down and peck at the bucket that Zhao Qin had set aside. Get lost. Don't think that just because you are a protected species, I want to dare to act. The intruders were seagulls, which had been classified as a protected species since the year 2000. However, on this deserted island, if Zhao Qin were to shoot one down for a meal, who could say what would happen? Ha ha ha, brother, you truly have bad luck. As Zhao Qin turned his head, he clearly saw a clump of bird droppings land squarely on his brother's head. Just as he finished laughing, he felt something strike his back. Damn it. He had been hit too. Chapter 71 Eel. Even the most bountiful sea harvest must eventually reach its limit. The trio managed to collect only a third, while the remaining two-thirds either scurried away or were snatched by seabirds. Nevertheless, their yield was plentiful, with 3 buckets brimming, totaling over 100 pounds. Brother Ping, how come there are so many little octopuses here? He exclaimed, having once again been struck by bird droppings. Cursing the sky, he turned to Zhao Ping for an explanation. The mysteries of the sea often elude even the most seasoned fishermen. Octopuses are not typically found in groups. They had just spotted a small sperm whale, which likely drove the fish upward. The three glanced at one another, and despite the unpleasantness, laughter erupted among them. Droppings fell from above like divine retribution, leaving them with no means of evasion, thus rendering their condition rather unfortunate. All right, let us strip off our clothes and wash them. They'll dry on the rocks in half an hour. After all, it's just the 3 of us on this island. Wearing nothing but shorts is perfectly fine. Zhao Qin observed the sun climbing higher in the sky. He wished to avoid getting sunburned, yet washing was a necessity. Otherwise, old Qian might not let him back on the boat. Once we've washed, I'll just wear the wet ones. Zhao Ping had already poured the 3 buckets of octopuses into a snakeskin bag and tied it off with a rope, shouldering one before leading the way. Carry the things. Noticing that he was slighter than himself, Zhao Qin handed him an empty bucket to carry while he slung another bag over his shoulder, following behind his elder brother. Ahi, could you grab the 2 shovels as well? After a brief search, they indeed found a water hole. Zhao Qin shed the snakeskin bag from his back, panting as he spoke to Ahi. Damn, this body is not up to par. It's too thin. I need to consciously supplement my nutrition. Exercise can wait. My daily activity is already sufficient, and overexertion would be detrimental. This water hole was quite intriguing, surrounded by stones of various sizes, almost as if they were intentionally stacked. Measuring over 2 meters in both length and width, it was oval-shaped, about a meter deep. Its elevated position suggested it only filled during high tides, as ordinary tides likely did not reach it, making it a secure spot for their belongings. After placing the bag inside, the 3 began to wash themselves and their clothes in the water hole. While bathing, Zhao Qin opened the system panel to check his progress. Surprisingly, the little octopuses had earned him 70 merit points, pushing his system's total to over 1,400 points, much to his delight. Due to the collection of the octopuses, his previously 33-point luck value had dwindled to 19, indicating the potential for further fortunate finds. Once they finished washing, Zhao Ping inquired, "You are more familiar with this island than I am. The beach is barren. Where is the mudflat you mentioned earlier?" Zhao Qin assessed the water level and deemed it safe, leading the way. After navigating over several boulders, the mudflat revealed itself before them. This island is fascinating. There's actually a mudflat in the center. Brother Ping, recalling a previous excursion, remarked, "Last time, my brother and I dug up plenty of crab tigers here. And what is intriguing about this island is that there's a freshwater channel running through the middle. There must be a spring nearby." The 3 individuals conversed as they descended into the muddy expanse, purposefully making their way towards the freshwater ditch at the center. Upon arrival, the remnants of the previous digging by the two were nearly erased by the tides. Following the channel downwards, Ahi exclaimed in delight, "Brother, the crab-eating hole we didn't finish last time is still here." Zhao Qin, equally exhilarated, noted the high value of the crab-eating creatures, which could fetch nearly 100 yuan per pound, far surpassing the worth of the small octopus. "Ahi, take your time with the sand shovel. My brother and I will use the spades." They divided their tools, each selecting a hole to excavate. However, it wasn't long before disappointment clouded their faces, as each found nothing within the holes. "Why is there nothing? There was quite a lot last time," Ahi lamented. Zhao Ping, though he explained that it was normal since the crab-eaters consumed the local crabs, could not hide his disappointment. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, regardless of the outcome. They had already collected a sufficient amount of small octopuses during this trip. Zhao Qin, undistracted by idle chatter, focused on the task at hand. Based on the system's luck value for the day, he believed there was still something interesting to be found. Moments later, he discovered a hole, the size of an infant's fist, perfectly round and straight, unlike the flattened crab holes, with a remarkably smooth entrance. "Brother, what kind of hole is this?" Zhao Ping, who was lighting a cigarette, turned a glance and uncertainly remarked, "It looks like an eel hole." "Let's find out." "Brother, you rest. I'll take care of it," Ahi declared, tossing his sand shovel into the bucket and snatching the iron spade from Zhao Qin's hands to commence digging. Given that they were on an island rather than true land, the thickness of the mud was limited, and the soil was firmer compared to the muddy areas near the village, making it easier to dig without the mud clinging to the spade. "I found one too." Instead of watching Ahi work, Zhao Ping busied himself and, after a few steps, discovered a similar hole, albeit a bit larger than Zhao Qin's find. "It must be an eel. It could sell for around 10 to 20 yuan per pound," he said, beginning to dig as well. Seeing himself idle, Zhao Qin also searched and soon found a hole, confident that his remaining luck value would be realized within it. "Wow, Brother Ping, it's not an eel," Ahi exclaimed, his spade moving more vigorously, as if the creature below was attempting to escape. After 10 more swift strikes into the mud, he quickly bent down and, with 3 fingers grasping a lengthy object, exclaimed, "Brother, look at this. Goodness, such a large white eel." Zhao Qin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a loach, an actual loach. This is valuable. Qin, keep digging. Don't stop." Zhao Ping exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement as he swung his spade with renewed vigor. Zhao Qin leaned in for a closer inspection, noting the resemblance to a white eel, perplexed as to why his brother referred to it as a loach. In truth, there are indeed distinctions. The head is somewhat more pointed, and the postures differ slightly. Under the same weight, the earth dragon is notably shorter. Currently, without a point of comparison, Zhao Qin naturally assumes they are identical. "Brother, is this quite expensive? I estimate the larger one to be over 100 per pound." As for Ahi's, it could very well be worth that price. Hurry and dig it up. Hearing such a price, Zhao Qin also lost his composure. But since he was employing a sand shovel, he could not hasten the process. Meanwhile, Ahi placed the earth dragon into a snakeskin bag and secured it in a bucket to prevent it from escaping, as this creature is quite vigorous and could leap out if not carefully monitored, leading to trouble. "Goodness, mine is even larger, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds," Zhao Ping remarked, bending down to grasp another. Chapter 73, A Bounty of Harvest. The creature known as the earth dragon, scientifically referred to as the Boleodoris dentatus, belongs to the eel family. Unlike the typical eels with their sharp teeth, this species possesses teeth resembling human molars, either granular or molar-like in appearance. Its nutritional value and flavor are far superior to that of ordinary eels. The locals affectionately call it the earth dragon, a testament to its rarity and worth. Regarded as a precious gem of the sea, believed to strengthen bones and muscles. Whenever one suffers from bruises, fractures, or muscle aches, they instinctively think of consuming a medicinal dish made with earth dragon or drinking its medicinal wine. Some families even prepare this wine in advance for their daughters-in-law or daughters. Intended for nourishment during their confinement period and local custom, it is traditional to consume rice wine or medicinal wine during this time. Please do not criticize. Though expensive, it is truly laborious work, Zhao Qin complained, reflecting on the earlier ease of catching the small octopuses, which merely required bending down to scoop. He now faced the arduous task of digging. Occasionally, his shovel would strike a stone hidden beneath the sediment, jolting his arms and hands painfully. Others may yearn for a challenge, yet a single earth dragon is worth several days' wages, prompting eager competition among them. Zhao Ping worked swiftly, having already bagged the first one and begun excavating for a second. He was nearly caught up, while Zhao Qin, armed only with a sand shovel, continued to struggle with the initial hole. Cursing his miscalculation, he lamented that had he known, he would have purchased a better shovel from the system. Now it was too late. Not only was the sand shovel less efficient than a metal spade, but it was also more exhausting, as the latter allowed for standing and using one's full body strength, whereas the sand shovel required squatting and relying solely on arm strength. After a laborious effort, he finally caught sight of a tail, but it quickly slipped away. "Fickle creature, where do you think you're going?" he muttered, his sand shovel moving with renewed vigor. After a couple of minutes, perhaps the earth dragon grew weary and resigned itself to being caught in his grasp. "Brother, this one isn't small," he exclaimed. Although it was smaller than the one his brother had caught earlier, it was noticeably larger than his. "Not bad. It should weigh around 2 pounds. Goodness. These earth dragons seem to have never been caught before. They are all so plump." Zhao Ping merely glanced over and began to swing his spade furiously, for he was about to haul in his second catch. "Brother, there is another hole over here. We must not pause. Dig quickly," Zhao Qin thought to himself, feeling like the one dragging behind under the scrutiny of 2 pairs of eyes. Naturally, he merely grumbled in his heart, then turned his attention to the hole he had indicated and resumed wielding his sand shovel. "Brother, these creatures are precious. Let us keep a couple for ourselves. The old lady is getting on in years and could use a bit, and you should have some to strengthen your back as well." This time, Zhao Ping did not object, nodding slightly. However, he quickly replied, "My back is perfectly fine." "Very well, since mine is not. I shall keep one for myself to bolster it." "You're but a child. Where would you find a back?" Zhao Qin retorted, choosing not to engage further. Since his transformation, he had noticed his brother had become more mischievous than before. Previously, he would tolerate Zhao Qin's sloth, rarely uttering a harsh word, but now, as Zhao Qin became more industrious, it seemed his brother's tongue had grown sharper. "Brother, I have caught a massive one," he exclaimed with delight, promptly revealing a hefty mudfish, estimated to weigh around 3 to 4 pounds, the largest caught thus far. "The tide will rise in about 2 hours. We should search for deeper holes to dig, lest we miss out." "Indeed, I understand. This is a genuine race against the tide. No matter how many treasures we find, they will be rendered useless once the waters rise," Zhao Ping remarked. Initially inclined to take a break for a smoke, he decided to continue digging upon hearing his brother's words. As they busied themselves, time flew by. Zhao Qin's freshly washed clothes remained damp, becoming even wetter under the scorching sun. Although there was a sea breeze, it was insufficient to mitigate the heat. In contrast, he and Zhao Ping, clad only in shorts, appeared to fare better amidst the oppressive warmth. "Qin, why not loosen the cloth wrapped around your face? It must be quite stifling," Zhao Ping observed, feeling the heat emanating from his brother. "That won't do. I don't mind getting tanned, but the ultraviolet rays are too intense. I certainly don't wish to be called old uncle at 30. Haha. Now even Yuan calls you uncle," he chimed in, finding Zhao Qin's appearance amusing. "Brother, is there bird droppings on the cloth covering your face?" "Nonsense. I've been wearing a hat. There's no way it could have gotten dirty," Zhao Qin retorted. Shall we swap tools?" "Brother, I'm fine. I can manage." Zhao Qin thought to himself, "Damn it, I can barely handle this." Using a sand shovel was indeed exhausting. His arms felt not only sore, but also swollen. However, as both his companions were reaping considerable rewards, he felt reluctant to halt for a break. "Well, as long as I'm not dead, I shall continue. It's merely a matter of sweating a bit more. Youth is an asset. After returning home for a good sleep, my strength will return." They worked tirelessly for over 3 hours, and when the tide finally surged, they had no choice but to wrap up their efforts. "Qin, could you inquire when Mr. Qian will return? We should go out with the boat, then," Zhao Ping suggested as the trio climbed onto the rocks, observing the sea water swiftly inundating the muddy flats. $50 a person, Zhao Qin quipped, recalling his elder brother's attitude from the previous day. "With such a catch, it would be worth even 100, Zhao Ping replied. He glanced at the snakeskin bag and asked, "Brother Ping, how many pounds do you think we have?" "Certainly over a dozen, though the quantity isn't vast. Every single one is plump. We should select a couple of smaller ones to take home for ourselves." "Why settle for the smaller ones? We should choose the larger ones. Let us pick 4, 2 to eat and 2 to preserve for wine." Zhao Ping advocated for keeping them, aiming to establish a guideline. They could keep some, but only the smaller ones. To his surprise, Zhao Qin interjected, insisting on retaining the larger ones and requesting 4 in total. 2 will suffice. Let us save them for the wine. For large ones would weigh over 10 pounds, worth over 1,000. How could we possibly manage that? What's unmanageable about it? Just saying, oh my arms. Zhao Qin reclined against the rocks, inadvertently pressing his sore arm, which was not excessively painful, but rather achy to the core. Are you all right? Yes, what time is it? After Zhao Qin inquired, he realized it was a futile question, given his elder brother's composed nature. It was certain he did not have his phone on him. Meanwhile, he treasured that phone as a prized possession. Zhao Qin could only retrieve his own phone from his pocket to check the time without needing to open the convenience bag. It was 2 o'clock. Zhao Ping took out the 8 eggs he had set aside earlier, initially planning for Qin to consume 2 in the morning, leaving 6 for the 3 of them to share at noon. Now, he distributed 3 to each of his younger brothers, keeping 2 for himself. After finishing their meal, Zhao Ping instructed the 2, "You both rest here. I see some sea oysters on the rocks nearby, so I'll gather a few. Brother Ping, I'll help you." He offered. "Elder brother, there's no need to trouble yourself. Without an oyster hook, it would be quite cumbersome to use a sand shovel," Zhao Qin protested. He genuinely wished to avoid any exertion, but it felt inappropriate for him to be the only one idling. Observing that his elder brother was unyielding, he reiterated, "Brother, you might as well fetch the little octopus. When the boat arrives, we can leave." Chapter 74. Unlocking new varieties. Upon hearing Zhao Ping mention the bag for the small octopus, Zhao Qin hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, declining to let he accompany him. He grabbed a shovel, stating that he would use it to retrieve the bag and would also bring back Ahi's clothes. Once he departed, Zhao Qin opened the system panel, noting that the Earth Dragon had granted him 100 merit points, bringing his total to 1,500, which was sufficient to purchase 50 traps. His luck score remained at 4 points, indicating that he had been somewhat sluggish in maximizing the last bit of value. The sun blazed mercilessly, leaving no shaded areas on the land. Even the rocks scorched the skin. After managing to lie down for a brief moment, he found it necessary to rise, feeling an urge to immerse himself in the sea. "Brother, I finished the water I brought. Do you have any left?" Zhao Qin shook his own flask, prompting Ahi to retrieve his flask and share half of its contents with him. "Ahi, has your grandmother spoken to Old Fu about the foundation yet?" "Not yet. She first went to the village committee to inquire about the status of the remaining foundations. It would certainly be cheaper to buy from the village. However, there aren't many good foundations left in the village. The ones by the roadside are either from our old house or from the row where my brother lives. Your grandmother probably intends for Old Fu to come to her, which is why she approached the village." "I'm not sure, oh brother. Why is Ping brother returning empty-handed again?" Zhao Qin followed Ahi's gaze and indeed saw his elder brother running towards them, waving his hand. "It seems he is beckoning us to come over. Let us go?" Struggling with the tools, Zhao Qin watched as Ahi hoisted the Earth Dragon, which was originally set aside, from the water into 2 buckets. "What's the matter, elder brother? Hurry, grab a bucket. I just discovered a water hole over there. And to my surprise, there are fish inside. They must have been attracted by the scent of the octopus, and when I approached, they darted into the crevices of the rocks. I tried to catch them, but it was quite challenging." Upon hearing about the fish, Zhao Qin felt the soreness in his arms lighten. The 3 of them hurried to the water hole. "Let us put the Earth Dragon and the bag into the water. They won't die immediately, but they'll surely perish if left on the shore under the sun. Clear the buckets." We each take a direction and quickly drain the pit. Zhao Qin yearned to express that lifting his arms had become a struggle. But seeing his brother and Ahi freeing the buckets, he reluctantly submerged himself in the water and began working. The water hole appeared small, but draining it manually proved quite laborious, taking nearly 40 minutes to empty. Zhao Qin, unfortunately, was lagging behind. His arms were truly on the verge of exhaustion. "Is your arm injured?" Zhao Ping seemed to notice for the first time. "Brother, I've been digging with the sand shovel, and I can only exert my arms. They're incredibly sore. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "All right, go rest on the side. Ahi and I will take care of the catching." Zhao Qin was taken aback. It felt unjust to be sidelined during the most enjoyable part. Akin to spending a fortune to marry a bride only to be told on the wedding night that his mission was complete and someone else would take over. However, given that his right hand could not catch fish, he resigned himself to sitting and watching them. "Brother, there's a yellow croaker." Excitedly, Ahe exclaimed, while Zhao Qin let out a soft hum, clearly capable of seeing with his own eyes. "There are fish splashing between the rocks. Ahe, come help me flip this stone." Together, they managed to overturn the stone, and in the next moment, even Zhao Qin, who was merely observing, was taken aback. "Wow, there's a whole nest here. Brother, what kind of fish is this?" Zhao Ping's face broke into a smile. It's black-haired fish indeed. This is quite rare, and I've heard it's rather expensive. I know. Ahe replied. I've heard that steaming it brings out the best flavor. It was evident that he had never tasted it before. This nest contained both large and small fish, with the larger ones weighing around a pound, while the smaller ones varied from half a pound to even a couple of ounces. The black-haired fish, scientifically known as Epinephelus, is rarely farmed, which contributes to its high price. Furthermore, it inhabits rocky areas and shallow seas, making it difficult to catch except through sea fishing or with the nets of fishing vessels. Additionally, it feeds on seaweed in winter and small marine creatures in other seasons, maintaining a balanced diet, and its vitality is exceptional, resulting in remarkably tender meat. Hey, let us catch the small ones too. We can't leave them here. If the tide doesn't come up soon, they'll be baked by the sun and perish. Got it. Pinko. Before long, they had captured the entire nest, only to discover another when they flipped over another stone. Ahe was beaming with joy, while Xiao Qin felt an irresistible urge to join in. There were also several sizable red crabs, which Zhao Ping initially intended to keep, but with 3 buckets to fill with fish, he lamented that mixing them would be troublesome. And the snakeskin bags were already used up. Understanding his brother's thoughts, Zhao Qin strolled along the beach, suddenly slapping his forehead. He unwrapped a convenient bag from his pocket, produced a larger one, and handed it to his brother. Use this to pack a few for our evening drinks. All right, I'll pick some hefty ones. Zhao Ping's face lit up upon seeing the convenient bag. Zhao Qin then had an idea and suggested, Hey, save some black-haired fish for me. There are only 2 small ones left. Don't move, I'll handle it. Zhao Qin stopped Ahe's outstretched hand and decisively jumped into the water, awkwardly grabbing 2 fish with his left hand and placing them into the bucket. He then noticed that his last bit of luck had vanished, but his merit points had increased, causing him to beam with delight. Indeed, it worked. The 2 of them exchanged puzzled glances, observing his silly grin. After all, it was just a couple of fish destined for release. Did he really need to be that ecstatic? Once the fish were caught, Zhao Ping flipped a few more stones nearby, only to exclaim in surprise, Oh, there are blue crabs too. Checking the time on his phone, Zhao Qin advised his brother, Let us stop flipping stones. I believe Captain Qian's boat will be arriving shortly. It wouldn't be courteous to keep him waiting. All right, let us head back. We've gathered quite enough for today. With 2 iron shovels, Ahe carried the soil dragon while Zhao Ping held the small octopus. And he also had a bucket in hand. The remaining 2 buckets had to be carried by Zhao Qin, making the short journey quite arduous for him. Finally, they reached the rocky area where they would board the boat, timing it perfectly as Captain Qian's vessel slowly approached from a distance. With all these bags and buckets, what on earth have you caught? Sea conchs? Upon witnessing such an abundance, Qian Kuan instinctively assumed it to be the worthless seashells. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, What is this, a black hair? When he beheld the fish within the bucket, he casually reached in with his hand, only to find himself momentarily unsettled. In response to the audience's requests, he presented an image of the magnificent black hair. Chapter 75. A fortuitous encounter. Upon spotting the black-haired fish, Qian Kuan gasped in astonishment. And the 2 young men who accompanied him for fishing were equally unsettled. One of them, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, Qin, did you not claim that only shellfish would be caught? Yet here we are with so many black-haired fish. Brother, who can predict the whims of the sea? Another chimed in. Indeed, Qin is correct. The water's clarity today is remarkable. I feared that you 2 gentlemen might return empty-handed. Little did I expect your fishing prowess to yield such a bountiful catch. Qian Kuan's eloquence struck a chord, effortlessly appealing to the youthful exuberance of his companions. As his words hung in the air, their faces lit up with proud smiles. Have you 2 brothers had a successful haul today? Zhao Qin joined the conversation, echoing the sentiment. Moderate, really. We had a flurry of catches, enough to satisfy our needs, one of them replied, gesturing toward the refrigerator while the other pointed to the live well, inviting Zhao Qin to inspect their spoils. The catch was indeed impressive, particularly a striking fish weighing around 27 to 28 pounds, nearly filling the refrigerator to capacity. Other species like stonebass and gilthead bream were also plentiful. As for the contents of the several bags, Qian Kuan, having noticed Zhao Qin's earlier signal, tactfully refrained from inquiring further, not out of fear, but rather to avoid bruising the fragile egos of the young men. With a live well still available, Zhao Qin carefully placed the black-haired fish inside, while he and his brother alternated submerging the items from the 4 snakeskin bags into the well for a refreshing soak. Mr. Qian, Will we dock at our village pier today or at the town? Regardless, we must pass by your area. If you wish to disembark, I can pause at the village pier. Though you have paid for today's outing, I must attend to my clients and provide them with exceptional service. The latter part of Qian's statement was directed toward the young men, as he wanted to avoid their complaints if they were to stop at the village pier. Time is precious for these two gentlemen. We certainly wouldn't want to waste it. I propose we proceed to the town together, Zhao Qin suggested, prompting smiles to reappear on the faces of the young men. One of them even produced a cigarette, offering one to Zhao Qin, and after a moment's hesitation, extended the same courtesy to Qian Kuan and Zhao Ping. Hey Qin, you are quite commendable. We seem to be fated to meet. Let's exchange phone numbers so that you can reach out to my brothers in the city. Embracing the notion that knowing more people can only be advantageous, Zhao Qin readily exchanged contact information with them. Those who value their reputation are often the easiest to deal with, as long as one maintains their dignity. They are unlikely to shy away when assistance is needed. Reflecting on the idea of fate, Zhao Qin was suddenly reminded of the saying, "It takes a century of cultivation to share a boat," and began to engage the young men in light-hearted banter, weaving tales of summer love and whimsical characters that elicited laughter from all, including Qian Kuan, who, while steering the boat, felt a deep admiration for Zhao Qin's social acumen. Acknowledging the superiority of others can often be a challenging endeavor for the youth, yet Zhao Qin adeptly bridged the gap between himself and the two young men, elevating their spirits while maintaining his own dignity, a true testament to his sophistication. He believed that if these two young individuals chartered a boat again next time, they might willingly invite him to bring Zhao Qin along, even covering the expenses for one another. This is what one might call true prowess. Throughout the journey, they engaged in light-hearted banter, and he learned that they had merely consumed eggs for lunch. The two youngsters had even shared some of the braised dishes they had brought along, which remained uneaten. Naturally, the trio did not hold back. Yet the eggs proved insufficient to quell their hunger, leaving them yearning for more sustenance. As the clock approached 6, the boat docked at the town's pier. Upon disembarking, Zhao Qin and the two young men shared a camaraderie that was almost palpable, as if they were on the verge of performing a ceremonial brotherhood ritual. Watching the two depart in their vehicle, Zhao Qin retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket to settle the boat fare. "Do you need my assistance with that, Mr.?" Qian inquired politely, noticing the significant amount of goods they had. "No need. I'll have the collection station send a vehicle," Zhao Qin replied, instructing He to make a trip to Chundong's collection station to fetch a cart. Not far off, He quickly returned, accompanied by Chundong. "Qin, what treasures have you unearthed?" Chundong asked, glancing at the 4 bags. "Is it all snails?" "Brother Dong, I'm utterly exhausted. Let us first get to your shop." Chundong nodded slightly, assisting by carrying 1 bag onto the cart. He squeezed a bag, muttering, "Feels like fish." However, upon seeing the fish in the bucket, he gasped in surprise. "Black hair?" "Let us discuss it back at the shop," Zhao Ping replied, loading the cart, and soon they arrived at the store, unloading the goods. Chundong eagerly fished a black-haired fish from the bucket, exclaiming, "Let us keep one at home for steaming tonight. The taste is truly exquisite." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping felt a wave of anxiety, and indeed, the next moment his younger brother spoke, "Is it really delicious? Then I'll keep 2. Noticing his elder brother's somewhat constipated expression, he added, "Brother, our sister is coming back tomorrow. We ought to save some good dishes for her." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping relented. After all, their sister returned home only once or twice a year, and it was essential to prepare some delectable meals. "What's in the bags?" Chundong asked, already beginning to untie the bag's opening. "Eels. Where did you find so many?" But the next moment, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, "Oh my. It's a mudfish, and quite large too." He then picked up a sizable one to examine closely. Purely wild. These are not easy to catch. Digging one out is quite a laborious task. You all are incredibly skilled. Surely not all 4 bags are filled with them?" "Not quite. The other 2 bags contain small octopuses," Zhao Qin replied. Chundong released the fish he was holding and inspected another, chuckling. "My father just mentioned his back pain the other day. I was contemplating finding a mudfish to stew for him. I didn't expect you to bring one right to me. This is splendid. Brother Dong, let us not dwell on sentiments. We're quite fatigued. Let us weigh these quickly so we can return home for dinner and rest." At that moment, Chundong's father descended the stairs, inquiring, "What treasures do we have here?" I could hear your exclamations from above. "Oh, Qin has arrived." "Hello, Uncle Chen." "Father, Qin and the others have unearthed quite a few mudfish. Tonight, I'll stew one for you and save another for wine infusion." You can enjoy a cup whenever you like. Father Chen first glanced at the goods, his face lighting up with joy, but he soon furrowed his brows and remarked, "This is exorbitantly priced. What shall we do with such things?" Zhao Ping, feeling a sense of camaraderie, nodded in agreement and then cast a glance at Zhao Qin. "Uncle Chen, you may select a couple of items. We shall forego the weighing, as a token of my filial respect." Upon hearing Zhao Qin's words, Father Chen broke into a smile, then waved his hand, saying, "Excavating these is quite laborious. You must have exerted considerable effort in retrieving them. I cannot simply take them for nothing. Let us weigh them. Dong, please check the current market rate." After speaking, Father Chen reached into another bag and casually pulled out 2 small octopuses. "Oh, to find such a thing in this season. How did you manage to collect so many?" These small octopuses are typically seen along the shore in winter. If the winds are strong at night, one might find them washed up on the beach in the morning. But it is unlikely to encounter such a substantial quantity. Zhao Ping then recounted the sighting of a small sperm whale hunting, which prompted Father Chen to nod in understanding. "That makes sense. In the past, when we ventured into deep waters, we would often follow the larger fish, like dolphins, as their presence usually indicated nearby schools of fish." Chapter 76. Chen's father invites guests. After emptying the barrel, Zhao Qin began to select the goods, pouring everything into the basket. He retained 4 soil dragons, each weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds. The small octopuses were about 7 to 8 pounds as well, while he kept 3 black-haired ones, each weighing around a pound. He first placed them into the barrel, then grabbed a convenient bag from the side, filling it with 2 pounds of small octopuses and 1 black-haired fish, which he handed to Ahe, instructing him to deliver it to your uncle. "Brother, is that necessary?" "Of course, take it. It's of little value. And I won't be giving any soil dragons this time." Ahe scratched his head and replied, "Brother, why not just give it at the dock?" Zhao Qin, slightly annoyed, playfully tapped his head. "Are you really that simple? If I give it at the dock, it becomes a favor owed to me. By sending it separately, it becomes your favor. Do you understand?" Ahe appeared unfazed, while Chen's father nodded with a smile, recognizing the boy's cultural awareness and his consideration for those around him. "Uncle Chen, let's not weigh this largest one. You can keep it to brew a jar of wine. Let us weigh it. I will select afterward. You have greatly assisted me with the sea examination matters. I initially planned to bring something over later, but this is perfect. The ones I dug myself 1T require extra expenditure, and you can utilize them as well. If I had spent money, it might not have met your expectations. So let us avoid unnecessary trouble between us." Chen's father laughed heartily, raising his hand to point at him. He found himself increasingly fond of this young man who spoke so openly and forthrightly. "All right, I will keep this one. Don't leave tonight. The 3 of you should stay and share a drink with me." After weighing the goods, Chen's father whispered a few words to his son before heading upstairs. "I think it's best not to select further. It's quite cumbersome. I'll price the small octopuses at 45 per pound, the soil dragons at 120 per pound, and let us also price the black-haired fish at 120. There isn't much in this market, and I'm not well versed in the recent prices, but 120 is certainly fair." Zhao Qin glanced at his elder brother, who seemed quite pleased with this pricing. Nodding enthusiastically, it dawned upon him that Chen's father must have whispered to Chen Dong to slightly raise the prices, ensuring that the payment for the soil dragon would be supplemented through the pricing. Exchanges of favors are indeed pleasant. Zhao Qin chose not to voice this understanding, content to let the bond develop over time. Before long, everything had been weighed. There remained 36 soil dragons, totaling 59 pounds and 7 ounces. The black-haired fish were the least, weighing only 12 pounds and 6 ounces, while the small octopuses dominated with a total of 146 pounds and 3 ounces. The remaining items included a few blue crabs and yellow sea breams, all retained for tomorrow's meal. After calculating the total, which amounted to 15,260 yuan, both parties confirmed the amount. As Zhao Qin prepared to leave, Chen's father leaned out from upstairs and remarked, "If you leave today, don't bother coming again. My family isn't concerned about such a trivial amount." Zhao Qin chuckled awkwardly, feeling it inappropriate to insist on leaving, and took out his phone to inform his brother to relay the message to his sister-in-law. Before long, Ahe returned, astonishingly carrying something in his hands. "Brother, my uncle gifted me several prawns, and they are enormous. Their shells a brilliant red hue, unlike anything I've ever seen." Zhao Qin took them, glanced briefly, and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, red devil prawns. They are renowned as the Hermes of shrimp, exceedingly expensive." What is Hermes? Although Zhao Qin had never tasted red devil prawns, he recognized them from various food bloggers on Douyin, who would often purchase them and rave about their exquisite flavor, likening a single bite to savoring dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Chen Dong leaned in for a closer look, nodding slightly as he said, "I have had this shrimp before. The texture is indeed delightful. However, they are not found in our country and are typically imported, rumored to cost hundreds per pound. So pricey. My uncle mentioned they are imported as well. Just 2 days ago, a friend gifted him a box containing around 40, and he gave me 10. Hee. Zhao Qin felt a flush of embarrassment. Those 10 prawns would weigh at least over a pound. He couldn't help but compare his uncle's generosity to his own reluctance to part with even a single common fish. All right. Save some for your grandmother to enjoy a couple of meals. I'll keep just 2 to savor the taste. The rest can be shared when Mei Jie returns tomorrow. Since your family is large, it should be sufficient for each to have one, and my uncle mentioned that a few are meant for you." In Chen Dong's establishment, Zhao Qin couldn't refuse any longer and allowed Ah to place them in a bucket. That evening, they planned to enjoy dinner there, with 2 common fish and black hair fish placed in a pond, while the remainder would be stored in the cold storage for later. Chen Dong decisively caught the common fish and black hair fish and placed them in an empty pond before taking the rest, bucket included, into the cold storage. He then invited everyone to relax and sip tea. Noticing Zhao Qin holding his cup of water with his right hand for an extended period without taking a sip, he burst into laughter. "You're really pushing it, aren't you? Does your home have any tea oil? Apply some when you get back. It'll help you recover faster." Feeling dejected, Zhao Qin had no choice but to switch to his left hand to hold the cup. Shortly after, Chen's father changed his attire and descended the stairs once more, followed by Chen Shui, who had yet to make an appearance. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, she stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. "Wow, you really a black hair fish. Dad, I want to eat black hair." Chen's father, who was busy scooping fish with a small net, responded with a hint of reproach. "You're quite the glutton." Despite his words, he selected the largest fish and scooped it into the bucket, followed by several other seafood items. He then addressed the group, "A dong. I'll head over first to your Uncle Chin's. You all enjoy your tea for a while, and later have your mother come down for a bit. You can escort Zhao Qin and the others over. No need to bring wine. I'll have Shui pick some up from the supermarket." "Understood, father." Chen Shui, supporting her father, exited the house. "Zhao Qin, I hear you're planning to buy a boat? Just a modest one. Perhaps a second-hand vessel to stow some nets and traps. Take it slow." After catching the black hair fish, Zhao Qin had developed more ideas. Along the coastline and nearby islands, numerous waterholes awaited exploration that could potentially drain these holes. Currently, everyone either scavenged on the beach or fished at sea. But no one seemed to notice the waterholes on the islands and along the shore. With a stroke of luck, he believed they could indeed catch something worthwhile. After exchanging a few words, Chen Dong called for his wife and led the group to a modest restaurant. The establishment consisted of 2 adjoining 2-story buildings, with several small tables set up downstairs, while the upper floor was divided into 3 private rooms, 2 small and 1 large. At the back, a kitchen constructed from steel frames was bustling, primarily staffed by family members. Upon their arrival, Chen's father was engaged in conversation with a plump middle-aged man. Noticing him, Chen Dong greeted him warmly. "Uncle Qin, it's good to see you." "Ah, Dong has arrived. These must be your friends. It's quite impressive that your father is entertaining guests," remarked Uncle Qin. "Actually, you have it wrong. I am the one accompanying him today, while my father is treating us," Chen Dong clarified. "Why don't you take A Qin and the others upstairs for some tea? By the way, A Qin, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Chen's father inquired, glancing at Zhao Qin. "Uncle Chen, please keep it simple. We are not strangers here," Zhao Qin replied. "Come on, Lao Qin. That's not fair. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I will certainly arrange it for you." Chen's father insisted with a hearty laugh. "How about some earth dragon, which is quite similar to white eel?" suggested another. Chapter 77. Dividing the goods in the largest private room upstairs. Upon noticing their arrival, Chen Shui graciously stood up to pour them water. "My father is here. Uncle Qin has brought out some of his prized tea for you to sample." "Thank you, sister, but I can manage," Ah interjected, taking the teapot to serve the others. Chen Shui, not one to feign formality, smiled and remarked, "Your name is Ah, right?" Ah responded affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, Chen's father joined them, unceremoniously taking the seat of honor and gesturing for Zhao Qin to sit beside him. "Come, sit next to me. Let us share a few drinks later." "All right. I will heed your request, uncle." Although he technically should not occupy such a prominent position, given that Chen Dong and his elder brother were present, Zhao Qin felt no inclination to refuse Qin's father's directive. Qin's father turned to the others and chuckled. Take note, when it's the time to accept. Don't be overly polite. You risk creating unnecessary distance. If you praise me so, I might just have to toast you a couple more times. Zhao Qin replied with a laugh. Those who gain admission to prestigious universities are certainly different. They possess sharp minds. Have you considered venturing out into the world? Never mind. Without the means, one cannot afford failure. Besides, our hometown is blessed with beautiful mountains and waters. It may not be inferior to the outside world. As they conversed, the dishes were served. Qin's father merely spoke of his son's future in passing, acknowledging that everyone has their own way of living, with no definitive right or wrong. Come, let us eat. You must be famished after a long day. Please, do not hold back. With that, he took the initiative to start eating. However, Zhao Qin felt frustrated. His right hand could barely grasp the chopsticks, prompting him to switch to his left hand, which proved less adept. Qin Shui, having noticed his earlier struggle with the water cup, stepped out for a moment and returned with a spoon. Use this, otherwise, I fear you might not manage to get a single bite into your mouth, and I would hate for you to claim my family's hospitality was lacking. Zhao Qin thanked her and accepted the spoon, which made things considerably easier. The meal stretched nearly 2 hours, and once everyone was content and satiated, they returned to the acquisition station. After expressing their gratitude, Zhao Qin and the others gathered their tools and fish catch and began their journey home. This time, they opted not to hail a taxi. Although the three were weary, they had just enjoyed a hearty meal and ambled back, savoring the evening. Qin, what do you think of Qin Shui? I can't shake the feeling that she keeps glancing at you, Zhao Ping remarked with a smile. Indeed, brother. I've noticed it too. Sister Shui occasionally sneaks a look in your direction. All right, let us not get ahead of ourselves. My clumsiness with the left hand may have made me appear odd. Perhaps she views me as a source of amusement. Qin, you must have some awareness of the situation. Look, Uncle Chen and our father are old friends. Why not wait for our father to return and discuss with Uncle Chen to gauge his thoughts? After all, you are no longer a child. In their locality, marriages tend to occur at a young age. Previously, there was a man who became a grandfather at 35, having wed at 17, and his son followed suit. Elder brother, I propose we take a day off tomorrow. I'll rise early to buy groceries, and you and sister-in-law needn't worry about it. He deftly shifted the topic. For when it came to matters of the heart, he truly had no particular thoughts at present. It was not that he aspired to be a playboy, rather. He simply had not yet encountered someone who stirred his emotions. Qin Shui is a playful spirit. If the two were to indulge in their merriment together, it would be acceptable. However, since the other party is evidently not inclined in the same manner, it would be prudent not to bring misfortune upon them. It is uncertain when your sister will return home tomorrow. If she departs early and takes the first bus, she would arrive in the city by 9 o'clock, thereby reaching the town shortly after 10. By the time they arrive home, it will already be past 9. Xia Rong approaches and inquires, why are you still dining at the collection station? Did you have a fruitful outing today? If we had not been successful, how could we be dining here? Zhao Ping responds casually, placing the contents of the bucket down. My goodness, you actually caught a few earth dragons. These are quite valuable. Why won't the collection station accept them? Perhaps you could inquire with old Lin tomorrow? And there are quite a few small octopuses. What is the story behind these shrimp? Sister-in-law, please wait a moment. Those are what we decided to keep, as we sold the larger ones. Oh. So this is merely what you chose to retain. How much did you actually collect today? That small island must have yielded a great deal. Did you not find any conchs or sea cucumbers? Zhao Ping briefly recounts the situation on the island, but Xia Rong seems only half attentive. For her gaze is captivated by the stack of money that Zhao Qin produces. Is this from today's sales? In total, it amounts to 15,260 yuan. 20% of that is 3,052 yuan. As for that water hole, it is not particularly relevant to me. So each of you will receive 3,500 yuan. Why has it changed again? What was agreed upon is what it should remain. Zhao Ping furrows his brow, feeling he has already taken advantage of his younger brother during this period. Naturally, upon hearing that his brother wishes for a larger share, he is reluctant to acquiesce. Brother, what was agreed upon is the rule. None of us should unilaterally alter it. Besides, 3,000 yuan is quite substantial. No, what I mean is, what you mean is of little consequence. This matter is at my discretion, and we shall adhere to the 20% division. Zhao Ping interrupts decisively. Qin, your brother is correct. He has already benefited significantly from partnering with you these past few days. Do you intend to exclude him and Ahi from future endeavors? Xiao Rong adds her counsel. She harbors some concern, while it is unlikely that good fortune by the sea can be relied upon daily. Even the harvest that occurs once a month is enough to bring her joy. Achin is emotionally attuned and wishes to include his elder brother. Yet if they remain ungrateful, he may eventually sever ties, leaving his family with minimal gains. After all, it is not common for anyone to collect over 100,000 in a mere fortnight by the seaside. Very well, let us revert to the previous division. Zhao Qin cannot articulate his thoughts clearly. He ponders that perhaps the small octopuses and earth dragons are tied to his fortune. Yet the black-haired ones were indeed discovered by his brother, and he exerted little effort in their capture, as both had merely drained the water to seize them. However, he cannot voice these sentiments aloud. To give them a greater share would only sow seeds of unease within their hearts, so he concedes to leave it as is. Here, the money is before you. Please count your own share. With the money settled, he bluntly refused to give any change. Each person received 3,050 yuan. And as they approached the two, he noticed his sister-in-law counting the money. He then said to Ahe, Tulong, take 2 back with you. 1 for your grandmother to cook, and the other for soaking in liquor. Pack 1 black-haired fish, and also catch some small octopuses. If you don't take all the red magic shrimp, there will be enough vegetables at home for tomorrow. Just take the single blue crab. Let your grandmother add some party ginseng to it and prepare a nourishing soup for you. We'll keep the remaining assorted fish for our meal tomorrow. Ahe quickly counted the money, while Zhao Qin harbored deep suspicions that the lad had not counted properly, merely putting on a show. He then stuffed the money into his pocket, took a bucket, and began to distribute the goods as instructed by Zhao Qin. Tulong, I only need 1 for my grandmother to soak in liquor. I'll take 2 of the large shrimp, and I'll keep the black-haired fish and small octopuses. Let us save the blue crab for a yuan. As he spoke and selected, another Tulong stubbornly refused to accept anything. Ahe understood well that with just himself and the 2 brothers, it would be impossible to evenly split the remaining goods, leaving him at a disadvantage. Thus, he resolutely declined to take that single Tulong. Never mind, sister-in-law, if he doesn't want it, so be it. Tell your grandmother not to cook tomorrow at noon. She should come and join us. Yes, yes, remember to definitely inform the old lady, he added. After some thought, Ahe decided to leave the 2 red shrimp behind as well, assuring that he would certainly come by at noon the following day. Chapter 78, The Village Head? As Zhao Qin glanced at the clock, noting it was already 10 o'clock, he rose to depart. Turning to his sister-in-law with a reminder, I will go to the town to buy the vegetables tomorrow. I'll come by early. So think about what you need in the evening. All right, then hurry back to rest, she replied. Zhao Qin acknowledged her and had barely reached the door when Zhao Ping called him back, handing him a small bottle. This is tea oil. After your bath tonight, apply some. If you can't reach your back, just call Ahi to help you. Understood, elder brother. Once Zhao Qin left, Xiao Rong curiously inquired, what is up with Achin? Today, while digging the soil, I used a shovel to conserve energy while he was using a sand shovel. He probably felt embarrassed to stop and push through. Earlier at dinner, he could barely hold his chopsticks. That lad, she continued, is truly lazy when he wants to be. Yet when he decides to be diligent, he sometimes overdoes it. That's quite good, Zhao Ping commented. Tomorrow, when Amei returns, she will surely be pleased. I must tell you, I suspect Amei might come to us for a loan this time. Zhao Ping, initially intending to take a shower in the backyard, paused at this remark. Has something happened at her home? It's actually good news, she replied. Your brother-in-law has been transferred to teach in the city. When she called, she mentioned wanting to buy a house there for the whole family to move. She didn't elaborate, but I suspect they are facing some financial shortfall. What are your thoughts on this? Zhao Ping pondered. Loaning her money shouldn't be an issue. They are both sensible individuals. It's merely a matter of how much to lend. We can discuss it when she arrives. But this is something we must keep from my side of the family. 2 years ago, when my brother and sister-in-law built their house, we only contributed 2,000. If they find out I lent Amei more, I might never be able to return to my maternal family. With a sigh, Zhao Ping lit a cigarette and remarked, 2 years ago, we just acquired that mountain and spent a fortune clearing all those trees, so we truly are short on funds. I know, and I bear no ill will towards you. However, one can never fully trust another's intentions. My sister-in-law is quite astute and may suspect something. Now, go take your shower. You've had a long day. Come help me scrub my back. I refuse. I just showered and don't wish to get wet again. Zhao Ping closed the door, chuckling as he playfully embraced his wife. Now you've gotten dirty again. Surely you need to wash up. After a full day of work, you aren't tired? Don't be silly. It's quite warm. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin summoned Ahi. While he could manage to apply oil to his arms, his back remained out of reach. Brother, my grandmother just mentioned that this afternoon, the daughter-in-law of the Lao Fu family came by. The foundation is quoted at 22,800. Have you assessed their land? Is there space in the back for a small yard? If not, that price is exorbitant. Locals often encroach on public land when constructing houses. The road in front makes it impractical to enclose a yard. So they typically create a yard in the back and build a low structure, either to house livestock or to serve as a kitchen. The village committee is aware and tends to turn a blind eye. They might visit and offer a few words of caution, claiming that such areas won't be included in the demolition assessment. Those familiar with the ways of the world might offer a few bottles of liquor and a pack of cigarettes to some committee members. And they provide a certificate when needed. Even if one doesn't offer a bribe, the committee won't force you to demolish it. The earth excavated from the foundation can be utilized to fill in at the back. My grandmother's intention is clear. If we can secure it for 20,000, that would suffice. Once the negotiations are genuinely underway, please inform me in advance, and I shall come to lend my support. As for my brother's property dealings, he must provide his backing. By the way, do you have sufficient funds? If not, you may borrow some from me for the time being. Fortunately, after years of saving diligently, I have accumulated a fair amount. Although I had not been properly organized before, my grandmother refrained from spending frivolously, always cautious in case of unforeseen circumstances. Recently, my earnings have increased significantly. Suddenly, Ahi recalled something and lowered his voice. Brother, my grandmother mentioned that the old party secretary intends to retire. If you are not keen on seeking opportunities elsewhere, you might consider contesting for the position. At most, it would only require some financial investment. You are educated and a party member. Even if you do not succeed in this election, there will undoubtedly be another chance in the next. Zhao Qin indeed is a party member. He joined shortly after turning 18 during his senior year of high school, largely thanks to his teacher recognizing his potential, as every educator appreciates diligent and high-achieving students. Reflecting on Ahi's words, he mused, "Isn't Secretary Lin eager for his son to succeed him? Old Lin wishes for his son to take over. However, if you pursue it, his son may not necessarily surpass you. Even if you drop out of school, you still gained admission to Beijing University." Zhao Qin instinctively raised his hand to stroke his chin but stopped halfway, his arm aching terribly. "Ahi, your news is invaluable to me. I owe you a drink sometime." Zhao Qin began, but Ahi interrupted. "Why bother with such formalities between us? If you wish to drink, I can procure it now. It's too late. I need to rise early for the town tomorrow." After applying the tea oil, he urged Ahi to return home and rest. Cautiously, he lay down, and his thoughts began to flow. If he were to vie for the position of village head, old Lin would undoubtedly feel pressured. Although the village head need not be a party member, being one would certainly be advantageous. Furthermore, even if he were to drop out, his education surpasses that of old Lin's son, who, if memory serves, only graduated from junior high. Of course, he had no intention of frivolously campaigning for village office. The inevitable interference from parents would be bothersome, and the salary is hardly enticing, even with some side income. However, he could subtly inform old Lin, proposing a small exchange, such as the foundation for his villa. He believed old Lin would be willing to utilize public resources for a favor in return for his withdrawal. This could potentially save him a considerable sum. There was no need for haste. This matter required careful planning to avoid any missteps. Exhausted from the day's labors, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, as he turned in his sleep, he inadvertently pressed on his arm, causing him to sit up instinctively, wincing at the increasing pain. Early in the morning, he rose and, after some reluctant movement, felt somewhat improved. Whether it was merely psychological, he believed the tea oil was indeed effective. Previously, he had not heard of tea oil being beneficial for muscle relaxation and blood circulation. But both Chen Dong and his elder brother had claimed its efficacy, prompting him to give it a try. His fists could barely close, and he lacked strength, estimating it would take 2 to 3 days for a full recovery. Upon opening the system, my fixed luck value had long surpassed 2,000 points, now reaching an impressive 2,622 points. I am uncertain if there exists a limit to this phenomenon, yet it is evident that with the increase in my fixed luck value, the diversity of the marine treasures I am able to capture has expanded significantly. Furthermore, it seems that the real-time luck value has become increasingly valuable, though I cannot ascertain whether this impression is merely an illusion. Today, the real-time luck value stands at 17 points, which is quite commendable. If I were to go clam digging, I could expect to gather at least over 1,000 in rewards. There is no rush. I shall wait until noon to dine with my sister before taking some time in the afternoon to venture out for clam digging. Upon entering my elder brother's home, I was surprised to find guests present. Chin and Uncle Shui had arrived, having heard of my intention to purchase a boat. As fortune would have it, he has a spare vessel at home, and the two of you may discuss this matter. Zhao Ping conveyed their purpose for visiting. Additionally, I must include the overdue illustration. The long-legged little octopus, though modest in size, is considered one of the most delectable varieties among octopuses. New books require such illustrations, and I extend my gratitude in advance. Chapter 79 Negotiations faltered? The old lady remains formidable. Just 2 days ago, she released the news, and today, the other party has arrived at the doorstep. Uncle Shui, is Aizheng still in the provincial capital? I hear the restaurant business is thriving? Zhao Qin sat down and offered a cigarette to old Shui. Thriving? It's barely enough to make ends meet. Back when I was studying, I never realized how much effort it required. I suggested opening a restaurant in the county, but he insisted that the county scale is too small and that there is more potential in the provincial capital. Recently, he mentioned buying a house, implying he plans to settle there and wants to bring me and his mother along. But we want to go, out of sight, out of mind. Let him be. Zhao Qin was at a loss for words. Old Shui, is it truly wise to feign superiority like this? You even brought up your studies, clearly implying that while your son may not be as scholarly as I, he is still doing better than I am. He desperately wanted to inquire if Aizheng had matured yet. Haha, that would indeed be commendable. In our village, few have fared better than Aizheng. Uncle Shui, what about the boat? Well, it's just as it is. He mentioned opening a branch tomorrow and renovating this one. Oh, were you asking about the boat? Old Shui felt a bit dejected. He hadn't finished his thoughts, and the topic had shifted abruptly. Uncle Shui, my sister returns today, and I need to head out early to buy vegetables. I want to see what the boat is like first. You know I'm a pauper, not a big boss like Aizheng. If the price is too high, I'll have to pass. The price will certainly be fair. We are from the same village, and I've known your father since childhood. It won't be steep. How does 35,000 sound? Ah, if it weren't rusting away, I would be reluctant to sell it. This boat has been with me for over 10 years. Surely, it holds sentimental value. I have taken good care of it, and you can use it immediately without needing repairs. Zhao Qin cursed inwardly. Fair? What nonsense. That dilapidated boat has been in use for over a decade. And you still want 35,000. It's not a deep-sea vessel. It's only about 10 meters long, barely suitable for nearshore excursions. Uncle Shui, I'll offer a firm price. If you find it acceptable, we can continue our discussion. Your asking price is significantly higher than my expectations. If you think it's unreasonable, we can simply chat today. Zhao Qin hesitated for a moment before speaking. 12,000. You were using it as a trawler, right? You can sell the trawling machine separately. I have no use for it. That's quite a disparity. Can you not raise your offer? Uncle Shui, to be frank, this boat is over 10 years old. You've surely recouped your investment by now. Selling it to me now is just money. If you leave it sitting, you'll need to maintain it yearly, or it will rust through. If left for 2 years, it will lose all value, and you might as well scrap it. Old Shui pondered for a while but ultimately shook his head. I want to sell for less than 20,000. That's fine. We can both think it over. You enjoy your tea while I go buy vegetables. Wait, are we just going to leave it at that? Old Shui asked, noticing Zhao Qin genuinely getting up to leave. His urgency apparent. Zhao Qin was somewhat bewildered. How can we continue the conversation now? He chuckled and said, It's all right. I'm not in a rush to buy a boat. Take a few days to think it over and discuss it with my aunt. If you find it suitable, come seek me out. If not, that's perfectly fine. Perhaps you could consider raising your offer? Zhao Qin raised his eyebrows, but nodded. Then let it be 13,000. I'll add an extra 1,000 as a gesture of sincerity from a younger generation. Old Shui still deemed it insufficient. Zhao Qin, lacking the time to haggle, advised him to contemplate further. This price was quite fair, especially considering the boat's age. If it were within 5 years, it would be worth 50 to 60,000. However, it had been over a decade. Though classified as a second-tier vessel with a mandatory decommissioning period of 30 years, the maintenance costs escalate as it ages, much like a person. Additionally, with advancements in maritime technology, vessels from over a decade ago are seldom in demand. Did the negotiations not go well? Upon seeing someone leave, Zhao Ping inquired. He recognized his brother's judgment was sound, thus refraining from participating in the discussions, fearing that his interjections might lead to misunderstandings. There was no rush. Old Shui would find it challenging to sell the boat in the short term. Zhao Ping nodded. Old Shui indeed cares for his possessions. Although the boat is old, it should still be in decent condition. You decide. Sister-in-law, have you prepared the menu? Xia Rong had been busy in the backyard since dawn, slaughtering chickens. Upon hearing his question, she replied, there's nothing particularly special to buy. The meat you purchased the other day is still available. Could you perhaps bring back some pig liver for soup? And for pig trotters, I'll have your brother buy some pre-cooked ones. Cooking them fresh is too troublesome. Oh. And don't forget to get rice noodles. They'll be perfect for stir-frying with the oysters. Is there any dried red mushroom left at home? All right. Then weigh out 2 tails of dried red mushrooms. They can be added to the soup and the rice noodles. Zhao Qin agreed and asked his older brother to bring out the motorcycle since his right hand was weak, barely able to grip the throttle. Are you all right? If not, I can go myself. I'm fine, brother. Just don't buy any alcohol. I'll bring some back from the town supermarket. Be careful. As Zhao Qin started the engine, he was interrupted by a Yuan rushing out. Uncle, I want to come with you. Scram. My hands aren't steady today. I can't take anyone along. Stay home and help your mother pluck the feathers. Don't try to slack off. With a firm grip on the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward unexpectedly, startling him. Ignoring his brother's further comments, he rode off. Upon arriving in town, he parked the motorcycle at the supermarket entrance and went directly to buy pig liver. Curiously, he found that at the first 2 meat stalls, all the pig liver had sold out, so he placed his hopes on the third one. Fortunately, as he arrived, he spotted a piece of pig liver on display. Boss, I'd like a piece of pig liver. I'm sorry, young man, that's reserved for someone. Zhao Qin felt a bit disheartened and negotiated with the vendor, even offering more money, but the man remained unmoved, insisting it was reserved for a regular customer. Hey, what are you doing here? Just as he was feeling frustrated, a familiar, melodious voice broke through. He turned to find it was Chen Shui. Purchasing pig liver is indeed curious. Why is it so readily available today? How much do you require? Your supermarket does not sell meat. Zhao Qin recalled that her supermarket did not stock vegetables or meat, offering only a selection of fruits and frozen pastries. Just tell me how much you want. If it's a large quantity, I cannot assist, but if it's a little, I can manage, Chen Shui said with a hint of arrogance. Zhao Qin's mind was quick to respond, pointing to the remaining piece of pig liver and stating, is this reserved for you? Oh, not too foolish, are we? Speak up. It won't be much. We can share between our 2 families. Enough for a soup will suffice. 3 or 4 tails will do. Uncle Zhang, please divide this piece of pig liver in half for me. Once divided, he packed it into a plastic bag, and Chen Shui handed 1 portion directly to him, saying, here you go. How much is it? I'll pay. 10,000. You can settle it. Ha ha. Chapter 80 in a single breath, it was done. Here, take this. It's not worth much. Last time, you gifted my father 2 bottles of fine wine, and, oh, there were also tea leaves. Zhao Qin, too lazy to argue, accepted the pig liver with gratitude and headed towards the supermarket. What else do you need to buy? I'm getting some wine and rice noodles, and, right, I need to weigh some fruit. Let us go. I'll accompany you. How is your arm feeling? Much better. It doesn't hurt as much, but I still can't exert much strength. Not far away, they soon arrived at the supermarket. Zhao Qin picked out the rice noodles, wine, and red mushrooms, and also bought 2 watermelons and some local lychees. Sister, could you do me a favor? What is it? Chen Shui inquired while standing at the entrance. I'll start the car. You help me lift the items onto the footboard. Also, could you bag the watermelons and hang them on this hook? Why can't you do it yourself? I can only use 1 hand, and I need to support the bike. A trace of concern crossed Chen Shui's face as she reproached him. How can you ride like this? It's dangerous. Why don't I have my brother drive you home? It's fine. I'll ride slowly. Even if I fall, I won't get hurt. Can't you say something nice for once? Despite her words, she waited until Zhao Qin mounted the bike before placing the items on the footboard. As she bent down, Zhao Qin couldn't help but glance at her neckline. She was truly fair-skinned. The next moment, Chen Shui straightened up and shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed. You're such a bad guy. Don't think I didn't notice you stealing glances at me when you first came to my family's shop. What? I didn't hear you. Sister, why are you always so inexplicable? Chen Shui, her teeth gritting in frustration, suddenly pinched his arm. Ouch, you really are using force. All right, let us go. Ride slowly, take your time. Just as Zhao Qin was about to accelerate, he was startled by her command to slow down. Sister, is there something else? Was it a blessing or a curse that I ran into you this morning? Humph, You wish to have good fortune after encountering me. Have you eaten breakfast? Zhao Qin paused, honestly shaking his head. He had not eaten. He had rushed over to discuss boat matters as soon as he arrived at his sister-in-law's house. Wait here, Qin Shui said as she dashed off to the side. Zhao Qin, watching her move, couldn't he help but imagine a playful tune, Little White Rabbit. Before long, Qin Shui returned with several steamed buns, handing them to him. Eat these at home. Go on. Actually, I prefer noodles for breakfast. What? Are you expecting me to serve you? Defeated, Zhao Qin twisted the throttle and sped away. As he rode along, he spotted two pairs of figures ahead, arguing as they walked. As he drew nearer, he recognized one pair as the Lai Bao couple and the other as his uncle and aunt. Calculating in his mind, he realized that these two must have just been released today. Both pairs seemed to have heard the sound of his motorcycle and ceased their quarrel. He didn't greet Lai Bao, but rode up to his uncle with a smile. Oh, uncle, are you heading to the market? You're out early today. Why are you empty-handed? Zhao's uncle's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and with a dismissive grunt, he ignored the conversation. However, his aunt was quite vocal, lamenting about expenditures and the inability to afford even a coffin when the time came. What a pity, losing over 3,000. And now another 2,000 in fines. Is there any hope left? Zhao Haidong could no longer contain himself, interjecting, You still have the gall to shout at me? Is it honorable to steal? You lack the ability to earn money, but you excel at thievery. If you're so skilled at that, why not ensure you don't get caught? Honestly, I'd rather send you off to face the consequences. At least that way you wouldn't have to pay a fine. Before Zhao Haidong could finish his thought, his wife, seemingly irritated by his interruption, began to scratch at his face in frustration. Zhao Qin was taken aback, realizing the formidable nature of his aunt, which he had previously overlooked. He glanced at his brother's wife, thinking to himself that she ought to learn from this. Of course, he kept this opinion to himself. Pressing the accelerator to increase their distance, and only after they were far enough away did he burst into laughter, nearly losing control of the vehicle and veering into a nearby ditch. Upon arriving home, his sister-in-law took the groceries, and Zhao Qin opened the buns purchased by Qin Shui. There were 5 in total. He handed 2 to Ah Yuan and tore off a small piece of the meat-filled bun to give to Miao Miao, who was eagerly reaching out with drool trailing from her chin as she watched her brother eat. Why are you giving them food now that they've eaten? Su Rong chided. For a child of Ah Yuan's age, 2 buns would hardly suffice. He could easily devour them. And Miao Miao was simply too adorable. Her desire for food evident as she reached out. What about elder brother? He has gone to gather firewood. Our family is still frugal, rarely burning coal before winter. And food cooked over a wood stove has a more delightful flavor. Before long, elder brother returned, pushing a cart with Ahi trailing behind him. Brother, did your negotiations falter? Indeed, old Shui is asking too much. There is no rush. We'll just have to wait a few more days. This matter will surely be resolved. Unable to assist with the work, he sat with Ahi in the living room, sharing tea and idle chatter. When the time seemed right, he took out his phone and called Old Two. Are you home this morning? If so, could you go to the bus station in town to pick up my sister and her family? They should be bringing children along. If you could put a stool in the back for my brother-in-law to sit on, I'll cover the fare later. After hanging up, he noticed Su Rong approaching and overheard, chuckling, Your attention to detail is growing. Your brother and I hadn't even considered picking them up. My sister is just like my brother. She treasures every cent. If a vehicle isn't arranged, she would surely walk back. Ah, so in your eyes, being frugal is a fault? Zhao Ping, feeling somewhat slighted, retorted. Frugality is indeed a traditional virtue of our nation, which is undoubtedly correct. However, we must discern when to be frugal. I refuse to save on food. I'm not unwilling to spend, after all. I was raised on 2 meals of porridge a day, and look how well you turned out. Reluctant to engage in a quarrel with his elder brother. As he was speaking, a commotion arose not far away. Xia Rong, standing on tiptoe, peeked from the backyard and remarked, It's the Lai family. It seems Lai has returned. Who is he arguing with? Ahi inquired, but without waiting for a reply, dashed out the door, eager for a closer look. Zhao Qin intended to respond, yet he found that Ahi had already vanished. Observing the situation, it appeared that their uncle might be unjustly accused. If that were the case, Lai would indeed lack virtue. Zhao Ping, not fully grasping the situation, sighed. Brother, if our uncle were truly wronged, there wouldn't merely be an argument. He would have already brought people to confront them. I suspect that Lai's crab theft was instigated by our uncle, though it remains uncertain whether he shared any profits from selling the crabs. Many oppose ambiguity in relationships, Yet this book does not delve into such complexities. It merely portrays the light-hearted banter of young individuals together. Having traversed that age myself, I believe many of my peers can relate. Let us not hastily label the casual exchanges and faint affections of youth as ambiguous. My sole aim in writing this book is to provide a sense of ease. For life is already burdensome enough. We need not perpetuate anger and resentment within the realm of fiction. It serves no purpose. This is merely my personal perspective. Feel free to disagree without hostility. Chapter 81. The eldest sister returns before long. Ahe returned, his face alight with excitement, addressing the group, "Brother. It was your uncle who informed Lai Bao about the crabs being caught in Qintang village. They agreed on a profit split of 70-30. And Lai Bao even shared some of the earnings with your uncle. However, Lai Bao claimed he only pilfered 100 jin, while the rightful owner insists he is short 260 jin, demanding compensation from both parties. Naturally, your uncle is quite displeased and is currently pursuing Lai Bao for his share of the missing 160 jin worth of crabs." Zhao Qin erupted into hearty laughter. Recognizing the absurdity of the situation, Lai Bao might indeed be speaking the truth, with the owner exaggerating his losses, yet Zhao Haidong remains unconvinced. "Enough of that. Don't dwell on it. It's not our concern." Ahe nodded, understanding his brother's implication to keep quiet about the incident involving the stones. "It must be time to head home now. Akin, what time is it?" The aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen, signaling that Xia Rong had begun preparing the meal. Upon hearing his sister-in-law's inquiry, Zhao Qin glanced at the clock on the shelf and replied, "It's 10:30. We likely have another half hour." Barely had he spoken when the sound of a car horn reached their ears. Zhao Ping hastened to the door, his voice tinged with surprise. "They're back." "It's Tu Min's car." Zhao Qin joined him at the entrance, and as the vehicle came to a halt, the two brothers stepped forward. Zhao Ping assisted his brother-in-law, Xia Yingwu, as he alighted from the car, while Zhao Qin retrieved the luggage and gifts from the trunk. "Go on. We can settle the bill another day when you have time. Today, we have guests at home, so I want to invite you in." Once the items were unloaded, the eldest sister disembarked with her nephew. Only then did Zhao Qin lean against the driver's window and remark, "I have money in my pocket, but I fear if I take it out, my brother-in-law will insist on paying, which could be quite bothersome. Better to settle it another day." Tu Min, now feeling at ease with him, simply replied that there was no rush before driving away. Upon seeing her family, the smile on the eldest sister's face was unwavering. However, when her elder brother engaged in conversation with her husband, she approached Zhao Qin, playfully twisting his ear. "You're no longer a child. It's high time you stopped bothering your brother and sister-in-law and started behaving maturely. Dear sister, the lunch is plentiful. I can't afford to lose any more ears." He retorted, "You realize it hurts, don't you? So take heed," she admonished, releasing him with a gentle pat on his arm, though the ear twist lacked force. Zhao Qin felt no pain. However, the subsequent slap on his right arm caught him off guard, prompting an involuntary gasp. "What happened? Did you injure your arm?" Zhao Mei noticed his grimace and swiftly inquired. "Yesterday, Akin took us to the shore, and we encountered a nest of mud dragons. He overexerted himself, and his arm gave out." Zhao Ping interjected, aware that his sister was likely scolding her younger brother. He seized the opportunity to mention the positive changes he had observed in Zhao Qin lately. "He even took you along? Don't mention Akin. I can hardly recognize him with how diligent he has been of late." As Xia Rong spoke, she grasped Zhao Mei's hand, scrutinizing her with a smile. "Why are you still so thin? You ought to eat more." "Sister-in-law, I'll lend you a hand," she whispered as they made their way to the backyard. Zhao Qin gazed at his elder sister's son, Xia Hongze, who was named thus because it was foretold that he lacked water in his 5 elements. He seemed to be half a year younger than a yuan, yet was notably shorter, his bright eyes darting about, clearly a source of worry. "Uncle, I want to catch crabs. Can I use your little chicken to fish for them?" "Really? Can a little chicken catch crabs?" "Yes, and it's particularly effective. Though it pinches a bit. I'm not afraid of pain, I want crabs." Observing the light-hearted banter between the two, Zhao Ping wore a look of exasperation, while Xia Yingwu laughed heartily, unperturbed. Zhao Qin's sister-in-law was quite agreeable. When Zhao Qin had dropped out of school, he had felt it was a great pity. He had even come to persuade Zhao Qin, considering it was a prestigious institution, one that many aspired to enter but could not. "Let us set aside the crab catching for now. How did you perform on the recent exams?" "Uncle, studying is tedious. Let us talk about how to catch crabs instead." "Well, this certainly indicates a lack of academic diligence." Just then, Zhao Qin's elder sister entered from behind and, upon seeing a yuan, asked, how did you fare in your finals? A Yuan's expression dimmed at the question as he replied softly, not well. It's all right, cousin. I didn't do well either. There were many characters on the paper that I didn't recognize. The examiners were clearly making it difficult for us, Xia Hengzi asserted nonchalantly. Zhao Mei shot him a glare and gently patted a Yuan's head, saying, tell your aunt your score. Zhao Qin observed Xia Hengzi with a sense of impending doom. The boy seemed blissfully unaware of the trouble he was about to face. When a Yuan reported a perfect score in mathematics and 99 in Chinese, Zhao Mei's expression immediately shifted. She seized Xia Hengzi and delivered 2 swift slaps to his backside. Look at your cousin, and then look at yourself. If you don't study hard when you return, you can forget about coming home. I'll act as though I never bore you. Her frustration was palpable. Having graduated from high school herself with a decent education and with a husband who was a teacher, she couldn't fathom why her son struggled so much despite their efforts. After delivering her reprimand, she turned and retreated to the backyard. Xia Hengzi rubbed his sore backside and quickly resumed his playful demeanor. My mother is weak. Her hits don't hurt. Zhao Qin found himself quite fond of the boy's carefree spirit. He was resilient, thick-skinned, and optimistic. It was hard to predict who might achieve greater success in the future. Him or a Yuan, once they entered society. He pulled out 2 5-yuan notes from his pocket and handed them to the 2 boys. Watching them leave, Zhao Qin finally turned to head into the backyard, but before he could reach the kitchen, he overheard 2 women discussing matters of buying a house and finances. After a moment of contemplation, he retraced his steps back to the front hall, joining his brother-in-law for a casual chat. Qin, have you thought about going out to see the world? Xia Yinwu, being of a different status than Zhao Mei, was not one to directly criticize Zhao Qin for his past foolishness. He was, however, pleased to hear that Zhao Qin had become more diligent. If he were still studying, he would undoubtedly be in the city now. Having dropped out, he could only claim a high school education, with no skills or funds to venture into entrepreneurship. Working in a factory seemed to be the most likely outcome, potentially earning less than one would by the seaside. Zhao Qin maintained a normal demeanor while conversing with his brother-in-law. Indeed, I heard from your brother that you are planning to purchase a boat, which is a splendid endeavor. Zhao Qin and Xia Yinwu had little in common to discuss, and he had even less to contribute, seated at the lower end of the table. He had yet to utter a single word. Fortunately, the meal was being served, and dishes were gradually being brought to the table. This wine was procured by a Qin earlier in the day. Please, indulge yourselves. Xia Rong placed the wine on the table. Where's your grandmother? Zhao Qin inquired, noticing the elder lady's absence. My grandmother said she wouldn't be coming. She'll manage with something simple at home, came the reply. Zhao Qin returned to the kitchen, fetched another bowl, and served some segments of earth dragon and pig trotters, offering them to if he was unwilling to partake. That was fine. He likely wouldn't feel comfortable even if he came. Please take these dishes to him. After the meal concluded, Zhao Ping suggested that Xia Yinwu take a moment to rest, while Zhao Qin turned to his elder sister and said, tonight, you shall sleep at the old residence. I will squeeze in with a Yuan. Please assist me with tidying up. Always relying on others, don't you have hands of your own? She retorted, though she nonetheless followed him toward the old residence. Shall I accompany you to lend a hand? Sister-in-law, you've also been busy all morning. Rest for a while. My sister and I will manage just fine. Hearing this, Zhao Mei's face lit up with a smile. It seemed her younger brother had truly matured. Chapter 82. Accompanied by 2 young brutes, the siblings arrived at the old residence, where Zhao Qin opened the door. Zhao Mei's eyes widened as she took in her surroundings. This was entirely unexpected. Previously, she would return alone to tidy up, and while it was undeniably messy, this time it was not only clean but even the towels hanging nearby were neatly arranged. Everything was in its rightful place, organized and accessible. Did you tidy up because you knew I was coming back? She inquired. Do you think I care about such superficial appearances? Zhao Qin replied with a nod. This indeed reflected a change in her younger brother, who had only done such things sporadically in the past. The realization struck her, stirring an impulse to weep. There is nothing much to clean. Just wipe the mats down later and take a seat to rest, she said. Zhao Qin poured her a glass of water and sat opposite her. So, tell me, what is this about buying a house? How did you find out? I overheard a bit while you were in the kitchen. Zhao Qin observed. I noticed that during lunch, your husband didn't drink as heartily as before. Something must be weighing on his mind. Your brother-in-law has been reassigned to the city. We are considering purchasing a house and have looked at new developments, which are about 2,400 yuan per square meter. A 90 square meter apartment would cost over 210,000 yuan. Over the years, your brother-in-law and I have saved some money, and his parents can contribute a portion as well. We could pay half upfront, and since he has a stable job, securing a loan shouldn't be too difficult. The monthly repayments wouldn't be overly burdensome. However, I have my eye on a slightly offbeat property, a 2-story house with a backyard for growing vegetables. It's a 20-minute bike ride from your brother-in-law's school, which isn't too far. The price is more affordable at only 170,000 yuan. But the seller requires full payment up front. Your brother-in-law's elder brother has helped with 20,000 yuan, but we still need over 30,000 yuan. I came to ask if you and my sister could assist us. If not, we'll have to settle for the apartment. What is the size of that private residence? With the yard included, the total area is nearly 300 square meters. Then let us go for this one. Don't let your brother-in-law ask for help. He is too shy. Just give me an account number, and I'll transfer the money first thing tomorrow morning. Over 30,000 yuan? Do you have that much? Don't worry about that. You can ask your elder brother if needed. You've cared for me since childhood, and now that I've grown up, I naturally want to help. I'll transfer 40,000 yuan to you. There's no rush for repayment. Don't be too frugal. Once you have the funds, pay off what you owe your brother-in-law first. I'm not in a hurry on my end. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Mei laid her head on the table and, after a moment, began to sob quietly. Oh dear sister, why are you crying? Mind your own business. After a brief moment, Zhao Mei lifted her head, tears still glistening on her cheeks, yet she smiled and playfully tousled Zhao Qin's hair. What brought about this sudden enlightenment? Don't mess with my hair. My head may be severed, but my hairstyle must remain intact. Becoming vain, are we? Before long. The siblings were laughing and chatting as they made their way to their elder brother's home. Zhao Mei entered Ao Yuan's room, presumably to discuss the earlier matters with her husband, while Zhao Qin was once again cornered by his young nephew. Uncle, you promised to take me crab fishing. The heat of the day is stifling, and the tide remains high. It would be prudent to wait a while longer. After some contemplation, I retrieved my phone and sent a message to Ahe, who had already returned home, requesting that he rest for an hour before coming to my brother's house. Once I had settled that matter, I found myself growing drowsy. I decided to recline on one of the chairs in the living room beneath the ceiling fan. Unfortunately, sleep eluded me as Azay, that rascal, would soon arrive to inquire whether the tide had receded. After a while, Azay was finally pulled away by his mother, and my brother tapped me on the shoulder, prompting me to rise and join him at the entrance. Following my brother to the back door, he secured it before producing a cigarette and offering me one. Your sister just mentioned that you agreed to lend her 40,000? Zhao Qin nodded affirmatively as he lit the cigarette. How can you bear the burden of such a sum alone? Your sister-in-law is not ungenerous, Brother, I understand that my sister-in-law is open-minded. If my sister asks for help, I am certain she will lend it. It is a trivial matter. Why complicate things? 40,000 is trivial? You are growing up, and if you wish to assist your sister, I won't stand in your way. Here is the plan. I will contribute 20,000, and you shall cover the remainder. It is not for my sister. They will repay it. So it matters not who provides the funds. Enough of this chatter. I shall catch a brief nap in the hall, and we shall proceed as I have suggested. Watching him depart, Zhao Ping scratched his head, muttering, that little rascal, I am the elder brother. Just as he was about to rise, his wife peeked in. What is the matter? Qin has insisted we proceed as he suggested, so let it be. I calculated. He currently has at least 70 to 80,000 on hand. And if he borrows 40,000, the remainder is sufficient to purchase that boat. If he truly needs it urgently, we can always provide the funds later. That is acceptable. But I feel uneasy about him bearing the entire burden. We are family. Do not overthink it. I believe we should keep the evening preparations simple. Perhaps serve a few marinated dishes. Indeed, there is still a fair amount of food left from lunch. After a brief exchange, they decided to head back inside, considering there were others at home. Qin, if you plan to go clamming this afternoon, you should leave now. The tide should be retreating soon, Zhao Ping remarked as he glanced at the time and roused Zhao Qin from his slumber. Rolling over, he was met with 2 pairs of eager eyes. All right, you two take my bucket and sand spade. Brother, you needn't go this afternoon. By the way, hasn't he arrived yet? The bucket and sand spade had been left at my brother's house the previous day, and he hadn't retrieved them. A quick glance confirmed they were clean. Just then, he entered. Brother, I encountered several women on my way here who inquired why they hadn't seen you clamming yesterday and today. They are rather industrious, heading to the beach early. But I heard there isn't even a trace of bird droppings there today. Why do these people keep an eye on my whereabouts? Zhao Qin grumbled. After washing his face, he turned to the two boys. Did you hear that? The beach will likely be barren today. Do you still wish to accompany me? Yes. They replied in unison. Very well, we shall use the back entrance. That way, we will avoid drawing attention. Brother, which area are we headed to today? He inquired. Zhao Ping suggested in the backyard. Let us collect crabs and venture westward. There lies a rugged stony beach, seldom frequented except by the occasional crabber. If you wish to remain inconspicuous, that would be the place to go, though there is little to be found there. Consider it merely an outing. Zhao Qin acknowledged this and proceeded in that direction. Brother, there are indeed a few puddles over there. We could draw from one of them. Zhao Qin shook his head, feeling the weakness in his own arms, but a moment later, glancing at the two young lads, he smiled and said, Very well, today we shall draw from the puddles, allowing you to experience the true joy of gathering by the sea. After reading, a simple notification would suffice. I wonder if this book could possibly ascend to a ranking, though it may be a mere fantasy. Haha, thank you. Chapter 83. The water pit. The four exited through the back door and headed west. The location mentioned by Zhao Ping was somewhat distant, even from this route. It would take over half an hour to arrive. Zhao Qin initially believed that the two youngsters would lose their nerve after a short distance, but to his surprise, their enthusiasm only grew, especially when they reached the seaside. Ace was particularly exhilarated, for his hometown was not near the ocean at all. Upon arriving at the rocky shore described by Zhao Ping, Zhao Qin understood why this place saw so few visitors. Unlike the stony beach at the village entrance, which had a muddy bottom with numerous rocks scattered above, the ground here was entirely composed of hard stones, devoid of sand. On this stone surface, small puddles resembling meteorite craters were scattered about, varying in size. Zhao Qin pondered whether his luck would manifest in these puddles, but since they had come this far, he resolved to consider it a productive afternoon, imparting a lively lesson in life to the two youngsters. Brother, what about this one? Ahe pointed to a relatively large puddle nearby. Zhao Qin glanced at the sea and shook his head. This one is too low. We might find the tide rising before we can drain it. Let us move a bit higher. Without a pump, the two youngsters would struggle to draw much water. And since he was of no assistance, the primary labor would fall to Ahe alone. They continued their ascent, searching for about 10 minutes before Zhao Qin selected a suitable puddle. He jumped in to test the depth, which reached up to his chest. Approximately 1 meter 40 to 50 centimeters, with plenty of stones at the bottom, likely harboring some fish. This one will do. Can you both handle it? Uncle, aren't you supposed to pump the water while I catch the fish? Ace looked somewhat bewildered at the prospect of having to take on the task himself. Your uncle is currently incapacitated. Didn't you notice he had to use a spoon for lunch? A Yuan interjected, pulling out a bucket and heading to the edge, while Ahe had already begun to draw water. Don't fill the bucket too full, or you won't be able to lift it. Take it a little at a time, and don't slack off. Seeing that a Yuan had already started, Ace reluctantly grabbed a bucket and stood on the opposite side to begin his task. You fool, water flows downward. If you draw from the top, it will just flow back into the pit. Zhao Qin scolded, realizing he had misjudged A's capabilities. His intelligence was indeed concerning. Uncle, the water feels so cool. Yes, standing in the water isn't hot. Hurry up and get to it. Before long, A straightened up, his face contorted in discomfort. Uncle, my backside hurts. You're just being foolish. Use your waist to pump the water, not your hips. My mother says I have no waist, Ace replied, leaving Zhao Qin momentarily speechless. Ahe, who had been feeling quite fatigued, burst into laughter at the exchange between the two. Brother, why not choose a smaller puddle? We'll never finish this one. Although the elevation here was greater, ultimately, it was only Ahe doing the work, while the others seemed more engaged in playing than in actually pumping water. Just as Zhao Qin was about to agree, he spotted a few figures approaching from a distance. The elder brother, sister, and brother-in-law had arrived, and he waved for them to hurry over. In no time, the three reached them, and Zhao Ping, familiar with the scene, promptly seized A's bucket and began working. Uncle, you are the best, unlike my little uncle. When I grow up and earn money, I will buy you cigarettes and alcohol, but not for my little uncle. Zhao Qin, however, could not be bothered with the childish antics and said to Ahe, if you are tired, take a break. Xia Yingwu also leaped into the water, snatching a Yuan's bucket. The speed of the three burly men was noticeably different as the water level diminished at a visible rate. Are there any goods inside? Xiao Mei inquired. I don't know. I just picked one at random. Who can say for sure? There must be something. My brother has been lucky lately. Oh, indeed. Something brushed against my leg. Ahe straightened up for a moment to rest, only to feel a fish nudge against him, prompting him to bend down with renewed vigor. As the water was nearly drained, they could finally see the fish. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of disappointment. Today he had a luck value of 19. Yet there were only 2 or 3 fish in the pit, the largest being just over a pound of black bream. However, Shi Jiugong had caught quite a few. Having gathered dozens in no time, enough to make 2 pots of soup, he waded into the pit to help collect the catch, not for the thrill of the experience, but to increase his merit points. After all, the more species he unlocked, the less he would rely on real-time luck in the future. Little uncle, you are just being lazy. I see you catching fish without a scratch on your arms, yet you fell ill while draining the water. Did you not see I was using my left hand? I think your rear end is not sore, but rather asking for a beating. This modest haul left both Zhao Qin and Ahe feeling somewhat disheartened. It was their most meager catch since they began their seaside excursions. Zhao Ping, on the other hand, was unfazed, thinking it was merely a bit of sweat, and bringing back extra food was quite good. Why not drain another pit? It could be quite interesting. Xiaoyin Wu, who likely had little experience of such nature, was still not satisfied after finishing the fish in this pit. Zhao Qin contemplated for a moment, grasped a sand shovel, and walked forward. After a few minutes, he tossed the shovel into a water pit, declaring, "Let us drain this one." "Why throw the shovel? Just drain it," Zhao Ping complained. "Wait a moment, we'll drain it and pull it up. I just want to test the water depth." This pit was similar in size to the previous one, but evidently deeper. Fortunately, there was enough space to stand on the edge. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to drain. Zhao Qin periodically glanced out at the sea, mentally calculating the time, and after another hour of frenzied effort, the pit was finally discernible at the bottom. "What on earth is that?" Zhao Qin exclaimed upon seeing a splash, as a tail flicked and it darted back into the deeper water, prompting him to jump into the pit with excitement. "Brother, there's a big one." Ahe's voice echoed with enthusiasm. Zhao Ping and Xiaoyin Wu, who had initially felt fatigued, now seemed invigorated, hastening their efforts to fill the bucket with water. "Ahe, stop draining. Pull it up. The water isn't coming out." Ahe acknowledged and positioned himself at the edge of the pit while Zhao Ping and Xiaoyin Wu filled the bucket with water, passing it up, pouring it out, and repeating the process. Zhao Qin, brimming with anticipation, began to feel around, determined to secure that large catch first. It was essential for his merit points. As his hand brushed against a stone, he encountered a substantial creature beneath it. The texture felt coarse, unlike the smoothness typically associated with fish. Had this been earlier, he would have recoiled in fright, but he found himself considerably more composed now. The fish's shape struck him as peculiar, at least. That was the impression he received through touch. It resembled a gecko to some extent, with a head too broad to be grasped with a single hand. He then felt his way to the tail and promptly seized it. As the fish writhed, water splashed across him, yet he maintained his grip. "Brother, it's a cat shark." Upon lifting it to the surface, exhilaration surged through him. He had heard that this fish was quite valuable, and the one he had caught weighed a remarkable 4 to 5 pounds. "Wow, it's so large," Ahe exclaimed from above, astonished by the sight. "Uncle, you're amazing. Bring it up. I'll keep it in the shallow waters nearby," Ayan said, extending his hand for Zhao Qin to pass it over. "Give it to me. Or carry me down. I want to catch one too. Be cautious with what's down there. You might encounter an eel and lose your hand. Just stay up here and behave." The cat shark. Chapter 84. The joy of fishing. Zhao Qin gazed at the system panel, noting an increase of 80 merit points. Coupled with the previous gains from the likes of Stone 9, he had amassed a total of 150 points today. With 5 traps at his disposal, his spirits soared. However, after capturing a cat shark, his luck diminished to a mere 11 points. The cat shark exhibited considerable strength. Even holding it with one hand proved challenging. Naturally, he refrained from passing it to the 2 younger ones, instead entrusting it to Ahe, placing it in a small pool formed by the drained water, for if it perished, it would lose its value. After a brief period of siphoning, the water level had risen to his ankles, leaving the remaining water impossible to extract. His brother-in-law and elder brother had also filled their buckets with water, commencing their collection. Zhao Qin began to feel around, confident that with 11 luck points remaining, there must be more treasures to uncover. "Oh, there's another one," Zhao Ping exclaimed as he reached a stone edge, pulling out a cat shark, albeit smaller than Zhao Qin's, yet still weighing over 2 pounds. "Wow, uncle is amazing. Give me the fish," a yuan chimed, only to be met with a playful scoff. Upon hearing this, Azay instinctively recoiled, while Zhao Mei could not suppress her laughter at her foolish son's naivety. Although cat sharks could potentially bite, their attack power was minimal and posed no real threat. To date, no one had reported being bitten by a cat shark. Moments later, Xiao Yingwu snagged a yellow croaker, while Zhao Qin's elder brother collected a few stone 9. Brother, there's a fish under this rock. Could you help me move it? Zhao Qin had just located it. But the fish was cunning, having wedged itself into the crevice of the stone. Zhao Ping approached and assisted in lifting the rock, only for a brownish-green dorsal fin to flash above the water's surface and swiftly dart away. Are you even capable? Zhao Ping remarked, somewhat exasperated. This creature is injured, yet remains fiercely protective of its territory, preventing me from catching it. Of course, a man must never admit defeat, Zhao Qin retorted casually, pursuing the rippling water. The thrill of fishing delighted him. However, his primary objective remained the development of new species and the accumulation of merit points. Since the enhancement of fixed luck points, beachcombing had transformed from its former simplicity into a more diverse bounty of varieties, promising a quicker increase in merit points, a thought that filled him with joy. In this confined space, an exhilarating chase ensued between man and fish, while Zhao Ping and Xiao Yingwu, witnessing his antics, chose not to intervene. Little uncle, one must recognize their own limitations. Little uncle, you are pitiful. You can't even catch a fish, and yet I surpass you. The two young boys, already disgruntled about not being able to join the water, began to mock Zhao Qin. In the next moment, both of their little heads received a playful tap from Zhao Mei, prompting them to fall silent. Zhao Qin continued his pursuit within the pit, feeling a surge of determination. Let us see who tires first, shall we? Suddenly, he felt as though he had stepped upon something that moved beneath him. He reached down, probing the water's depths, and soon a smile graced his face as he grasped what resembled a shoe sole, yet it was alive. Gritting his teeth, he extended his right hand, which was unsteady, for this fish had a peculiar shape, making it difficult to capture with a single hand. As he finally managed to catch a fish from the water, he exclaimed with delight, "Brother, what a massive sole fish!" The term sole fish is a local nomenclature. It refers to a type of flatfish, resembling a shoe sole or a tongue, characterized by its flattened body, short head, and minuscule eyes that are situated on the left side of its head. This fish inhabits shallow marine environments, often concealing itself beneath the sandy seabed. Its flesh is delicate and flavorful, offering a rich taste that is both fresh and unctuous, with a delightful texture and high nutritional value. The specimen Zhao Qin caught measured approximately 35 centimeters in length and weighed around 2 pounds, making it one of the larger specimens of its kind. Well, this is indeed quite large, he remarked in surprise. Hey, uncle, you're impressive. Does this fish bite? All right, I'll hand it to you. But make sure you catch it. Don't let it fall again. Upon hearing this, Azay's face lit up with joy. Zhao Qin contemplated for a moment before placing the fish into a bucket and handing both the fish and the bucket to Azay. They then resumed their search for targets, as the fish that had previously escaped was still unaccounted for. Do you want to catch it here? Zhao Ping gestured towards a shallow area nearby, where the fish's back was already protruding above the water's surface. Had he not been concerned about Zhao Qin's potential reproach, he would have eagerly taken action. Let go of that, fish. Allow me to handle it. What nonsense is this? Can't you utter a couple of sensible words? Zhao Ping nearly uttered a curse again, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that his sister's family was present, and decided to curb his words. The difficulty in catching marine fish arises primarily from their external spines, which are often sharp, and some may even be venomous. Getting pricked by one can be quite painful. Even in the absence of venom, certain spines can penetrate a person's palm. Zhao Qin cautiously waded toward the fish, swiftly extending his hand to pin its head down into the sand. Naturally, he did not intend to kill it. Once he sensed its struggle diminishing, he successfully pulled it from the water. Oh, your luck is truly remarkable. It's a blue-spotted grouper, weighing close to 2 pounds, I reckon. Zhao Ping had been watching intently as he caught the fish, instantly recognizing it when it emerged from the water, due to its pointed head and resemblance to a mouse. The blue-spotted grouper is colloquially referred to as mouse grouper in some regions, and is considered a prized catch in coastal waters. After placing the fish into the bucket, Zhao Qin accessed his system and discovered that the 2 fish had earned him an additional 160 merit points, bringing his total earnings for the day to 300 points. Hurry back. The sea level is rising. The 3 of them ascended in succession, having nearly exhausted the fish in the pit. Upon their return, they noticed that the water was merely 2 to 3 meters away from their feet, a distance that would diminish in mere minutes. He had already refreshed the water in the bucket and scooped the fish from the shallow pit into it. As soon as they emerged, Zhao Ping grabbed one bucket in each hand and urged, "Let us go quickly. If these fish die, they won't be worth anything." The remaining bucket was contested between He and Xia Yingwu, with Xia Yingwu ultimately seizing it and making a hasty exit. Two young children followed suit, chasing after the bucket as Zhao Qin cautioned his elder sister to watch her step. "All right, just take care of yourself. I used to go beachcombing all the time when I was younger. Unlike you, who hardly comes once a year. I was focused on my studies." After walking for a while, Zhao Qin suddenly slapped his forehead and inquired, "Brother, did I retrieve that sand shovel I tossed? I did not see it. I thought you had picked it up. Did you not? You had to throw it in, despite my warnings. Oh, why must you be so troublesome? Had I known, I would not have asked. Just look at the sorrow etched on your face. One might think you had lost thousands. No matter. It must have been buried in the sand, which is why we overlooked it. Perhaps we shall try again next time, and who knows what treasures we may uncover." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's expression softened. Indeed, the sand is thick, and in such a deep pit, as long as there is no typhoon, it is unlikely to be lost. What shall we do with the fish? Just these few, we can set aside some for dinner tonight. And the rest you can take to old Lin. No, let your sister-in-law take them to sell. You are too trusting, and I fear old Lin might swindle you. So you think I am easily deceived? Zhao Ping retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Brother, do you believe that your sister-in-law will certainly fetch a better price than you? If I were to go, I would undoubtedly sell for more than her. But I shall refrain, for if the villagers see me, they will bombard me with questions. The catch is too substantial to manage alone. Let us all take a look together. The sole fish resembles the familiar flounder to some extent. Chapter 85. Persuading my elder sister to open a store on the way home, reflecting on the day's gains. Zhao Qin felt convinced that the water-pumping venture was undoubtedly a path to sustainable development. Engaging in other pursuits might lead to an impasse with only 3 individuals involved. Should the elder brother withdraw, or should he? Neither option seemed favorable. The water-pumping endeavor appeared promising, allowing the 3 of them to collaborate. Once they acquired a boat, they could explore nearby islands, and as long as the ocean remained bountiful, their business would thrive. He chuckled to himself, recalling having seen a water pump in the system, though the required merit points had slipped his mind. No matter, he would ponder it thoroughly that evening. Indeed, he was determined to become the king of the seas. While others merely raised fish at a cost, he would cultivate them for profit. Upon arriving home, Xia Rong initially assumed they had been out for leisure, but upon witnessing their haul, a smile spread across her face. "Where did this come from?" she inquired. "Mother, we harvested it from the water pump. I caught quite a few, and Aze helped, though my uncle did nothing at all." "Yes, Aunt. My uncle is the laziest of all." Zhao Qin chose to ignore their banter and knelt down to sort through the fish. Observing this, Zhao Ping grew anxious, exclaiming, "I'll pick. That stone 9 soup is excellent. Let's keep about 10. Xia Yinwu stood nearby, and Zhao Ping hesitated, realizing that it would be better to sell the more expensive ones rather than leave behind the cheaper options. "I notice there are still plenty of vegetables from this morning. We needn't prepare anything special for dinner. Brother, let sister-in-law take everything to sell." Zhao Mei, sensing the 2 men's intentions, interjected, "Brother, you must choose between the green grouper and the sole." Before Zhao Qin could finish his thought, Zhao Mei pulled him aside and insisted, "Just do as I say. After finishing the soup at noon, let us save some of the stone 9 soup and sell the rest, haha." Zhao Ping was elated, naturally. He would not resort to any underhanded tactics against his younger brother, and though he was somewhat inarticulate, he couldn't best his younger sibling in debate. However, now someone had the upper hand over Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin understood that with his elder sister present, his desire for novelty would undoubtedly be thwarted, cursed bloodline suppression. In the end, he selected a dozen stone 9 fish, opting for the smaller ones to keep, while planning to sell the rest. Upon learning that they were to be sold to old Lin, Xia Rong voiced her disapproval. "Ah Ping, you could ride your motorcycle. It only takes a few minutes to get to town, and I'm sure the price from Mr. Chen would be higher." Zhao Ping also found this approach appealing. Glancing at Zhao Qin, who was exhaling smoke in a relaxed manner, "Whatever, if you don't mind the trouble, go ahead." "What trouble?" "A few extra yuan per pound could amount to several dozen more in total. Should I take it over?" In truth, he hoped Zhao Qin would accompany him, as Zhao Qin had become quite close with Qin Dong, and it was evident that Qin's father had a fondness for him. "I want to go." Zhao Qin was aware of his brother's intentions and decisively declined, understanding that even if his brother went, Shundong's price would remain steady. Father, how about I accompany you? Yes, uncle, I'll go too. I can help you. Off you go, play somewhere else. Zhao Ping waved them off, securing 2 buckets to the back of the motorcycle with a rope, leaving just enough space on the middle footboard. Watching his brother depart, he also felt the urge to return home. Wait a moment, brother will likely be back soon. The seaside truly offers a unique charm, allowing one to venture out and reap small rewards. There was a hint of envy in Xiang Wu's voice. Your perspective is somewhat flawed. Those ladies foraging by the shore earn merely 10 to 20 yuan a day, which is quite decent. It's only Akin who has been fortunate lately. Bringing in a good catch, Xiao Rong chimed in with a smile. Zhao Qin recalled something and addressed her elder sister. Sister, since you have some free time at home, it seems that online shopping is on the rise. Perhaps you could consider opening a small store. If managed well, it could yield some income. Opening an online store? Is that a viable venture? Zhao Mei appeared skeptical, as many people were still unacquainted with the internet at that time. For most, going online entailed merely watching films, reading novels, playing games, or chatting. The broader possibilities remained elusive to many. Zhao Qin was unsure when Taobao had become popular. Yet she believed that starting now wouldn't be overly challenging. With some investment in marketing and a boost in search rankings on Baidu, she estimated it could be profitable. It's quite feasible, and you can operate from home. You only take orders when they come in, and you won't incur significant losses during quieter times. Is it truly that simple? Zhao Mei, sensing the sincerity in Zhao Qin's words, inquired further, how does one go about it? I'm not familiar with the process. And I need a business license? You can begin as an individual without those formalities. Once your sales increase, you can consider registering officially. Otherwise, you may encounter issues with tax evasion, Zhao Qin explained. But how much can one really sell? And what about the involvement of public resources? Zhao Mei pondered. Let us focus on 3 categories. First, jewelry, primarily silver pieces. Second, clothing, with a focus on attractive women's wear. And third, local produce, though perhaps we should skip that due to high promotional costs. But I lack knowledge in this area, and with a house to buy, I have no capital to invest, Zhao Mei admitted, feeling a flicker of interest. With the elderly unable to care for the children, she found herself unable to secure suitable employment due to her child-rearing responsibilities. Life in the countryside was manageable. However, in the city, everything relied on men, and living costs soared. Despite men earning higher wages, supporting 3 mouths on one salary while being in debt was a daunting task. Consider this, it won't require much investment. You could start with silver jewelry. It's affordable, looks good, and is popular among women. There's no concern about expiration dates. Reach out to a factory for production assistance, starting with basic designs. Once your finances improve and sales increase, you can request custom pieces. There are silver jewelry manufacturers right in our city, so no need to venture out of province. She recalled a fishing friend from a group she had joined previously, who had begun his journey in silver jewelry on Taobao in the early 2000s. He was astute, and with financial gains, he had indulged in property investments, owning over 10 properties in prime locations. Yet, when business declined, he pivoted to investments in live streaming, as he had little else to occupy his time. Their shared passion for fishing had fostered a good relationship, marked by mutual diligence and camaraderie. As for the funds, I can contribute 10,000 yuan as initial capital, giving me half the shares. You manage operations for the other half, and we'll split the profits evenly. You are my sister. Surely you wouldn't betray my trust? Zhao Mei, with a hint of annoyance, ruffled his hair again and said, You aren't concerned about losing money? I'll give it a try. Once I earn some, I will undoubtedly take my share. Let it be so then. Tomorrow I will transfer the funds to you. Once the house is purchased, you will surely head over during the summer vacation. Don't delay. Seize the opportunity as it arises. There are tutorials available on Taobao. You might consider studying them. For tasks like uploading images, find a student who understands this field. It won't cost much. I'm not particularly knowledgeable either, so just start with it. If you find you need more funds, let me know. He was uncertain whether there were specialized teams operating at present. If such teams existed, it would likely cost over 1,000 yuan a year, covering aspects like shop decoration and image uploads, which they could assist with. Chapter 86. The Sister-in-law's Inner Thoughts. Zhao Qin calculated his finances. Although he had previously invested his money in stocks, he still managed to save 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Coupled with the earnings from fishing for large yellow croaker, he had a total of 60,000 yuan. However, after giving 50,000 to his elder sister and purchasing a boat, he realized that his own funds were insufficient, and it seemed he would need to borrow a few thousand from his older brother. Despite the fact that supporting his sister in establishing an online store was a spontaneous decision, he increasingly perceived it as a viable venture. His sister's tenacity was undeniable. Once she committed to the endeavor, she would undoubtedly find a way to succeed. As for his share, once his sister truly got her business off the ground, he would opt to withdraw his investment. The amount he would receive would be proportionate to his initial stake, ensuring that neither his sister incurred a loss nor he walked away empty-handed. The reason he contemplated withdrawing his investment at this juncture was that human nature cannot withstand temptation, even between siblings. He did not want to be perceived as someone who contributed nothing yet reaped half the profits, even if his brother-in-law remained silent. One could not guarantee that other family members would not voice their opinions. If such sentiments were expressed repeatedly, his sister might eventually feel a sense of injustice. "Tomorrow, I will head to the city and spend the morning visiting a few silver shops," he declared. "All right, you take care of the rest. Initially, try to acquire a wide variety of styles while maintaining limited stock. Even if the prices are high, this approach is essential. It would be ideal to negotiate for exchanges. If certain items do not sell well, they can be swapped." "Understood. I will follow your advice. When you come back next time, I shall address you as General Zhao," Xiaorong jested. "Sister-in-law, please refrain from teasing me. It is still uncertain," he replied. After a brief conversation, Zhaoping returned. Upon entering, he placed the money on the table and handed the list to Zhao Qin. "Did you sell this much?" Zhao Mei glanced at the rolled-up notes. Noting their thickness, there must be at least 1,000 yuan. Zhao Qin examined the list, where the prices revealed that the large yellow croaker weighed 1 jin and 8 taels, priced at 65 yuan per jin, while 2 cat sharks totaled 7 jin and 4 taels, at 60 yuan per jin. Remarkably, the sole fish weighed 2 jin and 1 tael, priced at 120 yuan. Other varieties, such as black grouper and stonefish, alongside a few miscellaneous catches, were priced between 20 and 30 yuan, culminating in total sales of 1,247 yuan. Mr. Chun rounded it up to 1,250 yuan, Zhao Ping added. "Brother, is the sole fish really that expensive?" Zhao Qin pondered, as he believed the large yellow croaker to be the most costly, only to discover that the price of the sole fish nearly doubled that of the yellow croaker. Mr. Chen mentioned that this fish is usually small, weighing only 2 to 3 taels, with half a jin being considered decent. Specimens of this size are exceedingly rare, hence the elevated price, Zhao Mei clarified. Everyone was in high spirits, eager to enjoy their afternoon after a profitable day. Zhao Qin calculated that 20% of 1,250 yuan amounted to 250 yuan, which felt rather paltry. So he decided to distribute 260 yuan instead. "Sister-in-law, do we have any change at home? Could you exchange some for me?" "Sure, just wait a moment." Zhao Mei replied with a hint of annoyance. In a family, does it truly matter who has a little more or a little less? It is precisely because we are family that we must keep the accounts clear. With outsiders, I can sever ties without hesitation. "But do you wish for me to quarrel with our brother?" Zhao Qin's words were serious, causing Zhao Mei to pause, sensing the underlying implication. "Ahe, this is for you." First, I settled the 260 yuan owed to Ahe, then counted out another 260 for my elder brother, and finally handed 260 to my brother-in-law. My involvement was purely for the sake of companionship. "Brother-in-law, you have contributed, so you deserve your share. Take it." Zhao Mei chuckled as she stowed the money away, saying, "Why be so polite? I'll keep it for now. This trip has not only covered the travel expenses, but also yielded a profit." After distributing the money, Zhao Qin found himself with less than 500 yuan remaining. He extracted 2 red bills, giving one to a yuan and the other to a zai. "Don't squander it. Buy something substantial to eat, or perhaps something for your studies." Zhao Mei did not intervene, though she felt a flicker of curiosity about how her brother was dividing the money and whether her sister-in-law harbored any objections. Yet, seeing her sister-in-law's beaming expression, it did not seem like a facade. As evening approached, while waiting for the hot dishes to be prepared, she could no longer contain her curiosity and subtly broached the topic. "May, I know you worry that I might overthink things, but you are mistaken. To be honest, I harbor no resentment. On the contrary, I am grateful to Qin for considering the brotherly bond and bringing my brother along." "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Mei inquired. "Have you heard of someone picking up treasures by the seaside and earning a year's income in just half a month?" Zhao Mei shook her head. During her childhood, she occasionally found good items by the coast, but before her marriage, the local women scoured the beach so thoroughly that even oysters had no chance to mature. Qin has earned over 20 000 yuan while accompanying your brother recently. In principle, it's fair, as everyone has put in similar effort. However, if a Qin didn't consistently find good items, your brother, no matter how strong, would have nowhere to gather them. I've noticed that what the villagers say isn't far from the truth. A Qin might indeed be favored by Mazu. Wherever he goes, he seldom returns empty-handed. Nowadays, if he calls out, at least 70 or 80 people will willingly follow him. Is this truly about a Qin? Zhao Mei asked, astonished. Haven't you noticed his transformation throughout the day? Perhaps you no longer recognize him? Zhao Mei nodded vigorously. He had not only become industrious, but seemed also more vivacious, even displaying more initiative and responsibility than her own brother. That evening, Xia Yingwu appeared to drink with greater enjoyment. Afterward, Zhao Qin escorted the family of 3 back to the old residence, simultaneously requesting a change of clothes. Upon returning, he discovered that his brother and sister-in-law were preparing local specialties: dried fish, seaweed, kelp, and the previously selected snail meat. His elder brother had even plucked a large winter melon and several local cucumbers from the garden. Brother, pack some salted fish and snail meat. You needn't bring those melons. Your sister-in-law's family grows them too. That's hardly enough, his brother protested. It's just a token if you bring too much. They want to be able to carry it. In the future, if there's anything good, just send it to our eldest sister in the city. Zhao Ping reflected on this and agreed, discarding a few cucumbers from the sack. After a quick rinse, he changed into fresh clothes, lay on the bed. And a yuan said, Uncle, could you bring me a piggy bank next time you go to the city? The kind with a key, otherwise. My mother will find my hiding spot. Did you have the 100 yuan from this afternoon confiscated again? My mother exchanged a 5 yuan note with me. Oh, that's quite good. I still have 5 yuan left. All right, next time I go to the city, I'll bring you a safe. He made a jest. That night, he did not sleep soundly, primarily because a yuan kept kicking about, causing him to sleep on his side with his legs tucked in. Fearful that a repeat of the last incident, where he nearly faced a dire consequence, would occur. Early in the morning, my brother-in-law was set to depart, but Zhao Qin stopped him. After breakfast, I called for 2 men's vehicle, which conveniently allowed me to transfer the money to your account. Chapter 87. The impatient old Shui transferred the funds to his elder sister's account and saw them off in a car. Zhao Qin felt an inexplicable lightness. Although the money was borrowed, he had no intention of charging his sister interest. This could be seen as repaying the numerous times she had discreetly gifted him money in the past. Of course, to mention the bond of brotherhood in this context seemed somewhat misplaced, yet at that moment, such thoughts filled his mind. He let 2 men return on her own while he spent 400 yuan at the supermarket purchasing 4 bottles of wine, following the number provided by Chin's father. He made a phone call to confirm the other party's presence before boarding the bus to the county town. Upon arrival, he took a taxi to the Maritime Bureau and fortuitously noticed a supermarket across the street. He first entered the store, placed the 4 bottles of wine in a locker, and tucked the key into his pocket before calling the other party again. The person introduced by Chen's father was named Luo, a stout middle-aged man with a slight baldness. Zhao Qin greeted him warmly. Uncle Luo, I apologize for troubling such a high-ranking official with this trivial matter. Ah, Zhao Qin, I am hardly a high-ranking official, after all. We are all here to serve the people, Luo replied, adeptly adopting a formal tone. Zhao Qin, who had little experience interacting with such individuals, was not well versed in their mannerisms. Uncle Luo, what should I do next? Have you brought a 1-inch photo, a health certificate, and proof of maritime qualifications? Zhao Qin's face fell. He was utterly unprepared. Noticing his confusion, Uncle Luo guessed as much. The health certificate is straightforward. You can get a checkup at the county hospital shortly. As for the photo, just find any photo studio to take one. However, the proof of maritime qualifications is essential, and it should ideally be for at least 2 years. If it is shorter, you will need to undergo training and take the exams for sailor and mechanic certifications, which can be quite cumbersome. Uncle Luo, what kind of organization needs to issue this proof? The village committee can provide the necessary documentation. Hearing that it could be obtained from the village, Zhao Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Uncle Luo continued, once you have all these prepared, I will arrange for you to take the exam. By the way, you should study the laws, regulations, and mechanical knowledge on your own. Contact me the day before the exam. As for operational skills, you must at least be capable of steering the boat. Zhao Qin felt a surge of joy. Reaching out to him before the exam simply meant seeking answers. He handed the locker key to Uncle Luo, saying, Uncle Luo, my uncle mentioned that you have a refined palate for wine. I am unsure how to express my gratitude. but he suggested that since you are not a stranger, bringing 2 bottles of wine would suffice. He helped me select 2 bottles of Luzhou Laojiao, which are in the locker across the street. Would it be convenient for you to pick them up after work? Taking this back would be inappropriate. You are still young and should refrain from such gestures. Observing Uncle Luo's expression, Zhao Qin suddenly recalled a memorable scene from Teacher Fanwei. Is this how we test our officials? Amused internally yet maintaining a serious demeanor. He replied, Uncle Luo, I fear you might misunderstand. The 2 bottles of wine are not merely a token of gratitude for your assistance, rather, it is customary for me, as a junior, to bring something when visiting you. Otherwise, my uncle would surely chastise me. Upon hearing this, Uncle Luo burst into hearty laughter, pointing at him. With words like that, I must accept your offering. Very well, when your uncle comes by next time, I shall share a drink with him. Observing Zhao Qin, one could not help but smile and nod in acknowledgement. The lad certainly had a way with words and a knack for handling matters. After agreeing to return in 3 days with the necessary items, Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude profusely before taking his leave. The reason he informed Lao Luo that he would be bringing 2 bottles of wine instead of 4 lies in the subtle art of gift-giving, wherein the actual exceeds expectations. If Lao Luo is aware he is receiving 2 bottles but discovers 4 upon collection, he would undoubtedly be pleased. Conversely, had he been informed of the 4 bottles from the outset, the joy might not have the same enhancing effect. After making inquiries, Zhao Qin discovered that the county hospital was not far from his location, prompting him to go there for a health examination. Coincidentally, today was the day for checkups, and he could retrieve the results 3 days hence, with the necessary documentation easily obtained in town. Having completed all his errands, he returned to the village in the afternoon. Upon entering the village, several people inquired why he had not been out to sea these past few days. He simply replied that he had money to spend and found beachcombing too exhausting, suggesting he would return to it once his funds were depleted. Hearing this, the group contemplated reprimanding him for his impracticality, yet hesitated, fearing his reaction. In town, he remembered he had forgotten to buy milk and diverted his path to Lao Zhu's small shop. Ah Qin, I haven't seen you in 2 or 3 days. Where's Lao Peng? Why haven't you come to the dock? Lao Zhu remarked. You're not a beauty. What reason would I have to come here? Just give me 2 bottles of pure milk. Don't try to pass off any fakes, he added while reaching for his wallet. If I were a beauty, I'd sleep with you every night, and during the day you'd take me to the beach, he jested, observing Lao Zhu's unkempt appearance and yellowing teeth, which prompted a slight gag reflex. Lao Zhu, that's the most revolting joke you've ever made. After paying for the 2 bottles of milk, he prepared to leave. But Lao Zhu, displaying a newfound enthusiasm, insisted on conversing further. Zhao Qin chose to ignore him. Why are you buying milk again? Xia Rong questioned upon seeing him return with the 2 bottles, her tone tinged with reproach. 1 bottle is for a yuan, and the other is for me. I'm far too thin. Indeed, you eat quite a bit. Why aren't you gaining weight? You should consider a visit to the hospital for a checkup. Zhao Ping chimed in, surveying him critically. Nearby, Xia Rong quipped, find a wife, have children. During your wife's confinement, you'll surely gain several pounds. Zhao Qin chuckled at his sister-in-law's jest, but felt it inappropriate as the younger brother to engage in such banter. That morning, he had checked his luck value, which stood at 11 points. He had initially planned to take he and his elder brother to the beach in the afternoon when fewer people would be around, so he was in no rush to head to the shore. Knowing Zhao Qin's purpose for visiting the county, Zhao Ping inquired about the outcome. Just as he was about to respond, a voice called from the entrance, Is it Qin here? Upon recognizing the voice, Zhao Qin looked up to find Lao Shui, secretly amused but outwardly welcoming. Uncle Shui, come in and sit down. Once Lao Shui was seated, Zhao Qin refrained from questioning his purpose, instead offering him cigarettes and tea. Qin, don't fuss. I just came to ask if you still want that boat? Lao Shui inquired. Yes, Uncle Shui, you know my situation. The price is simply too high for me. I previously offered 13,000, which I believe is quite fair. Lao Shui shook his head, replying. That price is far too low. Even in a state of disrepair, it's worth at least 2,000 or 3,000. You'll need to raise your offer. He found himself in a predicament. He understood that leaving the boat idle would only diminish its value. Moreover, he was in dire need of funds. His earlier mention of his son purchasing a home was not an exaggeration. However, his son had recently called, seeking assistance in gathering 60,000. Though the family had some savings, they had been significantly depleted due to his son's ventures in the food stall business. Now, 60,000 had become quite a stretch. Uncle Shui, I must speak candidly, though it may not please you. If you wait another 2 years, it may indeed be rendered worthless. Selling it to me now would still yield a profit of over 10,000. If you don't increase your asking price, 13,000 is hardly appealing. Zhao Qi nodded slightly. Indeed, 13,000 was not an enticing figure. How about 12,800? It's a more auspicious number. Old Shui replied. Auspicious, you say? You're supposed to be increasing the price. Not only have you failed to do that, but you've also reduced it by 200. That's unacceptable. I believe 15,800 is quite reasonable. Uncle Shui, I am not jesting. I can offer you 13,600. If that does not meet your approval, let us consider our conversation about the boat concluded. After much back and forth, they finally settled on a price of 13,800. Chapter 88, Prosperity and Fortune. Uncle Shui. Should we draft a note? Zhao Qin proposed. Since we are all from the village, who would dare to go back on their word? Let us inspect the boat first. Once we confirm it is satisfactory, we can proceed to the town to formalize the transfer. Zhao Qin had no objections. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved 2,000 from his pocket and handed it to Old Shui. Uncle Shui, consider this as a deposit. Please keep it for now. I will take the boat out tomorrow for a trial run. If all goes well, we can head to the town first thing the day after. Old Shui counted the money and tucked it into his pocket, his smile broadening even further. There are fuel barrels on the boat. If you plan to venture out to sea, remember to bring some diesel. I had to siphon off the fuel before to prevent theft. I will deliver the handle and the cabin key to you later. All right. Thank you, Uncle Shui. After seeing off Old Shui, Zhao Qin re-entered the house, where his brother and sister-in-law awaited him with beaming smiles. Zhao Ping inquired, Did you strike a deal? Indeed, I did. Alas, I am too soft-hearted. If I had pressed Old Shui a bit more, I could have saved at least another 1,000. Truly, it is said that kindness does not suit a soldier and benevolence does not foster wealth. Why must I be so tender-hearted? A Qin. I heard it was 13,800, which is quite a fair price. Xia Rong chimed in happily. Zhao Qin refrained from bantering further and turned to his elder brother. Brother, are you comfortable handling the boat? If not, I might need to hire someone to assist with the trial. No need for that. A 12-meter boat is well within my capabilities. When we went out to sea, the necessary certifications were arranged by the company, and I obtained my second-class vessel operating license 5 years prior. When Old Shui brings the fuel barrels this afternoon, I will fill one up and start the engine to check for any issues. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you, brother. He had initially planned to go fishing in the evening, but with the boat deal wrapped up, his enthusiasm waned. Instead, he decided to settle all matters tonight. Sister-in-law, I might still be short on funds for the boat. Could you possibly lend me 5,000? Rest assured. Once we are out at sea and the money starts coming in, I will repay you without delay. Why do you even mention it? Is 5,000 sufficient? Upon hearing it was, Xia Rong responded that after Zhao Qin and the others set sail the next day, she would retrieve the amount from the town. Zhao Qin promptly handed over his bank card to his sister-in-law, asking her to withdraw the remaining funds from the ATM as well. After dinner, he strolled to Old Zhu's small shop, purchasing 2 bottles of fine liquor and a pack of cigarettes. Why such a fine selection? Planning to visit your father-in-law? Old Zhu teased. One must enjoy one's earnings. I certainly won't deprive myself. Zhao Qin replied with a grin. Old Zhu laughed heartily. If anyone else had said that, I would never have believed it. But coming from you, I find it utterly credible. Isn't it strange? Strange? Not at all. I simply understand how to live. Zhao Qin retorted as he departed. With his purchases in hand, he returned home, took a shower, and watched television until nearly 9 o'clock. Finally, he set out once again. The streets now almost deserted. Arriving at the home of the village secretary, Old Lin, he was greeted by the raucous barking of a large dog, which was soon silenced by a reprimand. He knocked on the front gate, and after a brief moment, it opened a crack. Old Lin's wife peered out, and upon seeing Zhao Qin with his parcels, she smiled and said, Qin, do you need something? Come in. With that, she stepped aside to allow him entry. Apologies for intruding upon your rest, Auntie. I am here to report some matters to the old secretary, Zhao Qin remarked as he walked, inwardly lamenting how familiar the route appeared, indicating that the other party must have frequently received gifts during the night. Ah, the perks of power are indeed alluring. Oh, it's a university student. How delightful it is to hear such words, chuckled Old Lin's wife. Mother, who is it? Inquired Old Lin's daughter-in-law. A woman in her 30s, considered one of the most attractive in the village. It was indeed a stroke of luck for that scoundrel Lin Yang. whose looks could only be described as subpar, affirming the adage that good produce often falls prey to swine. Presumably, the allure of old Lin's position as village secretary had won her over. Zhao Qin did not greet her, nor did he cast a glance her way. He merely lowered his head and followed old Lin's wife into the house. Upon entering, he spotted old Lin watching television. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, old Lin stood up and courteously remarked, "If you have something to discuss, let us do it tomorrow. Why come at night with gifts? What do you intend to do in our village?" Secretary Lin. "Enough. We are at home. Please sit down," old Lin urged. "Uncle Lin, I just purchased a dilapidated boat and wish to obtain a driver's license. I am not well versed in these matters, so I came to seek your guidance. You need a permit, correct? That is quite manageable. They are all young men in the village. I wholeheartedly support their aspirations. Just take the documents back with you." Zhao Qin realized that if he actually took the items back, it would signify a lack of social acumen. He stood up with a smile. "During the new year, I was utterly broke and couldn't come to wish you well, so I hope this can be seen as a belated greeting. Please don't say it's too late. Haha, you're quite clever. Come by the village committee tomorrow to collect it." "Uncle Lin, would it be all right if my sister-in-law picked it up? I'm heading out to sea tomorrow. It's a trivial matter. But be sure not to cast your nets too freely, understand? I won't mention your previous use of traps, after all. The regulations regarding the ban on fishing have yet to be meticulously detailed, and you have indeed skirted the edges. Rest assured, I shall adhere to the organization's leadership and directives. Now you're speaking in official terms. Is there anything else? All right, I'll take my leave then." Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude once more before exiting. He had already made up his mind before arriving. He would rather invest a bit of money to take care of this matter than bring up his aspirations to contest for a village official position, for he would not engage in actions that risked losing more than he could gain. Early in the morning, Zhao Qin leaped with excitement upon waking, performing a little dance before finally getting up to wash and groom himself. Just after waking, he opened the system and discovered that today's real-time luck value had reached an impressive 65 points, previously exceeding 70 points, with daily earnings nearing 100,000. With today's 65 points, he anticipated at least earning 50 to 60,000. As for his outing to sea today, Zhao Qin felt an additional thrill. He had already planned his activities, intending to explore the nearby uninhabited islands and determine where to deploy his traps in the future. He would not venture too far, so the little island he had visited with Qian Kuan would likely only see him once a month at most. After washing up, he made his way to his elder brother's house, still unable to contain his excitement, a smile frequently gracing his face. "Ah Qin, are you going to the sea today?" inquired Lin Er's wife. "No rush. I have just purchased a boat, and I intend to test it today." "Oh, you have bought a boat so swiftly. How impressive. By the way, how much did the boat cost?" "I have yet to finalize the details. Today is merely a trial." Zhao Qin, of course, would not speak the truth. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they arrived at his elder brother's doorstep. Inside the main hall, 2 candles were lit, and at the rear, a small statue of Mazu was displayed, accompanied by a small incense burner in front of it. "Why are you so late? Hurry up, the boat is yours. And you must offer incense," urged Xiao Rong as Zhao Qin entered. To his surprise, he had arrived even earlier than him. Without time for greetings, he approached to light 3 sticks of incense, earnestly offering them to Mazu while murmuring prayers for safety and well-being. After he finished, it was then his elder brother and his turn.